horrible monsters with colorless eyes and tentacles sticking out of their mouths. The warrior stands in the center, and the ugly monsters slowly surround him. The monsters with tentacles sticking out of their mouths attack the warrior. The warrior uses the force to form a whirlpool of stone around his arm. He covers his face with his hand to keep the debris out of his eyes. A huge and powerful wave blows out in all directions, heading straight for the monsters. He stands around the monsters torn to pieces by the massive wave of impact. A new crowd of ugly creatures appears. One of them says, "Human, who are you?" The warrior steps forward and says he is an apostle of justice who fights evil. He folds his arms across his chest and says he is Lucas Troman, the strongest master of mankind with 9 stars. The monsters look at him and talk about how such a human can stand up to us. Lucas smiles and says that after they realize their wishes, they want to help the rest of the world. "It's kind of like volunteering," Lucas says with a smile. He's a tall, blue-eyed blonde with long hair. The monsters stand and stare at Lucas, one of them saying that this weak man is going to beat us. Lucas raises his hand up and takes off. A bright light and a large pictogram appears above him. The monsters have their heads up and are watching. He rises up and looks at the dumbfounded monsters, a slight smile on his face. He stretches his arms forward and directs a stream of fiery lava at the monsters, and some smoke starts to appear from this ball. A huge avalanche of fire that powerfully flies in different directions and demolishes everything in its path. Floating in the air, he saw on the ground lying torn apart bodies of monsters. The power of his stream was so strong that it tore these monsters to pieces. He looked at the ground where the remains of the monsters were lying and said that people are not so weak. Some large, powerful circles formed that emitted a bright light that made Lucas's eyes hurt. He kept covering his face with his hands. The bright light made his eyes hurt a lot, and the circles started sucking him in. Lucas screamed, but he continued to be sucked into this bright vortex. He could not do anything, the flow was too strong, and he could not fight it. He found himself in a strange place. In front of him stood something of huge size in a hooded cloak. This something said that he was the law of this world. Out of the hood was a single glowing eye and darkness. A demigod. He said those whom you humans consider a god and praise. Lucas raised his index finger up and said that he personally does not praise anyone. A huge creature with glowing eyes told Lucas that they could no longer watch you destroy order and laws. He started shouting at the creature that what kind of order and laws are we talking about if the world looks like such a horror? The creature looked at Lucas and said that your abilities are much more developed than those of other people, but still a human being remains a human being. An eye appeared from the palm of the creature's hand. Lucas did not understand what was happening. He did not know what was going to happen and what to do in this situation. The huge hand squeezed Lucas with such force that his armor just fell in 2 pieces and fell from his body. Then, from these huge hands, many other hands started to appear, grabbing his hair, his face. Lucas couldn't concentrate his mana. The hands began to widen his eye. They opened it wider and wider. He heard a voice saying that sin is opposing God. This sin is not allowed to man. There was this bright light from above, and many hands held Lucas in their grip. 1,000 hands reached out to Lucas, the voice said. Befriend the impenetrable darkness within the abyss, but never trust it. The creature shone its eyes and said, return to the void. Make friends with endless suffering. Regret your existence. Huge hands in great numbers grabbed Lucas' face. This is the punishment I give to those people who defied God, spoke the voice. Present time from the blow, the guy flew back into the wall. The force of the blow was so powerful that pieces of the wall broke off and flew apart. 3 guys stood over the guy, one of them kicked. Red said, what, you think we're poor, carrying around pennies like that? The guy's got blood all over his face. A voice behind him says that the financial condition of the 3rd son of the noble Blake family is deplorable. One of them stands laughing and says that unlike his successful brothers from the Blake family, he's just plain trash. He grabs him by the hair and says he likes that about him anyway. Frey yelped in pain because the redhead was holding his hair hard. The other fat guy and the short guy next to him looked at it and said that it wasn't enough, that you were a disgrace to your family. You were academically mediocre. As he continued to hold Frey's hair, he looked up into his eyes and said that you're still not dead. He laughed and looked at his broken face and said that if it were him, he would have died a long time ago. Then holding Frey by the hair, looking at his face in abrasions and scratches, tears streamed from Frey's eyes. The other looked at the redhead holding Frey's crying hair and scratched the back of his head. Then he said that Frey was just being pushy and wanted to get his ass handed to him. Looking at Frey, who was crying, he smiled his nasty, cocky smile. The red-haired guy swung around and gave Frey another hard punch. The blow turned Frey's head sideways. He smilingly said that no matter how many times he hit Frey, he never got tired of it. It's just perfect. The red-haired guy sat on top of Frey, who was lying on his back, and continued to hit him hard on his face. The other 2 stood back. He lifted Frey up by his hair, sweat beading on his face from the pain, his face aching from the blows. Then he pushed Frey with all his strength right into the hands of his fat friend, who was getting ready to strike again. The fat one swung with all his might. His arm was huge, so his punch sent Frey flying the other way. He fell to the ground and curled up, trying to protect himself from the hooligans, who kicked him with all their might. All three of them stood looking at Frey, who was writhing in pain and smirked at the pleasure they felt in beating him. With his face on the ground, he was lying there with his mouth open. His face was covered in abrasions. He couldn't even get up. His body was aching from the blows. He was writhing in pain. He was clutching his stomach. He was begging to stop hitting him. He was begging to stop. Another kick hit Frey in the head. He screamed in pain, but no one cared. They beat him mercilessly. Putting his foot on Frey's breathless body, the red-haired guy said that there would be a magic lesson tomorrow. He had a smile on his face. Continuing to smile, he tells Frey that tomorrow's magic class, Frey is paired with him, and continued to laugh. His foot continued to stand on the head of the beaten Frey. The redhead said about not overdoing it. After all, he is kind. Standing on Frey's head with his foot, he put his hands in his pants pockets and said that he would make sure that Frey would remember this day for the rest of his life. It was starting to get dusk outside. The three guys had finished beating up their classmate and were looking on contentedly. The three friends turned around and started to leave. One of them shouted at him without turning around, telling him to hurry up and go home. Lying face down, he stretched out one arm in an attempt to move. In the distance, he could hear the words, "They like beating him so much." He clenched his fist, but he was unable to get up. He could hear in the distance how they were walking and laughing at him and how they beat him up. Frey had no strength to get up. His whole body ached from the blows he had taken. The pain stiffened his movements. Lucas realized that he had no chance to move at all. The arms wrapped around his body, preventing him from moving. He thought he heard something. He became quiet and listened, because he clearly heard something. He tried not to breathe to catch the sounds. As he stood still, he heard nothing else. There was silence all around him. No matter how hard he tried to listen, he heard nothing else. All around him was silence, a gray web of some kind. Lucas thought that it was probably a hallucination, nothing surprising about it. Lucas was being held by a huge hand, and many more small hands were wrapped around him from different sides of his body. Lucas thought about going crazy in here. He thought about how long he had spent among this undead, hundreds, maybe thousands of years. He gathered his strength in his fist and began to call out to the god. The surroundings were depressing. Black sky overhead, some ruins if this is what fear is. Maybe it's not an auditory hallucination. Maybe it's his subconscious talking to him. He didn't realize he was such a weak man. Abruptly, a bright light shone on his face. He stared at it wide-eyed and couldn't understand what was going on. He found himself in the throne room. He was on his knees. In front of him on the throne sat his father, who told him that he had told him to disappear from his life. His father then stood up and told Lucas that he couldn't allow him to continually undermine the honor and authority of their family. Looking at his father with eyes filled with horror at hearing his father's words, Lucas couldn't believe that his father had said that to him. He lowered his head down. He was sad and unclear why his father was doing this to him, what he had done wrong. His father sat back on the throne. Lucas continued to kneel in front of him. He said to his father, "Is it a serious sin to be weak?" He interrupted Lucas and said that he had enough, and he had no right to answer the question. His father started to come down from the throne and ordered him that the Blake family does not allow those who cannot become strong. Lucas looked up and asked his father if it was Frey, but there was still no answer. His father approached him and told him that he no longer recognized his existence. He was no one to him anymore. Lucas's eyes began to water from hearing his father's words. He couldn't believe it. He remained on his knees, tears rolling down his face, and his father left. It's almost night outside. Many of the windows are lit. This is Frey's house. The only window that wasn't lit was Frey's room. A bookcase with various books on it with diagrams on the wall. This is Frey's room. A desk. On the desk was a pen, a notebook with an open blank sheet, a photograph, and a red jar of some kind. Standing next to his bed, the lights were off. Frey held the red jar in his hands and studied it. As he held the jar, the thought flashed through his mind to leave his life. His hands were sweating and shaking from the strain. His mind flashed with various thoughts. Looking at the jar with frightened eyes, sweat rolling down his face, he thought to himself that leaving was really frightening. Being held captive by those hands, which were wrapped around his body like snakes, preventing him from even moving, Lucas was simply immobile. He looked up with his blue eyes and said to himself, doubt, doubt, and doubt again. He tried to see something in the distance, but he couldn't. A creature in a cloak, hood over his head, eyes glowing. He's talking about how he's going to end up questioning his existence soon. Lucas just couldn't stand the sound of his voice and screamed at him to shut up. He clutched his hands in a vice grip and started screaming loudly that what kind of god you are. What kind of order, what kind of laws do you really approve of this absurd world? Clenched his teeth, he realized why this world was so ugly and who had brought it to this state. That's why he must never give up. Half god. If you could endure such a life, I would gladly experience hell. Frey is blank-eyed, vomiting something red, in an incomprehensible state, looking at it all. Staring and not knowing what it was, Lucas looked up at the bright light. Kneeling down and holding his stomach, Frey saw all around him what he was throwing up. In his head, he hears a voice telling him to get out of his life. His hand is on the ground next to the liquid he threw up. He thinks to himself that he would rather be dead. Lucas opened his mouth. He didn't realize what was happening. Who the hell is this? Who entered my mind without realizing it? He heard someone's voice saying that he didn't blame anyone, that he was the only one to blame for everything, and only him. As he continued to listen to the voice, Lucas heard someone saying that a bird without wings is doomed to die, as nature intended. On his knees, Frey said that it was his fault, for not being born with wings. Tears rolling down his face, he said it was his fault that he couldn't get stronger. Suddenly, Frey started to fall. His eyes closed, his face all bruised after being beaten up by 3 people from the class. Around him, lying on the ground, people gathered around him saying that he was the Blake family's dirty stain, a disgrace to the academy. The red-haired guy who beat him up leaned over to him with a cheeky smile and said to him, "Why do you even live?" He smiled and told Frey that if it were him, he'd be dead long ago. The people crowded around him, and no one was even trying to help him in any way. Everyone was just standing around talking about him. Lucas was looking down at Frey from above, but he couldn't move or do anything to help him. He looked at Frey and tried to reach out his hand to him. Suddenly, the hands that had been gripping Lucas's body so tightly began to loosen and let go. Lucas didn't realize what was happening. Looking at Frey, he thought that the moment this child entered my consciousness, it was like the sun was shining on him. He was lying face down on the ground, his face covered in wounds, blood coming out of his mouth, tears dripping from his eyes. Lucas got down on one knee and put his hand on Frey's head. He wondered to himself who this kid was. He lay still, mouth open, tears dripping from his eyes, and Lucas kept his hand on his head. His eyes were all watery. He just wouldn't move. He didn't even want to move. The tears came in hailstones. Lucas thought that if he could be reborn again, then by all means. A teardrop fell to the ground. He's going to push himself off the ground, fly to the highest point in the world, and look down at the whole world through his eyes. Lucas stood over Frey's lying body. He thought about how they were the biggest and strongest wings. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his whole face and body was bruised, and abrasion his body was Frey's, but he was on his knees and looking at his hands. It was Lucas who had been reborn in Frey's body, staring with surprised eyes at the hands that were no longer Frey's, but his Lucas's. His face all bloody and abrasions after Fren had been beaten up by 3 scumbags from his own group. Lucas, who was in Frey's body, said that he was finally back. He looked at the pictogram on the wall. It had been a long time, 4,000 years. There were pills on the floor, spilling out of a red jar. Lucas thought of Frey Blake as the weakest man in the world. Standing near the mirror, Lucas and pulled a rope off his hair, talking about how he was Lucas Traume, the strongest mage in the world. He ripped the ribbon Frey always used to tie his ponytail with out of his hair. He went to the window, which was curtained tightly. He said of the freedom he had given him. Opening the curtains on the window, his view was of the night and the full moon. He thought to himself that Frey had given him freedom, and he had given him wings. Going to the window and putting his hand to it, Lucas looked out into the distance. Opening the windows and looking outside, he began to breathe in the fresh air. He looked out the window with his head up at the sky where the big bright moon was shining. He stretched his index finger into the sky where the stars and moon were shining. He said, "Demigod." He calls himself a god. Looking out the window and looking up at the sky said that just wait a little, demigod. I'll eat you with one bite. Continuing to poke the sky with his index finger, Lucas said about how he would soon pay a visit to the demigod. It's night outside, green grass, a broken fence, and a barn that's starting to fall apart. In the middle of this place stands Lucas, who's glowing so brightly that he lights up the whole place. With his torso bare, he stood in a pose with his eyes closed, his body still radiating bright energy. Standing with his eyes closed and thinking to himself that he can't fully control his power with Frey's current body. As he continues to stand and glow, he says to himself that he needs to replenish his energy, as well as lay the groundwork for mana assimilation. In order to fight the demigods, he must regain his former strength as quickly as possible. He must become even more powerful. I must become even stronger, I must, Lucas thought. Raising his hand palm up, no need to be greedy. He got this chance after waiting 4,000 years. He closed his eyes, sweat running down his face from the exertion. Put aside your recklessness and tame your anger. Standing, he thought about the fact that now he had to do his best. Then he took a deep breath and closing his eyes again, tried to relax. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. All he could think about was that he needed to become more powerful and stronger as soon as possible. His body was all glowing. He stood focused. He was trying to concentrate his strength and his power. He stood and glowed looking at his hands. He thought about the fact that with this level, he had reached the level of 5 stars. Suddenly, Lucas felt sick, his eyes rounded. He felt very nauseous. He was very nauseous. He curled up in half and some red liquid started pouring out of his mouth. A huge stream of red liquid came out of his mouth, so much that he thought he was going to choke. He squatted in front of the red liquid. It was toxins that had been building up in Frey's body and mind for years. Standing with his mouth soaked in toxins, he thought, I can't believe I finally spewed it all out. Leaning over once more, he thought to himself that he needed to cleanse his entire body of the toxins. It came out very little. Frey's Academy, students rushing to class, all dressed in specialized uniforms. The 2 guys who beat up Frey go to class, one named David, the other Jack. The fat one asks the redhead, David, why are you here so early? David turns to Jack and says he's here early because he's looking forward to today's sparring matches. He said that once again he wanted to take Frey down. Jack said he had to be careful. Since he'd seen him in the infirmary recently, he grabbed a can of sleeping pills and took off. As the students approached the entrance to the academy, David said, I'm afraid he's decided to take his own life. Do you want to bet 10 food stamps? Lucas stood in a bent posture. He was still drained of toxins. He was exhausted. He couldn't remember how many times he had thrown up. Coughing and coughing and coughing, he couldn't figure out how much more toxins would come out of his system. Suddenly, Lucas realized that he was no longer vomiting. Maybe it was all over. And this horror would not happen again. He stood up and looked at the ground around him. It was covered in toxins. Lucas was shocked at how much toxins had come out of Frey's teenage body. Standing up and with a stained mouth after vomiting endless times, his face was very tired. He looked at the academy Frey was attending. Lucas thought about how this guy had been through a lot, but not as much as he had. Then feeling very hungry, he headed to the academy cafeteria called West Road. Everyone in the cafeteria turned around and looked at Lucas with puzzled faces. They looked at Lucas as he greedily devoured his food. The students were talking about how he probably hadn't eaten in a week. Shoving everything on the table into his mouth, he said, It was delicious. It was a masterpiece. This soup was so beautiful, he said. He had a mouthful of food. He thought that after 4,000 years, everything would be delicious. Is that really Freyblade? It's unbelievable. He just melts in your mouth. He realized that now he was in Frey's body. Now he had to play his part. Now he had to pretend to be Frey. Looking at the students passing by and thinking that at his advanced age he has to mess around with these little kids. Are you kidding me? Going and thinking there's nothing to be done about it after all. And Frey's not 4,000 years old. He has to figure out how the world works. So he doesn't really have any other choice. Lucas stood up and leaned his head against the classroom door. He was in no hurry to get in. Closing his eyes, he tried to tune in. He took a few breaths and exhaled quietly. Then he opened his eyes and told himself that there was no rush. You have to take things slowly. With these words, he gathered his thoughts and strength and opened the door to the classroom where Frey was studying. When he entered the classroom, Lucas saw the long desks where the students were sitting. Also in this class were the same 3 assholes who had beaten up Frey. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, all the students turned to look at him, staring at him intently. David didn't even try to look away. He shouted to the whole class that he had won 10 food stamps because Frey hadn't killed himself. He laughed. As Lucas walked forward, he heard David talking about how he needed to be a little smarter. Damn, that's annoying. He suddenly looked very wary and focused his attention on the floor. Meanwhile, David put his foot right in front of Lucas's legs, hoping he wouldn't notice and fall. Lucas stopped abruptly right in front of David's leg, who was sitting on a chair, his hands in his pocket and smiling evilly. Then he turned to Lucas, who was in Frey's body, saying something about finally waiting for his friend. Thinking about it, Lucas pondered why this red-haired guy called him friend. Maybe Frey was friends with him at the academy. Looking at him, his gaze was piercing and sly. A slightly noticeable snide smile appeared on David's face. As he walked by, he heard someone call out to him shouting, Hey, Frey. Lucas couldn't get used to being in Frey's body. A huge fat Jack came up behind him and put his hand on his head and told him to hand over 10 food stamps. He waved his hand over Lucas's head and yelled, Give me the 10 coupons! You made me lose them! Lucas thought he was going to hit him. Looking at that disgusting fat face of Jack's, He thought that it was hardly a friend of Frey's. Such bastards have been found in all times. Suddenly, Lucas's eyes rounded. He didn't expect such a reaction from his body. His body began to shake. Meanwhile, Jack grabbed his cheek with 2 fingers. He began to shake like a leaf. He wondered what was happening and why he was trembling at the sight of him. He realized that his body was trembling at the sight of this fat goon who was now rubbing his cheek. Jack opened his big mouth and spat and started yelling at him to give him his food stamps fast. Holding Lucas by the cheek with one hand, he swung the other to punch him hard in the face. But by some unknown force, without even doing anything, Lucas pushed the big Jack away, and he flew away. Lucas looked down at his hands in surprise. The red-haired David turned around sharply and didn't understand what had happened and why Jack was flying with all his might in the other direction, right into the wall. All the students with surprised faces looked at what had happened, and no one could understand how it had happened. A girl with long red hair and huge brown eyes, who was sitting at her desk reading a book, opened her mouth in surprise. Jack looked questioningly at Lucas and didn't understand what had just happened. How this had happened, he didn't understand. Shoving his hands into his pants pockets, Lucas realized that these were the same bastards who had tried to take his life. The one with the embittered face scowled and looked at Lucas with an angry face. Jack took the back of his head with one hand and said to him, "You know that look." And with his other hand, he started to swing for a punch. With a furious look on his face, Jack swung to strike, his teeth clenched, his arms swinging very hard. As Lucas continued to stand with his hands in his pockets, one of his hands began to glow and emit lightning, even though he wasn't doing anything, just standing there. A powerful ring of energy began to emanate from Lucas. This wave hit Jack, who flew to the other end of the classroom with great speed. Everyone in the classroom got up from their seats and watched with open mouths as Jack flew into the wall, knocking down chairs. He flew to the other end of the classroom, hit the wall, and sat on the floor unconscious, his head down, his arms limp. Sitting with his head down, his eyebrows and mouth were bloody. His mouth was open. He didn't even move. His body went limp, and Lucas stood there looking at him. His hands were in his pants pockets as before. He didn't even take them out. The students were whispering among themselves, wondering how Lucas had done it, how Jack could fly away so easily. He stood there with puzzled eyes, wondering how he could do that, why he couldn't control his power. Lucas thought to himself, clutching his hand to his face, regretting that he had done that because he was just a kid. He stood and looked at Jack. Red-haired David sat in shock and looked at Lucas. All were in complete incomprehension how this could happen. Jack's friend David looked at Jack's limp body with his mouth open and wondered how this could have happened. Everyone around him was talking about how this Frey was so weak and no one could believe in such power and strength. The students stood with their mouths open and looked at Lucas, who was in Frey's body, and of course no one even knew about it. A red-haired girl with big brown eyes ran up to Lucas and clung to his chest. A voice sounded near the front door to the classroom to clarify what the noise was. The students turned around. Professor Dio entered the classroom. Professor Dio stood with his hands behind his back and looked around the class. He couldn't understand what had happened, why everyone was so scared. He and the other students approached Jack, who was sitting against the wall. One of the students said that Jack suddenly fell down and he didn't move. The professor stared at Jack sitting against the wall, who didn't even move, but sat like a sack all slumped over. The professor squatted down in front of Jack, who was sitting against the wall and was unconscious. Professor Dio took a closer look and noticed that Jack's body had traces of used mana. His face changed dramatically. He was in complete shock from what he had seen. His thoughts were confused. He did not understand how this was possible. Opening his mouth at what he saw, because no professor has such an opportunity to use such a skill. The professor rose to his feet and scrutinized every student in the class. A thought flashed through his mind. Who would have thought it? Another professor named Kevin entered the class. He said that while Professor Dio would take care of Jack, he would teach the class. He looked around the class, paying special attention to the female students who were sitting in the classroom. He moved his gaze from desk to desk, where the female students were sitting, and looked at them brazenly. Professor Kevin stood puffing and panting, thinking to himself that the air in the classroom is delicious, and all because there are many girl cadets here. Turning his gaze to a beautiful girl with long red hair and big brown eyes, her name was Isabella. He looked at Isabella with his disgusting, lustful gaze. His face broke into a disgusting smile. Then the professor came to his senses and coughed a little and looked at the rest of the class. Lucas was sitting at his desk, looking at his textbook. Another student was sitting next to him, propping his head up with his hand. "Frey," said the professor. The girls were sitting there whispering among themselves that Professor Kevin was a horny pig and talking about how nasty and disgusting he was. Professor Kevin came to the desk where Lucas was sitting. He raised his face to the professor and looked at him. He turned to Lucas and said, "Cadet Frey, you even managed to come to class today. What happened to you?" He looked at Lucas with his nasty, fat face and glared at him and kept his eyes on him. He raised his head and looked at the professor with an incomprehensible face. Standing in front of Lucas' desk and thinking that Frey looked like a bookworm when you look at his skinny figure. Folding his arms in front of him, Lucas smilingly told Professor Kevin that he was very busy. The professor asked him back, "What are you busy?" The girls behind the professor's back looked at him and talked about how he was so mean. That's why no one wanted to take his classes. Professor Kevin turned to Lucas, saying that he had more important things to do than the professor's lessons. He smiled and said that of course he had better things to do. He was at the peak of his youth. He stood looking at Lucas with an angry face. He told him not to laugh or he would get in trouble. The professor said that of course he was at the peak of his youth. Then he smiled wryly and said that he didn't think his class was unimportant at all. Then Professor Kevin said, "So here's student Frey." The guys in the class started to chatter that Frey was already in a lot of trouble. Now he was going to be even worse. Isabella sat and looked at Professor Kevin and Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body. The professor said he wanted to ask him a question. He told Lucas that if he couldn't answer his questions, he would have to admit his behavior was defiant. Lucas sat down a little and looked at Professor Kevin, who was looking at him, sighed. The professor said, "Here's the first question. You have to name the 3 weapons of the evil warrior King Casagino. The answer must be exceptionally correct." His eyes rounded at the question Professor Cavino asked. He didn't even expect him to ask him such a question. He jumped up from his desk and stared at Professor Kevin and asked him what he said. Standing with big rounded eyes, his face was questioning. He said to Professor Kevin, "You asked about Casagino? 4,000 years ago. Beautiful mountains, green trees, very beautiful nature. On the side of the mountain, a warrior stands looking at all this beauty. He's very pumped up, his hair is in a ponytail. It was the same Casagino. He stood quietly and stared into the distance, his broad, muscular back. He stood motionless, as if he was preparing for something. As he stretched out his arm, he felt it become energized and powerful. Then he clenched his hand into a huge fist. The power was coming to him. A glow emanated from his hand. He sat down, his arms stretched forward, and his whole body seemed to glow with bright fire. Power, strength, and energy came from him. From him came a strong and powerful stream of energy. He gathered all his power and energy in a fist. He made a huge and powerful blow. The power of his blow completely blew all the rocks in half, blew branches and trees. All the rocks and branches flew in different directions. His blow left a deep mark. It shattered half the slope. He looked at what he had done. He tore down half the mountain. He tore down the treetops. He didn't know what else to do. Sighing a sigh of relief, Casagin looked at what was left of his blow. Lucas came up behind him and told him to calm down, or he would destroy everything on this land, and he had already blown half of the mountains down. When he turned back, he saw that Lucas was standing in front of him with one hand in his pocket and the other hand holding his backpack. He looked at him and said he hadn't seen him in a while, his eyes serious and focused. Green grass. There's a fence made of some kind of rods. It's the fence outside Casagino's house. Sitting in Casagino's gazebo, with his hand on his chin, he was bored, but Casagin kept practicing and practicing. With his hand resting on his chin and sighing heavily, he asked how long he was going to train after he met an old friend. He told Lucas that he could have a cup of tea and not to be shy. Sitting with a cup of tea in his hand, and said that this ignoramus knows nothing but his training and will never get married. Stopping and sighing heavily, Casagin looked away. He turned to Lucas and said about how a woman's heart is hard to understand like yours. He got angry, and what's wrong with me? He went on to say that the love of a woman can destroy one's self-control. He leaned close to Lucas and said that the desire for the indomitable makes the ability to stand on one's own 2 feet ineffective. He continued that warriors must be as still as a rock in front of a woman. Sitting and looking at him, Lucas asked him if that is not the case with mages. "Answer me, friend?" He looked at him with a serious look and waited for him to answer. He looked thoughtfully with his blue eyes at Casagino. He was silent. In the courtyard of Casagino's house, there were jugs standing at the house. He said to Lucas, "If I were a girl, I would date a stone if it were beautiful. Just drink your tea." Lucas lowered his eyes, tears rolling down his face at Casagino's words. He pounded his hand on the desk. Professor Kevin stood across from him and looked at him. Lucas thought to himself, "How can you say that about a warrior Casagino?" The professor turned to Lucas, who was in Frey's body, and asked him, "What, Cadet Frey? Can't you give me an answer to the question asked?" The students sat and thought that how can the professor ask questions that are not even in the textbooks? They all thought that Frey was caught and would not answer. Sitting at her desk, Isabella thought that this pervert was just using him to show off his knowledge. She got up from her desk and turned to Professor Kevin. "Excuse me, Professor Kevin. Standing with her hands on the desk, she said that this question had nothing to do with the current magic lesson. All the students turned to Isabella with astonished faces. They were thinking to themselves why she was acting like that. Lucas looked at her and sat with his mouth open. He thought she was so pretty, but she spoke in such a commanding tone. Professor Kevin raised his fat, nasty face at Isabel. What a nasty professor he was. He puckered his fat lips and hissed, "Cadet Isabel." She immediately began to answer the professor that Kasajin was a true warrior and only used his mana when he was training. She looked at Professor Kevin with her big brown eyes and told him that Kasajin could not be considered a mage. The professor, with his big belly, started to climb the stairs. He said that Isabella was right. He really wasn't a magician. The professor climbed the stairs and came right up to Cadet Isabella. He tilted his fat, nasty face right up to Isabella's face, telling her that you want to insult those who follow the path of a magical warrior. Standing and looking at the professor, she told him that was not the point of our conversation. All the students looked at Isabel with astonished faces and did not understand what she was doing and what she was trying to accomplish. Turning to the side where the professor and Isabel were standing, Lucas said that this was an insult. He imagined Kasajin would be furious if someone called him a wizard. If he had been called a magical warrior, he would have destroyed. The professor screwed up his fat and disgusted face at hearing those words. Isabella looked surprised and thought that this discussion would be very interesting. Professor Kevin grabbed Isabella by the shoulders with both hands and said, "How about this? We'll continue this discussion in my office and just the two of us." She shoved Professor Kevin's hands away and asked him why he was acting like that. He waved his hand in Isabella's direction because he didn't expect such a reaction from the cadet. Then the professor told Isabella that at first he thought she wasn't, but you don't have any manners to talk about it. She looked at him with wide open brown eyes. Her face looked surprised. He leaned over to her and said to answer the question, "Name 3 weapons of a magical warrior." Lucas answered, "Necklace, belt, and gloves." He sat at his desk and looked at the bald back of Professor Kevin's head, watching his reaction. When he heard the answer, the professor turned his head and stared at him in amazement. Putting his hands behind his head, Lucas sat back in his chair and smiled. He said that Kasajin didn't use anything but those 3 items. Then he went on to say that he hadn't listened to him when he told him about getting a little fancier and not parting with those 3 items. He turned questioningly to Professor Kevin and waited for him to respond to his answers to the question. He asked the professor to tell him if he had answered wrongly. If he had made a mistake, he asked the professor. He stood there with a surprised face. He did not think about what he would answer. Then he said the answers were correct. Lucas shouted happily to the whole class that of course they were correct. He couldn't answer them wrong. All the students looked at him in surprise. The students started to talk among themselves that Frey was behaving very strangely today. The professor turned his gaze to Cadet Isabel, looking at her with a languid look. He told Isabel that she didn't know the rules of classroom behavior at all, then grabbed Isabel's arm so she didn't even have time to react to his lunge, then informed her that she needed to come with him to his office for a talk. She rounded her big brown eyes, tears welling up in them. She really didn't want to go to that nasty professor's office. Lucas turned towards the professor and gave him a dismissive look. Lucas thought he had to do something about it. He told the professor that Kasajin had always had one habit of saying something to the... All the students looked at Lucas questioningly, and he continued that the love of a woman has a sinister design that destroys a person's self-control. He went on to say that a warrior must be as still as a rock when approaching a woman, because desire does not allow him to stand on his own feet. The professor stood with a surprised face and looked at Lucas, and he continued that whoever fails in these aspects is no better than an animal. He asked Lucas what was the meaning of his words. He replied that he was just saying that, then went on to say that perhaps Kasajin was wrong in some of his words. The professor stood and held Isabella's hand, and Lucas continued to say that the professor was standing perfectly on his own feet. The professor's face changed drastically. He became very upset and angry. With a furious face, he shouted at the whole class, "Frey Blake." All the students opened their mouths in fright. He was seething with anger. His teeth were clenched. He was just in a wild rage. Isabella stood with a frightened face, her brown eyes rounded, her mouth open in surprise. The professor told Lucas that you were crazy for answering one pathetic question. Let's see how far your troubled personality will take you. If he gets any of the questions wrong, he'll have to take responsibility as an academy cadet. With a calm face, Lucas turned to Professor Kevin and said he was waiting for the next question. He opened his mouth at Lucas's disgruntlement. His face became angry. He looked at him fiercely. Sweat from exertion was running down his face. The pupils opened their mouths at Lucas's insolence. One of them grabbed his head. He turned his head to Lucas with a face full of surprise and incomprehension. David looked at him. Isabella looked at him with the same surprised and delighted look. He gave everyone a serious, piercing look. He was afraid of nothing and no one. Lucas knew what he was worth. Sitting down, he asked Professor Kevin if that was the right answer. He sat down on the edge of the table with a surprised look on his face. Then he opened his mouth and started yelling that this is impossible. Even the professors of this academy don't know the history of the Age of Light. The professor stood there thinking, is this the worst student of Freyblade Academy? At that time, the bell rang and Lucas said, "Hooray for lunch." He stood up from his desk and looked at the professor, who was staring at him dumbfounded and couldn't say a single word. Asking Professor Kevin if he had any more questions for him, solving problems is fun, but he was hungry. The professor stood in shock. He didn't understand how a young kid could know the history of 4,000 years ago. Looking at him with a serious and reserved look, Lucas waited for him to answer. Professor Kevin clenched his teeth. He was shaking. He couldn't believe that this boy knew such things. He lowered his head to the floor and tried to find the right words, but he still couldn't recover. Then he squeezed out the words that it was a great job and that it was enough. As he continued to stand there amazed, he couldn't understand how he knew so much and why he was considered the worst student in the academy. Isabella didn't expect this from him. It was as if he had been replaced. The academy building was the canteen for the cadets. All the students were already crowded around the entrance as it was lunchtime. Shoving his hands into his pants pockets, he walked cheerfully and hummed. He was very hungry and his stomach was churning. Isabella was watching him. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him that said he was going to lunch. He turned around and looked. Isabella stood behind him and looked at him with her big brown eyes. She was holding a textbook in her hands. He turned around and looked at her and didn't answer her at all. She looked at him with her eyes and waited for some kind of answer. Lucas turned around and continued on his way to the cafeteria without answering Isabella, she thought to herself. He just ignored her. She didn't expect Lucas, in Frey's body, to ignore her and say nothing. Decidedly taking a step behind him, she was upset that her question was never answered. She continued to follow him. She didn't say anything. She just followed silently behind him. He turned around and with an angry face told her why he was following him. Isabella replied that the girl was going to lunch too. Lucas pointed his index finger in her direction and said that she was talking in a strange way and he didn't like it. The cafeteria was getting crowded. Everyone was rushing to lunch to eat. He had a lot of food, soup, potatoes, bread, meat, and more. When she saw how much he had packed, she wondered if he could eat it all. Lucas told her that if you starve for 4,000 years, you'll appreciate every meal. Bon appetit. As he munched on the meat, stuffing his mouth full, Isabella asked what he meant by 4,000 years. She lowered her eyes and said, "Don't get me wrong. I only sat here because there was no other place to sit." They sat at the same table and ate. Isabella asked him how he knew the history of the Age of Light. She was very interested. He began to tell her that 4,000 years ago, the era of the four great magicians began. Sitting with a mouthful of delicious food, he was about to say who he was, but stopped himself. Then he came to his senses and sighed slowly. He couldn't tell that he wasn't really Frey Blake, but Lucas. He looked at Isabella and thought about the fact that 4,000 years had passed and magical development had only degenerated. He wondered why this was happening or if it was the work of the demigods, he thought. She sat chewing her food, looking questioningly at Lucas, or rather Frey, who was in Lucas's body. He began the story that 4 of the greatest men who had become luminaries of magic. One of them was the greatest warrior Kasijin. The second of the great men was the sage Shuhei Weissman. The third of the great 4 was the black witch Iris Fizbin. And the fourth of these great men was the strongest mage Lucas Trauman, the girl's favorite. Thinking and thinking, Isabella said of him that he was indeed one of the greatest men, and any girl. She continued that any girl would want him to marry her. Lucas's food flew out of his mouth. He started laughing. Isabella, surprised by his behavior, asked what she had said that was so funny. He wiped his eyes from the tears that came from laughing and said she was still wet, and she was already getting married. He said that the older brother was not interested in children. Isabella was indignant and said that he was rude, and when did the girl ask you to marry? The students looked at the table where Isabella and Lucas were sitting in Frey's body, and wondered since when she had dined with him. One of the students said to the other that you saw Isabella following him. The other student wondered, "No way." Then they started whispering that she was the same smug girl who was trying to get first or second place at the academy. David came into the dining room. One guy told the other that she had rejected even David more than once. The other guy said to keep his voice down. He approached these guys who were discussing him with a tray with food on it. The guys said they didn't mean it and laughed. Staring at the table where Isabella was sitting with Frey, or Lucas in Frey's body, having a nice conversation, David hated her. She was sitting there all red and angry at Lucas's words, and he was sitting there laughing at her. As David watched them, he thought about how this guy was pissing him off too much today. Sitting at the table and cutting a sausage with a knife, Isabella asked Lucas about the question that Professor Kevin had last asked him. She looked at him questioningly. He had his mouth full of food and a lot of food in his hands. As they continued to eat, Isabella asked about Shuhei's 3 lines of research. Lucas sat with his mouth full of food. She ate and at the same time asked, "Did you answer Professor Kevin's question that the 3 directions are assimilation, evolution, and conflictology? Assimilation and evolution are the 2 directions Sage Shuhei." She said she only knows 2 directions. Lucas looked at her with his mouth full of surprise. She was surprising him more and more in a good way. Lucas looked at him and said something about if he could tell her about the sage's latest research. What is it? He took a bite of bread and put away the empty dishes from the meal. He asked Isabella what level she was on. She looked at him with her big brown eyes and said her level was 3 stars. As she continued to chew her food, he told her that a 3-star level was not bad for her age. She looked at him and said that once again she noticed that he spoke like a man who had lived a very long life. Clearing his plate of food, he said that he had lived a really long and boring life. She looked at him in surprise and said that she thought he was the same age as she was, because he looked young. As they sat at the table, the food finished, Lucas told Isabella that they might or might not be the same age. Isabella wondered what that meant. There was a huge pile of empty plates on their table, all of which Lucas had emptied. And how did he fit it all in? As he sat on the chair and sat at the table, he saw a huge pile of empty plates in front of him, his stomach falling out of his pants. Taking the pile of empty plates in his hands, he walked away, telling Isabel that she was a very slow eater. Turning around to look at her, he looked her in the eye, and she told him that he never told her about Sage Shuhei's 3rd study. Holding a stack of dirty plates in his hands, he told her to read books. He said he was strong in practice, not theory. Isabella looked at him with her mouth hanging open in surprise, and he added that he might not be active. She stood with her hands on the table, her eyes widened. She said, "What does it mean, not theory, but experience?" She watched Lucas walking away like a mesmerized woman, very impressed with him. He was walking and holding a mountain of dirty dishes in one hand, the other hand shoved in his pants pocket. Isabella thought he had been switched. All the apprentices gathered in the arena. Today they would practice magic in a one-on-one duel. The students sat in the stands. The teacher said that only 1st-level magic would be practiced. David sat back and thought, well, finally. He looked around and saw Isabella sitting next to Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body. It made him angry. He sat there staring at them. He was angry because they were sitting there talking. Why is Isabella sitting with that bastard? Sitting on the podium next to Lucas, she asked him about the conflict they had with David. He sat there silent. The professor raised her index finger and said, "About if you are injured in battle, all responsibility is on you, so keep that in mind." Looking at the professor's girlfriend, who was simply beautiful, Lucas opened his mouth in amazement, and Isabella looked at him with surprised eyes. She looked at him and asked him who he was talking about. "Are you talking about Professor J.N.?" He sat there mesmerized. He couldn't take his eyes off of the professor. She's gorgeous. He didn't even hear what Isabella was asking. Holding his chin with his hand and closing his eyes, Lucas was daydreaming. Isabella jumped up, saying he was crazy to say such things about the professor. He smiled and said that the professor was really beautiful. Isabella was shaking with anger. Looking at Professor Jie Ying and then at Isabel, he said that she should also learn this thing called perfect female beauty. He kept his eyes on J.N. and drooled, and Isabel told him that he was attracted to older women. The first fight was David versus Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, and the professor announced the start of the fight. He stood staring at the red-headed David, but his mind was on something else. He stood staring at Lucas in Frey's body with angry eyes, waiting for him to punch him in the face. Taking a step forward, one would have thought Lucas was heading towards David, but he wasn't. Turning to him, David said, "How are you feeling? I thought you were dead." He said he'd waited so long last night that he couldn't even sleep. But Lucas walked past David, his hands in his pants pockets. He stood there with his mouth open and stunned. He didn't understand why Lucas walked past him and didn't answer him. When he looked back, he saw Lucas walking straight towards the professor, a look of bewilderment on his face. The students opened their mouths and clutched their heads. They did not expect such a turn of events. Approaching the professor, J.N. bent her and said that he had been asleep for so long, and now it was clear to him why he had awakened. It's for her sake. He looked at the professor with wide open eyes and smiled and told her not to worry. Isabella stared at what was happening, thinking to herself, what is he talking about? Is he out of his mind? He looked into the eyes of the professor, who opened her mouth in surprise and told her that she would like to share a meal with him tonight. Professor J.N. started to push him away and told him to go back to his seat. What was he doing? The students all clutched their heads at what they saw, and Lucas went on to say that if he won the fight, She would share a meal with him. But he looked at her with his piercing gaze and heard the laughter behind David's back, who told him not to make people laugh by saying that he would win. The students laughed, saying, "David has 3 stars and you have 1. Don't be ridiculous, how can you win?" The professor covered one eye and ran her hand through her hair and said if he won, she'd buy him dinner. He turned to her and smiled and told her that she had made a promise and that she had to keep her word. He turned around and went to the middle of the arena where David was waiting for him. The professor was shocked by the situation. When he stepped away from her, her face was covered with a blush and she exhaled with relief. He looked back and looked at her over his shoulder. His inner voice was telling him, "What are you doing? Get a grip." Walking and holding his head, he told himself that he can't have his heart fluttering for this young guy. Standing and looking at everything that was going on, David told Frey that he was just crazy. Lucas's eyes were blurred by the beauty of Professor J.In. Standing and looking at everything going on, J.In told him that he didn't know he liked it. Then he asked her to cancel the fight. Lucas was surprised and said, "Why cancel the fight?" David's eyes were bloodshot. He hated Frey so much he was ready to kill him right there. He told him, "You got enough sleep last night. You still realize the situation you're in." He smiled and told him that first he'd rip out his vocal cords. Then he'd shatter his bones so he couldn't scream or fight back. It'd be fun. He held his index finger out in front of him and told him to remember this day is the last day you walk on your own 2 feet. Looking at that asshole David, who was trying to intimidate him with all his might, Lucas smirked. Then he said that it was impossible to inflict such injuries with the first star magic. Standing against David, who was shouting that he would cripple him and not leave him alive, Lucas was unperturbed. The professor stretched her arm forward and shouted that it was time to start the fight. David stood in the arena. Lucas stood opposite him. The professor stood nearby. The students from the stands were chanting. David grinned and looked at Lucas, who looked at him silently and used stone fury. After these words, the earth began to split into pieces, as if some kind of earthquake had started. The stones swirled around David. He flew up, and a huge boulder was hanging over his head. He controlled it with his hand. The students opened their mouths and started shouting that he was using rock rage. Another one of David's red-headed friends folded his arms across his chest and looked at him calmly from the podium. Isabella's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it, that David would use stone fury. She ran up to the professor and said, "Didn't she say that only level 1 magic could be used?" She turned her casual gaze to Isabella, who was all nervous, and said in a calm voice that he wasn't breaking any rules. Isabella didn't understand anything. The professor had said something else before. She was in complete shock from hearing the words that the professor said to her. She began to scream that how it could be that he did not break the rules. She did not understand how it was possible to use magic of the first level. Looking at Lucas with a smirk, he said that this technique is only passed down within his family. "It's our family's secret technique, clearly," he said, and kept holding a huge sharp boulder in the air. "And although it's powerful, if you do the right thing, it can be used by a first-level mage," and he pointed his stone straight at Lucas, but no one knew about it. He was hovering overhead, holding the stone above his head. Lucas stood below and calmly said that the secret technique is just like a family symbol, and you're using it to mock a man, right? Lucas asked in David's calm voice. He smiled his snide smile. He stretched his arms forward and started to point the stone in the direction where Lucas was standing. David asked Lucas, "What are you afraid of?" He laughed and looked gloatingly at Lucas. He stood there with a nonchalant look, not a single muscle on his face even twitching. He looked at David and said he wasn't really scared. Lucas thought about that ginger idiot, thinking I was shaking with fear. It wasn't, and he raised his hand and said, "Rocket magic." A white round ball formed in his hand. He was completely calm. How could he, a great magician, be afraid of some brat who thinks he's not God? The students who were sitting on the podium opened their mouths and even got up from their seats to see what Frey, or rather Lucas and Frey's body, had decided to do. They were watching everything that was going on. Isabella's mouth was open in amazement. She didn't expect Frey to do this. Who would have thought it? He was such a bad student, but something had happened to him. It was as if someone had replaced him. Standing in the arena, Lucas was controlling a round ball. He looked at it and thought to himself, "What a good thing, the color is so bright." The students in the stands began to whisper, not knowing what it was. Laughing at the top of his voice, David couldn't stop. He said, "A magic rocket, you say?" and continued laughing, bending in half, and couldn't stop. Hovering in the air above Lucas, and said that he wanted to stop the stone fury with this? "Yeah, this magic is so simple that even someone like Frey can use it," David continued to laugh. Clenching his hand right in front of that circle, Lucas prepared to give him a crushing and powerful blow. Lucas wanted to show that asshole that he was nothing at all. He wanted to teach David a lesson for his arrogance. He unclenched his fist and used his fingers to point the ball in the direction where the arrogant David stood. Lucas thought to himself, "Now we will see who is who. You will answer for your vile behavior and for your mockery." The ball with lightning speed flew straight at David and knocked him down. The blow was so powerful and strong that David could not stand on his feet. From the blow to his torso, he did not even have time to realize how fast it all happened. He started screaming. The blow was so strong that he flew the other way before he could even hit Lucas back. His mouth was drooling. He was screaming at the top of his voice. Lucas was happy. He had finally taught this guy a lesson. He flew from the blow straight through the air. His face was contorted in a grimace. He was in pain. He didn't expect such a blow from Frey, who was actually Lucas in Frey's body. Of course, no one knew about it. The blow came directly to his chest. Lucas hit his opponent, and David continued to fly at a great distance, as the force and power of the blow was simply unimaginable. Never before, and none of the students have never seen such a thing. When he landed on the ground, David was lying on his back. His teeth were clenched. His mouth was drooling. His eyes were colorless. He was shaking. The sight was not for the faint of heart. He was lying there and did not move. He could not recover. All the students who were sitting on the stands jumped to their feet and were in complete shock at what they saw. They opened their mouths. They could not believe that Frey had defeated David in the fight. How was it possible? The professor stood also very surprised. She put her hand to her lips and looked at it all. She too could not believe that Frey had managed to defeat David. It amazed and amazed her. An unexpected turn of events, she thought. He stood and looked at David lying there. Not a muscle in his face twitching in pain. He stood and stared at him. He was glad that he had been able to teach this insolent man a lesson. He was lying on the ground, not looking like himself. His face was covered in abrasions. Tears were streaming from his eyes, snot from his nose, drool from his mouth. He was writhing in pain with a black mark on his neck from the hit. He looked very pitiful. He thought about the fact that he had lost his voice and could not say a single word. Tears were flowing from his eyes. Snot was coming out of his nose. The whole sight was very unpleasant. He was lying there and could not move. Raising his hands up, David thought to himself that it was very noisy. There were stones all around him. Lucas was standing opposite him. The dazed students were standing aside. Everyone was in complete shock, but not Lucas. He was calm. On the podium were 4 students who were also watching the fight and saw everything that Frey did, or rather Lucas, in Frey's body. One of them was standing. The other blonde was sitting and holding a stone. They were interested in Frey. The 4th-year academy student who was standing next to the sitting blonde said about practicing combat using C-grade magic. It was a very interesting sight. This Frey wasn't as simple as it might seem at first glance. One of the students stood up from the podium and looked at the stone he was holding in his hand. He stood there and thought about how this Frey was not so simple. You've got to give that red-haired guy such a beating. Bending over David, who was lying on the ground, and telling him to be shy about using a secret technique for something like this, he was tarnishing his family's reputation. "Asshole," Lucas told him, and he made noises in response. He was lying on the ground, not looking like himself. His face was all abrasion. Tears were streaming from his eyes, snot from his nose, drool from his mouth. He was writhing in pain. There was a black mark on his neck from the hit. He looked very pitiful. Looking at David smiling, Lucas said something to him after the vocal cords and continued smiling at the pathetic David, who was covered in snot and tears. His face was all scratched up. Then he summoned the orb he controlled with his hand again and smilingly told David that he had said that after the vocal cords, something would happen to his limbs, and there was talk of shattered bones. He was terrified, and his eyes were full of tears and fear. He was afraid that Lucas was going to throw that magic ball at him again, and then he would be dead. He was lying there, shaking in panic. He was looking at Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, who was playfully controlling the magic ball. He told Lucas that he was wrong, and he was sorry, and asked him to forgive him. He looked at Lucas with eyes full of tears and fear, and realized that he almost couldn't speak. Maybe Lucas didn't hear him. Why he had taken up the magic ball again. I don't think he's going to throw it at him. And he didn't even think about throwing the magic ball at David. He didn't even think about feeling sorry for him. David deserved to be treated like that, and Lucas didn't feel sorry for him at all. He had to take responsibility for his actions. The blow came right next to David's body. He screamed out loudly in fear. Tears came out of his eyes. His mouth drooled, his face contorted with fear. He opened his mouth wide and began to scream in fear as much as he could. His ligaments were not developed, and it seemed that he just opened his mouth wide. Tears flowed. Snot also, a disgusting sight. Sitting on the ground, he stretched his arm forward in front of Lucas, trying to stop him. One of his legs was twisted and broken. He looked horrible, pathetic, trying to stop him from hurting him more. Lucas asked him what was wrong with him. He had chosen this scenario. "Don't you like it?" he asked David. Covering her mouth with her hand, Isabella rounded her eyes in horror. She couldn't believe that Frey could do such a thing. She could barely contain herself from screaming. She wanted the fight to be over quickly. David was lying on the ground with one hand on his arm and the other hand showing Lucas to stop and not to hurt him anymore, as he was already beaten up and had a broken leg. Isabella approached the professor and started to tell her that the winner had already been decided. "Please stop the fight," she shouted. The professor replied that he had not yet answered that he was surrendering, so the fight was not over. She tried to object to the professor that David had lost his voice and could not say anything. That's why he did not say anything. The professor interrupted her and made her understand that she should shut up and go to her seat. The professor looked with one eye at the nervous Isabella, but did not answer her. She continued to look at Lucas and David. She was waiting for the end of the fight. She was not going to stop the fight. Then she added that she had said at the beginning of the fight that the opponents should fight as if it were a real fight and there was no other way to do it. That the path of a master of magic is a path that cannot be traveled, relying on hiccups in a dangerous situation. She stood with her hands on her waist and kept her gaze fixed on the arena where David had just been defeated. Surprised, Isabella looked at her with her big brown eyes. She could not understand the situation and why the professor was talking like that. She was calm and did not express any emotion at all, unlike her. She had her eyes down. She was sad and could not understand anything. She wanted everything to be over as soon as possible. She was very worried when she was watching this fight between David and Frey. Looking at David, who continued to lie there, writhing in pain, Lucas's eyes were shining. He was angry, but at the same time he enjoyed watching the asshole suffer. He lay face down on the ground, which was turned toward Frey, tears rolling from his eyes and drooling from his mouth. Lucas told him that he was so pleased when he bullied him, but I don't think he likes being a victim. Then he shoved his hands in his pants pockets and talked about how the world is getting worse because of people like you who call themselves magicians. But they're really nothing. You're a total jerk. He looked at David lying on the ground with an angry and serious face and told him that it would be better if people like you stopped practicing magic altogether. It would be better for everyone. He hoped that he would take his advice seriously. He took a step forward to David, who tensed up. He was afraid that he might hurt him some more and he wouldn't be able to bear it because his whole body was aching and whimpering with unbearable pain. He walked over and leaned towards him. David raised his hand and started to cover his face. Lucas told him he was a jerk. It was a joke. Was it any wonder he thought of Lucas smashing his bones? Then he turned around and put his hands in his pockets and walked away from David, telling him that, "You know what? I'm being kind. You look so pathetic. I think your legs will be enough for you," Lucas said to David and slowly started to walk away. He was lying on the ground. His face was covered with wounds and abrasions. He was in snot and tears. He looked back to see if Lucas had left. His body was aching and sore. His leg was broken. He prayed that it would all be over quickly. He was exhausted and his whole body was aching. His bones ached. His face was covered in wounds, cuts, and abrasions. His voice still hadn't come back to him. He looked back to see if Lucas had left. He felt really bad. Lucas looked over his shoulder at him with a piercing look. There was no sympathy in his eyes. He hated people like David, the ones who bullied people for no reason, the ones who said mean things. He grabbed his leg. His eyes bulged with fright. He could feel only one leg. But what happened to the other leg? Panic gripped him. Pain gripped him. Pain restrained his movements. He groaned, lying on the ground. His face was in a terrible state. Snot was coming out of his nose. One of his legs was twisted backwards. His kneecap was shattered. He couldn't move, let alone get up. Turning to David and smiling broadly, Lucas had a glowing magic rocket in his hands. He looked at David, who was lying miserably, but it seemed to him that he had gotten very little and needed more. Lucas came to David, who was lying there shaking with fear and was very frightened and did not know what to do. Meanwhile, Lucas pointed the magic rocket directly at David, who looked at him with horror in his eyes. He tried to scream with all his might, but he couldn't because his ligaments were damaged. Tears were pouring from his eyes. His face was distorted in a grimace of horror. If he could, he would have run away. But unfortunately, he couldn't and lay immobilized. Two fourth-year students stood on the podium and talked among themselves. One of them said that it seems that this guy is from the first year. Who is he? The other one said he was pretty good for a freshman. One of the fourth-year cadets was a tall, blue-eyed blonde. He had a confident look in his eyes and seemed superior to the guy next to him. He was looking at Frey intently, or rather it was Lucas in Frey's body. The two of them stood and looked at him. He seemed strong enough for a freshman, but they didn't know his name, so the blonde with blue eyes instructed the other guy to find out his name and all possible information about him. The two fourth-year students moved towards the academy building. They couldn't wait to find out the name of the guy who had so cleverly dealt with their classmate. They had a very interesting offer for him. The cadets crowded on the academy grounds and discussed the fight between David and Frey. Some of them said that Frey had defeated David in a duel. Others stood there not believing their ears. Conversations continued between the cadets. One of the cadets said that their classmates had personally seen the fight. David's leg was broken and that's why he was sent home. Another guy said that he wondered how he would become a wizard now. David and Frey's classmates were sitting in the classroom and talking among themselves. One of them said that David deserved it because he was a very nasty guy. Now the atmosphere in the academy is much more pleasant after David was sent home. The students continued to discuss the fight, and one said, well, how did that idiot manage to beat him? How did it all happen? And what was really there? Another guy said, look, here he comes. Keep your voice down or he'll hear. Walking through the academy with his head held high, Lucas stuck his hands in his pants pockets. All the cadets turned around and looked at him with open mouths. One of them even whispered, maybe he made a deal with the devil. Suddenly, one of the fourth-year guys who had been watching the fight came up to him and asked him if he was Frey Blake. Lucas then asked him about who he was. He wondered why this fourth-year guy came up to him, what he wanted from him, freshman Frey Blake, very curious. He stared at the fourth-year guy and waited for an answer. The guy who approached Lucas told him that he was a fourth-year student, and his name was Dauman Milost. He stood and scrutinized him. Dauman stood and smiled. Lucas tried to figure out what he wanted from him, putting his hands in his pockets and said, fourth-year guy, and so you're a Sunbay. Dauman asked him, so you're Frey Blake, the guy who beat David in last night's fight? We watched your fight. He told him to join the Trauman fraternity. Lucas looked at him with surprised eyes. A fraternity, Lucas thought to himself. A fraternity named after me, that's something interesting. He looked at Dauman in surprise and asked what the name of the fraternity was, he thought to himself. Very interesting. What they do in that fraternity. They named it after him. Funny, of course. He put his hand to his face and said, yes, since you are a student at our academy, you must have heard of this fraternity. It's called the Truman Fraternity. Everyone knows about it, everyone in our academy. Then he continued to talk about the fraternity. He said that it is a group of students that represents West Road Academy. You must have heard a lot about our fraternity Truman, since it is known by all the students of the academy. And raising his hand to his face, he showed Lucas the name ring of the fraternity. He said that not everyone gets such a chance to join the fraternity. It falls only to the chosen ones who are elected by the fraternity itself. Showing his hand with the ring to Lucas, he said that it was a runic ring confirming the membership of the Brotherhood. Isn't it cool? Said Dauman and smiled. He kept showing him the ring from all sides. Lucas thought about what it was called when you use someone else's name, and he said, if you have this ring after you've had it, after you've had this ring, 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 after you've had this ring. If you have this ring, after graduation, you can do whatever you want. In short, you don't have to worry about food. Lucas covered his face with his hand. He remembered that he had no family now. He kept on saying that it's not all. Truman is in charge of the Brotherhood, but don't fall down, he is in charge. Now you will be shocked when you find out who is in charge of the Brotherhood. Lucas turned the other way. Holding his head, Lucas told him that he refused. Dauman was shocked, he said. What are you talking about? It's the same Brotherhood. How could you have decided to give it up without thinking? Suddenly there was a voice behind Dauman's back telling him to stop persuading. He wasn't the type to be enticed by it. So, shut up and don't beg him anymore, you understand me, said the blue-eyed blonde. He turned and greeted Mr. Pierre Jun. When Lucas heard his name, he looked over his shoulder. For some reason, the name seemed familiar to him. He stared at the tall, blue-eyed blonde. Dauman bowed. Pierre stood and stared at Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body. He didn't say anything. He just looked at him with his blue eyes. Lucas turned around and got a better look at him. He couldn't understand why his face and name were familiar to him. Maybe Frey knew him, and that's why his body reacted to this man. Lucas didn't understand it. Pierre told him that this was the first time we were seeing each other. He said that he was the head of the fraternity. Turning to them, Lucas listened attentively to their apology and their suggestion to think and join their fraternity, as they would be very happy to have him join their ranks. The head of the Brotherhood stood looking at Lucas with his blue eyes and did not avert his gaze. He waited for him to respond to his words, silently standing and waiting for his reaction and hoping for a positive answer. Standing opposite them, his hands were shoved in his pants pockets. His face expressed absolute disinterest. He didn't even try to hide it in any way. He was not interested in anything Pierre and Domon were saying. He looked at Pierre. He was very young, but he was very confident. He thought he was very clever, very strong. That's why he was probably the leader of the Trauman Brotherhood. They all respected him and even bowed down to him. He thought about the fact that Pierre was very confident despite his young age, and despite his age, he had a very good level. Lucas continued to stare at him in silence. Then he waved his hand and said that he did not want to join any fraternity, what he could become there. He had no desire. He wasn't even planning on joining anything. Then he turned around and went the other way, and with his hand up, he told them that he would not charge them anything. So he suggested that they live together. Duman was seething with anger. He said he was insolent. Duman was seething with anger. He lamented how dare this guy. He clenched his hands into fists. He was shaking all over. Pierre just silently raised his hand, signaling to Doman to shut his mouth and calm down. Pierre turned his head towards Doman and flashed his blue eyes at him, letting him know to come to his senses and stop his incomprehensible behavior here. Pierre was extremely restrained, and not a muscle in his face flinched. Clutching his head, he began to apologize to Pierre for his intemperate behavior. But Lucas's attitude just pissed him off. He couldn't even hold back. He just resented his insolent behavior. He stood silently watching Lucas walk away from them. There was no emotion on his face. He just stood there looking at him, absolutely silent with a stone face. He understood everything and just kept silent. The restaurant, a beautiful place, it is made like a small palace. At the entrance, there are tables. Near the restaurant, there are couples, men dressed in beautiful suits, ladies in hats and evening dresses, very beautiful and romantic atmosphere. The table in the restaurant is bursting with food. White wine is poured in glasses. Various dishes are on the table. There is meat with side dishes, various vegetables. The professor fulfilled her promise and invited Lucas to dinner at the restaurant. The professor sat at the table, leaned her hand on her chin and looked at Lucas. She said that since she had promised, she had invited him to go to the restaurant tonight and treat him to dinner. She looked and smiled. He was sitting at the table. In his hand, he was holding a fork with a big piece of meat on it. He turned his head to Isabella, who was sitting next to him eating. He said he told her to leave. He told her to put the fork down and not to put the food in her mouth. She looked down at her plate and shoved a mouthful of food in her mouth and chewed it. Lucas was shaking with anger. He wanted to eat with the professor, and she was here. Isabella said not to pay any attention to her because that wasn't why she came. Lucas and Isabella sat at the round table in the restaurant. Lucas told her to get out of here. She should realize the situation she was in, but she didn't pay any attention to his words. Professor J.N. was sitting pensive at the table. She put her hand on the table and put her hand under her chin and said thoughtfully that she couldn't find any information related to that battle. I thought it was very strange. Lucas looked at her with a mouthful of food. Then Isabella said that if he didn't tell her anything, she should follow him until he told her everything in detail. She asked Isabel, "You are talking about the battle. Are you talking about Kasanji's way of training?" She asked her. She was curious. She wanted to know the information. She looked at the professor with a surprised look on her face. She asked her if she knew about Kasanji's training too. And with a questioning face, she waited for an answer without taking her eyes off of J.N. She closed her eyes and put her wine glass to her mouth and said that she had heard about it a little bit at a scientific conference of magicians. Of course, I would like to know much more about it, but unfortunately, I did not get the opportunity. She said that she had been in various libraries, very much looking for any information, reviewed hundreds of books, but nothing she could not find, no matter how much she wanted to. Unfortunately, there is no information. Then J.N. flirtatiously put her hand to her lips and said that you're talking about what Frey knows about it. And if it's not just some kind of bragging, she would also love to hear his story about Kasanji's training. They looked at Lucas, who sat there nonchalantly, drinking from his glass as if he wasn't listening to the conversation between them and wasn't interested in it at all. Then he got up from the table and slowly walked over to Professor J-In and stood behind her back and put his hands on her shoulders. Slowly lowered himself to the level of her ear and whispered that he could tell her something more interesting. He leaned over to her and whispered in her ear that their conversation could continue after dinner in her room. From these words, she blushed so much that she was so embarrassed that she couldn't even answer him. He gently took her head and ran his hand through her hair. Professor J-Ying sat all red and could not understand what was happening to her. This is her student, who is younger than her by 20 years. She did not understand what was happening to her. Then he lowered himself to her lips. There was some fog in the professor's head. She had a feeling that her head and her heart were working completely differently. She sighed languidly and was ready to kiss him. Suddenly, their idyll was interrupted by a heavy pounding on the table. Their mouths opened in surprise, and they were even frightened. It was Isabella who was watching the whole scene, and she obviously did not like what was happening. She pounded her fists on the table and shouted that how he could do this to the teacher. Professor J-In blushed and embarrassed. And Lucas told Isabel that she should have left a long time ago. It was late evening outside. The stars were shining in the sky, and there was a bright full moon, which shone and lit up all the streets, which were quiet and peaceful. Such beauty can be admired endlessly. Silence, beauty, and peace. He stood on the pier with his hands on the railing and looked into the distance. He stood pensive. The river was flowing below. A lantern was shining on the side. The weather was just marvelous, quiet and calm late evening. Leaning on the railing, he looked at the river. His look was sad and very thoughtful. He could stand for a long time in such a state, because this world and many people in this world disappointed him a lot. He was thinking that it was strange if demigods ruled this world now, thinking that we were an eyesore for them. I thought that traces of us and memories had completely disappeared, but he was wrong. Everything was completely different. Standing on the dock, he looked at the water and pondered. Even after 4,000 years, the information about Kasajin, Shuhei, Aris, and I, all of us, remained the same. Lucas stared thoughtfully into the distance, wondering how he should proceed tomorrow. Supporting his chin with his hand, he continued to stand alone and ponder. He thought about the fact that maybe there was someone fighting in our name right now. He had a lot to figure out. He had to figure it all out. When Isabella left the restaurant, she found him standing on the pier looking at the water. He was pensive and paid absolutely no attention to her. She silently stood behind him and watched him. Then he noticed her and turned his head in her direction. Isabel blushed from embarrassment and stood silently looking at him with her big brown eyes. She did not know what to say or what to ask him, as Lucas was very thoughtful. It was already late evening outside. There were stars in the sky, and there was a lantern that was burning and illuminating the dark street. Lucas turned to Isabel and told her that he wanted to ask her something. She stood silent and waited for his question. He asked her who was the strongest in this academy. She dulled her big brown eyes and replied, "Who is the strongest in the academy?" "You talk like you're some kindergartner," she answered Lucas. He turned to Isabel with a sad face and raised his index finger up and said that it doesn't matter. "So who is the strongest of the cadets and teachers? Answer me, who is the strongest of them?" Lucas didn't stop. She closed her eyes and said that he still had not answered her question, which she asked him. But he was asking questions and waiting for them to answer him. It was not fair. She also wanted to get an answer to her question. He turned to face Isabel and leaned on the railing and said that if she answered his question, he would tell her everything. She didn't know what to do with herself. She asked if it was true that he would tell her everything. She clenched her fists and squeezed her eyes shut, a blush covering her face. She was jumping for joy to know that he would tell her everything. Lucas looked at her and he was surprised that she was as excited as a little kid about what he'd promised her. She leaned next to him and started talking about how the strongest among the students was Pierre June, among the teachers Professor Dio Polsman and Professor Adelia. But still, the strongest is my aunt. Lucas asked in surprise, "Your aunt?" He looked at Isabel in surprise. It turns out her aunt is the principal of West Road Academy. Her name is Cyrus Tristane. Lucas stood with a pensive face. Very interesting, he thought to himself. Isabel hadn't mentioned it before. As they left the restaurant, Professor J-In walked over to them and folded her arms across her chest. She could hear what they were talking about. She was interested in their conversation and immediately decided that she should join the discussion. She started talking about how she was a 6-star mage that everyone in the kingdom called Eternal Ice. It was Professor J-In who was talking about the academy's headmaster, Cerise Trizan, who was Isabel's aunt. Standing and listening attentively to the professor, he said aloud, "Wow, 6 stars." Isabel stood smiling. She was proud that it was her aunt, and she was so strong, and she was also the academy director. The three of them stood talking. Lucas said that theoretically mages could reach 9 stars. Professor J.N. said that the last person who reached that level lived 3,000 years ago. Professor J. Ying said that there are many speculations whether it is true or not, so 9 stars is the limit for a mage. But even mages with 8 stars are not more than 10 in the whole world. So 9 stars can be considered a legend. He turned back and looked at the academy, which was covered from above by a large dome that protected it. Lucas stood and thought about everything Isabella and Professor J.N. had told him. He pondered, looking at the dome that was over the academy. Looking at the academy, he asked about the magic that protects the academy was also created by the principal. Lucas looked at Professor J.N. and waited to see what she would tell him about all this and what she would tell him. Professor J.N. told him that she wasn't sure, but it was possible that she had done it. No one knew. The protection had been in place for a long time, and who had put it in place was anyone's guess. He turned back to the academy and looked at the dome that protected him. He thought to himself that it didn't look like 6 stars at all. Lucas thought it was all very strange. He wanted to find out what was going on here. He remembered Pierre, who suggested him to join the Troman Brotherhood. Lucas began to think about all this, and his mind was a mess. He couldn't figure out what was going on, and he needed to do it urgently. The three of them stood in silence. Lucas thought that there might be something wrong here. He could feel that something was wrong. Cirrus Tristane might know something. He thought that he just needed to meet the director of the academy, Cirrus Tristane, part-time Aunt Isabel. He called her. She asked him what he wanted to know from her. But Lucas abruptly stopped talking. He started thinking. He looked at Isabel. He thought that it was probably a bad idea to ask her to organize a meeting with the headmaster of Cirrus Tristane Academy. He didn't want to involve Isabel in everything. There would be too many questions. He stood next to Isabel and thought to himself that while I don't know how things are going with the demigod, I shouldn't drag an ignorant person into this. Depending on the situation, I may have to fight with the principal. He leaned on the railing and said that he might have to upgrade to 7 stars. Behind him was Isabella and Professor J.N., who looked at him questioningly. 7 stars? Isabella asked in surprise. The professor laughed and said that to reach 7 stars, it would take 20 years, at least 10 years. What are you talking about? It is simply impossible to do in such a period of time. It is a long training. Staring at the water and a little silent, he answered Jay, in that if you try hard enough, it can be achieved during the vacation period in the academy. She asked him in surprise, "What are you saying? Are you out of your mind?" Then she closed her eyes and said with a smile that someday your dreams could come true. As they say, it's not wrong to dream, it's wrong not to dream, she said to Lucas with a smirk. He turned around and looked at her with his languid gaze, and he didn't take his eyes off of her but stared at her and was silent. Then he suddenly went straight to Professor J.N. He came up behind her. He put his arm around her waist. He leaned towards her and said that you think I only have big dreams. But what about my great love? Do you want to check it out, Professor J? And blushed and thought to herself, oh my God, he is my student. As always, their idyll was interrupted by Isabella, who continued to stand nearby, and at the sight of all these actions loudly began to cough into her fist, making it clear that they are not alone and behave extremely ugly and indecent towards her. Looking at them, Isabella raised her index finger up and said that he had better be careful, or she would tell her aunt, who is the director of the academy, about everything he was doing with the teacher in front of her eyes, without shame. After Isabella's words, he became sad and lowered his eyes. He thought about why she was always following him and preventing him from talking to Professor J.N. He couldn't understand what she wanted from him, following him around like a tail everywhere. He turned his back to Isabel and told her that that was why he didn't like the little ones. She was angry at his words. How dare he call her a little girl? He doesn't know what he's saying anymore. Professor J.N. supported Lucas in calling her a baby. Isabella was furious. How could it be possible that the professor supported him when he called her a baby? She clenched her fists. He stood alone, leaning on the railing and looking at the water. Isabella stood next to Professor J.N. and said, "What do you mean?" agreeing with him. T.A. in a calm tone said it was nothing like that. It's a beautiful night. The lights are on in the houses. The pier is water. The lantern is lit. There's practically no one on the street anymore. Only Lucas, Isabella, and Professor J.N. are standing. It's quiet and peaceful. The sky is in the stars. The lanterns are shining, illuminating the pier and the water. He stood looking at the water, leaning on the railing. He reflected that he didn't need to rush. He needed to do what he could do right now. He stood and pondered everything. He just needed to think hard. Lucas stood with a pensive face and looked into the distance. The river was flowing below. A lantern was shining on the side. The weather was just marvelous. It was a quiet and peaceful late evening, and he was the only one who was not calm at all, and his mind was spinning. It was already late evening outside. The stars were shining in the sky, and there was a bright full moon which was shining and illuminating all the streets, which were quiet and peaceful. Such beauty can be admired endlessly. Silence, beauty, and peace. Legs with crutches, one leg in plaster. It was David who came to the academy. After the fight with Lucas, he had a broken leg and was at home recovering. He could hardly walk on his crutches. All around, the students looked at him. The students stood with their mouths open and looked at David, who was walking on crutches. He was very angry and was cursing at Frey, or rather Lucas, and Frey's body. He was saying that Frey was a scumbag and how dare he attack him. Walking on crutches, David yelled at the whole academy that he didn't know what he had done, but he couldn't lose to that bastard. He said he would kill him. His face contorted with rage. He could barely contain his anger. He was looking for Frey. He rushed into the classroom. All the students turned to see David on crutches entering the classroom with a furious face. He was heading towards Frey, who was sitting quietly at his desk and not paying attention to anyone around him. As he sat quietly reading a book, he heard a familiar voice in the distance. It was David yelling at him about something he thought he could get away with. He didn't even turn in his direction and continued reading the book. A furious David clenched his teeth and with an angry face approached Lucas and told him that he would do anything to make him regret being born into this world. He would destroy him. His anger was boiling in him. He wanted to take revenge on him. His eyes were glowing with anger. He opened his mouth and yelled at the whole class that he would call all the guys, and then he would be finished. Lucas sat quietly, without giving any sign, and didn't even move towards him, as he didn't care about him. He kept yelling loudly and stopped Lucas from reading the book. Then Lucas, without raising his eyes and without taking his eyes off the book, raised his hand up and with his index finger said, "Magic rocket." And immediately David got hit. He flew to the other side. Without even turning to him, he continued reading the book. He flew to the other side from the blow and fell on the floor. His crutches flew in different directions and broke. All the students turned to him and looked at him with open mouths. 3 students with a frightened look approached David lying on the floor with a cast on his leg and looked at him with rounded eyes, trying to see if he was all right, if he was alive or not after such a blow. He was lying on the floor. His mouth was open. Drool was coming out of his eyes. Tears were rolling from his eyes. He had received another blow. He did not even expect that he would receive such a crushing blow with a magic missile again. He was lying there and could not come to his senses. Looking at him, you could think that he was not himself. His mouth was drooling, his eyes were not clear at all, and the bridge of his nose was broken. Cadet David went home again. That's what happens when you get the wrong guy. The class started, and Professor Kevin came in and announced that David would not be there. He went home and would be getting his nose bridge fixed. Everyone in the class listened silently to Professor Kevin, who went on to say that David had broken his nose bridge. Lucas walked down the corridor of the academy with his hands in his pockets. He was pensive and thought about David's words, who said that he would call his boys and they would show him. He thought about what those kids could do to him. He thought to himself that no, he didn't expect much from these boys, but they must have some level. This is a prestigious institution, the elite West Road Academy. Shouldn't they have some skill? He thought about the fact that in order to use as much mana in Frey's body as possible, he needed to train as much as possible. He couldn't increase his mana any other way, only through constant training. He was walking down the corridor of the academy when he suddenly heard a voice behind him saying, "Hey, you gray-haired man, stop. You're the one who turned David into a rag," the unfamiliar voice said to him, and he stopped. He turned to the man who was talking to him and looked at him silently. He stood with his hands in his pants pockets and told Lucas to come out with him. He looked at the guy questioningly, not understanding what he wanted him to do. He turned and looked at the guy he was talking to. The guy was not small in height and size with brown eyes. He told him that they say you are good at magic. The guy led him to a basement and there were a bunch of other students there. Lucas stood and watched with his hands in his pockets. He wasn't even worried about it, and he didn't even care about the number of students in the basement. Everyone stood there and grinned at Lucas, and the guy who brought him to the basement said, "Don't you know who you're talking to? My name is Alex Drimid." Lucas stood there staring at him in silence. He didn't even know him. The seniors sat and looked at Lucas with a dismissive smile as they watched Alex try to get him to talk. Alex said about being his much-revered sunbae. Don't you know about that? Alex asked him. He stood in front of Lucas. He was tall and big. Lucas reached his shoulder. He put his hand forward with his index finger and poked at him. Told him that people like him pissed him off. He shouted at Lucas with a furious face and told him what he had done to his brother David. Whom I am your esteemed sunbae, you pikey pig, Alex shouted angrily, looking at Lucas. He stood with a nonchalant face and listened to Alex's utterances. Then he went on talking about David's broken leg and bridge of his nose. And how are you going to be responsible for that? He stood there with an indifferent face and didn't even move. He was standing in front of Alex. Then he turned around and saw that behind him there were some other high school students. Lucas turned to Alex with a question. Is he going to scare him? Lucas said very interestingly, turning back. The one with the angry face raised his hand up to hit Lucas and asked him how dare he talk to Sunbae on your tongue. Lucas looked at him and not a single muscle on his face twitched. He was thinking about what he wanted, twisted his face and said, oh, those little guys, how they pissed him off. Lucas thought to himself that he was sick of these little squabbles. He had other goals in mind, and he didn't want to deal with these youngsters at all. Alex clenched his teeth and told him that he thought too much of himself. If he had defeated David, who did he think he was? He had lost his fear. It's been a long time since you've gotten one. Lucas opened his mouth wide and yawned defiantly, and Alex continued to tell him that he knew who he was. He was a man who had risen to 1/16th in the last magic contest. Do you know what that means? He turned his disgruntled face to the other side. He was tired of Alex's chatter. He was tired of listening to him. But he didn't stop and said that prepare for your funeral today. He stood across from Alex and looked around at the crowd of high school students gathered around them. He said about bringing a freshman into a crowd like that, and now you're standing there bragging about it? He looked at Lucas and said, don't be afraid. They just came to watch and they're not going to attack him at all. So he can be calm about it. Looking angrily at Lucas, he told him that he wouldn't need a crowd to deal with a jerk like you, Alex said angrily. He stood listening to him without trying to object. After Alex's words, he put his hand forward and used a magic missile. He went flying to the opposite side. Everyone who was in the room did not expect such a powerful blow. They all froze and opened their mouths. He made another reception of the magic rocket, and all those who were standing nearby flew to the opposite side of the cube. They did not expect such a turn of events and did not think that such a thing could happen. They were all in shock. All those who stood a little farther away and who were not touched by the magic wave of the rocket looked at Lucas with open mouths. Their faces became angry. They didn't think that he could overpower Alex in seconds. No one even had time to react. Alex and a few other guys were lying there unconscious. They didn't even move. The other high school students started calling for Alex, but he didn't react. He just lay still, with some other guy lying on top of him. Everyone around him started to get indignant and tell Lucas that he was a coward. How could he let him hit a man who was just talking? You can't hit a man who is just talking or turning, the crowd of angry kids shouted. He stood and looked at the crowd of seniors. They had sticks in their hands, Lucas said, apologizing. He was just amused at what he was doing with little kids like them. The crowd erupted in outrage. Who are you calling little kids? The guys grabbed sticks and started telling Lucas that he was an asshole, that he didn't watch his words, that he didn't even try to pick up words. They stood there with angry faces and looked at Lucas, ready to tear him to pieces. One of the guys with the angry face bared his teeth and started yelling at Lucas that he was the eldest son of the Galad family and his name was Golkorex. He kept yelling at Lucas point blank. Lucas didn't even move. Then the second guy in the cap yelled. He said that he was the second son of the Pinalak family. His name was Frix. He looked at Lucas with gritted teeth and an angry face. Lucas stood silently and listened without even moving. Then Lucas's patience broke, and he screamed at the top of his voice like a magic missile. And once again there was a tremendous impact that blew them all apart. They all went tumbling in different directions. The sticks that Frix and Golkorex were holding shattered into tiny splinters, and the two of them tumbled a few meters away from Lucas, who continued to stand in his place. One of the seniors shouted, "Catch him," and everyone who was standing lunged forward at Lucas. Their faces were furious. They wanted to avenge him for all the people he had hurt and injured. Lucas was not afraid of them at all. The whole crowd of angry seniors ran straight at Lucas. He meanwhile stood still and didn't even take a step back. The only thing he said was magic missile and repeated those words more than once. Powerful blow. He was sitting on top of two high school kids. He was tired of dealing with these brats. They just didn't realize who they were dealing with. They all thought it was Frey that everyone was picking on. And this was Lucas in Frey's body. He was sad and sighing heavily, thinking about how they were all wimps. And at this rate, he'd sink to their level. What a bore, Lucas thought, and sighed heavily again. He was sick of it. It's morning, the weather is clear outside. The academy, the sun is shining. Soon classes will start, and all the students are in a hurry not to be late. Otherwise, they will get a strict reprimand from the professors, and they can't get a reprimand. It will have a bad effect on their reputation. Being in the classroom and sitting at the desk where the textbooks and notebooks were scattered, putting his head on the desk, he slept soundly and did not hear anything around him. He was very tired, and he did not even have the strength to go home to sleep. He fell asleep in the classroom. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice next to him, which told him what he was doing all this time. If he looked so sleepy and tired, it was Isabel, who was very curious. She stood opposite his desk. He barely lifted his head from the desk and said, yawning, "And it's you." Isabel stood and looked at him, waiting for him to tell her what had happened and why he looked like that. She stood and looked at him. Then she said that she wondered if he knew that because of his frequent use of the magic rocket, the other students had nicknamed him the Rocket of Death, Isabella told a sleepy Lucas. He yawned, opened his mouth, and blushing a little, said that such a nickname made him a little embarrassed. Lucas continued yawning and still could not lift his head from the desk. He really wanted to sleep, but he was not allowed to sleep. She stood across from him, who continued to lie on the desk and flail around, causing his textbooks to fly off the desk. He said that he didn't have a chance to use anything stronger, unfortunately. She looked at him with rounded eyes. Her eyes were surprised. What was he talking about? He didn't know what to talk about in his sleep, Isabel thought to herself. I don't understand him at all. He was so sleepy. He continued to lie face down on the desk, and she blushed and continued to look at him. She thought to herself that he looked very nice and could not even take her eyes off him, and continued to stand and look. Her pondering was interrupted by Lucas's voice asking her why she had come. Isabella was even a little frightened by the unexpected question. She was flying somewhere in the clouds. And then the voice was like thunder. It knocked her out of her rut. He lay on the desk and raised his eyes to Isabel and waited for her answer. Isabel told him about doing everything as he said. Lucas didn't understand what Isabel was talking about, or he didn't remember what they had talked about yesterday. She began to tell Lucas what she knew about troll blood being effective at sealing. Isabella continued to tell Lucas, who continued to lay his head on his desk, unable to lift it. She went on to say that by mixing it in a ratio of 7-3 with magical water, the result is incredible. Lucas looked at her and replied, "And you mean this?" He stretched out sleepily. He lay on his desk with his eyes closed and told Isabella that the blood of a half-troll would be much better because their energy was mixed in a special way. He answered her in a sleepy voice without raising his head. The students were already gathered in the classroom. Some were just coming in, some were already sitting at their desks and preparing for the lesson. He continued to lie on the desk, and she stood opposite him. Lucas said the results would be incredible. She listened to him with wide-open brown eyes. She had even more questions for him that he had to answer. Otherwise, she couldn't stand to be in the dark. He had to tell her and teach her everything. She stood opposite him with her arms folded and watched with her brown eyes. He continued to lie face down on the desk. Isabella turned to him wondering what he would teach her this time. He lay back and wondered what it was he had to teach her. He could not understand what she wanted from him, what he should teach her. He could not think in his sleep. He just wanted to lie there and rest. She kept looking at him with her big brown eyes and waited for him to tell her. She really wanted him to teach her something else. Because he knew so much and was so informative about everything, she was breathless with anticipation. He looked at her questioningly. He thought to himself that since when did he become her teacher? And since when did he have to teach her anything? He looked at Isabella with an uncomprehending look. What kind of teacher am I? He thought about the fact that she was quite capable. If she was trained well, she could reach 7 stars, although with a lot of desire, which she could reach 7 stars. Sitting at his desk, he looked at Isabel and propped his head up with his hand, thinking about what he should tell Isabel. He looked at her and realized that she was a really capable student and always listened attentively to everything he told her. He looked at her, who was standing there waiting in anticipation. He told her that he was going to tell her about the battle today. She didn't even know where to put herself, and she was waiting for this story in great anticipation. She smiled and said that it was true. She would go to train during the vacation. He said that if she followed him, She could see the battle she wanted to know about. It was happiness for her. He hesitated, and with his hand on her chin, he told Isabella that it was a very dangerous journey that could cost you your life, so if you weren't sure. But he didn't have time to finish before she said she was going with him. Looking at her with surprised eyes, he couldn't even think that she would agree to go with him after what he had said. He had deliberately intimidated her in the hope that she would refuse. But she stood there with a serious expression on her face and made it clear that she was not afraid of anything at all and wanted to go on the journey with him. She looked at him with her brown eyes and hoped that he would take her with him. The academy, in the distance you can see houses. A river running through, lots of green plants and high cliffs behind. Isabella couldn't stop talking to Lucas about taking her with him as soon as possible. She really wants to see the training. Morning, she stood dressed in her pants with a huge hiking backpack hanging on her back. She was going on a trip with Lucas and decided to prepare thoroughly. The backpack was almost as tall as she was, but she carried it on her shoulders. He looked at her with amazed eyes. He didn't expect Isabella to bring such a huge backpack, he wondered, Lucas thought, how she was going to travel with it. He hadn't planned to help her. He stood in front of her and said, "You're going camping. Why do you need such a big backpack?" She said that girls need a lot of things. What do you even understand? She objected. Then looked at him and said, holding the heavy backpack on his shoulders, about how it didn't matter where he was going to travel. Isabella was very curious about where she was going with him. She was eager to hear the answer. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes. He started scratching the back of his head and told Isabel that he needed to think about where to travel to. He stood defiantly thinking, and Isabel looked at him expectantly. They stood in the middle of the street with people walking around. He talked about how he was going to go to the mountains of Spain. She, who was carrying a heavy backpack, said questioningly, "To the mountains of Spain." After imagining the mountains they were planning to go to, she said that it was such a dangerous place that they even called it a monster's paradise. Where he was going, personally, she wouldn't want to go there. He looked at her and said that was where he wanted to go, and if Isabel knew where it was. She started rummaging through her backpack looking for a map. He said about how he was always trying to catch her off guard. He said that he was always trying to take her by surprise. So she took the map out of her backpack and turned it around, and the two of them stared at the route. How to get there and where the hot spots in Spain were. Her face was very surprised when she looked at the map. They looked at the map, and Isabella said that even if they teleported from Hispaniola, it would take about a quarter of a day. Then she heard that there would be a lot of scary monsters along the way. She started to put her huge backpack on her shoulders. Lucas turned to her with a smile on his face and said, "Are you afraid to go?" To which she replied with a completely serious face that he was underestimating her. She put her huge backpack on her shoulders and turned to Lucas and told him that she had never hoped that traveling with him would be safe and secure, and she was mentally prepared for it. He made a funny face and looked at her, who was very serious. She was talking about how she wasn't scared at all and didn't think traveling with him would be safe. He thought to himself that she was brave enough. He walked along with her on her back, with the huge backpack she was carrying, through the shopping plaza. He asked her about what she had said about the teleporter, what it was. Looking at him questioningly, she said it was a thing that teleported through. She was walking in front and carrying a heavy backpack. Behind her was Lucas, who said that the world was a better place than it had been 4,000 years ago. Isabella questioningly said 4,000 years ago. He was walking and thinking to himself that magic was still the same, but industry had developed a lot. Obviously, there was a reason why the students were so weak. Lucas was walking all in his thoughts and thinking about how the world had changed. He looked up to the sky. It was blue. There were white seagulls flying in the sky. Then he said that creating a teleporter was a really fascinating idea. Teleport, repeated Lucas. What a convenient world, he sighed. She turned her head back and looked at him and told him that this teleport costs a lot of money. That's the disadvantage of it, she said. As she continued walking, she waited for Lucas to speak. He walked beside her. They passed by the shopping center next to each other. He asked her, "So it is a paid pleasure. How much does it cost?" she wondered. She told him that it was quite a long way from Cow Symphony to Espanola. Continuing to talk, she said that it would take 10 gold coins to teleport. He smiled and said about only 10 golds. He thought that it wasn't that much money, and surely Frey had that amount. She was carrying her huge, heavy backpack on her shoulders. She stopped and turned to Lucas. She looked at him questioningly and didn't understand what he was doing, but he was looking through his bag for the money. Lucas thought that even though Frey was an aristocrat, he didn't have any money at all. What the hell is this all about, Lucas thought. Isabella looked at him questioningly and then asked him what he was doing. He thought that she is also an aristocrat, and she probably has gold coins, so he just needs to ask him for the right amount of coins. She will give them to him. It can't be otherwise. She looked at him with her mouth open and didn't understand what was going on with him and why he was acting so strange. She asked Lucas if he felt bad, what was wrong, and why he was acting so strange. He started dancing in front of her. He was showing off, and she looked at him and didn't understand what was going on. He came up to her and asked her how much money she had brought with her. "What's the matter with you?" She asked him what money she was talking about. She looked at him with surprised eyes and said that she had not taken any money with her. He was shocked at what he had heard. He told her how she had not taken any money. She closed her eyes and said that a rich life makes people lazy. "Did you have to take travel money to accompany you on your trip? I didn't even think about it, to be honest." He got angry and told her to go home quickly and not to come back without money. She replied that she wasn't going anywhere and said that traveling starts with earning money for the fare. He bulged his eyes, opened his mouth, and started yelling at the top of his voice why she was talking such nonsense when she had brought a huge backpack with incomprehensible things. It was just huge. What could be put in it? He didn't understand. In response, she also opened her mouth and began to shout that her backpack contains only necessary things for a girl, so there is no need to bother her with this backpack. There is absolutely everything that she will need during the hike. He walked next to her, who was carrying her backpack. He hung his head and thought to himself that it might be possible to think of something and get gold coins. She walked silently and did not say anything. They came to the pier. Next to the pier stood a huge ship. It was very big, around the sea blue color. It was very mesmerizing and breathtaking. It was very beautiful and impressive. Then they went to the wharf. There were workers and people who were going to sail away on this huge and beautiful ship. Isabella and Lucas were looking around. Everything was mesmerizing. When they stopped, they froze and opened their mouths in surprise and admiration. They saw that beautiful and big ship. It was very majestic and big. It was breathtaking to look at it. They headed towards this big ship. Maybe they could get on it and swim to their desired place. They slowly approached this huge and beautiful ship, hoping to get on it. As he stopped, he asked her, and it was all free? Isabella stood and looked at the ship, then said that it was free for the students of the academy. He was already mentally excited to be able to get there. Lucas told Isabel that since the ship was free for academy students, that's why there were so many cadets. They stood in line. Lucas closed his eyes and started to imagine the food. He drooled. He said that the food must be good. "I wonder if there is meat." Isabel replied that she'd heard the food was great. He stood there with a funny face, his mouth drooling. He said that even just imagining the delicious food made his mouth water. "I love our academy, honestly." They were the last, and when it was their turn, he was about to run to the ship. The man who was marking in the lists of cadets reported that there were no more places on the ship. He was in total shock. The man who was standing near the ship with the lists and who did not let them on the ship because they had run out of places on it, he told them that the next ship would be in 4 days, and unfortunately, he could not help them. Lucas fell to the ground and his face was full of sadness and sorrow. He couldn't believe that the next ship was 4 days away. Isabella leaned over to him and started to comfort him in every possible way. The man with the lists, seeing how desperate Lucas was, decided to offer them another option. He pointed towards the big ship and told them that they could try to get on it. It was leaving soon. They stood up with sour faces and stared at the ship. It turned out that the man was not talking about the big ship, but about the one next to it. It was many times smaller, but they had no other choice. They looked at the ship. He said that it was not so bad. "Especially in our situation, we should be happy to get on any ship," he said with a sigh. The man with the list told them that even though he was sailing on the way to another port, they would be in the right place in 5 days. "Especially you will sail on it for free," he said. Lucas looked at the ship perplexed. Then he scratched the back of his head and said that they were grateful to the man for helping them to get on the wrong ship, and it was all free of charge for them. Cabin. 3 pirates are sitting in the cabin. They have a map in front of them. They have an intimidating look. They're sitting in the cabin and discussing something very loudly. Probably, they are thinking about who they should attack and rob, because that is what pirates do in the seas. One of the pirates holding a big mug in his hand told the captain that they were ready. He had an earring in his ear, a bandana on his head, and a huge scar over his mouth. He was sitting there smiling evilly. He looked very unpleasant. The pirate captain said that they were going to go into action tonight and that everyone should be ready. The captain had a big red beard. He was a big and fat-faced pirate. All his orders were obeyed without question. One of the pirates who was sitting and eating chicken laughed. He had a hood on his head. One eye was covered with a patch. Maybe he lost it in one of the battles when they were attacking the ship again. The captain turned to the pirate who was eating the chicken and stretched out his hand with his index finger and began to poke him in the face and say that why he had pulled out his eye, he was an idiot. How could it be understood, the captain said. The one-eyed pirate smiled and said that isn't being one-eyed a symbol of piracy? The captain yelled at him, even if it is. Why did you remove your healthy eye, shouted the captain looking at him. The three pirates were sitting at a table with a map on it and food, a huge chicken on a plate. One of the pirates said something to the effect of, "Do we have anyone normal left in the blood robbers?" Another pirate laughed. The captain of the pirates sat by the map. Then he stretched out his index finger with a skull ring on it and pointed to the place where they were going to rob. All the pirates started to look carefully. He rose from the table. The other pirates crowded around him. He informed them that today our target is a ship sailing to Geotanbul. We will attack when they pass the Oskal Islands. Is that clear? The pirate with one eye, who was sitting next to the captain, laughed and said that tonight we will really get rich. What is the name of this ship? He asked the captain, who looked at him without taking his eyes off. The captain got angry and told the one-eyed man that his memory was bad and told him to listen carefully while he had his other eye removed. This ship is with rich kids. These kids are from rich families, I see, one-eyed man. They were on the deck of a ship called the Cortesio. Lucas stood and looked pensively at the sea. Isabella was a little nervous before the ship sailed. She was worried, and it was obvious. The silence and thoughtfulness was interrupted by a voice that said he welcomed them aboard the ship Cortesio, and he was the captain of the ship, whose name was Mac Martins. The captain smiled at them in a friendly manner. Isabella turned around and walked over to the captain of the ship, Mac Martins. She politely told him to take care of them and added, "Please." Lucas stood still. He just turned his head towards the captain and Isabel. She looked at the deck where the sailors were walking around and said that if it wasn't for your ship, our hands would have been tied for 4 days. But is there any reason why such a fine ship has so few passengers? They stood with the ship's captain, Mac Martin, who spoke of there being few passengers on this ship because our ship sails near the Oskal Islands, and pirates appear there. Isabella was very frightened at what she heard. Her big brown eyes rounded, fear in her face. "There are pirates there," she clarified. Captain Mac Martin calmed her down and told her not to worry about it. Even though our ship is guarded by only 2 ships, each of these ships has a 4-level mage that we have specially hired, so there is no need to worry. We are protected by mages. The captain began to say that each of these mages are specially trained in the magical tower of the Battlemaster. They know their job and always stand guard over our ship, so the risks here are minimal. He went on to say that no matter what the pirates will do, it will not bother us and our ship in any way. So panic and fright are completely unnecessary. You can be calm for your safety. Lucas pretended that he was not interested and bored at all. Isabella stood next to Captain Mac. She said that since it was the Masters, it was really very safe and calmed down a bit. The captain said that if the pirates have a head on their shoulders, they will not dare to attack a ship that is protected and guarded by the warships of the Empire, so you can enjoy the ride and enjoy the sea. Suddenly, Captain Mac Martin heard some shouting. The ship was in turmoil. Sailors began to run on the deck. The captain could not understand what happened. He looked at everything with an open mouth and incomprehensible look. Lucas stood with a stone face. Not a single muscle did not twitch. He silently looked at everything that was going on. In front of him stood Isabel, whose mouth opened from horror and rounded and already big brown eyes. Something was happening. The deck was in turmoil. Sailors were running in different directions, shouting pirates, pirates. It turns out that their ship was not so safe if they could be attacked by pirates, despite the fact that they were protected by 2 ships with mages. Another ship was approaching their ship. It was a pirate ship. It was sailing on all its white sails. On the mast of the ship there were cannons and other weapons. It was as if it was not a pirate ship, but a warship. Captain Mac stared open-mouthed at the ship approaching them with great speed. Mac looked at it and said, "Is that a pirate ship?" Isabella told the captain that we're in big trouble, Captain. Isabella's eyes were horrified as she looked at the warships that were supposed to be guarding them. But where they were, she could not see them. She started to panic. She was very afraid of the pirates and was afraid for her life. Standing and looking at the pirates' ship that was rapidly approaching them, Lucas's face was serious and focused. He realized that if nothing was done, the pirates would be able to take over the ship and kill everyone. Everyone tried to look at the warships that were supposed to protect them, but all that was left of the warships were ruins of planks. They were all destroyed by a pirate ship that was equipped with cannons. Something must be done. It can't be. 2 warships sank in an instant. That's not something pirates can do. Pirates can't do that. Something else stronger and more powerful sank the warships in an instant. What is it? On the pirate ship on the deck near the cannon stood the pirate captain and his crew. They were cheering and rejoicing that they were able to sink 2 ships, and now they have no obstacle to get on the main guarded ship. The pirate captain opened his huge mouth and laughed. He was approaching his goal and was ready to attack them. He was in anticipation. He hoped to grab a good prey. After all, there were rich kids on the ship. A few minutes before these events took place, the pirate captain looked through his telescope. He saw 3 ships. 2 of them were military and were guarding the Cortesio ship. They were getting closer and closer to their target. The pirate captain stood on the deck with 2 other pirates beside him. The captain was looking through his telescope. One of the pirates said that they had 2 warships. What are we going to do? We didn't count on it. He stopped looking through the telescope and turned his head in the other direction and told his pirates not to worry, as he would take care of them, and nodded in the other direction, pointing to someone on the other side of the ship. On the other side of the ship with his back to them stood someone in a black robe and hood. He was using some kind of magic. The captain said he had invited a special guest to help them attack the ships. Under the black hood of the cloak there was a skeleton. Instead of a head he had a skull. A yellow circle was glowing in his forehead. He was waving his arms and creating balls around them. He was using his black magic to attack. The pirates, led by their captain, stood and watched him doing some magic ritual. The captain said, "Look out, this is Lich Duller. He's a valuable man who will help us get a share." The one-eyed pirate saw all this magic and was scared. He opened his mouth and rounded his remaining eye and was about to run and hide from such magic. His body was trembling all over. The pirate captain looked at the one-eyed man who was hiding behind him and waving his arms. He thought, "What an idiot he is. I think he should poke out his other eye too," the pirate captain thought to himself. Maybe he would calm down then. He got angry at the one-eyed pirate and told him that he was acting like a child. If he didn't stop, he didn't know what he would do to him. The one-eyed pirate was frightened by the anger of his captain and immediately fell silent. He didn't open his mouth anymore. The pirate stood and looked at him, the skull with glowing eyes. The captain said that he had only heard about it, but had never seen it in person. "The sight is frightening. I feel like I'm having a nightmare. It's really scary." The one-eyed pirate said he thought the captain was crazy to go to Cortesio, which is guarded by 2 warships. The captain told him he was talking too much, wouldn't shut up. He'd pluck out his last eye. He told the captain that he can't believe the captain wants to contract Duller. "You are a true pioneer who can open a new page in the history of pirates." The captain laughed and said, "What's the truth?" Meanwhile, Duller was already raising a whirlpool of magic around him. He enveloped his body in black mana, which he had to overcome the 2 warships carrying 4th-level mages to clear the way to Cortesio. He lifted his skull up. His eye sockets were glowing red, his mouth with teeth open. It was very scary to look at it from the outside. It seemed that now there would be complete horror around, and everyone would go to the other world. He used ice spear magic. These huge sharp blocks of ice were aimed precisely at the 2 warships that were guarding the ship Cortesio. They were trying their best to protect it from the pirates. The 4th-level mages were on the deck of the ship and tried to keep their magical shield. But this shield for the ice spears was nothing. They pierced through this shield. The mages were in shock and did not understand what it was. Each of the mages, who were each on their own warship, were horrified by what they saw. They did not expect to see such a thing on the high seas. They had not even encountered such a powerful and strong attack. The second mage on the other ship was horrified by what they saw. They did not expect to see such a thing on the high seas. They had not even faced such a powerful and strong attack. What is this? Even their magic shield did not help. No matter how hard the mages tried to protect the ships, they could not do anything. They lacked the skill, strength, and power to cope with such ice blocks that penetrated their magical shields, protecting the ships. The defense of the 4th-level mages did not work. They could not cope with such strong and powerful magic. They were simply powerless. They knew perfectly well that they would be defeated, and there was no escape and no escape. Huge blocks of ice were heading straight for the ships. Their size was huge. There was no escape from such blocks. The ship would break into 2 halves. There was nowhere to run, and they would not have time. They could only accept their defeat. No matter how hard the mages tried to protect the ships, they unfortunately failed. They had never encountered such strong and powerful magic. They were simply powerless, and defeat awaited them, unfortunately. Big blocks of ice with their tip precisely hit the ships and split them into two parts. There was no one to save, and it was absolutely impossible. Only splinters were left from the ships. No one managed to save themselves. The pirate captain laughed with joy. He was jubilant that he managed to get rid of the ships that were blocking their way. The pirate captain shouted to his crew, "Let's go make some money, guys!" The pirate captain was jubilant. The pirates grabbed their weapons and, shouting loudly, prepared to storm the ship. They hoped to make a big score on this ship. Since there were children with very rich parents, everyone rejoiced. The pirate leader approached Duller and said that it was amazing how he managed to destroy 2 warships the first time. The pirate leader said he admired his work. He looked with his red glowing eyes and spoke strangely. After all, he had aimed his ice spears at 3 ships, but for some reason, he had only managed to destroy 2, while the 3rd ship had not been damaged. The pirate captain looked at Duller and said quietly, "How scary! Indeed, he looked terrifying. You could just give up your life in fear." He was terrifying. The pirate captain shuddered. He stood back to the pirate captain and quietly said that it was strange that there were 3 ships, and he managed to destroy only 2 ships. Why the 3rd was not destroyed, it all seemed very strange to him. He looked in the direction where the 2 warships were destroyed. The pirate captain stood behind him. Duller said that he sent 3 ice spears, but only 2 ships were destroyed. Why is the 3rd ship unharmed? Looking at the ships, he sent ice spears at 3 ships, but only destroyed 2. One of the ships remained unharmed. Duller thought to himself, "This is kind of strange. What is it about the ship that protects it?" The pirate captain approached Duller, who had his back to him. He turned to him and said that with all due respect, he had warned him in advance not to touch this ship as it was the one they wanted to capture. He went on to say that they planned to take all the people on that ship hostage and then get a very good ransom for them, as they were children of very rich parents and they would pay good money for them. Duller felt something. He knew perfectly well that there was someone or something on that ship that was able to repel his magical attack of ice spears, but who it was, he could not understand, and it annoyed and pissed him off. The pirate captain looked at Duller and turned away, thinking to himself that this little skull was horribly disgusting. It gave him goosebumps. He was disgusted, and at the same time he was afraid. He said he did it with the intention of blocking them out. It would be quite annoying if they tried to run away or fend off the attack. The impact wasn't powerful enough to destroy them. It just damaged the ships. The captain turned to Duller and asked what he meant by all this. Duller stood pensively looking at the ship that remained undamaged. There wasn't even a scratch on it, and it pissed him off. He looked at the ship that remained intact and said that there was something on that ship, but he could not understand what it was. He even wondered what kind of power it was that was able to resist him. On the ship Cortesio, there was turmoil and panic. All the cadets were rushing around the deck in the hope of hiding somewhere. The sailors tried to calm them down and stop them. Captain Mack told the cadets to follow the sailors' instructions. There was panic and running around. Everyone was yelling and wailing. Everyone was terrified, and only one man was sitting on the bench, calm and not even moving. He was wearing a hood, and you couldn't see his face. The guy in the hood exhaled heavily. He had blonde hair, but his face was not visible. I wonder who he was. And maybe he was the one who saved the ship from the ice block. All this remained a big mystery, which only became more and more confusing. Standing and looking in the direction where the pirate ship was and where the ice spears came from, Lucas was pensive. Isabella stood beside him, and she was afraid. She was very afraid of the pirates and very afraid that they would do something to her. She looked back and saw that the warships were completely destroyed. It turns out that they have no defense of level 4 mages, and they have to rely only on their own strength. She rounded her eyes in fear. Lucas sighed heavily and looked at her, who was very frightened. When she saw that the warships were completely destroyed, now they had no defense. He thought about the fact that they would have to cope on their own. There was no help. He went over to her and stroked her head, telling her to calm down, and that there was nothing to be afraid of, as they were just pirates, and she should not be afraid of anything. She looked questioningly, not understanding anything. He stood at the edge of the deck and looked at the sea. She came to him. Lucas said that it was not the pirates that worried him, but something else, he answered thoughtfully. Isabella thought to herself, did he just say pirates? Looking at the 2 wrecked ships, Lucas thought that there were definitely 3 ice spears, but what should have fallen on that ship disappeared somehow on the way to it. That's very strange, he thought. Isabella opened her mouth to listen to him and looked at the two warships that were left in ruins. We are lucky thanks to you. Lucas replied that he had nothing to do with it. He wondered how it had happened. Pensive, he looked at the remains of the ships and thought that there were definitely 3 ice spears. But what should have fallen on this ship disappeared somehow on the way to it. It is not clear. He was disappointed to feel a wave of mana approaching. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it. Lucas thought about how he was no different from Frey, the body he was in now. Then he remembered that when he stood in front of the demigod, his mind seemed to empty at the similar sight of the demigod. He seemed to still be at the mercy of those memories when he was trapped in the abyss for 4,000 years. He stood very depressed and sad. He still hadn't managed to deal with his old memories, and he was still unable to pull himself together. Lucas was just frustrated with himself. He stood there looking silently at nothing. His hands began to shake very badly. He tried his best to calm himself down. He told himself to be calm. I don't think this is a demigod. Pull yourself together, pull yourself together. He told himself he needed to calm down right away. He clenched his trembling hand into a fist. He tried to control the trembling and thought to himself that this is the mana of the undead and not a demigod at all. So you have to calm down and pull yourself together, he reassured himself mentally. Isabella came up to him from the back and asked him about the fact that if you didn't stop those ice spears, then who did? He stood silent and told her that he had no idea who that person was. Covering one eye and biting his hand, he thought about who was able to handle the ice spear and save the ship. So this person is somewhere on this ship. He wanted to know who he was. Lucas looked at the guy who was sitting calmly in his seat and did not even move. He had a hood on his head, and it was impossible to understand who he was. Lucas turned to him, saying that he wanted to meet him because he had protected the ship. Suddenly, everyone felt a strong blow on the ship. The pirates had already caught up with them and tried to dock with them to get on their ship and take everyone hostage to get a huge amount of money for the ransom of the captives. The cadets were panic-stricken by what they saw. Some of them ran. Some of them grabbed their heads and started screaming. The cadets were very much afraid of the pirates, and so they were terrified. They were running around the deck of the ship and did not know what to do. Meanwhile, the pirates had already moored to the ship and began to throw ladders to get to the other ship. They were all armed. The sailors did not know what to do. The pirates on the ship were much more than them. The pirates began to move to the ship they had captured. The sailors shouted that they were being attacked. There was turmoil and panic. No one could understand or do anything about it. The pirates continued to attack the sailors with weapons and started to kill them. They were screaming for someone to save them, but the pirates kept moving on the ship and killing them. The sight was horrifying. Everyone was screaming. Standing next to Lucas and clutching at his arm in fear, Isabella asked if it was really pirates. Oh, Mommy, how afraid she was. There was a commotion around them. The cadets were screaming and rushing in different directions. And now the pirate captain's foot stepped on the ship. The dead sailors were lying around, and the pirates were able to get to the ship they were going to capture and take the prisoners for ransom. The pirate captain and his gang climbed on the ship. Around them lay dead sailors who had been stabbed with sabers and knives. The cadets stood in complete shock and panic. There was nowhere else to run. Otherwise, they could have been killed. 2 of the pirate gang, including the one-eyed jerk, said that I thought it was funny because he was smaller than Nitrous, and he burns more than I thought he would, said the one-eyed jerk to the other pirate. The pirates gathered all in one pile, the cadets, the remaining sailors, the captain of the ship, and began to count how many men they could take prisoner. There were about 40 men. The captain said that if all 40 were ransomed. He stood and smiled wryly. Behind him stood 2 other pirates. The pirate captain said that, "How are you doing, rich and dreamy cadets? We're your friends, the bloody marauders." The pirates climbed on the ship. Captain Mac and the sailors stood with guns in their hands. He said that you know who the ship belongs to and who you attacked, and they will not get away with it. Smiling, the pirate leader said that of course he knows whose ship it is and who owns it. It is a treasure ship, which is full of descendants of ancient houses, he laughed. Max stood in complete shock at what he had heard. All the pirates stood and laughed at Mac's ship captain, the sailors, and the frightened cadets of the academy. Of course, the pirates knew where they had gotten into. There are so many kids with rich parents. They will pay big money for them. Suddenly, from the back of Captain Mac and the sailors, came the voice of one of the cadets, who said that how dare these pirates attack their ship and stand there to ridicule them all. The guy spoke in a loud voice. All looked back at him frightened. The pirate leader opened his eyes wide in surprise. He could not make out in the crowd what kind of brazen and daring man decided to challenge the pirates. The captain looked into the crowd with an angry look and looked for the one who dared to contradict him. The crowd of cadets dispersed, and the pirates saw the very guy who dared to defy the pirate captain and all the pirates. He stood and looked at the crowd of angry pirates who were trying to capture them. The guy clenched his fist and said that they didn't seem to realize their position. Those on board the ship were students of the academy who would become excellent mages in the future. If you don't know that, the guy said. The cadet went on to say that unfortunately they chose the wrong ship for the hunt. The boy looked at the pirates with a serious and angry face. He was ready to repel their attack and defend the ship. He clenched his fists and got ready. Captain Mac turned on the guy and with a frightened face started yelling at him to shut up and stop. He said he better shut up and keep his mouth shut before he got their ship in trouble. The cadet didn't hear what Captain Mac was saying. He was too angry and already started to use magic to hit the pirates who had taken their ship along with the other cadets of the academy. He started to use magic. Suddenly something flew towards the cadet with lightning speed. No one could even make out what it was flying at him. The speed was very fast and the force of the blow was not small either. Everyone froze in incomprehension. The cadet's eyes widened when he saw that the blade that the pirate captain threw at him was flying at a great speed towards him. The guy didn't even have time to react to defend himself or to bounce away. He opened his mouth. Everyone around him froze. It felt like the pirate captain had hit the guy in the neck. Everybody's stunned. The pirate leader told the guy that I didn't think he was fully aware of the situation. Then he said to him, "You think somebody's going to give you time to recover?" And he laughed out loud. The blade came within a millimeter of the cadet's neck. The guy stood all red. Sweat was running down his face from the tension. His eyes were rounded. He stood there afraid to even move. The knife went in next to his neck and hit his shirt. The boy turned his head towards the blade. Sweat was running down his face. His eyes were rounded. He stood there afraid to move. The knife went in close to his neck and hit his shirt. The cadet was in complete shock. Standing and not moving, Lucas looked at all this next to him, pressed against him, stood frightened Isabella. The cadets, from what they saw, all scared, began to scream and rush around the deck in the hope of finding a sheltered place and hide. He thought to himself that someone had slightly deflected the trajectory of the knife, which flew straight into the guy's neck. "What do you need all these people for?" he heard in the distance. Someone shouted help. There was panic. I had to do something. He looked around and saw among the running and screaming cadets the guy in the hood. It was the man who changed the trajectory of the knife and who saved the ship from the ice spears. But who is he? The hooded guy approached the very cadet who had just tried to attack the pirates with magic, but he failed and barely survived. He went up to him and told him to keep his head down and hide. Then he told him not to even get out of the way. "This enemy is not for you, you understand me?" The guy shook his head in agreement. He stood still like a statue, plus he was chained to the crates with a knife. The pirate leader folded his arms on his chest. The one-eyed pirate asked about the fact that you can't hit with a knife the first time. He said that he had deliberately calculated everything as it was a potential bag of money, with a serious face saying that now, jokes aside, he will show you how to work. He took 4 sharp stars in his hands and started looking for a potential victim to stab. He looked around and found one. He looked at the crowd of cadets and finally decided on his victim. "This is the one with the glasses will suit me," said the bandit leader. The guy with glasses rounded his eyes. Sweat trickled down his face. He was scared. The pirate leader threw his sharp stars at the boy. The boy fell to the floor and pressed himself against the wall. His eyes rounded. Sweat ran down his face. He wet his pants from fear. The cadets looked at what was happening. They were horrified and scared. He looked at the boy in glasses, ostentatiously plugged his nose with his fingers and said that our little brat in glasses pissed his pants. All the pirates began to laugh loudly. The guy sat in shock. Then the gang leader said, "Let's clean him up." One-eyed pirate agreed with him and went towards the boy with glasses who was sitting on the floor with wet pants from fear. He saw the pirate approaching him. He grabbed the boy with glasses, threw him over his shoulder, and started to carry him somewhere. All the cadets froze, not realizing what was happening. If he was going to throw him overboard the ship, all in panic began to look at it. The guy in the hood who saved the ship from the ice spear and helped the guy to survive by moving the direction of the knife to the side, shouted at the top of his voice, "No! What are you doing? Stop!" But the pirate did not hear him. He was moving towards the side of the ship. The pirate swung his knife and threw the boy in glasses overboard. He fell into the water. Everyone's blood ran cold. He threw the academy student overboard into the sea and didn't even blink an eye. He was floundering in the water, screaming for help. He was drowning, but no one came to his aid. He was floundering in the sea amidst the wreckage of ships. His strength was leaving him, and he had no hope to save himself. The current carried the boy farther and farther away from the ship. He called for help. He was floundering in the sea amidst the wreckage of ships. His strength was leaving him, and he had no hope to save himself, unfortunately. He was carried farther and farther away by the current. The strength left the boy, and he went under water. He did not come up again. There was complete silence around. Nobody could believe that the boy had drowned, and nobody could help him. Everybody stood in a daze. They were seized with fear. The cadets ran to the side of the ship and looked into the sea, but there was no one there. Some of them covered their faces with their hands in horror. Some of them screamed. Some of them cried. One of the students said that Orc from the second class had been killed. The pirate leader looked at all of this with a calm face and picked at his ear with his finger. He had absolutely no pity for this kid. He had no regrets about what his gang pirate had done to him. He stood silently watching everything that was happening. Two high school students got angry at the pirates and told them that, "How dare you do that? Who are you? And what right do you have to dispose of other people's lives?" The two of them decided to use their magic skills on the pirates together. The pirate leader pulled the dirt out of his ear and stuck it from his finger and said that it was very noisy here and he was tired of it all. How much you can fuss and yell and try to resist the pirates, they will not do any good anyway. Two students simultaneously applied the skills of magic. Some pirates from the blow flew in different directions, but the leader of the pirates did not even move from the place, and nothing happened to him. There was a feeling that he has some kind of protection. The leader continued to stand there without moving and smiled. Around him there was some magic mana that protected him from the magic of high school students, which they applied at the same time to enhance the effect. He didn't even move from his place and nothing happened to him. It felt like there was some kind of protection on him. Everyone was surprised by it. He was standing like a stumbling block in the ground. Not a single hair fell from his head. Behind the pirate stood someone and built a protective shield around him, which protected him from the magic of the high school students, which they used at the same time to strengthen. The pirate did not care about all this. He was under the magical protection. High school students stopped and froze with surprised faces. They could not understand what was going on and why this pirate leader, nothing hurt. He stood as if nothing happened, even laughing at them. He smiled at the high school students, who could not understand what was happening and why. Magic does not work on him at all, and he just stood and looked at everyone with an impudent face. Suddenly, around the pirate leader rose a strong magical vortex, which was directed directly at the students of the Academy seniors who used magic together. But to defeat the leader, they failed. The blow and high school students scattered in different directions. All around did not even understand what happened and where this magical power came from, which scattered the guys in different directions. All did not understand what was happening. Then behind the whirlwind of this magic there was a silhouette. His face was not visible, but there were red glowing eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded and did not understand who it was. All could not see the face and understand who he was. The high school student who used magic was sitting on the floor. Sweat was rolling down his face. He was looking at the one who did it. Looking closely, he whispered it couldn't be. He was seized with horror and panic. He didn't expect to see him. All around the cadets, when they saw who it was, just in shock. They did not expect to meet him and see him in person. On their faces there was shock, panic, and at the same time strong surprise at what they saw. He appeared in front of them. His body was in a robe, hood on his head. From under the hood, you could see a skull with red glowing eyes. In his forehead there was a golden circle. He looked very frightening. Everyone was shocked when they realized who it was. Standing next to Lucas, Isabella opened her brown eyes even wider at what she saw and said, "No way. Is that really a lich?" He stood there staring without moving a muscle in his body. He just stared. He was staring at the lich, trying to figure out what this undead was and how the pirates had gotten involved with it. The captain of the ship. Max stretched his arm forward and pointed his index finger at the pirates and the undead lich standing beside them. He shouted that they had made a contract with the undead. "How is that even possible?" he shouted. The undead lich stood there glaring with his eyes. Captain Mac went on to say that they had gone mad. "Those who do not fear death do not do business with the living. It means only one thing. You are simply being used for their own purposes." The leader of the pirates stood in front of Lychee. He said that we are only interested in money. We are not interested in anything else. We are pirates, so the main thing for us is to get money and as much as possible." Everyone stood and looked at everything that was happening, not understanding how the pirates could attract the undead to their dirty deeds, and what they promised him in return, as it became uncomfortable from all that was happening. Someone told the pirates that she is crazy. She was so scared that she pressed her whole body against Lucas, who hadn't expected it, and told Isabel that you were too close to the hot thing, and then doing it in the middle of the ocean was too much. But she didn't pay attention to him at all. Lucas was completely shocked by Isabel's behavior. He looked at her with a surprised face, not understanding what was happening to her and why she was pressing so hard against him. She pressed herself against him and closed her eyes. She paid no attention to all his outrage. She felt that when she held on and snuggled up to him, she felt so much more at ease and safe. He stood and looked at the pirates and at Duller, who was standing next to them. Lucas said about them being more than just pirates. "Isabella, aren't we in a dangerous position right now?" He looked and thought his body was tense. He thought about the fact that Duller's minimum level is 5 stars. Now it was clear why mages with 4-star levels couldn't resist him and were defeated. They couldn't resist him because he was stronger than they were. The undead commanded in his commanding voice to come out. The leader of the pirate gang looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. He could not understand who he was calling, and in general, the gang leader Duller was extremely unpleasant and very nasty. He looked around on the deck and searched with his eyes for the man who could fight him back, waiting for him to dare to come out and show his face. But no one had come out of the crowd yet. Duller was getting impatient. He was getting angry and losing patience. He once again said that there was a man on this ship who could resist his magic. He shouted even louder for him to come out and show his face. The captain of the ship, Mac, and the sailors stood with their mouths open, their faces expressing fright. He got even angrier and shouted even louder, "Come out." All the men were in a panic and were afraid that he could do something to them or kill them. His eyes were glowing red. Rage engulfed him. He could barely contain himself from destroying the entire ship. He again told the man who opposed him to come out and show his face, otherwise it will be bad now. Without waiting for an answer, he decides to use magic and summons ice spears, the same ones that destroyed the 2 warships that were escorting their ship, but were defeated and they were crushed into splinters. He stood with his hand up. Next to him was the leader of the pirates. Hundreds of ice spears were written over the ship. He said that if this man did not come out now, he would destroy this ship right now without delay. The cadets fell to the floor from fear. They started to panic. Absolutely no one wanted to die. Everyone was shaking from the horror and shock they felt. They were unbearably scared. Panic enveloped them, but they could not do anything. The captain of the ship, Mac, also together with the sailors, were in a stressful situation. They were worried for their passengers and for their ship. The horror covered them and frightened just hopelessness. They could not do anything, unfortunately, to help. The ship was standing in the middle of the sea, and 100 ice copies were circling above it. One swing of Duller's hand, and only splinters would be left of the ship, and none of the passengers, the captain and his crew, would be able to escape. It would be the end. He stood with his hand up and controlled the hundreds of ice spears that were hovering over the ship. The pirate leader turned to him and told him not to do it as he needed the ship. He didn't look at him. Then he turned to the bandit leader and flashed his red eyes angrily in his direction. The bandit leader was silent at once. He did not like him. He had a deadly coldness coming from him, and looking at him, his whole body trembled. The pirate leader scratched his head and thought that this Duller is a nasty and unpleasant type. He just pissed him off and annoyed him. He regretted that he had contacted him. The leader was afraid of him, and at the same time he annoyed him. The undead stood and waited for the one who could fight back his magic to come out. Suddenly, a guy in a hood came out of the crowd. His face was not visible, and no one could understand who he was. All we could do was wait for him to take off his hood. He looked at the guy who came out of the crowd. He was wearing a hood and couldn't see his face. Then Duller talked about you being the man who was able to stop my magic, right? The hooded guy stood looking at Duller. Only his blonde hair was visible from under the hood. His eyes and part of his face were hidden. He answered him that he was the one who stopped his magic. "Here I stand before you," said the guy. He stood in front of the undead. Behind him stood the captain of the ship, Mac, the sailors and the cadets who were very scared. Duller told the boy to tell him his name. Everybody stood waiting and looked at the guy. There was dead silence on the deck of the ship. Everyone wanted to know the name of the guy who could overcome Duller's magic. and he wanted to see who had overcome his magic. When the guy took off his hood, all the cadets looked at him with their mouths open and gasped at what they saw. No one could even imagine that this guy would be him. It turns out he is very good at magic if he was able to cope with Duller. Isabella's big brown eyes widened at the sight of Lucas. She opened her mouth involuntarily and froze. She couldn't even move. Fear gripped her. Lucas was also stunned. He opened his mouth and stared at him. Then he thought about the fact that he was the guy who offered him to join the Brotherhood. He was the main one, he suddenly thought. He took off his hood and told Duller that his name was Pierre Jeune. He was the guy who was a high school senior in the Trauman fraternity, where he was the head of the fraternity. It was a surprise to everyone. Isabella opened her eyes wide in surprise and said, "That's Pierre Jeune." Lucas looked at her and asked her if she knew him. She stood there with her mouth open and didn't seem to hear what he was saying to her as she was impressed. She then said that there was not a single person in our academy who didn't know him. Besides being the head of a prestigious club of noble gentlemen, he is also the richest family in the empire. She stood and held Lucas's hand. Then she said that Pierre's grades are great. That's why he and I are always competing for the top spots at the top of the academy. That's why everyone was surprised. He stood and she snuggled into his arm. Lucas told her about her bragging to him now. Isabella started to calm him down and told him that he was wrong. She wasn't bragging to him at all. She looked at Pierre and said that although we have almost the same grades, he is on a different level, and she is still far away from him, unfortunately, despite the fact that she is trying very hard. The girls' cadets all blushed at the sight of Pierre. They smiled embarrassedly and covered their mouths. One of them said that it could not be him. But what brought him to this ship? They were embarrassed and smiled at him. Pierre stood in front of the pirates, and the undead and the cadet stood behind him and scanned his name. They believed that now they were saved. Since he was on the ship, he would save them all from the pirates and Duller. Isabella said he has magic that is sometimes beyond our comprehension. At least we can hope that in this situation. She didn't have time to finish. Lucas interrupted her and said that he couldn't handle it. She looked over his shoulder and with a surprised face asked him about what he had said. She never thought that Lucas would say that about Pierre Jeune, because all the cadets believed that he could save them. In fact, Pierre didn't look so good. He was breathing hard. His lips were bleeding. Sweat was running down his face. He was exhausted from saving the ship from the ice spears. Lucas said that he could barely stand on his feet. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at Pierre and at Duller. He assessed the whole situation and realized that the guy was losing to the undead. There was nothing he could do. His strength was running out. He was about to fall to the floor. Then he started to tell Isabella that the undead are definitely above level 5. Your friend realized this and has already reduced his arrogance a bit, as he probably realizes that he can't cope with him. He's not as strong as he thinks he is, Lucas said, as she stood and listened attentively. Alas, it was true. Then he went on to say that the fact that the guy was able to repel magic above his level and not die, it's really a miracle, but then it will not work at all and he will be defeated. She looked at Pierre with a downcast look and then said to Lucas that you mean to say that you have a higher level of magic than the undead, and you can save us from him and from the pirates, right? He looked at her with a face that didn't express anything and answered her that he didn't have a higher level of magic than Duller, so it's unlikely to help me. So alas and alack, he said. She pressed her whole body against him with all her might. She was very afraid, so when she pressed herself against him, she felt protected. He turned to her and told her to get off as he was hot and couldn't move. Pierre stood on the deck, barely able to stand, blood on his lips, sweat rolling down his face, his strength failing him. He thought to himself why the hell he had gotten on that ship. If he hadn't gotten on it, none of this would have happened to him. He thought about how he didn't want to be conspicuous. That's why he had chosen this particular ship with few students on it. But now he would have to deal with it. If he could have seen it coming, he wouldn't have gotten on this ship. His hands were trembling. He thought about how his body had become so fragile after the reflection of the attack. He was worried that his body wouldn't hold up anymore if there was another undead attack. He wouldn't be able to help anyone. He stood in front of Duller. He cursed and said, "Oh shit." Then he told him that he was no match for him, but the undead didn't care about his words. He was pursuing his own goals. He looked at Pierre and said that today is his day and nothing can stop him. "So don't even think about trying to talk me down and beg me to stop," Duller said, looking at him. He looked at him and said something about how he expected to be able to find great material with his help. Standing and looking at him without taking his red glowing eyes off of him. What does the undead mean by material? Pierre was stunned. He could not understand what Duller meant by saying that he would need it to find the perfect material. He was worried about what he had said. The undead had plans for him that he didn't want to tell anyone about. He had already thought of everything in advance and was waiting for the right time to realize it. And now the time had finally come. Pierre closed his eyes, trying to calm down and come to his senses, because he was almost exhausted and could hardly stand on his feet. But he tried not to show that he felt bad and exhausted. The leader of the pirates stood with his index finger up. Someone asked him what his purpose was. He said what was his purpose. You ask? He stood there and thought for a while. If it wasn't for Duller, he'd only have one goal: to make money. Then he smiled and said that nothing much was going to happen. He continued to smile nastily and looked at the frightened cadets of the academy. He realized that they were his potential money, and it was very good money. Then he raised his hand up and said that he realized that it looked dangerous. But our beautiful young people have to go through this ordeal. So sit quietly and accept everything, otherwise it will be worse. The cadets clutched their heads in fear, but the bandit leader went on to say that he guaranteed that he would get all the cadets to the right place where they were going safely, at top speed, because they were friends. The pirates stood in a bunch and laughed. Then one of them, one-eyed, said that it was a very bad trait for a captain to stick his nose where it wasn't wanted. The pirates continued to laugh loudly, their laughter echoing throughout the ship. The leader of the pirates continued to say that they will deliver them all safely and bring them to their destination at the fastest speed. But this will be realized only after you are paid very well. Listening to all that the leader said, Lucas sighed heavily and thought about the fact that everything in this world unfortunately comes down to money. As sad as it sounds, he was disappointed in the people who live on this earth. Standing pensive, Pierre realized that he could not cope with Duller alone, as he had almost no strength left. But he also felt sorry for the guys from the academy. He thought how he could help them. When he was in front of the gang leader and Duller, he thought about it and told the gang leader that he had a proposal. The gang leader looked at him questioningly as he thought about what the guy had decided to propose. He told the gang leader that his offer was that they would take him prisoner in place of all the cadets that were on that ship, because he and his family were very rich and they would pay well for his life. He said that for the amount of money he would get from his family, June, he could buy 2 such ships with that money, but only on the condition that you let everyone else go and don't harm them in any way. The gang leader looked at him and said that he was a fool. On our side, immortal, why should he listen to him? If he can get the money for all those who are on this ship, and it is an amount many times larger than the proposed, he had no choice at all. The leader refused his offer and refused to take only him prisoner and ask for ransom from his family, as it would not be enough for him. There was no other way out of the situation. He stood in front of the ringleader and Duller. He said that the latter was absolutely right and he was no match for the undead bandits hired by the bandits. He said that he realized that he would probably die, but he had no other choice, and he had to protect the people as much as possible. He was determined. He really wanted to help his classmates and save them from the bandits, but he realized that he was unlikely to succeed, but he had to try. His eyes lit up sharply. He stood with glowing eyes and looked at the bandit leader and Duller. Then he said that he thought he could drag them to the grave with him. He was mentally ready for it. He didn't think of backing down either. The leader looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on and what this boy wanted to do. He looked at him and did not move, trying to understand what this guy was up to and what he was going to do. Lucas put his hand to his lips and stood watching Pierre. He looked at him and realized that this boy was not a coward and was quite brave for his age. He was worried about the guys from the academy. He thought about the fact that the farther he went, the more he began to like this guy. After all, the youth is so reckless, he thought. But this boy directly, he began to like more and even a little respected him. Isabella looked at him for a moment, clutching Lucas's hand and not letting go. And he put his hand to his lips and said that there was a future in this world. She looked at him incomprehensibly and did not pay attention to what he said. After listening to Pierre's words, Duller said that he refused. He wasn't going to go along with some snot-nosed kid who thought he could compete with him. He was out of his mind. He stood next to the bandit leader. Then he stretched his thin, bony arm forward and began to use magic, saying that with his mana level it was nothing more than bragging, that's all. So I refused the offer. Pierre was in a bad state of mind. Pierre could barely stand on his feet. His strength was failing him. And when he saw Duller directing his magic at him, he opened his mouth wide and rounded his eyes in surprise, not knowing what to do. He staggered backwards as the magic was coming at him. He couldn't figure out what to do. He had little strength and the undead magic was much stronger than him, so he just staggered backwards and didn't know what to do. Duller stretched out his bony arm and said that he would swallow him whole and turn the empty body into undead and use it as a storage for spare limbs, and laughed loudly. Wrapped in strong chains of magic, Pierre's eyes became colorless. Duller said that he already belonged to him. The man opened his mouth to scream, but the chains had him so tightly bound that he could hardly breathe. The bandit leader stood and smiled nastily. Then he commanded his bandits that the negotiations were over, so grab all the hostages and drag them to our ship. Every last one of them. Be careful there. Don't let anyone through. The cadets were on one side of the deck. In front of them stood the captain of the ship Mac, who prepared weapons to defend himself. Next to them stood the remaining sailors. The pirates prepared to attack and to catch all the hostages. The pirates grabbed the cadets and dragged them to the other ship. There was screaming and shouting around. The cadets were shouting for help, but there was nowhere and no one to help them. The bandits grabbed the cadets one by one and dragged them to their ship. They grabbed all the cadets one by one and did not treat them with ceremony. They tied them with ropes. There was screaming and shouting around. The cadets were shouting for help, but there was nowhere to wait for help and no one to help them. Unfortunately, one by one, the cadets were tied up. The pirates didn't even know whether they were girls or boys. They treated them all cruelly, grabbed them, tied them up, mocked and laughed at them. One of the bandits grabbed a girl who said she was going to throw up. The one-eyed pirate stood and cheered as he watched everything that was going on, shouting, "Let's tie them up," and roared loudly all over the deck of the ship. He cheered when he saw his bandit buddies twisting the cadets' arms and tying them up while they screamed. Then he thought that maybe he should take a young girl cadet with him too. And if he was worse than the others, the one-eyed bandit began to look for his victim and saw Isabella in the distance. When she saw the one-eyed bandit walking towards her and said, "Wow, you must be scared," her eyes widened in fear and she clung to Lucas even more tightly, trying to find some kind of protection. She was in a panic. She hid behind Lucas almost completely. He told her about not being too close to him. The one-eyed pirate approached her and said, "Let's go play dolls with Uncle. Uncle is not bad, he is good." The one-eyed pirate came closer to her and said, "Hey, you fatso, move aside." Lucas looked at the pirate in surprise and thought about what he was saying to him, but he was getting closer and unceremoniously approaching them. He stood in front of the one-eyed pirate, Isabel hiding behind his back. When the pirate called him a chubby and told him to move aside, he began to twist his head in different directions, pretending that he did not understand and did not see who said it at all. He looked at the pirate with an indifferent look and asked him, to whom it is interesting he is addressing, to him or what? He became angry and already thought that he was going to kick his ass, this brat who was still joking with him. Smiling, he said that he was talking to him specifically. "Do you see another wimp like you around here? You have one head sticking out, Slick," he said and laughed, then continued to say nasty and insulting things. Hiding behind Lucas's back and only occasionally looking out, Isabella stood begging for help. He put his hands in his pants pockets and told the one-eyed pirate that his speech was disgusting. The one-eyed pirate said, "What? You're telling me that?" The one-eyed pirate smiled and told him that you are a payboy or something. "Look, it's late and you should go to bed," the one-eyed pirate said and started laughing loudly looking at him. Then the one-eyed pirate started rubbing his fists and told him that if he didn't get out of his way now, the uncle would punish him. Either get out of his way or you would get it. Lucas stood still and he wasn't going anywhere. He didn't even move and said to the pirate, "Come on, how dare you talk like that?" Isabella's mouth dropped open. She was completely shocked and scared even more. The cadets that the pirate had already tied up were sitting and watching Lucas sassing the pirate. One of them, a fat guy that Lucas had already confronted and kicked him, told him to shut up, stop adding fuel to the fire. Then the fat guy said to Lucas that you don't see what's going on, calm your arrogance, bastard. Lucas turned towards the fat guy and said, "Is that you? Long time no see, how are you?" And continued talking to the one-eyed pirate. The one-eyed pirate was tired of listening to Lucas's barbs. His face became angry. He was ready to kick that insolent brat's ass. He was boiling with anger and rage and was already heading towards him to hit him and take Isabella. The pirate said to Lucas that you seem to be the most wanted to get here, right? He understands that now he will show him for his dirty mouth and for his bickering. The connected cadets all opened their mouths. They realized that now the one-eyed pirate would just kill him. It turns out that he asked for it. Why did he talk so impertinently to the one-eyed pirate? Now he will get it from him, and he will not be helped. Being in the trap that Pierre was set up by the undead, He looked at the approaching pirate to Lucas and Isabel and realized that he himself could not help them, and probably this pirate would kill them and no one would be able to stop him. Meanwhile, Lucas did not move a muscle on his face. In fact, he was not afraid of the one-eyed pirate at all. He stood silent. His face was stony and without emotion. He was waiting for action from the one-eyed pirate. The one-eyed pirate shouted at him, and with the words, "You don't know your place," the white-haired one swung his saber at him. Isabella shrank into a lump behind his back and screamed in fear, thinking that they were finished. Suddenly, the one-eyed bandit was knocked off his feet by some incredible force. His mouth opened from the blow. His teeth flew out of his mouth in different directions. So powerful and strong was the blow, he did not even have time to recover. Reflecting the attack with his magic, Lucas watched as the bastard flew to the other side of the ship at a great speed. No one even really understood anything. So fast it happened. They didn't understand how it happened. He flew with such speed that not everyone had time to even realize how it happened. The power and force of the blows were so fast and strong that the one-eyed bandit flew straight over the side of the ship right into the water. Lucas smiled and said to him that he knew his place perfectly well. Then with the same nonchalant look, he looked at the people around him. One-eyed pirate from a powerful blow flew overboard and with a loud sound slammed into the water. Everyone did not understand what was happening. What lightning force of the blow! All stood in complete shock at what was happening. Pirates, from what they saw, opened their mouths. They saw their one-eyed pirate with knocked-out teeth flew with great speed over the side of the ship. They stood in shock and could not believe it. They did not think that this could happen. The cadets whom the pirates had already tied up and put in a pile in one corner of the deck also opened their mouths. One of them asked in an incomprehensible voice, what was it even now? No one knew or understood what had happened. Behind him stood a dumbfounded Isabella with her mouth open. Lucas covered her with one hand. The cadets shouted, "This is what he did. This is what that loser of our academy did." They didn't stop and wanted to understand. Looking at Lucas with surprised eyes and not understanding how he could do that, Pierre realized that this guy had such abilities. Of course, he had seen him in battle and he liked the way he fought. But now there was something else. He continued to stare at him in surprise. He thought about what his movements were. He was moving lightning fast. It was impossible to catch these movements with just a glance. This speed is impressive and admirable. It can't be any other way. He remembered how Lucas was striking now, and thought to himself that with the help of mana he accelerated many times and struck his opponent. But his speed is amazing. Even I couldn't catch his movements. Looking at him, he realized and guessed that he was hiding some of his abilities. But such a use of mana, he could not think how he managed to do all this incredible strength and power. Continuing to stand and blocking with one hand, Isabella, who was looking at him and blushing, said that she was very worried about what had happened, and she was shaking with a chill as if she had a fever. Lucas calmed her down. He put his hand to her forehead. She stared at him with her big brown eyes, her face covered with blush. She stood there and couldn't understand what he was doing and how she should behave in this situation. She stood silently. He stood next to her with his hand on her head and told her not to worry. Isabella told him that he was much stronger than you. She stood there with a blank stare. He looked at her and told her that he had just gotten rid of inequality. She stood there looking at him with a look of incomprehension and admiration at the same time. It was good to have him around, she thought, and he could always protect her. He stood pensive and she slowly looked at him with admiration with her big brown eyes. She put her hand on his head, just where his hand had been on her head before, and looked at him. He turned his head to the other end of the deck and saw a pirate tying up a girl cadet and holding her on his knees. In the distance sat a bunch of other tied-up cadets who had been tied up by the pirates. He realized he had to help. One of the pirates stood and looked at him. The other pirate who was holding the bound girl asked him what they were going to do now. The pirate with an angry face kept looking at him point blank and did not take his eyes off him. Then the pirate scratched his head and said that he was just a show-off. He wanted to show off in front of everyone, in front of the girl. Because of this, he would probably die now, he said in a calm voice to the other pirates loudly, so that everyone could hear. Jumping up from surprise, he saw in front of him Lucas, who with lightning speed already stood right in front of him. The pirate, from fright and surprise, even lost the power of speech. All stood in shock, not understanding how he moved so fast. The pirate was frightened and surprised, even speechless, and everyone stood in shock, not understanding how he was moving so fast. The pirate stood and talked about how he could move so fast he didn't understand. He opened his mouth wide and his eyes bulged with surprise. The undead stood and watched everything that Lucas was doing. He thought about how this guy moves very fast. He is so young, but has such an ability. He continued to silently watch what would happen next. Suddenly, the pirate's face changed drastically. His mouth was bleeding. He was squirming in a grimace. His eyes turned white and colorless. No one at first didn't understand what happened. Only then they saw what Lucas had done. He put his hand into the pirate's stomach and pulled him out on his back. He said that it would have been better if they had agreed to Pierre's proposal earlier, but it was too late to change anything. They refused. He turned his head towards the pirates, his eyes glittering, his face expressing absolutely no emotion. He told them that they had better agree, as he was not as kind as Pierre and now everyone would be in trouble. The pirates stood there with their sabers drawn and stunned at what they saw. They were afraid to even move. And he told them that if their leader had agreed, everyone would have stayed alive and dispersed peacefully. But now what can you do? He held a pirate who had just been killed and was horrible to look at, and told the other pirates that they didn't even look like humans, so he was not sorry to deal with them all at once. He stood near the body of one of the pirates. The others had decided to attack Lucas together. They were shouting at him that they were going to rip out his white blonde hair. "You bastard is going to get it!" The pirates were shouting and attacking. He looked at them with his piercing gaze, his eyes glowing. He was ready to repel the attack of several pirates at the same time. They didn't realize who they had just messed with and that now they would be finished. Picking up the dead pirate, Lucas threw him into the crowd of angry pirates. They fell to the floor with him. They grunted and groaned, trying to get out from under the body of their dead friend. But before they knew it, he began to use magic. He waved his hands around himself, summoning a powerful mana that would help him get rid of all the nasty pirates that were trying to attack him. He began to wave his hands around, creating a powerful and strong wave of impact. He sharply directs a stream of mana that with its power and force knocks down all the pirates and throws them back while simultaneously tearing their bodies into small pieces. The blow was just incredible strength and power. He stood and looked forward. He didn't realize that the armed pirates were trying to attack him from behind. They were approaching him in the hope that he wouldn't notice and they could suddenly attack him and grab him. But they had no idea that Lucas had foreseen everything, and before the pirates could get close to him, he once again used magic. A bright light illuminated them with his bright mana, and from a powerful blow they flew apart. He stood there glowing. He gathered all the strength and power he had. The mana flew in different directions, knocking down all the pirates who wanted to strike him. He raised his hands up with huge balls of energy formed in his hands. His hands were raised, he was emitting mana. Everyone was cadets of the academy and the pirate leader, and everyone was completely shocked by what they saw. No one would have thought that he had such power and strength. He amazed everyone. The pirate leader stood with his mouth hanging open. Behind him stood Duller, who was watching everything that was happening. He was surprised that such a young man had such power and strength. It was incomparable to the strength Pierre had shown. He was striking with lightning speed. The pirates didn't even have time to think about it. He was moving with lightning speed. No one could even imagine that it was possible. He raised his hand up and began to twist the energy. The pirates from the blow flew in different directions. They yelled. Around there was a vortex in which the pirates were spinning and could not do anything about it. All went to pieces. The cadets stood and looked at everything with open mouths. Could they think that he was the worst student in the academy? Had such abilities. It was simply unbelievable, and everyone watched him breathlessly. One of the pirates, who was strongly holding the girl cadet, looked at Lucas with surprised eyes. He said about who this kid is. The girl cadet, who was already losing consciousness, barely spoke about the pirate to let her go. Suddenly, the pirate holding the girl opened his mouth. He saw that Lucas looked at him and was about to attack him. The pirate didn't even know what to do now. He was shocked at what was happening. The pirate was holding the girl who was already hanging on his arms. He saw Lucas approaching him with lightning speed. He was moving so fast that it was impossible to catch his fast movements. The pirate was scared. He was approaching the pirate who was holding the girl very fast. He didn't even stop. He had to help the poor girl who was already losing consciousness and hanging by a bag on the hands of the impudent pirate. Lucas was approaching. He was near the pirate with lightning speed and kicked him. The pirate let go of the girl and she fell to the side. And the pirate, from such a powerful blow, flew to the other side of the ship, screaming in pain and surprise. He was surrounded by pirates. He started to make powerful blows with his legs and hit the target accurately. Pirates one by one fell from the powerful blow of Lucas. No one could even come close to him. All flew from the blow very far and irretrievably. When the next bunch of pirates approached Lucas, he made a jump and flew upwards. The jump was so fast that the pirates didn't even realize it and started to strike themselves with sabers, thinking that Lucas was there. The pirates were on their knees, all wounded. They had hurt themselves. One of the pirates told the other one that he had cut him. The other one replied that he didn't do it on purpose because the guy was moving too fast, and he didn't realize that he had already run away. Lucas rose up, and floating in the air, Lucas began to use magic. In his hands formed a large energy ball. He planned to wipe out all those nasty pirates from the face of the earth, so that there was no trace of them, and they were all destroyed. The pirates who were lying on the ground wounded raised their heads up and saw him holding a huge energy ball. One of the pirates shouted what he was doing. The other pirate started shouting, "Wait, don't do that!" His hair was going in different directions. His eyes were glowing. He had a huge energy ball in his hands. He was preparing to attack the pirates. He wasn't going to spare any of them. They deserved to die for everything they did on the ship. He aimed the energy ball straight at the pirates. The impact and the pirates were torn to pieces. There was nothing left of them. Lucas just wiped them off the face of the earth. They deserved it, for all the nasty things they had done in their pirate life. The smoke on the deck cleared, and where there was a bunch of pirates, there was nothing left at all. The arms and other body parts of the pirates were lying around. Their swords, the boards on the deck were all cracked from the impact. The pirates were dead. Standing up on the deck and closing his eyes, Lucas had spent enough energy while fighting the pirates. He just stood and looked ahead, thinking about what he should do next with the rest of the pirates, the leader and Duller. Suddenly he heard some movement behind him. He looked away to see what was going on. He was regaining his strength and realized that something not so good was going on behind him. He had to act. He turned and saw that one of the pirates, a big bald man, had taken Isabella hostage and had a knife to her throat. He told him to stay where he was. One more move, and your girlfriend would be dead. The huge pirate held Isabel by the shoulders and put the knife to her throat and said that if you move a finger, your girl's throat will turn purple with blood, yelled the furious pirate holding the knife to her throat. He looked silently at the pirate who was holding Isabel hostage and holding a knife to her throat. He didn't move a muscle in his face. He looked at the pirate and said in a calm voice, "Her that?" The pirate looked at him without understanding. The pirate stood and held the knife near Isabella's throat. She started to say some spell. Some energy started to accumulate in the area of her stomach. She decided to use magic. She tried her best. She used magic lightning strike. The pirate was pierced by lightning strike. He was glowing from his mouth. Isabella was able to gather her strength in a fist and use magic, thus saving herself from the pirate and defeat him. The pirate's face was all twisted. His mouth was open and twisted, his eyes bulging with blood. The pirate was screaming in pain. His body was all shot by lightning from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. He would not live. She stood back, her hair fluttering in the wind. It was still sparking with the remnants of the lightning. Behind her collapsed the very pirate who seconds ago had put a knife to her throat. She was able to handle him and save herself. The captain of the ship, Mac, the sailors all looked on with their mouths open in amazement. They could not think that such a fragile young girl had such strength and was able to cope with such a huge pirate twice her size. Pierre, who was still entangled in the magic, stood there with his mouth open in amazement. He did not expect that Isabella, an excellent student and the one who always fought for the best places in the academy tournaments, had such incredible strength. The bandit leader and Duller were also surprised by the skills of the young and fragile girl. They could not have thought that she would be able to escape from the hands of this thug pirate. It is just incredible. They stood stunned looking at her. She stood silently looking at Lucas, and he in turn looked at her silently. He was also surprised by her skills. Naturally, he would have saved her from the hands of that pirate, but she turned out to be a brave girl and was able to save herself on her own. She put her hands on her belt and looked at Lucas coquettishly with her big brown eyes. Smiling a little, she turned to him and asked him about how he liked her skills in using magic. She waited for an answer from him. He looked at her smiling, then winked and laughingly told her that you were being pretty again, and continued to stand smiling at Isabella, who was obviously proud of herself for standing up for herself. Suddenly, they heard someone clapping their hands behind them. It was the leader of the pirates. He was grinning and standing there applauding everything they had seen. He started to walk towards them. They turned back and looked at the pirate leader with wide open eyes and could not understand what was going on. why he was clapping his hands and smiling. They looked at him silently. The pirate leader stopped clapping and said, "Bravo, bravo, white-headed young man. Judging from your movements, you are a guard pretending to be an apprentice. Am I saying it wrong? Judging from your skills, you're clearly not a snotty academy student." He raised his hand and said that Lucas surprised him a lot, and he was very impressed with his skills and ability to handle magic. "I'm really surprised to see how you deftly dealt with my guys. It deserves respect." Lucas had only one wish in his head: to finish off this slimy and slippery type who had already annoyed everyone. He stood silent and did not move. He just stared. The leader, seeing that he did not react in any way to his words, stood there smiling. Then he thought to himself that he had something to offer him, and maybe he would agree to it. He had no choice. He stood in front of Lucas and told him that he wanted to make a deal with him. Lucas stood and listened. He wondered what the pirate leader could offer him and if it would be a good deal. He continued talking. He said that he had already realized that Lucas was not an ordinary man. "But it will be hard for you to handle my guys alone, am I right?" "Don't you think so?" the leader asked. He looked at him and told him that he was ready to listen to his proposal. "So don't delay and tell me what you have to offer," Lucas said to the pirate leader. He bared his teeth in a smile. He was not a nice guy and said half of it. Lucas looked at him and did not understand what he meant by the word half. He waited for the conversation to continue. The poor cadets were sitting on the floor crying. The pirate leader told Lucas that he would take only half of those on the ship. "Do you think that would be fair?" the pirate leader asked him, and waited for an answer. He looked at the pirate leader with a frown and began to think about what to do next, because alone he really cannot cope with all the pirates. He has already spent a lot of strength. He continued to think silently. He looked at the poor cadets who were tied up on their knees and crying from fear. Next to them stood armed pirates. He looked at them and thought about what he should do and whether he should accept such an offer. The cadets looked at Lucas and cried bitter tears, saying that they did not want to die. Lucas looked at them. It turns out he should choose exactly half of the cadets and save them. But how to be in this situation, Lucas thought. The pirate leader smilingly looked at Lucas and said that no matter how you look at it, but the proposal is very good. You brother will be a hero, and we will not be without a piece of bread. The pirate waited for the decision that he will make. Looking at the leader with angry eyes, he said that looking at the way he looks, it seems that he is rotten to the core. "What is there to gain? Look how many people you have already lost pointing around," said Lucas. The pirate lowered his head down and raised his hands to tell him that the loss was not so great, so he was not going to be upset about it. He was waiting for a positive decision from Lucas, but apparently he would not be able to wait for it. The pirate stood and held hostage the bound cadets who looked at Lucas. The leader said that he plus think the rest will be at your disposal. So choose who you like, choose. One of the girls managed to escape from the pirate and ran as fast as possible to Lucas with the words, pick me, pick me." She screamed at the top of her voice. She didn't want to be held hostage and he should choose her. She ran up to him and grabbed his shoulder and started screaming at him to pick her. He looked at her with a questioning look, not understanding what she wanted from him and why she was clinging to him, but she kept asking. She opened her mouth wide, and almost to Lucas's face she screamed for him to choose her. She said that if he chose her, she would pay him 100 gold pieces. How much she had to pay, she shouted. He looked at her with sad eyes. He was silent, and the girl in a pleading voice told him that he would take her and could ask her for anything as long as he chose her and took her away from those pirates. The cadets all stared at him with begging eyes. They started shouting, "Take me too." Voices were coming from all directions. They all wanted him to pick him and take him away from here, far away, home. Standing on the deck, he saw the cadets running up to him and asking him to pick one of them. Each cadet promised to pay in gold coins, and each one tried to offer as much of the previous one as possible. He defiantly rolled his eyes up and started telling the cadets that he didn't even know who to choose. And the cadets begged and pleaded for him to choose him, and offered as many gold coins as they could to choose him. He turned to Isabella, who was seething with rage at what Lucas was doing. He turned to her and asked, "What do you think? This way we can pay off our trip." She said, "No way." He watched her freak out and smiled. He really liked freaking her out. It gave him some pleasure. He silently looked at her and just smiled while she continued to get angry. He gathered a bunch of cadets near him and said, "Someone offered 200 gold coins. Who can offer more?" She was boiling with rage. She shouted at him. What kind of auction he organized? How can he not be ashamed? He was joking or something. The cadets were furious. Their eyes were furious. They were shouting, and each of them was saying that Lucas should choose him. One of them had the richest parents and would give the most money. The other was the son of a very famous family. Looking at all this with wide-open eyes, Isabella was completely shocked by the behavior of the cadets. Each tried to serve him to choose and take him with them. They offered money, their services. He was sick of listening to all this noise, and he shouted at the whole ship to shut up and called them all hypocrites. The cadets were silent and stood with open mouths and rounded eyes from surprise. He stood with his back to everyone. A girl with blonde hair held his hand and didn't understand why he had become so rude. Lucas said that he couldn't listen to them anymore. He was just disgusted by it all. Disgusting. Then Lucas shoved the blonde girl away from him. He said about you standing too close to me. It was already very hot here. Plus the humid sea air, and he couldn't breathe at all. Isabella stood looking at him with amazed eyes. But he went on to say that he saw that they were taught from infancy how to throw money around. But is it your gold? It was earned by your parents through hard work. All the students of the academy stood with a confused look. Lucas went on to say that you still call yourselves future mages. Everyone is shaking for his soul. How disgusting to look at you. What will happen to you when you grow up? He looked at the students and raised his hand with an index finger up and said that a magician is first of all a hero who protects the weak. No matter what danger is hanging over him and over his life, he protects. But he stood surrounded by students and continued to tell them that a magician always thinks about saving others first. She looked at him with admiration and listened to what he was saying to the students. She was impressed. He stood in the middle of the crowd of students and then talked about thinking about the amount of money they were offering him. She was angry again and thought that he must have something wrong with his head. He was saying this and that. Duller and the pirate leader stood behind them and watched everything that was happening in front of their eyes. The undead was fed up with it all and could barely contain himself. The pirate leader was not happy about it either. The pirate leader was already standing there with an angry face. Duller just stood there silently watching. He had already regretted 100 times that he had offered such a deal. It was as if they were in a bazaar with the noise and shouting of the students. He turned his head to Duller, who was just standing there. He hoped that maybe he could help him with the situation, but he didn't even pay any attention to him. He didn't look in his direction. He thought to himself that Duller was standing there silent, as if he had water in his mouth. But what can you take from him? It's just a skull on legs. Is there anyone who can defeat him or not? And when will all this bazaar end? The undead answered him. He said that no man has been born who can defeat him. The pirate leader's jaw dropped. He did not expect such a thing. He hoped that this immortal could help him and he could get the ransom. He said in surprise that he could read minds. Then he thought to himself that why so meaningfully silent Skull? Oh no, sorry, sir. The pirate stood frightened because he called him Skull. Not listening to the pirate, he stood and looked at Lucas. He said that he was just interested in watching all this. He thought about the fact that now he would have to control his thoughts because he could read minds. He stood and looked at Lucas, who was arguing with Isabella about something. But that guy had a level of mana that he had never seen before. He was glowing with it. What a beautiful specimen. He continued to look at him and thought about the fact that his level is probably no more than 5 stars, but he needs it. This is a great specimen for me, he thought to himself and cheered in his heart. Then he took off his robe and hood. He was just a skeleton with glowing eyes. He had a creepy look. He was moving towards Lucas. It was unclear what he was going to do now, but he was coming towards him. The pirate leader couldn't understand what was going on and where this skull was going. He stood with his mouth open and tried to understand what might happen now. He was very worried that he wouldn't be able to get the money for the hostages. He wanted money. They stood arguing and didn't notice that the undead were moving towards them. Then he saw that Isabella had changed her face. There was fear and horror in her eyes. He decided to turn around and see what she was so scared of. Duller was approaching them. He told him that he couldn't miss out on a body as beautiful as his, and he said, "Give up your life and become mine." He continued to slowly approach them. He was not afraid, and not a single muscle on his face. He shook off his shirt sleeve and sighed heavily and said how tactless you all are, and you all talk in cliches. It's disgusting to listen to. Duller got angry and decided that it was time to act. He used the magic of a living missile, and sharp blades rose up from it, which he was going to point directly at him as he wanted to get his body. Isabella started screaming, "This is magic." She was very scared. What is Duller going to do to Lucas? He wants to get his body, so he's going to try to kill him. How to help him? What to do? Pointing magic living missiles at Lucas, he shouted loudly, "You are finished. Standing still, Lucas was working on a plan, or rather he knew what to do to avoid the live missiles that the undead directed at him. He turned his head and saw that the live missiles were already heading towards him. He gathered all his strength into a fist and prepared to repel the attack. He didn't even think of parting with his life. He must defeat this thing. He dodged the live missiles with a lightning-fast movement, and he was very good at it. He reacted quickly and dodged, and the missiles flew past him. He moved so fast that it was impossible to catch his movements. The live missiles that he was so successful in dodging were flying past, straight into the pirates who were standing behind him. The pirates started to run away sharply in different directions to avoid being hit by the missiles. Isabella's eyes went wide with horror as she watched him try to escape the blows. She shouted at him to be careful. "These are homing missiles. They will chase you all the time." He flew a couple of meters above the ground trying to evade the live missiles. He shouted to her that he was aware that they were homing missiles and they would be chasing him. He mentally thought about what he should do next. Watching Lucas trying to get away from the homing missiles, Pierre thought to himself that it was very dangerous. He didn't know how long he could last. He couldn't run away from them forever. It wasn't realistic. He thought about the fact that if they are homing missiles, they will chase and follow the target without any control from the outside. What other aces does this duller have up his sleeve, and how will this guy be able to overpower him? The undead stood and watched Lucas skillfully handling the missiles and dodging them. But how much longer will he have the strength to thwart them? I wonder how long he will be able to run like that. We'll have to see what happens next. Lucas, meanwhile, was running around the deck, dodging homing live missiles. His movements were so fast that sometimes it was not clear how he suddenly found himself in another place. While he was dodging the live missiles, Duller came up with another test for him, and now a huge funnel was formed on the deck, and hundreds of hands were stretching upwards. What was this? All were puzzled and didn't know what was going to happen next. He did not see these hands yet because he was busy trying to escape from the living missiles. He tried to get rid of them as quickly as possible, moving lightning fast, and with all his strength and power. He did not know what prepared him undead. Suddenly, Lucas turned his head and saw 100 hands heading towards him. He thought that Duller had used his next magic, but he thought nothing. He just had to deal with all his tricks. As he tried and fought off the live missiles, those hands were closing in on him. He had to do something about it. He had to deal with it, but he couldn't think of anything yet, fighting off the missiles endlessly. The pirate leader looked at all this and cheered. He shouted to Lucas, "You got him, you bastard!" He was overjoyed. Duller had finally started to do something about this boy. Soon he would be able to take the hostages. Isabella's eyes were wide with terror, and she was afraid that Lucas wouldn't be able to cope with this magic. She was worried about him, screaming and on the verge of crying. There were hundreds of hands all around Lucas, and he could not be seen at all in this pile of hands. Duller could not overcome Lucas, and now he would kill him. Everyone stood there and looked at what was happening with horror. She couldn't stand still anymore. She clearly decided that she had to help, so running up to this incomprehensible mess of hands, among which was him, Isabella began to use magic because she wanted to help. All the students, from what they saw, ran in different directions, screaming. Isabella tried her best to help. She realized that he needed help at this moment. He could not cope alone. She stood in a pose and spread her arms to different sides. She used magic because she wanted to help him so badly. She cared about him, and she knew that without him, they would not be able to cope with that nasty Duller and the pirates. She looked with her big brown eyes, hoping to see him in the smoke, but she couldn't see anything, and panic was starting to set in. She couldn't find him with her eyes. Isabella screamed and called for him, but no one answered. She couldn't believe it and kept calling for him. She waited for him to appear, but alas, he didn't. When the smoke began to clear, she saw a hole in the deck. It turns out that Lucas flew off the ship from the impact and fell overboard into the sea and drowned. Isabella was starting to panic. She didn't know what to do. Isabella screamed and called for him with all her might. No one answered. Pierre June was still tied up, looking at what had happened. The students were also all in shock and shaking with fear. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Sweat ran down his face. He swore. Pierre realized that now, without Lucas, they would be completely finished. Only he could protect them, and now they would be taken hostage or killed. Duller looked at everything with an incomprehensible look. He opened his mouth at what he saw and couldn't understand how this could happen. He didn't expect such a turn of events. How could this happen? What is this? He turned his skull to the side and saw how the live missiles that he had fired at Lucas were now all flying at him. He was just stunned at what he had seen, not understanding how this could happen. What had happened to the missiles? He realized that he urgently needed to do something about it. Otherwise, his own missiles would pierce his body. He applied a magical shield around himself, and the live missiles just stuck into this shield without causing any harm to him. He was seething with anger, his eyes glowing. He did not understand how this was possible, how the live missiles launched by him turned against him. What could have happened? He could not understand, and it frightened him. Suddenly, the shackles that had been holding Pierre all this time fell from him. He looked at it all with surprised eyes. At last, he was free and could somehow resist this undead. He had to help the other students. At this time, Duller was about to do something magic in his hands, and he was going to do something with it. Only that no one could predict. Everyone was waiting for another blow from him and was afraid that he would kill them. He made a strike, and the live missiles that were stuck in his magic shield went flying in different directions. He thought to himself that how did the live missiles end up here, because they had a purpose to chase the object. He stood again and thought. He still couldn't understand how the missiles he sent to a certain target came back. If the target dies, then the missiles should have self-destructed. But it didn't happen. Why? While he was standing and thinking about the missiles and could not figure it out, Lucas quietly appeared behind his back. He did not even suspect it, thinking that he had destroyed him forever, but he was wrong. No one had hoped to see Lucas appear, and hope was fading. But when he appeared, everyone stood surprised and rejoiced that he had managed to survive the fight, and now he would help everyone. While Duller was in his thoughts, Isabella asked him, "Are you all right?" Lucas nodded to her, letting her know that he was the target and he was fine. Then he turned around and saw Lucas standing in front of him. Unharmed and unharmed, he was shocked. He thought he had destroyed him and got rid of him. It turned out that he didn't have a scratch on him. He told him that the back of his head was pretty nice and started to move lightning fast around Duller. "It's cute because you can't see your ugly face." The one couldn't believe that he escaped an attack from 4 sides and then ended up behind him. He jumped up sharply and flew upwards. He was still under the impression of what he had seen, who this kid from the university really was. He has too strong and powerful energy and magic. He hovered overhead and looked up at Lucas, who had his head up and was looking at him. Then he thought about the fact that he was able to do this even though the ship was rocking. In such a case, you have to do 5 calculations at the same time. She was in complete shock of Lucas. He did not understand who he was. He thought that even he was not capable of such a thing. How could he do it so well? Such a skill cannot be available to people. It is impossible. Standing and looking up at him, Lucas looked very determined. His eyes were sparkling. His gaze was serious and focused. He thought about the fact that now he absolutely had to deal with this vile type and kill him. Looking at all of this and feeling very worried, Isabella shouted to him, "Was he all right?" Lucas turned in her direction, letting her know that he was fine and he wasn't even hurt. He looked at her with a long and piercing stare. He knew that this young red-haired girl with the big brown eyes was worried about him, and she was trying her best to help him in some way. He could see it. She stood and looked at him with a surprised face. Her big brown eyes rounded. Her mouth opened in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes and didn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was a mirage or something. She looked at Trumi, who lived 4,000 years ago and is one of the strongest mages in history. She couldn't believe it. Her eyes became even bigger from surprise and surprise. She still couldn't believe her eyes. She stood there with a surprised face. Her big brown eyes rounded, her mouth ajar with surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes and didn't realize what was happening. What was this happening? She couldn't believe it. He was standing there looking at her, and behind him stood the big and warlike Trumi. Maybe she was overheating and she was imagining things. She couldn't recover from what she saw and blinked her eyes a lot. She stood and stared with a surprised look on her face. Her big brown eyes rounded, her mouth open in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes and didn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was a mirage or something. Pierre looked up and saw Duller, who was about to do something bad. Pierre said it was magic. He shouted loudly that he was going to use magic again. Watch out. He sat down in a pose. He was like he was in some kind of transparent ball. He used an ice spear. Hundreds of sharp spears were aimed at the ship. This magic is meant to be used by the Navy. These huge blocks of ice. All the students raised their heads up at Duller and they felt sick. Panic gripped them. They started screaming and rushing around the deck of the ship, hoping to get away from this horror, only it wouldn't help them. He approached the ship slowly, his arms crossed over his chest. He prepared his ice spears to attack the ship. He thought about the bad feeling that was gripping him, and he needed to destroy the entire ship immediately. He thought that it was a pity that he missed Pierre. His body would have been very useful to him, but he had to destroy the whole ship with everyone on it. With these thoughts, he aimed the ice lances at the ship. Suddenly, he froze. He could not understand what was going on and why the huge number of ice spears he had sent did not destroy the ship. Something was preventing him from doing so, but who or what was preventing him from realizing what he had planned? He looked closely and saw that above the ship someone had created a huge barrier, a shield so to speak, which prevents the ice lances from hitting the ship. It protects it. He was furious at what he saw. Who is doing this, he thought. On the deck of the ship stood Lucas, who gathered all his strength, and he raised his hand up and created a barrier that prevented the ice spears from hitting the ship. Duller roared with rage. He roared with anger. He couldn't think that this boy had repelled his attack, he thought to himself. How is it possible that he was able to repel my attack? To repel so many ice spears? He was seething with rage, Pierre said in a surprised voice. How is this possible? I almost fainted just because of this thing. How could it be? Isabella stood there with a surprised look on her face. She looked at him, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. It was both surprise and admiration. She thought to herself that who he is, it is a mystery that I cannot solve. Meanwhile, the undead being high above the ship used another magic, and a huge block the size of an iceberg was hovering over the ship. If it fell, there would be no wet place left from the ship. It was incredibly huge. Pierre almost fainted from what he saw. Sweat broke out on his face. His face expressed horror. He said that this ice lance was hundreds of times bigger than the previous ones, and it would blow them away. There wouldn't be a wet spot left. With all his strength in his hands, Duller sent this huge spear toward the ship, with the words "die" at last. He hoped that this huge ice spear would blow him to smithereens, and there would be no trace of him left. When Lucas saw the huge ice lance coming at the ship, he had to do something, or they would all be finished. Lucas gathered all his strength and power and jumped up. He flew straight at the huge ice lance and rammed it. He flew up through the huge block of ice that was already very close to the ship. He flew through it and blew the ice block into small pieces. He did it. He was able to do it and ram the huge ice block and save everyone. Lucas flew through the huge ice lance and ended up on top of Duller, who was not expecting such a turn of events. He was just in shock how he was able to ram through such a huge ice lance and nothing happened to him. The shards from the ice lance flew straight down to the ship. Pierre and Isabella were already standing ready to protect the ship so that not a single shard could not hit the ship, and the two of them managed to do it very well. The shards from the ice lance fell into the water without hitting the ship, because it was completely covered by the dome that protected it from the ice lance. They were able to protect the ship and stay alive. They were able to do it together. The undead was very angry and indignant. He could not believe his eyes how this was possible. A young man who barely reaches the 5th level of stars, how could he be a worthy opponent for me? He just could not believe his eyes. Looking at him, Lucas's face didn't twitch a muscle. He said, "You know the way, don't you?" He looked at Duller. Duller looked at him with a look of incomprehension, he thought to himself. What an impertinent boy he was, hovering in the sky above Duller, who was seething with anger. He said, "You want to be shown the way above the 5th level?" He was annoyed by this boy's insolence. He wanted to get rid of him. With one hand on his side and a heavy exhale, Lucas told him to get his shit together. He went on to say that he hadn't used anything stronger than magic missiles in a while, so you made me happy. The undead became furious. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you?" He was seething with rage and anger. He was ready to tear Lucas into hundreds of little pieces. He roared like a beast and wanted to attack him. Spreading his arms to the sides, Lucas said about being the eternal loser of West Road Frey Blake Academy. At least that's his name. Duller didn't realize who was really in front of him. This guy wasn't easy, and he had sensed it long before these events. They stood across from each other. Lucas looked at him with a penetrating gaze. Then he said that his name was actually Lucas Troman. He had returned 4,000 years later to teach scum like him a lesson. Standing on the deck of the ship with their heads up, Pierre and Isabella watched. She said she wondered what they were talking about. He replied that they were too high up and couldn't hear anything, so unfortunately they wouldn't be able to hear anything. She stood with her hands to her chest and looked up with her big brown eyes. She was worried about him. She was very afraid that something would happen to him, and this ugly thing could hurt him or take his life. After hearing this, Duller screamed that it was impossible. Lucas Troman was not Lucas Troman. There was no way he could be him. This kid was just playing with him. He was seething with rage, his eyes glowing. He was furious and decided once again to use magic to finally destroy this brat who decided to impersonate another, and with the words Lucas Troman long ago in the other world, but directed a stream of magic on Lucas. When the smoke cleared, he looked at him. and didn't understand where he had gone. And Lucas stood behind him and laughingly told him that from the back, he looked better than from behind. From the front, your face is just ugly and disgusting. Before he knew it, Lucas had stabbed him in the back with his hand and taken his heart. He didn't even realize what had happened. He was writhing in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Lucas had his heart in his hands. He stood and held the heart of this vile undead. He said that it is a machine of life. If it is not destroyed, you will not die, right? Everyone has their place, but it would take too long to find the right one. Duller looked on in horror and shock as he held his heart in his hands. He started screaming at him to stop. He was panicking. If Lucas destroyed the heart, he would just die, that's all. He glowed all white light, as if he was enveloped by white light. Of course, Lucas did not listen to him. He wanted as quickly as possible to destroy this brat, who ruined many lives. Such scum on earth should not be. He just began to crumble before his eyes and turn into ashes. Lucas destroyed him. He just clenched his heart in his fist and crushed it. Such freaks should not be in this world. They should be destroyed immediately, so that they simply do not exist. There was almost nothing left of him. He just melted into the air. Such freaks should not be in this world. They should be destroyed immediately so that they do not exist. They should be wiped off the face of the earth. Hovering in the sky and clutching the undead heart in his hands, Lucas rejoiced. Sand was falling from his hands. He had destroyed this vile creature, and now the students and the ship were in no danger. What was left was to deal with the pirates. He looked with a serious and determined face. The only thing left to do now is to resolve all the issues with the pirates so that they can sail away in peace. And all the students were no longer afraid and relaxed on the ship. They looked up at Lucas. They saw him straighten out that ugly monster. Isabella said, "Did he defeat it?" Pierre answered, "He did, even though he defeated it very easily." The pirates raised their heads and looked up and saw how the young guy had defeated the immortal. They all covered with sweat from fear, realizing that there was no one else to protect them. They were very afraid of Lucas and were ready to run. The pirate leader stood dumbfounded with his mouth open. Sweat was rolling down his face. He said that why did Duller die? He was immortal after all. The pirate leader realized that now he was finished and he would not see any money. Lucas suddenly appeared behind the leader. He turned around with a frightened face. He didn't expect that he was standing behind his back. A chill ran through his body. He was very afraid that Lucas would destroy him as well as this immortal. He looked at the pirate leader and told him that you realize that you better not say anything. The negotiations are over. The pirate leader stood there with his mouth open and his eyes bulging. He was afraid of him. He looked at the pirate leader and with a completely serious face told him that they would all die here. The pirate leader felt sick. He realized that he and his crew would not be alive. The wrecked ship, on it lay not alive and wounded pirates. Lucas destroyed them all. Now they can safely return home and not be afraid that they will be taken hostage, and all this thanks to Frey, or rather Lucas, in the body of Frey. The leader of the pirates is sitting on the side of the ship. He is dead. There is a huge hole in his body. He got his from Lucas. Now he will never attack innocent people again, and everyone will be able to sail the ships in peace. He stood in the middle of the deck of the ship. There were pirates lying around, not alive. In the corner of the deck, there were a bunch of students. They were in shock and just looked at him with wide open eyes and were grateful to him. He stood with his head down, his hair fluttering in the wind. He was tired. Too much he had to fight with bad people today. But he was glad, though not much. But he had cleared this world of bad people who didn't belong in this world. He looked in the direction where everyone was standing and his eyes suddenly turned from gray to bright blue, like Lucas Troman's really were. He was pleased with himself. He'd saved so many innocent people. He'd saved the ship. Everyone stood there mesmerized by him. The students, Pierre June, Isabella, the ship's captain Mac, and the sailors who worked on the ship. They all stood there admiring his courage and bravery. He could defeat all the pirates. Isabella looked at him with her wide open brown eyes and did not hide her admiration for this man. He had saved them. She was very grateful to him. She was very worried about him and was afraid that he would be killed. The ship arrived safely back to its city. It was moored at the wharf, and the men carried the wounded and killed pirates to the shore and piled them on the ground. Everyone was saved and arrived home safe and sound. They were on their way to their homes when suddenly they heard a voice behind them. It was Pierre's voice that was catching up with them. They stopped. Pierre came to them and stopped. He wanted to thank Lucas, who had saved his life, and only thanks to him he could now safely return to his home. He admired him, his strength and power. He looked at him and smiled. He told him that he admired him. He had no idea he had so much strength and power in him. He was very grateful to him for saving his life and saving all the students in the ship. After listening to Pierre silently, he turned around and walked towards the house. Isabella stood with her mouth open at his behavior. She did not expect him to just turn around and silently walk on. How could he do that, she thought. Then he heard the continuation of Pierre's speech and stopped. He was very tired and really he wanted to eat and sleep. He just fell off his feet after such a long battle with pirates and these terrible immortals. He wanted peace and quiet. He turned to Pierre and the latter bowed in gratitude and said that he was very grateful to him for saving his life and he would never forget it. Isabella opened her mouth at what she saw. She got embarrassed and started to tell him not to do that and to stop bowing. She couldn't believe that Pierre, who everyone in the academy knows and respects, is the head of the fraternity, and he bowed. Lucas closed his eyes and sighed heavily. How tired he was. He was just falling off his feet, but he was grateful to Pierre for saving his life. He is a good guy. There should be more people like him in this world. Asking Pierre how he feels, after the destruction of Dullar's magic, it must feel like everything inside is twisted. You should rest and regain your strength, he replied. Smiling, he assured Lucas that he was fine. On the contrary, I feel relieved after the accumulated blood came out, he answered Lucas. Thank you again for everything you have done. If it were not for you, we would have died. Winking at Pierre, he said that he was bluffing. You can't feel good. Isabella looked at him and wrinkled her face, saying that he was just ignorant. How can you even say that, she thought. They walked through the shopping plaza, past the houses. She began to tell him to tell her what had really happened to him. She asked him to tell her, and she wouldn't let go, like a Velcro sticking to her and wouldn't let go. She continued to ask, and walking next to him said that how did he manage so quickly to deal with this immortal, which is not to the teeth of even the king's mages? How did you overpower him so quickly and cleverly, she asked. Pierre turned around and said that he had heard a lot about him too. You were known as the most untalented student in the history of West Road Academy. I don't understand. He looked at Lucas and said that for the last 2 weeks you have been showing your talents. It seems that you have been hiding your talents all the time. Is that it? Or are you hiding something else? Please tell us. Lucas raised his hand up and covered his eyes and said that even if I was hiding my talents, what's the big deal? After all, in our lives, there are different situations. Do I say the wrong thing? Or maybe I think something wrong. He waved his hands in different directions and made it clear that in principle he agreed with him. The main thing is that he is alive and is now heading for his home. And all this is thanks to that bum of West Road Academy. He turned and walked forward behind Lucas, saying that, yes, that was also true. Isabella was walking with her eyes wide open and dragging her huge backpack on her shoulders, which she hadn't used at all, just carrying everything for nothing. He turned to Lucas and told him that maybe you could come to our clan sometime. I would like to thank you for everything you did for me. I will never forget that you saved my life. Thank you. Isabella couldn't help but open her mouth. My God, she couldn't even dream of such a thing. He had made a personal invitation to Lucas to join the clan. It's every West Road Academy student's dream. To get such an invitation, it's not for everyone. She folded her arms across her chest and grimaced in a very funny grimace. She was just floating from the invitation. She wished she could get an invitation to the clan too, but it was just a dream, unfortunately. Lucas looked up and scratched his cheek, then told him that he would think about it, and if he had time, he might be able to come to the clan. Isabella stood there in complete shock at hearing the words. She thought he had lost his mind. She was boiling with rage and began to say that he had completely lost his mind. It's June's clan. You know, June, how many aristocrats tried to find any thread to get into this clan, and you say if there is time I will come? He looked at her questioningly and couldn't understand why she was so angry and yelling at him because he refused to enter the clan at the moment. Then he thought about it and decided to ask Pierre for something. He wasn't even embarrassed about anything. When he approached Pierre, he smiled and told him that he wanted to ask him for some money. If he had 20 gold pieces, he looked at him in surprise, but then he decided to help him. She was ready to fall through the ground. She pulled him back. He said to her, "What do you want?" He didn't even think of being shy and decided to just ask for money. Pierre is rich. He thought that he wouldn't refuse him. There was an argument between them, with Pierre watching. She said you were asking for money to take advantage of his generosity. Could you behave more appropriately? He replied that it was her fault for not taking the money with her. Pierre came closer to them and started to calm down the arguing guys and said that he had no problem with it and he could give the money in peace. He just wanted to know what he needed it for, that's all, and he would give him the money. She stood and pounded with all her might into Lucas's chest. He turned to Pierre and said that he needed the money to use Symphony's warp space, which was very expensive. He repeated warp space thoughtfully, very interesting. He smiled and began to open his bag to take out some gold coins. Then he said about that's why you were walking towards the capital. Continuing to look for money in his bag and finding some, he held it out to Lucas. Taking the gold coins in his hands, the glitter and quantity of them made his eyes round. Pierre said, "Take it and don't return it. It's a thank you." They stood in complete shock at this generosity. Looking at his hands, he saw that they contained 300 gold coins. He had only asked for 20, and Pierre had given him 300 coins and said that he could not return them to him. What generosity on his part, he thought. He handed him back the coins, saying he didn't need that much, just give him 20 gold pieces. Pierre said he didn't have that much money, so take it. He gave it to him out of the goodness of his heart. He kept smiling and handed Pierre his money. He raised his hand to show that he didn't need to return anything. Lucas smiled and thought to himself, "You bourgeois rich man, he has so much money he can't get enough of it." He listened to what Pierre was telling him, that if he had the chance, he would invite him right now. But he was preparing for the wedding, and unfortunately, he couldn't invite him at the moment. Standing at the counter, Isabella heard their conversation and stood listening with her mouth hanging open. Pierre said that there were probably various preparations waiting at home. Lucas told him about being proud and patted him on the shoulder. Pierre scratched his head and said that you shouldn't say that. It's not that much fun. My father-in-law is doing it, so I'm not helping much with the wedding preparations. Suddenly, Lucas stopped abruptly and turned to him with a determined look and asked him if your fiancé had a sister. He was dumbfounded by this question and did not know what to say. Not being relentless, he approached him and started talking about how he didn't even have to have a sister. His aunt would be fine, too. Pierre talked about her being from the kingdom of Grenoble. Isabelle, boiling with anger, yelled at Lucas to keep his temper in check. The three of them continued on their way, and Pierre began to talk about his fiancée being from the Acrid clan. I don't know if she suits me, but they say that many outstanding and powerful knights came out of this clan. Maybe I will become one too. He went on to say that if they knew how weak I was in magic, they would be disappointed in me and there would be no wedding. He said and smiled and thought about something of his own, looking off into the distance. She dragged her heavy backpack, then winked and smiled at Pierre and said, "What are you talking about? You are one of the first in the West Road Academy, and no one considers you weak. On the contrary, everyone is proud to know you." Lucas called out to him and he turned and looked at him. He suddenly wanted to cheer him up because he was so down and thought he was a bad magician, so he decided to say a few kind words to him. Taking his hands on Pierre's shoulders and looking into his eyes, he said, "What's wrong with you? Don't lose heart. Look at you. You're so handsome." He was pleased to hear words of encouragement from him. He smiled and thanked him. Then Lucas leaned close to Pierre's face and whispered to him that if your fiancé had a sister or an aunt, you should let me know. "Okay," he said. He laughed and promised him. Suddenly, Lucas was attacked by Isabella, who was very angry for his words. She told him to stop. "You are a fool. You have nothing in your head but stupid thoughts," she scolded him. Watching them from the side as they were fighting, and it looked so funny from the side, they just amused him with their behavior and the way they were figuring out their relationship. It amused him a lot, and he began to smile. She stood and held Lucas by the chest, shaking him in all directions, trying to bring him to his senses, so he wouldn't act like an idiot in front of Pierre. They heard loud laughter and turned to him surprised. He couldn't stop. He grabbed his head and started rolling with loud laughter. He just couldn't stop. As they had amused him with their behavior, he was laughing non-stop at the top of his voice. They stopped swearing and turned to Pierre laughing and looked at him with incomprehensible eyes. And he calmed down and told them that he had not laughed like that for a long time. "You guys are very funny." It was getting dark outside. The sun was setting behind the horizon, and the sky was glowing with golden color. The three guys came to the stone bridge. The lights were on in the houses. It was getting dark, and night was approaching. They stopped on the bridge, and Pierre said that here he was saying goodbye to them, as he had to go in the other direction. He said goodbye, and once again thanked them for the saved life, embraced him, and patted him on the shoulder. Then he turned to him and told him to be sure to stop by their clan later. "You don't have to make me look like an ungrateful fool, you understand? So I'm waiting for you in my clan, as time will come." He looked at Pierre and said that of course he would come as soon as he had free time. Isabella, from what he heard once again, made a grimace. She did not understand the behavior of Lucas. From the word did not understand at all. He was insanely grateful to him for saving his life, He would never forget it and would remember it for the rest of his life and would remember this episode of his life forever. He's alive because of him. Lucas thought about how good Pierre was, kind, generous, and grateful. If there were more people like him in the world, it would be easier to live and the world would be a better place. She stood and watched their behavior and conversation with amusement. They are becoming friends, she thought to herself and smiled. They would make great friends, she thought, looking at them, and continued to smile. She looked at Lucas and Pierre and thought that they looked good. She thought that thank God it was finally over and they were able to get off this ship and stay safe. She stood next to Lucas and Pierre walked further down the bridge. He turned around and waved. She thought about how they looked and talked so well. From the outside, you would think they were friendly buddies. They walked side by side and Lucas talked about how Pierre was a normal guy. All aristocrats should be like that. She confirmed that he was wonderful. Then Lucas talked about how he spends a lot of money too. Anyway, I liked him a lot. When she heard about the money, she got all boiled up and started yelling that I'm sorry I don't have a dime. It was night outside, starry skies and a bright moon shining, and the two of them were still standing on the bridge arguing loudly. She dressed up in the store in a new outfit and stood admiring herself. She put on everything she could and stood in front of the mirror in the store. She could not decide what to buy. Then she changed into another outfit. On her shoulders, she waved a scarlet-colored cloak. She asked him, "Well, how do you like it? This outfit suits me." And looking at him, she saw that he did not pay attention to it at all. When he ran up to her, he started to yell at her. He yelled that you were going to the mountains in such a dangling outfit. Go and choose some light clothes so that nothing would get in the way and there would be an opportunity to change. She stood all red like a tomato. She puffed up her cheeks. She was very offended at him who had just reprimanded her in front of everyone in the store. Who is he, and what right does he have to talk to her like that? Here she could not stand it and opened her mouth and began to yell at the whole store that she knows that you should choose light and comfortable clothes. She just wanted to try on something beautiful. Why are you angry? She did not understand. She looked at him. A salesman came to them arguing at the store and said that it seems that your companion is not used to such hikes. Lucas stood and thought to himself that he had taken her with him on a hike for nothing. It's morning in Spain. Everything is beautiful, beautiful houses, blue sky. People are walking. There's a beautiful fountain in the street. The weather is just great, just what you need for a hike. Lucas thought to himself, how beautiful and atmospheric it is here. They bought some new clothes, walked side by side on the road, and were silent. She was silent because she was very much offended at him, because he had yelled at her so much, especially in the store in front of everyone there. He lifted up a small pouch bound with leather straps and said that this thing was pretty cool, Lucas said out loud. He couldn't figure out how to fit so much stuff in a bag like that. He went on to say that with magic, he could cram a lot of stuff into that bag, stuff that was even bigger than the bag itself. Isabella asked him if this was the first time you'd ever seen such a thing. He walked beside her. He looked at her and saw the disgruntled look on her face. He asked her why she wasn't in the mood. Isabella looked at him angrily and said, "What's your business?" He sighed heavily. He had already regretted 100 times that he had taken Isabella with him. He was fed up with her. She was always dripping on his brain. He didn't want her to go along with him. He sighed heavily again and went on his way. He stood on the street and looked around. He thought about the fact that the technology here was much more advanced than in his time. Take the warp stones. The population is much more mature, he looked around. He continued to stand and ponder. He thought about the fact that such progress is not really beyond my imagination. If you think about the past, a little change over 4,000 years is only natural. He remembered the demigod, huge with red eyes. He loomed menacingly over the earth. Lucas thought that the only thought that came to mind was that the demigod had deliberately prevented the development of civilization, so he reasoned. He wondered, well, why would he do that? Was he not sure he could handle a humanity that would become stronger as a result of evolution? It can't be, because they think of people as bugs. She walked beside him and noticed that Lucas was thinking about something. She turned to him and asked, "What are you thinking about so intently?" "We've arrived at the place where the warp stones are," she said, looking at him. He stood up and put his finger to his face and thought about something. He wasn't paying any attention to her. His mind was on something and he couldn't concentrate. He thoughtfully stretched out and then he stopped talking. A beautiful city, full of greenery, a bridge to cross, and you'll be on the warp stone. People were already standing there. Someone was approaching the bridge to the warp stone. Lucas said, "You'll find out in person." Isabel didn't even realize. A young guy was standing on the tower shouting into a horn that the warp was about to start. Please stay within the magic circle. So he stood on the tower and repeated these phrases several times, afraid that he might not hear. Lucas stretched out, his eyes rounded at what he saw, and he opened his mouth. Then he said something about how they had separated the ceremony. Good for them. Isabella walked beside him and wrinkled her face. She was ashamed of his behavior. He looked at everything with interest. Then he said something about the amount of mana needed for warp being replaced by stones. That's interesting. Isabella told him, please stop, even I'm getting embarrassed. They went to a special platform with a circle of large stones on top of which a pictogram was glowing. There was a large number of people gathered on the platform, and they were all waiting impatiently for it to start. He grinned and told her to be careful because people who weren't used to warp could get nauseous. She wrinkled her face and told him that she knew and asked him to stop acting like a redneck. And then it all started. She rounded her already large brown eyes in fear. Her eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her orbits. Opened her mouth wide and started screaming, "Mommy, Mommy." She was terrified and scared of the whole thing. Then it all started. Above the platform with stones there was a pictogram, which at some point opened, and from it appeared a funnel, which illuminated all around with a bright light and began as if to pull everyone into itself. One moment and the people on this platform were in a completely different place. If they had gotten here on their own, it would have taken 10 days. But here a couple of seconds and you are already in the right place, and that's it. There is no need to go anywhere. Lucas opened his mouth in amazement and stretched out a wow. He was looking at the very mountains he was so eager to get to. The sight was breathtaking. He couldn't even take his eyes off those huge mountains, and he couldn't stop looking. Beautiful city, beautiful houses, people everywhere, gates to enter. Everything is green, trees, bushes, and above it all rise the majestic mountains. Lucas said, "About here we are, near the mountains of Spain." He breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at these mountains and thought that there are places that haven't changed a bit in 4,000 years. And it's amazing. These mountains are the same as before. They haven't changed at all. It's amazing. He turned around and said, "Let's go, Isabella." But she wasn't behind him. I wonder where she went. He started to turn his head in all directions looking for her, and finally he saw her. She was standing with her arm against the wall. She had one hand on the wall and was squatting down. She was throwing up really badly. She thought she was going to throw up. He said to her, "See, I told you you'd be nauseous from the experience." She lifted her face, which didn't look important at all. Tears were streaming from her eyes. Her hair was disheveled. She told him that it happened to her because she hadn't eaten anything since morning and her stomach was empty. She continued to vomit. He stood patiently waiting for her. Then Isabella said that if she filled her stomach with food, she would feel good. So we should find some tavern and have a big meal. He thought about why he had brought her with him. She was nothing but trouble. Then he started looking for a nearby tavern, and when he saw it, he suggested that Isabella go in and have a hearty meal to make her feel better. They went into the tavern, which was very crowded. People were sitting at tables and drinking wine, eating and talking. He immediately wanted to fill his stomach as quickly as possible with food, especially meat. Behind the counter stood an elderly man with a bald head and carefully wiped the wine bottles. It was the owner of the tavern. They approached the bar and made a request to the innkeeper. They sat down at the bar, and Lucas asked the owner of the tavern to bring bread and meat for 5 people, especially more meat. The innkeeper looked over his shoulder at him. He pushed back a chair to sit at the table and added a mug of beer to his order. Isabella was shocked. "You ordered a mug of beer? How's that even possible? You're underage." He sat down on a chair and she stood behind him in a furious state and said that, "What, a mug of beer for you? Are you crazy? God forbid, what beer? Do you think about what you are talking about?" He relaxed and closed his eyes. He told Isabella in a quiet voice to be quiet. "You have no idea how long it's been since he had a beer, so sit down and shut up," he said. He said in a thoughtful voice that he wondered why they didn't sell beer at the academy, and Isabella was literally shaking with rage. She was boiling and shaking and wanted to punch Lucas. Isabella answered Lucas that it was clear why they didn't sell beer at the academy. It was forbidden for minors to drink alcohol. He said he'd been drinking beer since he was 13. They were brought a huge plate of food, and Lucas smiled, his eyes rounded and his mouth drooled. He was so hungry. The innkeeper asked if they were mercenaries. He looked at the table where the innkeeper had placed a huge plate of sausages, a plate of salad, a large basket of bread, and a huge glass of beer. All the things he wanted so badly now. He was impatient. The innkeeper looked at them and then said that judging from the fact that you are going to go to the mountains of Spain, I dare say you are new to this business. If you are going to go to these mountains—" Isabella looked at him incomprehensibly. He sat silently with his eyes downcast, holding a large mug of beer in his hands. The master went on to say that it seemed to you that you could catch a dragon in your new armor and with your new ball. As if he didn't pay attention to what the owner was saying, Lucas was focused on the mug of beer, which he hadn't drunk for so long. He picked up the mug and drank it with his eyes closed with pleasure. The innkeeper sighed heavily and said that this was not a bad thing, because courage is the province of the young, and continued to wipe the other dusty wine bottles with his rag, which stood in a row one by one. Isabella watched him, curious to see what he was doing. Lucas continued to drink his beer. The master said they should finish their food and go back home. The mountains of Spain are not for children. She decided to keep up the conversation with the master and said that they had heard that these mountains were called a paradise for monsters, so they assumed that there were enough of them. The man hummed, dangerous enough. Suddenly he turned from a nice old man into an angry one and shouted to them that, "How can you know? You don't know anything about these dangerous mountains, I see, so finish your food and go back home," he shouted. In the tavern sat more people who were dressed in armor and had weapons. They heard the whole conversation and sat smiling. One of them said that these guys are going to go to the mountains of Spain. They have a dozen lives. Lucas didn't seem to hear anything around him. After he had enjoyed a mug of beer, he started eating. He had a mouthful of food. He sat there satisfied and said how delicious it was. He didn't even listen to what Isabel and the owner were talking about. Then the owner realized that he had been too rude to the guys. He apologized and continued to clean the bottles. Then he said that he didn't mean to offend them, but that my son looked a lot like you, and he looked at him. He remembered his son and said that when he was little, he always talked about becoming a mercenary. He was very stubborn and didn't listen to his father at all. So when he saw you, he remembered his story. She asked him where his son was now, and he looked at her with a sad look. He looked at her with a sad look. She asked him what had happened to his son. He told her that his son had died in the mountains of Spain. She rounded her already large brown eyes in horror and opened her mouth in surprise. She was shocked and did not expect to hear such a thing. She spoke of how sorry she was. The master said, "That's okay, I wasn't telling you this for sympathy." He was told to guard the mother and sister who went to get herbs. Only the daughter came back and said he was dead. The innkeeper continued. He said, "I won't tell you any more bad things. Just don't go to those mountains. Even experienced mercenaries have little chance of returning from there, as they say those mountains are hell. So don't go there, I beg you." Isabella rounded her already large brown eyes in horror and opened her mouth in surprise. She was shocked. Where is Lucasia going to go? It's so dangerous there. She was very frightened by the story and was beginning to regret that she had agreed. As if he hadn't heard anything, Lucas coughed and said that it was delicious. Isabella looked at him with astonished eyes. She didn't understand his behavior. He was very calm and balanced. After he had eaten, he looked up at the innkeeper and said, in a calm voice, if he could tell her about the monsters in the mountains. He was very interested to hear the innkeeper's story. She sat down at the table and put a spoonful of food in her mouth. She thought that the food had a very strange taste, but since she was very hungry, she ate the food with both cheeks. With her mouth full, she listened to the innkeeper. The innkeeper sighed heavily. He really wanted these guys not to go to the mountains of Spain, but it looks like it turns out that he unfortunately will not be able to persuade. Lucas stared at him, trying to understand why he had decided to dissuade them. The master said that you need to go there, even if you are going to die, even if you don't come back from it. It doesn't scare you. They sat at the table with the rest of their food in front of them, waiting for the story of the innkeeper, who stood scratching the back of his head. Then he said that he would not get a good night's sleep tonight. They had finished all their food. There were empty plates on the table. They were very tasty and nourished. They were waiting with impatience for what the innkeeper was going to tell them, and Isabella was already afraid of the story. The innkeeper took out a map of the mountains of Spain and began to tell them everything he knew and everything he had been told by the surviving mercenaries who had managed to return, but there were very few of them. Lucas sat with a serious face and a focused look, listening to everything the owner of the tavern told them and memorized. Isabella sat with open mouth and round eyes from the horror of what he told them. When he finished his story, Isabella sat in a stupor, her eyes wide open. She put her hand to her lips and said that she was ready to hear anything but what he had told her. Lucas stood up abruptly from the table and asked the old man how much they owed him. Isabella jumped at how abruptly he rose from the table. She sat scared, and in a kind of stupor, she realized that they would go to the mountains. The innkeeper said that there was no money to be paid, but that it was on credit, to be paid back when you came back safe and sound, and so they parted. Isabella was afraid to go there, but she tried not to show it. Isabella turned to the innkeeper and said that that was why they say that peddlers have enough money to survive. The old man said that he often hears such things in a calm and even voice. They were leaving the tavern. The owner saw them off. He said, "Thank you very much for the food, especially the sausages. I would give my life for them." The owner said that many people say that my beer is good, the rest is garbage. They stood at the entrance to the tavern and said goodbye to the owner, and he said to them in reply that remember one thing, next time I will cook you the most delicious sausages in the world. You just come back, and I promise to feed you with them. He looked at the old man and said that he would hope that they would meet again, and he would feed them the tastiest sausages from his tavern. He smiled at the old man, and they thanked him. The owner of the tavern stood and smiled sweetly at them. He believed and hoped that these guys would surely return from the mountains of Spain, and he would surely feed them with his special sausages, which he would make even tastier. They set off on their way. The sky was starry and a huge moon was shining, which illuminated their way. They approached the foot of the mountains of Spain, hoping to come back. No sooner had they entered the mountain of Spain, when they were attacked by monsters. They were monsters in the form of huge trees with many green eyes. They did not expect this at the beginning of their journey. He quickly drew his sword and started attacking the tree-like monsters. He cut them into pieces with his sharp sword. He acted decisively and quickly. He had no time to think. They attacked them unexpectedly. Two huge tree-shaped monsters were coming at her. But she was not left out either and decided to use her magic skill. She acted accurately and quickly. She succeeded and destroyed those monsters. She sighed heavily and looked at him. She was happy that she was able to fight back these huge monsters and was not scared of them at all. Or rather, she had no time to be scared and acted decisively and recklessly. He lowered his face down. His eyes became very sad for some reason and looked sad. Maybe he remembered something from his past life, something not very good, or he just got sad about his past life. No one knew. After killing the monsters, they planned to go further. Lucas was holding his sword. Isabel was walking behind and talking about how this is really Mount Spain. We are just at the entrance, and there are already so many strong monsters, Isabel said. She stopped and covering her yawning mouth with her hand, said that she knew why he had brought her here. In a place like this, a month of training will be enough for a good education. Am I right? She said. He walked ahead of her and put his sword in its sheath. Listening to what she said, he said that was completely wrong. She looked questioningly at his back, not understanding what it was that she was wrong about. Very interesting. They walked between the trees, Lucas in front and Isabella following behind him. Then Lucas said something about how she didn't think he'd brought her here to catch little things. Isabella asked, "Then why did we come here?" Turning half-turned toward her, he told her that he was going to Shuhei's dungeon. She questioned him in surprise at Shuhei's dungeon. He only nodded his head in response and continued on his way. She stopped, her face astonished at what she heard. She asked him if this was the same dungeon that the great sage Shuhei had created and left behind. Isabella was speechless at what she heard. He said that this was the dungeon where one could find the power to rule the world, he said. Isabel asked him, "Isn't it all a legend? It's all really real." She couldn't believe her ears. He walked ahead. Isabel followed him. He told her about his character. It is not a dungeon despite being called that. It is not a dungeon. It is not a cave. She asked him in surprise. Everything was confused. He thought about it. He remembered the words Shuhei had told him in his past life. A tall mountain towering above the clouds, a beautiful lake on top, and a small island in that lake. Lucas would never forget those words. He remembered when he was young, he was lying on the grass. Shuhei was standing over him with books, but a lot of interesting things always told and showed him. Lucas sadly remembered his past life and sighed. He walked in silence and did not say anything more to Isabel. She walked with a questioning face and did not understand why he was silent and did not say anything to her. It was as if he was thinking about something and did not even notice her presence. Reasoning to himself, Lucas thought that Ungwanbong might be Drake's mountain. If the lake is on top of this mountain, it must be volcanic, he reasoned to himself, without saying a word out loud. He looked up at this high mountain. He thought to himself that the place was quite to his liking. He had to find a small island there and everything would be just right, he thought to himself, and prepared to climb up the mountain. He stood and looked at the mountain. Behind him stood Isabel with her arms crossed on her chest, Lucas said that although it is a legend, it is not exaggerated. It is really a very dangerous place, he said, looking up. Continuing to talk about, that one must have a minimum of 6 stars to fight there. From hearing this, Isabella opened her brown eyes and mouth wide, then asked 6 stars again. She was shocked. Where would she get them? He raised his index finger up. Isabella looked at him and his index finger and couldn't understand what he was trying to tell her. She didn't understand his gesture at all and wanted him to explain quickly. Holding his hand with his index finger up, Lucas talked about how it would take 1 month. During this period, we will be able to break through to this level, Lucas explained to Isabel, standing with a surprised face. She listened to him attentively. Isabel's eyes widened and her mouth opened. She couldn't believe what Lucas was saying. Then she looked at him and asked him if he was crazy for talking such nonsense, Isabel asked him. She told him that even with all the effort, it would take decades to reach 6-star level. Lucas told her that the first thing to do was to find a suitable place to train, Lucas said. He stood pensive with his hand to his chin and said that you too should try to find a good and safe place to concentrate your mana. Isabella said to him about, were you even listening to me or not? The sun was already setting over the horizon, and so the sky was glowing with a beautiful yellow-orange color. Soon it would be night, but the sky at sunset was just gorgeous. You could look at it without taking your eyes off. It's magnificent. Suddenly they were attacked again by a monster. It was also of an impressive size. Isabella immediately used magic and destroyed this nasty and disgusting monster that attacked them. Another monster came next, and Isabella did a great job with it too. Lucas didn't even pull out his sword. He watched Isabella deal with all the monsters. She's pretty good at it, Lucas thought as he watched her. After Isabella had destroyed all the monsters, she sighed heavily and covered her eyes. A trickle of sweat ran down her face. She could and did handle these monsters alone. She was proud of herself. This was her victory. She turned to him, but he didn't pay any attention to her. He was staring off into the distance and didn't look away. I wonder what he was looking for, she thought. He stood silent and watched. He didn't say anything. Gradually, they became accustomed to the battle with the monsters, and they were no longer frightened by them. It was as if they were doing their job, cold-blooded and unemotional. Isabella looked at Lucas, who continued to stare. Suddenly, Lucas said, I found her. Isabella looked at him questioningly. She didn't understand what he was looking for or what he had found. She was waiting for him to explain and tell her about the place he had found. He was looking at a mountain surrounded by green trees. Isabella didn't understand what this mountain was and why he was looking for it. She couldn't understand and was waiting for some explanation from him, but he didn't say anything. He was silent. When Isabella came closer to this mountain, her big brown eyes widened and her mouth opened in amazement and delight. She did not expect to see such beauty among these mountains. She was breathless. They came to a big waterfall. She said that it was so beautiful she had no words to describe her emotions. It was unexpected to see such a magnificent mountain with a waterfall. She was shocked. There was a small passage under the waterfall, which was almost impossible to see because the powerful waterfall hid this passage, and it was extremely difficult to see. Lucas went to this passage under the waterfall. They entered the passage under the waterfall and found themselves in a cave. Isabella could not understand where Lucas was taking her, as he was silent the whole way and was somewhere in his thoughts, not paying attention to her. He raised his hand up and used the magic of glow, and the whole cave lit up with a bright light. And Isabella waited impatiently for Lucas to speak and start telling her about this place and more. They were standing in the middle of the cave. A magical glow was burning at the top and illuminating the entire cave. Then Lucas talked about how this is the place where we will be practicing for the whole month. Then he added the perfect spot. She knelt down, and thanks to Lucas's magic glow, the cave was bright, and she began to dig through her bag. Lucas called her name, and Isabel looked up at him. He looked at her and said that from today he would be showing the Kasenjin training method that you wanted to learn. To put it simply, the struggle. She jumped with happiness like a little child. She smiled, her eyes shining. Lucas told her that he warned her in advance. I didn't show it to you before because it's very dangerous, okay? He closed his eyes and said that if you use it rashly, you could lose your life. So now just stand there and watch me do it and memorize it. Do you understand? He asked her. She shook her head. He sat in lotus pose. He closed his eyes and his body came off the ground and floated in the air. Isabella opened her eyes and mouth wide at what she saw. She was just shocked at what she saw. It's amazing. She opened her eyes and mouth wide at what she saw. She was just overwhelmed by what she saw. It was just incredible and magical. She looked at it and couldn't take her eyes off of it. She was impressed. The waterfall was glowing with some kind of magical light. The mountain itself was shimmering. Lucas was drawing power and energy from everywhere. He planned to teach Isabel how to do it, but for now she just had to stand there and watch the process. He continued to sit in the lotus pose. His eyes were closed. He was receiving mana from all the mountains of Spain. He was glowing from within. The sight was mesmerizing. Isabel couldn't take her eyes off him. He was magnificent. She stood opposite him and watched the whole process with great interest. She even tried to reach out her hands to him. He was glowing as if from within. It was blinding her eyes. Isabella was impressed and mesmerized. He continued to stay in the same pose. His hands were relaxed and rested on his legs, eyes closed. He repeated to himself, "I'm absorbing all the mana from the entire mountain of Spain." So he repeated to himself several times. She looked at him with astonished eyes. She thought that he was absorbing all the mana that was in the dungeon from the whole room. She looked at him without taking off her big brown eyes. It was night outside. There were many stars in the sky. The waterfall was still glowing. It was Lucas sitting and taking in the mana from the entire mountain of Spain. And Isabella was standing there watching him do it. It was morning outside. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and the waterfall was still glowing. Lucas continued to absorb the mana of Mount Spain. So much time had passed, it was time to stop. He was hovering above the ground in lotus position. He opened his eyes. A ball of light was glowing in his abdomen. He sighed and said that it was probably time to call it a day. "This is the end of the training," he said happily. He got to his feet and looked at Isabella with a questioning look. He didn't really understand what was going on and why she was looking at him so mysteriously. What was going on, he thought to himself. What happened? Suddenly, she spread her arms to the sides. Her red hair was blowing in the wind. Her eyes were on fire, and in the area of her stomach, a ball of light was glowing. The same as his, he was just amazed. He stood with his mouth open and could not say anything. He was astonished. He stood there with his mouth open and couldn't say anything. He was astonished and amazed. She approached him. He looked at her, then told her that her abilities were beyond his expectations. Moreover, Lucas said, "There is a thirst for knowledge in you. You have surprised and impressed me, Isabella." Embarrassed, she lowered her eyes and looked at him from under her eyelashes. From the outside, one could think that she was flirting with him and getting a compliment. At least that's how it looked from the outside. He understood her literally. It seemed to him that Isabella was flirting with him. He blushed and smiled broadly, hoping that she was really flirting with him. He stood there smiling with his white teeth. He pulled his hand to her face with the words that she was even very pretty. Isabella pulled away from him, blushed and screamed wildly, "What are you doing?" He didn't understand her reaction at all. Standing there with her eyes wide open, she couldn't understand what had just happened, why he behaved like that, because it had never happened before. She didn't understand what was going on and why he behaved like that. He turned to the frightened Isabella, smiled, and said that now let's eat. She blushed at the expression on his face. Her eyes lit up at once. She changed dramatically. His expression made her blush. Her eyes immediately lit up. She became different. She looked at him with love eyes and could not look at him. He is gorgeous. He took his magnificent bag in his hands. It was a small sack, but it was magical. And thanks to this small sack could hold things that were not compatible in size and in unlimited quantities. Everything Lucas took with him appeared in front of him. There was a sleeping bag, books, some vessels with liquid, change of clothes, books, food, some chronicles, and many other things. This time, Lucas was very hungry and decided to get some food. He reached out his hand and took some jerky. He had only eaten jerky in the past since food was scarce, so jerky was just a treat for him, so now he got it. A few pieces. He held the sleeping bag in one hand and the jerky in the other. He handed it to Isabella and told her to eat. Isabella said she wasn't hungry, so let's keep it for later. It's okay, she told Lucas. Shoving one piece of jerky into his mouth, he held out the rest to Isabella, saying that at the moment she was filled with mana, and it seemed like she didn't want to eat it all, but that wasn't the case at all, so take it. She took the pieces of dried meat that Lucas gave her. She looked at them with a confused face. Then she thought to herself that she had to eat this meat, even if she had to force herself to do it, because she had to eat. Lucas sat half lying down and chewing jerky. Isabella sat on her knees opposite him and tried to chew the jerky Lucas had given her. She ate it with all her might. She shoved a piece of jerky in her mouth and tried to chew it, but it was as hard as rubber, and she could barely chew it without showing that she didn't like it at all. She didn't want to offend Lucas. He sat with a mouthful of jerky and closed his eyes, slowly chewing. He was used to jerky because he used to eat it 4,000 years ago, because it was hard to get normal food. Sitting on her lap and holding a piece of dried meat in her hands, she looked at Lucas and said that until recently she had never imagined that they would live together like this. It was strange. She looked at Lucas and said that she felt an unusual energy in him. Even though I am an inexperienced student, I still see something. Whether it is your dignity or your willpower, I can't figure it out yet. Looking at Lucas with her big brown eyes, she thought for a moment. Her gaze was pensive, or she was trying to see something in it. Isabella smiled a faint smile. He was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall and staring thoughtfully. She went on to say that you haven't been yourself lately. How can I explain it to you? Isabella said thoughtfully. Isabella looked at him and went on to say that it feels like you know exactly where you need to go. There is no hesitation in you. Isabella looked at him with wide open eyes. He looked at her with his gray eyes. He smiled slightly and asked Isabella that where is the real me? Lucas looked at her without taking his eyes off her and waited for Isabella's answer. She looked at him with embarrassment. She kept her eyes on him, her mouth slightly open, she was thinking. She didn't know how to find the words to explain her vision to Lucas in detail so that he could understand her. Then she closed her eyes and laughed. She told him to tell her where he really was. She wanted to know more about him. He was still a big mystery to her. He looked at her, then lowered his eyes down and told Isabella that people don't change. They grow. That's the secret, Lucas said, and looked at Isabella. She looked at him without taking her brown eyes off him. He closed his eyes and exhaled. He wanted to relax a little, but Isabella kept talking to him, as she wanted to know so much, and her interest was growing stronger each time. He sat across from her, who continued talking about how it is that I have to thank you for your changes, Isabella asked Lucas, and waited for his answer. She said that before, for the sake of these trainings, it would have been just the two of us. And then she suddenly changed her face. She realized that it was just the two of them for a whole month. There was no one around, and they were sleeping in the same cave. Her face changed. She suddenly turned red, and sweat trickled down her face. She screamed, "Wait a minute. It turns out that we are together for a month in this narrow cave." She stood there in panic and realization of what was happening. She was in shock. She sat on her knees and rounded her eyes. Lucas stood with his back to her and then said, "Stop worrying about nothing. I've told you more than once that I'm not interested in little girls," he said in a serious tone. She squeezed her face, shut her eyes, and puffed up her cheeks. A trickle of sweat ran down her face. She held her breath and thought to herself, why is it that after Lucas's words about the underage girl, she has such strange feelings? Isabella turned to Lucas and saw that he was setting up a magic pictogram in front of the cave entrance. Isabella asked him what he was doing. Very interesting. He told her that he was installing a magic field, because it would be unpleasant if we were sleeping and monsters came into the cave and took us by surprise. That's why I'm making a defense in front of the entrance to the cave. Sitting on his sleeping place opposite Lucas, who told her that today was the first day and he needed a good night's sleep, and he went to bed, which he advised Isabella to do, and he began to lay down on his sleeping place. She looked at him in amazement. Lucas was asleep within a minute. He must be tired, she thought. She could use a good night's sleep too, Lucas was right, but she couldn't relax. Remembering the words that Lucas had said to her about not caring about little girls, it was a relief, Isabella thought. But then, why she wanted to punch him once, she didn't understand. It was morning. It was light outside, and the sun was shining brightly. In this sun, the waterfall was beautifully playing with different colors. Around the mountain is green. It is a very beautiful sight. It is impossible to take away even a glance. She was lying on her sleeping place covered with a blanket. Her hair disheveled on the sleeping bag. She was sleeping soundly and didn't even hear Lucas wake up. She was having a wonderful dream, and that's why she didn't even want to wake up. He woke up long ago and sat in lotus position on his bed. He looked awake and sleepy. He looked at Isabella waking up and how hard it was for her. She must have slept badly, he thought to himself. He asked her if she had slept well. Isabella got up from her bed and started scratching her eyes. She asked Lucas how long he had slept. He told her he had slept for 5 hours. Isabella still couldn't get up. He continued to sit, and looking at Isabel, he told her to take this as her last rest. "Because from this day, the real training starts," Lucas said, and looked at her with a serious look. Taking the proper position, he told Isabel that the battle was about to begin, Casajan's reception. She opened her mouth and her already large brown eyes from what she heard, and listened to Lucas intently. He looked at her with a serious look, and told her that he was reminding her once again that this technique is very dangerous. "I hope you remembered that. I'm telling you again, this is a dangerous method of training. They were sitting opposite each other. He with a serious face told her that it is not necessary to rashly repeat after me. Just sit quietly and observe. Watch everything carefully and catch every detail of the training. His eyes were shining. His energy ball in the abdomen began to acquire different shades. His hair was waving in different directions. He was glowing, and everything around him was glowing with different colors. He was distributing the mana collected in his body to fire and water. The sight was breathtaking. Not everyone can see such a thing. Isabella was very lucky in this respect, as she was glad that she got to know him better. He was special. She sat there stunned. Her mouth was open and her eyes widened in amazement. She thought about the fact that he could divide Nana into fire and water. It was incredible, amazing. She looked at it all with her eyes wide open, and it was as if the mana was conflicting and fighting with itself. It was amazing. Where else could she have seen such a thing? It was worth it. She was impressed. In this little space called the body, there was a struggle between light and dark, water and flame. The flame was personified by some horned monster like a devil. The water was in the form of a beautiful nymph. It was just unreal. Fire with all his might tried to overcome the water. He launched his fiery tongues into it, she as if trying to hide and close from the burning flames. It was just incredible and powerful, left an impression in the memory. The water became much bigger. It was personified by some goddess with several hands. The fire did not seem so big anymore. The water almost completely absorbed it. It was stronger and more powerful than the fire and won. In order for neither side to be superior to the other, you have to adjust the balance very seriously. It's like you're adjusting the scale so that there is no outweighing. It's just magnificent and cosmic. You have to keep the balance. She watched it all with wide open brown eyes and mouth. She couldn't even imagine being able to have this opportunity. Isabella said, "What an amazing way to do it." He was floating in the air in a lotus pose. His hair was fluttering. His eyes were closed. He was concentrated. Isabella thought to herself that this is the struggle. She understood and remembered everything as she watched everything carefully. Sitting on her knees opposite him, she thought that she was ready to use it on herself. She was completely sure of it. She just had to tune in and get herself together. Isabella thought to herself, "I'm ready." Of course she was worried about what might go wrong. Lucas had warned her that it could be dangerous and deadly. But Isabella was determined. She gathered her courage. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, and it seemed to be working. She was happy and elated inside. She could do it. What a good girl she was. She was a smart and capable student of her teacher. Great. And she seemed to be getting good at it. The balance of water and fire, and so far everything seems to be fine. But if the balance is broken even for a little bit, it will be unbearably painful. She tried to find this balance, but alas, she was a little bit wrong. Abruptly, she screamed with pain. Her mouth opened, and she began to vomit blood. Her eyes almost came out of her orbits from the pain. She was all curled up in her stomach. She had a terrible, strong pain, which is just unbearable to bear. She was in agony. Almost already she fell and almost lost consciousness. She was coughing and holding her chest. The pain was just unbearable. How can he tolerate? It's just impossible. The pain was twisting in her arms and legs. I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs. She was lying on the ground. She lifted her head a little and looked at Lucas, who continued to sit and not move. Isabella thought about how he could train so calmly, as if he was meditating. Looking at Lucas, his hair fluttered in the wind. He sat with his eyes closed. She watched and couldn't figure out who he really was. To her, it was a big mystery that she was so eager to solve. A beautiful sunny morning, a gorgeous waterfall that falls into the lake. In the lake stands Isabella. She decided to swim. She undressed and stands pensive in the water. She covered her body and stands thinking about something. I wonder what. She stands waist deep in the water. She holds a rag in her hands which she is going to wipe her body. Her hair is red in color and falls down to her shoulders and is waist length. From the back, she looks just amazing. It's a pity there is no one to appreciate her beauty. She has a sad face. Her eyes are downcast. The sun hits her face and it glows. She is very sad and pensive. She is sad. She is always thinking about something. And the sadness does not leave her face, which is very beautiful. She washed and bathed. Then she went to the shore, got dressed, squatted down, and looked for something in her bag. The weather was great. It was very warm and sunny. She looked for something in her bag but could not find it. Then she sat down near a big stone on which there were bigger stones and small stones. Isabella picked up a big stone from the ground and was going to put it on a big flat stone with the other stones. Isabella sat there and tried to count something. Then she looked at the stone and started to count again. Her face was still sad. Isabella picked up a bigger stone and was going to put it next to another stone of the same size. She was sad. She had a sadness that she could not hide, but who cared? She put the two identical stones next to each other and looked at them. It had been about 2 weeks since they had arrived at Mount Spain. Isabella put the stone down and looked at them thoughtfully. She was sad. Sitting against the stone, she turned her head towards the entrance of the cave and looked with sad eyes. She thought about the fact that they had been here for almost 2 weeks, and he hadn't even moved in all that time. The mountain, the waterfall that hides the entrance to the cave where Lucas and Isabella have been living for the 2nd week. She thought about how long these horrible lessons would continue. She didn't know what to do. Isabella went back to the cave. She went through the protective barrier. She wore socks on her feet. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. No one could see her anyway. Lucas was always sitting in the lotus position. She returned to the cave, put her backpack on the ground, squatted down and searched for something. Her face was sad. She was tired of being here. It felt like she was all alone. Lucas didn't even move. When she came back, she saw that he was still sitting in the lotus position. His eyes were closed. He was practicing. He had been practicing for the 2nd week. She had forgotten the last time she had talked to him. She then looked at Lucas, mana materialization. That meant that he had reached the 6th star in just a month. What a month in just 2 weeks of being here. She was shocked by what she saw. Standing there with her eyes wide open in amazement, she thought to herself that she couldn't even believe that. She hadn't even thought that a human being was even capable of such an incredible growth rate. She was shocked. He continued to sit. He was glowing brightly, absorbing mana in the lotus pose. His eyes were closed. He was practicing. He was practicing for the 2nd week. Isabella looked at him with surprised eyes. She admired him. Sitting with his eyes closed, he was mentally thinking that everything was happening too slow. Too slow. It needed to be faster and more efficient. He wasn't very happy with himself. He was angry with himself. It needed to be faster. Kneeling down across from him, she watched him closely. She watched him intently, trying to catch every moment, every second. The main thing was that she didn't miss anything. After watching Lucas for a long time and not missing a single second, Isabella decided that she too was ready to experience this training technique. She watched Lucas carefully and tried to memorize everything. She closed her eyes and began to concentrate. The main thing for her was to catch the right balance so that it was even otherwise. If there was even a slight overbalance, she would fail again. She tried very hard. They were sitting together in a cave. It was pouring rain outside. It was very heavy, but they didn't notice it because they were in the cave and practicing. Isabella was trying her best. She wanted to succeed. Isabella noticed that they had been in the cave for 3 weeks. They had been practicing. Time flew by. But on the other hand, it was a long time. They were sitting across from each other. They were practicing. They both had their eyes closed. A bright light was shining around them. They were in meditation. Isabella was sitting there, and she seemed to be doing well, but it wasn't to be. A slight overbalance, and everything went to hell. She was all twisted up. She was coughing. She was vomiting. She had missed something again. She was hurt. The pain twisted her. She continued to sit twisted up and vomited a lot. This is unbearable, she thought. She looked exhausted. She wiped her mouth with her hand. She thought to herself that if you lose concentration for just a moment, the whole balance starts to collapse. She was upset that she had failed. As she stood up, she thought about the fact that it was still hard for her to even believe in the possibility of such growth. It was the so-called Kasajan method of fighting, and she was able to learn how to use it, although it wasn't very good so far. She squatted down again, mana glowing in her hands. She thought about the fact that it required a huge amount of patience and endurance. Did the great men of ancient times give themselves entirely to such a terrible technique? She thought about the fact that today's level of mages does not compare to the archmages of the past. Then Isabel smelled a foul odor. She wondered if it smelled like that from her. It was horrible, she thought. She turned her head towards the shield and realized that someone was trying to break the shield. She could barely stand it. Someone was trying to get in from the outside. As she fell to the ground, she started to back up. Her eyes widened in fear and her mouth opened in fright. A huge bird burst into the cave. It was a phoenix bird. It was a divine creature. Where did it come from? She jumped to her feet. The phoenix bird entered the cave and spread its wings. It was huge. Isabella was speechless from what she saw. Lucas did not even move. He continued to sit in his pose. Then Lucas came to his senses and, still in an incomprehensible state, half-closed eyes looked and said, "Phoenix." He was surprised that the divine bird was in their cave. Perhaps it was looking for protection. She told him that how could it be that a phoenix was here? Isn't it a rare divine species, she asked. He got up on his feet, turned to the phoenix bird and looked at it with a smile. He could not think that he would see a phoenix here in the cave, a divine bird. He looked at it so warmly and smiled a little. He stood and looked at the phoenix. He smiled a slightly noticeable smile. He could not think that he could meet it here in the mountains of Spain. But this meeting was very pleasant for him. He immediately remembered his past life. The phoenix bird was very beautiful. It rose up, opened its beak, its eyes were shining. Isabella thought that she had never imagined that she could see a divine bird in the mountains of Spain. Some monsters, yes, but not the phoenix. Holding out his hand to the phoenix, he said that it was attracted by the huge amount of mana released due to the use of the fight method. He explained to Isabella, who stood listening attentively. As he approached Phoenix, he held out his hand to him with the words, "Don't be afraid, come to me." Isabella was very frightened and told him that it was very dangerous, but he did not pay any attention to her words and approached Phoenix. She put her hands forward and stood with a dumbfounded look and looked at Lucas. She thought about the fact that divine monsters are not the kind of creatures that can be tamed by a simple man, she said in a surprised voice. The phoenix bird stared at Lucas with its small glowing eyes and did not move. It was as if it was listening to what he was saying to it. The phoenix was not afraid of him at all and seemed to trust him. But how is that possible? He had a kind smile on his face and he held out his hand to the phoenix bird. He told Isabella to look closer. Can't she see that the phoenix came here for help? Look closer. She watched fearfully as he reached out and approached the phoenix bird. Isabella called out to him to warn him not to get close to the phoenix, but Lucas didn't listen to her and continued to approach her. As he approached the phoenix bird, he held out his hand. The bird laid its head on his hand as if it were a normal pet, and he began to stroke it on the head. The phoenix covered its eyes and relaxed a little. She stood there with an amazed face and could not believe what was happening. How is this possible, Isabella thought. The phoenix's plumage is made up of flames. How is it possible that you are stroking it calmly? The bird laid his head on Lucas's chest and closed his eyes. He smiled and stroked him. Then he told Isabella that he just doesn't see me as an enemy, so I can calmly approach him and stroke him. He answered her. He turned to Isabella and told her to forget that he was divine, and look here. You see, he has deep wounds on his body that were inflicted on him by some huge monster. The wounds are too deep. Look. Phoenix Bird sat down and tilted her head to Lucas, who stood and gently stroked her. Then he told her that a little more and they would have hit him in the heart. The fact that he stayed alive is just a miracle. She listened to Lucas with a surprised look. Then she looked at the deep wounds of the Phoenix Bird, and she felt very sorry for him. She watched in silence. Who could have injured the bird so badly? What kind of monster had injured him so badly? Continuing to stand in one place and watch, she asked Lucas that it is interesting to know. Do phoenixes die? They are phoenixes. She could not understand. She was very interested in what he would say to her. He said that unlike other creatures, after leaving the phoenix bird is released, but it does not mean their immortality, Lucas told Isabella. She stood and listened attentively, watching him stroking the bird. She listened to the whole story of Lucas very attentively. He knows so much interesting things, but only where does he have so much knowledge? Whatever you ask him, he knows the answer to everything. She thought about who he really is. It was pouring rain outside. Isabella, Lucas, and the phoenix bird were in a cave under a waterfall. Isabella wondered what kind of huge monster was in the mountains of Spain that had hurt the phoenix bird so badly. Caring for the phoenix, he stroked it and soothed it, telling Isabella that the bird had most likely encountered an enemy that he couldn't handle, but that it was okay now. He was safe. Phoenix was lying on the ground looking at Lucas and stood beside him and stroked his head with his hand. He was talking to him. He said that apparently Phoenix knew that he could help him. That's why he came here. He realized that he could help him. He would try to heal him now so that the bird could fly free. It was not for nothing that he found him and came to him, expecting help and believing that someone could help him. He had been practicing for a long time and hoped that he would be able to help the phoenix bird and cure it. The main thing was to concentrate, and everything would work out, Lucas thought to himself. And the bird lay obediently next to him and did not move. She stood and watched. She looked at the bird Phoenix, which obediently lay and obeyed Lucas, and he in turn talked to her and supported her. Isabella thought he was treating her like a little bird. He smiled and touched the phoenix bird and said that with his hard training, he would be able to heal it completely, and then the phoenix bird would be able to fly wherever it wanted to go. Lucas started the treatment. The phoenix bird was lying down and did not move. It looked at him attentively and did everything he told it. It even answered him. It looked amazing and amazing. Isabella had never seen such a thing. Standing next to the phoenix bird, which was doing everything he told it to do, he spoke to it gently and affectionately. Lucas told the bird to lie still and he would soon be able to fly away. Looking at Phoenix with a kind and gentle gaze, he stood by her side and told her good soothing words. He would be able to heal her and the phoenix bird would fly free. Isabella couldn't believe her eyes. She stood silently watching Lucas's behavior. It had changed a lot, even the way he spoke, and that look. She couldn't even look away from what was happening. It shocked her. Isabella looked at him and thought that even his manner of speech was completely different from the way the girl was used to. She did not understand anything. She thought that even the air around her became softer and warmer. It became more comfortable, she thought to herself, without taking her eyes off Lucas. She couldn't understand what he was really like, what he was hiding, who he was. He closed his eyes and remembered his past life. In front of his eyes, there was a picture of him standing on the mountain next to him. Phoenix, it's raining. He says that just don't talk about how you can't do anything because of the rain. He was talking to Phoenix and says to him that you are a bird and no amount of rain can stop you. Am I right? Lucas Trauman was talking to the phoenix bird. They were practicing. Suddenly, the phoenix started making contented noises. Lucas asked him about being angry. He said to the bird, "Now come catch up with me. How about a fresh human for your lunch?" he said to the phoenix. As he accelerated, he jumped, and the phoenix bird started to catch up with him. He kept telling him about how raw meat doesn't taste good to you. Anyway, if you don't want to go hungry, work your wings harder. He stood with his head down with sad eyes. He thought about his past life and he felt very sad for some reason. His face became sad. He stood silently with his eyes down to the floor and did not say anything. He was stroking the phoenix bird. Isabella was standing next to him. He said about the memories that came back to him. "A long time ago, I was able to meet your kind." She was standing there looking at him questioningly. Looking at him with wide open eyes, she realized that she admired him. Now he opened up to her from a new side, completely different, tender and caring, understanding. Thinking that he could further develop his healing skills, whether he could achieve immortality. Meanwhile, the phoenix bird was healed. She stood firmly on her haunches and in her own way thanked Lucas. Then it flapped its wings sharply, took off, and let out a piercing scream that even made Isabella's ears pop. She covered them with her hands because she thought her eardrums would burst. Lucas stood looking at the bird, putting his hand on the phoenix's beak, and he thanked it for making him nostalgic. Then he said, "Let's do that duel again next time, and face you as worthy opponents," Lucas said. The bird stood and listened to what Lucas was saying. Then it looked at him with its green eyes. It looked at him without taking its eyes off for a second. It was mesmerizing. It looked at him, and he in return stood and looked at the phoenix bird, and did not take his eyes off her either. He was glad that he could get nostalgic and remember the old times, which he certainly missed, very much missed. His eyes became sad. The phoenix flew out of the cave and began to flap his wings over the water. His wingspan was so strong and powerful that waves appeared on the water. Thanks to Lucas, he had fully recovered his strength and was ready to fly away. They stood and saw the phoenix bird with a look. How majestic this bird was. It was divine. They went back to the cave and found a feather of the phoenix bird on the ground. I wonder where it came from. Or the phoenix bird left it in the cave on purpose, Lucas thought. This is not just for nothing. He looked at the feather and said, "What a jerk. Why did he leave it? What did he want to tell me?" he thought. Why did the phoenix bird leave me his feather? Isabella didn't even know what to say to him. She stood silently watching. Then sitting down on the ground and taking the feather of the phoenix in his hands, he said that with the help of the feather of the phoenix, you can heal wounds or create magical artifacts, and also it can be sold very expensive, he said. Lucas picked up the feather and put it in his magic pouch and said that he was not the kind of person who likes to stay in debt, Lucas said, and put the feather in his pouch. Isabella stood and watched in silence. She was still impressed. He stood in front of Isabella with his back to her. She stood behind him. Then Lucas said that unlike someone who spent all day doing nothing but eating and fooling around, not helping me at all, staring at him with surprised eyes, she said, "You're talking about a young girl, right?" Isabel asked Lucas, who didn't even turn to her. When he sat down on his bed, he was silent. Isabel was seething with anger. Then she told him that maybe she should have asked for it. Like all normal people do, she asked him, but he was silent. In a split second, Lucas had fallen into his usual state of meditation. It had been going on for days, and Isabella was tired of the monotony. She sighed heavily. Isabella looked at Lucas, who was already immersed in meditation. She sighed heavily and scratched her head. She had nothing else to do. All the days were the same for her. She had nothing else to do but sit silently on her bed. Night came and the rain continued to fall. Isabella couldn't wait for it to end. She sat across from Lucas and just watched what he was doing and tried to memorize everything. It was morning, the rain had finally stopped, and it was beautiful, sunny weather outside. Birds were singing, and under the waterfall in the cave for a week there was Lucas, who was always meditating, and Isabella. She sat opposite him, who sat in lotus posture and meditated. Isabella watched him and drank water from a bottle. Looking at him, she didn't understand how it was possible not to eat and drink for so long, she thought. Wiping her mouth, Isabella looked at Lucas and thought to herself that it was already the 4th week. They had been in this cave for almost a month. She was tired. She wanted some variety, a soft bed. She looked at his gaunt face and thought that looking at him, one would think that he would soon shrivel up. He hadn't had a dewdrop in his mouth since last week. All he did was meditate. On the one hand, Isabella was worried about him because it did look dangerous. He had lost a lot of weight. He hadn't eaten or drunk in almost 2 weeks. And Isabella was worried about him. But on the other hand, looking at him, so gaunt and dried up in her eyes, his image evoked a sense of the presence of something mystical or even divine. She looked at him and he gave her a sense of admiration. She looked at him without taking her eyes off him. She thought about the fact that he was strange, although he seemed to be very strong, but on the other hand, he was not well-mannered, sometimes even rude and uncouth. Then she remembered the moment when he was fighting on the ship with a bunch of pirates in Duller. At that moment, he was, in her opinion, cold-blooded and calculating, even ruthless, she thought to herself, remembering the ship. Then she remembered when the wounded phoenix flew into the cave and remembered the tenderness and care with which he had treated him. This man has contradictory feelings, she thought. He is quite erudite in history, and his experience is enviable. Like an old man already wise beyond his years, the perfect mage. Archmage. Isabella stood pensive and looked at him with her big brown eyes. Looking at him again, she suddenly thought about it. She thought about the fact that sometimes when she looked at the Lord, Lucas Troman's essence showed itself to her in all its glory. She stood still and looked at him closely. Kneeling down in front of him, she closed her eyes and put her hand to her chest. Again, she began to reflect on the fact that no matter how much she respected her Lord with all her heart, she looked at him without taking her eyes off him. Stubble appeared on his gaunt and dehydrated face. He began to slowly come to his senses and return from his meditation. Lucas sighed heavily. His body was gaunt. He looked up at her and she looked at him with wide-open brown eyes. Her mouth was ajar from excitement. She looked at him and admired his willpower, his power. Then she closed her eyes and said in just 1 month, "Congratulations." These words she addressed to him, the man who was able to reach the 6th star level in a month. Not a single person had done it in such a short period of time. He stood and looked at himself. His body was gaunt, but his whole body was covered with muscles. His face was shriveled. He stood and looked at his hands, looked at his body. He was able to reach the 6th star level as he wanted. He stood up and looked at his hands. He tried to understand what changes had happened to him. He listened to his body for a very long time and tried to understand his sensations. He wanted to understand what he had learned to do more. She looked at him like a zombie and couldn't take her eyes off him. She was completely shocked by the sight of him. Then she thought to herself, this sight is impossible to believe. Even looking at it point blank, she thought. As she stared at him mesmerized, she thought about the fact that the youngest mage to reach the 6th star was 35 years old. If it became known that a student of the academy had done this, the world would be turned upside down. As he approached the entrance to the cave, he closed his eyes and lifted his face up to the daylight that was trying to shine through the waterfall. Now he could collect mana with a single breath. It was incredible. Suddenly he felt sick, dizzy, and falling to the ground. She rather jumped up to him to keep him from falling to the ground. She managed to catch him under the arm in time and prevented him from falling. He hung limply on her shoulder, sweat streaming down his face. Thinking that he was a fool, he had not eaten anything for so long. She told him that she could give him some jerky to snack on. He looked at her, then winked at her and said that they would go hunting since he couldn't get enough jerky and he really needed a good refueling. They walked outside the cave. Everything was green. The sun was shining brightly, and there was not a single cloud in the sky. Isabella asked if he was all right, to which he replied, "Who are you asking anyway?" They walked along the road looking for some food. Suddenly they stopped. Isabella's eyes widened at what she saw, and she opened her mouth in horror. Lucas didn't even change his face. Not a muscle twitched on his face. In front of them appeared the following picture. On the road, a pile of not alive monsters. They looked like buffalo but walk on two legs. They were huge, but all lay dead. Isabella, frightened, asked, "What happened here?" He walked in front and scratched his head. She followed him. Then he said he realized it was a phoenix. Apparently that's why we were not bothered by monsters during training, as the bird was protecting the cave with all its strength. She smiled and said that it seemed to protect us from all kinds of terrible monsters. What a great bird, Phoenix, Isabella thought to herself. He was protecting us and preserving our peace. How great. But he remembered when Phoenix flew to them wounded. He told him that he could cure him. Apparently this phrase left a trace on his soul. If I happen to see you again, if I am lucky, and we will meet for sure. Smiling, he turned to her, who was walking behind, and told her that there was no need to hunt. Let's eat them, and then go with you to Shuhei's dungeon, he said, and she nodded approvingly. They were standing and discussing all the details, when a shrill cry was heard in the mountains. It was heard on all the mountains of Spain, but it seemed that the voice was heard somewhere close. A man was screaming and calling for help. He turned and looked around and listened to where the scream was coming from, and how far it was from where he and Isabella were. Lucas heard another scream for help. Lucas thought to himself that he should help. With a frightened face, he also turned his head and tried to see where the cry for help was coming from. She was very frightened when she heard the screams for help. A chill ran through her body. Looking up at the mountains, he heard another scream, saying that the scream was coming from somewhere nearby. He heard another cry for help. Lucas thought to himself that he should help. The man was screaming and crying for help. He looked at Isabel, at her frightened and at the same time surprised face, and said that even though he hadn't eaten, he had to help the person calling him, and it was out of the question. He got into a pose and started to use his magic powers. In seconds, he disappeared over the horizon. Isabella didn't even realize anything. So lightning fast, Lucas disappeared from her eyes, leaving her alone. She opened her mouth and screamed at him, but it was useless, as he was gone in an unknown direction. Before she knew it, he was gone. He just disappeared in a second. Standing alone, in the middle of mountains, greenery, and not living monsters, she thought about what a girl should do alone in the middle of the mountains of Spain. It is not safe at all, no matter who will attack her. A guy tied to a tree. His face is covered with abrasions and wounds. He cries and cries for help. Knives are thrown at him. He is like a target, standing and waiting for his fate, trying to scream and call for help, but no one hears him. Next to him on the ground are tied two already killed. They were thrown with knives. In front of the tree stands some bandit and holds a knife. Behind them are a few more bandits and laughing loudly. The guy at the tree begs for mercy. He looks at his comrades who are tied to each other with a rope. All their bodies are covered with blood. Their heads, arms, shoulders are covered with sharp blades, which were thrown at them by the bandits, using them as live targets. The sight is horrible. 3 bandits laughing at the one who was throwing a dart at the guy, and missed. One of the bandits laughing, saying that, "Look at him, he missed," and he was bragging about what a master he is in this business. The bandits were laughing. A bandit with a ponytail on his head and an earring in his ear holds a sharp blade and tries to aim it. Another bandit comes up to him and says he is not ashamed to throw it from such a close distance. And he replies that it is because of a hangover. Another bandit comes up to the bandit with the ponytail. He pulls out a sharp blade and says that it's his turn to throw. He tries to contradict him, but he tells him to shut up and let him throw in peace. One of the bandits shouted, "Lawrence, can I just try one more time? It's my turn to throw." And he turned to them and said, "You can't throw one more time." He turned to them and said, "All right, go ahead." Then he thought about the fact that when this woman would show up, they'd been here for a month and they'd had enough. He was sitting on a log with his back to everyone. There was a fire burning and he was roasting a bird on a spit. Then he thought, I wonder how long they'll be in these fucking mountains. At least they can beg for alms, the bandit thought. One of the bandits who took the blade from the other bandit said, "Look here, you freaks. Now I'll show you who is the best and the most skillful master among you." He started aiming at the poor guy tied to a tree. The poor guy who was tied to the tree was screaming with fear. He was crying and begging for mercy. He was shaking with fear. He didn't want to die. He was begging for mercy, but it was useless. One of the bandits had already taken aim at him. The bandit who was standing and aiming and screaming throws a blade right at the guy, and this time the blade hits the target right in the guy's neck. The guy is standing almost unconscious. He screams wildly. He doesn't want to die. The guy is bruised. His eye is swollen and puffy, seeing that the blade flies exactly into his throat. He starts screaming like a slaughtered man, hoping for a miracle. He cries and screams. There is nothing else to do. He realizes that this is the end for him. The blade was already a centimeter away from his face. His eyes popped out from fear. He was screaming like a madman. Now he realized that there was no turning back, and it was the end. He mentally said goodbye to everyone. His whole life flew before his eyes. Suddenly, the blade flies aside and falls to the ground, as if he stabbed into some kind of defense in front of this guy. The guy stood all clenched and waiting for his fate, but the departure for some reason did not come. He was in shock. The bandits stood with their mouths open. The bandit who was throwing the blade at the poor guy said that he didn't understand what was going on here and why the blade didn't hit the target, but flew off in the other direction. Another of the hooligans came up to him and patted him on the shoulder and smiled and said that the wind was not on his side today. He started laughing loudly, and the thug who had just thrown the blade stood upset. He turned around and walked away from the guy with the earring in his ear, raised his hands and clenched his fists, and started shouting that he was very angry. The bandit with the tails and earring in his ear turned to him, and with a calm face told him to get some air. Suddenly, the guy with the tails and earring in his ear heard some rustling behind his back. He turned around. His eyes were frightened because he did not expect to see someone behind his back, and there stood Lucas. Lucas was standing there with a calm face, unemotional, rather indifferent. Looking at the bandit, his hands were tucked into his pants. The bandit said, "Wow," unexpectedly. Then he asked him who you were. The bandit with the tail drew his weapon and was about to attack Lucas. He asked him again, "Who are you?" He looked at him silently and waited for the bandit to attack him first. He would get his. On the other side, another pirate was approaching him with a knife in his hands. His face was ugly. Half of his face was disfigured with a scar. They started attacking him from different sides. He was not scared at all. He looked around. He saw those two tied-up people. He looked at them and thought to himself, "Those people are still alive." Looking closer, he realized they were killed. Now they were going to kill that guy tied to the tree. This is bad. He concentrated. Even though he hadn't eaten anything, he felt that he had enough strength to fight back this gang of bandits. He looked at them and didn't say anything. He was waiting for them to attack him. He looked at the guys who were tied together with blades sticking out of them and thought about the fact that these guys were alive until they became a target for these scumbag bastards. Looking at the poor guy who stood tied to a tree as a live target, his face all beaten up, tears streaming down his face, Lucas thought that these were the next candidates for the bad guys. "We'll figure it out." Two armed bandits turned to Lucas with the question, "Oh, what is it that you can talk to?" They laughed at him because with weapons in their hands, they felt superiority, not realizing who they were messing with. The bandit with a tail and a ring in his ear looked at Lucas with a vicious look and attacked him. But everything happened lightning fast and the others didn't even realize what happened. His speed and agility was just on top. He opened his mouth wide, blood splattered around, and no one realized what had happened. Lucas felt like he was just standing there and not doing anything. He was just a professional. He stood with his hands still in his pockets. The second pirate stood next to him with his mouth open in horror and surprise. The head of the pirate with a long tail and an earring in his ear was flying separately from the body. It was severed. The second bandit suffered the same fate as the first. The rest of the bandits stood with their mouths open, not understanding how this happens if Lucas is always standing with his hands in his pants pockets. With lightning speed, he does everything. The others stood there with their mouths open, unable to believe what was happening, sweat beading on their faces. They were wondering how they could get away from this guy and not contact him. Never again. They were afraid of him. The bandit, who was sitting with his back to everything that was happening, was thinking and stopped eating. He realized that something very strange was happening there. He stopped eating and listened to all the sounds and noises. Then he stopped and listened. Another head flew from his shoulders. Lucas acted lightning fast. No one could understand how he could move with such speed, that it was incomprehensible how he does it. The bandits stood in shock from what they saw and feared for their lives. Suddenly, the pirate who had been sitting back and roasting food on the fire and then eating it, he stood up and thought, it seems he realized, this is magic of the 5th level. The magic of light. The bandit's jaw dropped and he didn't know what to do. He reached out his hand with his index finger and said, "Hey guys, I'm going to teach you a lesson. All the living bandits who were there turned dead in a second. Lucas killed everyone who was there." Isabella finally found Lucas. When she saw what was going on around him, she stopped and looked at him with her mouth hanging open. She couldn't say anything. The closer she got to the place, the more her already big brown eyes widened. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. She was shocked. How he had managed to deal with all those bandits so quickly, she was shocked. He stood there with his hair fluttering in the wind and the dead bandits he had killed in a matter of minutes lying around. Isabella was in shock. How did he have the strength to do it? He stood with his head down and his eyes down with a pensive and sad face. He realized that there are still many bad people on this earth who hurt innocent people. He was sad. She quietly came from behind him and asked him if you have destroyed all of them. He looked at her and said that he had left one behind and cast a psychic spell on him. He replied. They both walked over to the bandit and looked at him. Lucas looked and had absolutely no emotion. Isabella was in her repertoire as always. Eyes widened with fright, mouth ajar with fear. That was it. He stood and looked at the pirate he had subjected to the psychic spell. He said that it was probably just a sidekick. So this gang has a leader, he told her. She looked at him silently. She walked up to him and asked him what he was going to do with the bodies of the bandits. Would you burn them, she asked him. He stood there silent and thoughtful. She waited for him to answer her question. Standing with his back to her, he looked at the sky. Then he said that he couldn't just close his eyes and pretend that he didn't see anything, how they were killing innocent people for no reason, in brutal ways. He thought about it and mentally turned. He said, "Demigod, do you really enjoy watching people kill each other? Do you enjoy watching the ugly regression of human beings? Then I will gladly scatter these ashes." Standing with a serious and focused face, he thought about the fact that no matter how trivial the things that make you happy to list them are just disgusting. Lucas stood silent with a serious face for a while longer. Suddenly, his silence was interrupted by someone's voice. Lucas and Isabel, who was standing behind him, turned around. A guy tied up, asking for help. He looked terrible, all beaten up with bruises and abrasions, barely alive, standing there crying. He looked at them and asked them if they would save him. His nose was bleeding. His eye was swollen shut. He could barely stand on his feet. His body was aching from the same position. He begged them to save him. Turning to the guy tied to the tree, Lucas told him that he was afraid that he had lost a lot of blood. "So unfortunately, I can't take you with me. I apologize, but I can't do it," he said to the guy tied to the tree. He started crying and screaming, begging him to save him. If he was left here, the horrible monsters would eat him alive. Or maybe bandits would come here looking for the missing, and he would be killed for sure. He begged him to save him. He turned around and started walking away. The guy was shouting at him that he couldn't die like that. Isabella stood with her mouth open and didn't know what to do, because she felt sorry for the guy and wanted to help him, but she couldn't disobey Lucas. The guy realized that no one would help him, and he would have to leave this world in agony, standing tied to a tree. Tears rolled down from his eyes. He began to talk to himself and ask for forgiveness from his father. When Lucas heard these words about his father, he suddenly stopped and turned around to see this unfortunate boy standing crying and begging his father's forgiveness. Tied to a tree, left to perish. The mountains of Spain, it's morning outside. The sky is blue, the trees are green, and somewhere in the depths of the trees a conversation is heard. Someone is asking about where the third platoon is. What happened? Is he captured by a ghost? The voice asks someone. On the lawn near the trees sits the bandit leader. Around him are bandits, and one of them tells the reason why the third platoon did not come at the appointed time. The bandit leader listens attentively to the story of another bandit. The bandit leader was sitting on a rock leaning against a tree. After listening to the story of one of the pirates, he looked at him with a serious face and asked him, "Can you explain it to me? Are you drunk?" With indignation, he spread his hands apart and said that he was absolutely not drunk and said that it was true, Captain Karlst. He said he saw everything clearly with his own eyes, and he didn't embellish it once. He went on talking. He had long, disheveled hair. He appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, nobody even realized where he came from. He appeared, and he unleashed all his anger and all his hatred on us. Everyone listened to him attentively, and he went on to say that this was definitely an unusual guy. He was so good at fighting that it was impossible to get close to him. He's telling the truth. The bandit who was standing next to the leader said to keep talking. The pirate continued. In a blink of an eye, all the members of the group became undead and scattered in different directions. He was the only one who managed to escape. The head of the mercenaries sat with a pensive face. After the pirate's story, he became very interested in who it was his group had to face and what he was in general. The captain decided that he must be caught urgently. He, long and silently, sat thinking and pondering and putting all the puzzles together. Nothing came to his mind. Then he thought hard and came to the conclusion that this is none other than a magician. The other thug standing next to him completely agreed with him. Then he began to reason that, judging from the whole situation, which we were told in detail, we can conclude that this man, if he is such, has a double throat. After listening, he concluded that this is not just a mage, it is none other than a battle mage. The captain squinted his eyes and thought about what they should do next and how to avenge their slain men. They needed to think. The bandit in glasses listened to his captain Karlst and absolutely agreed with him and supported his idea that they should catch this mage by any means possible and avenge their killed men. He jumped to his feet and began to give orders. He said that we need to strengthen the borders. As soon as this ghost appears, immediately give a signal. I hope everyone understood everything. So let's get to work. Strengthen the borders. He was serious and decisive. He told his bandits to take action in advance and attack at the first opportunity. He hoped that everyone heard him and would do everything clearly. The guy with glasses turned to the commander and said, "What do you think this mage was hired by the Awkward family?" Captain Karlst responded by saying, "It's a snobby royal family. Can't hire a mage as a bodyguard." He then turned to the surviving bandit and held out his hand with his index finger forward, saying about how they were playing human darts again. The guy said, "Sorry about that. We were really bored." Thinking about it, he asked the guy what kind of people they were playing darts with. The guy said they were just ordinary mercenaries, and then asked the captain why he asked him that. He started talking about how a while ago, we caught them trying to escort 2 women who were picking herbs. But they weren't the kind of people who would hire a battle mage. Who the hell is he? The road on which the carriage is lying overturned. Its wheel is broken, and some of the boards have fallen off. There are things scattered around. Someone is constantly coughing. The carriage has been attacked, and everyone knows who attacked and who was attacked. On the ground were knights in armor, barely alive. This is the carriage that for a month the pirates, led by Captain Karlst, have been waiting for, and now at last they have managed to do it, and now there is a feast in their street. The bandits had attacked the carriage in which the Awkward family was traveling. The bandits had been waiting for them for a month in the mountains of Spain, and at last they were able to wait. The leader stood with his arms at his sides. He had a smile on his face. He said, "Don't look at him like that. You make me feel weak. How long I've been looking for you. You have no idea, a whole month." A girl with a serious and resolute sword dressed in armor zealously defended the 2 nuns and the knight. It was the eldest daughter of the illustrious family of Knights Aquarid, who was called Sonia. She feared nothing and stood in defense of her loved ones. Such willpower and courage could be envied by anyone. She was strong and powerful, had the ability to fight with a sword, and deftly repelled the attack of bandits. She fought without sparing herself, and without thinking about herself. She was a very brave girl, and fought better than many men. Her dexterity could only be envied. She was good with her sword. She was attacked by 3 bandits at once, but she was not confused. One swing of her sword and one of the bandits was killed, so she coped with all of them. She did not even think about her life. She fought very bravely, which is not inherent in many girls. Having cut the last of the attacking bandits in 2, Sonia looked around to see how many bandits she would have to fight. Sonia was a very brave and courageous girl. She didn't think about herself. She stopped and leaned on her sword with a heavy sigh. She glared at the bandit Captain Karlst. Her face was covered in abrasions, but she didn't pay any attention to it. That's stamina. The bandit captain turned his back to her and silently began to leave. Sonia did not think long, raised her sword, and with the words "die," ran to catch up with Captain Karlst, who was calmly moving away from her. But she did not have time to catch up with him. In front of her, there was a pirate in glasses close to Captain Karlst, who took out his sword, rushed to the defense of his master. Sonia tried his best to defeat his court dog and catch up with the leader of bandits. But this type confused all her cards. She was furious. The sweat from the tension flowed down her face. She clashed face to face with the pirate who was defending his captain. He stood and smiled. Sonia was even more angry. She tried to overpower him. He turned to the side where Sonia was fighting and silently stopped. His assistant was fighting with her. Then he made such a strong blow that Sonia flew back a few meters and almost fell to the ground. She flew backwards, but she stuck her sword into the ground and plowed several meters into the ground. But she still managed to resist such a strong and powerful blow. She was furious. She lamented that she couldn't defeat him. Standing and breathing heavily, she leaned on her sword. She asked the Lord God to give her more strength and courage to defeat these vile bandits, who smashed her carriage and destroyed the army of knights, whom she could not save. Standing behind his pirate sidekick with glasses, Carlston said of the fact that he seemed to be so enamored with Sonia that he didn't even notice that she was constantly holding and keeping the knife in her hands. She stood and held her sword. Across from her stood the bandit captain and the rest of his pirates. He said that it looked like the flaming sword from the kingdom of Runoble was not really a simple boast. Behind Sonia stood two nuns and cried bitter tears. They were very afraid of the bandits and could not contain this fear. So huddled together they stood shaking, crying and calling the lady, who stood in front of them and protected them. Next to the nuns on one knee stood a knight in iron armor. He was no longer young. He had red hair and beard. He was on one knee, leaning on his sword and breathing heavily, as he could not breathe. She stood and held her sword in front of her. Her face was covered with abrasions. She was breathing very hard herself, as she had fought a bunch of bandits alone, and her strength was also running out. But she did not show any sign, and stood bravely in defense of her people. He stood opposite to her, surrounded by his bandits, and on his face there was a snide smile. He was staring at her, who didn't even try to surrender to him voluntarily, and it turned him on even more. Two nuns and cried bitter tears. They were very afraid of the bandits and could not contain this fear. So huddled together they stood shaking, crying and calling Mrs. Sonia, who stood in front of them and protected them. Near the nuns on one knee stood a knight in iron armor. He was no longer young. He had red hair and beard. He was on one knee, leaning on his sword and breathing heavily, as he could not breathe. The pirate captain stood looking at Sonia with a snide grin and licked his ugly lips with his tongue. He was in anticipation, hoping to have some fun with her. He had been waiting for this for a whole month in those damn mountains of Spain. He stood and looked at her, who held her sword warily in front of her and was not going to give up. The captain said that he had not waited a month for nothing. "You are really very beautiful, Sonia Aquarid." The rumors were true. He told her that she was born the eldest daughter in such a prestigious family. "You have a great talent that no one else can have. Magic from the male gender. A knight that the king gave the title to is only 18 years old?" Looking around, she realized that all the knights who accompanied her were killed in cold blood by bandits. She had no one to help her and would have to fight alone. But what can you do? It was her destiny. Looking back, she saw that only her two maids and Sir Luther, who had long since retired due to his age, were left with her. "It looks like I am really alone against the bandits. I have to hold on," she said. She lowered her head down. She knew that she would have to fight alone, but she would not let herself into the hands of these vile bandits and would fight to the last drop of her blood. She would defend her honor to the last. Standing and holding her sword in front of her, she thought about the fact that now she would have to fight 20 bandits. "This is the worst-case scenario shit," she said to herself, realizing that the chances are zero. The captain of the bandits turned to her and asked her where her accompanying mage was. She looked at him with a confused look. What he meant, what mage he was talking about, what was going on. She carefully watched and listened to what the bandit captain Carlston was saying. She looked at him and said that he was talking nonsense. What other mage was he talking about? Had he lost his mind? She did not understand, looking at him. From what she heard, she became furious and said that did he think that the knightly house of Aquarid, which has a long history, would hire a wizard as an escort? "All wizards are weaklings these days," she said. He thought about the fact that he had suspected that this mage had absolutely nothing to do with her, and this asshole had killed all his guys. Carlston wanted to find him as soon as possible. She was standing with a sword in front of the bandit captain. Then, he thought about the fact that it was a ghost. He really wanted to see him, the one who so ruthlessly killed his guys. He wanted to look him in the eyes and then kill him. He turned to her and told her not to worry. He wouldn't kill her right away. She looked at him with an angry face and asked him what he meant by those words. She didn't really understand. He licked his ugly lips with his tongue and told her that he would not kill this beautiful girl Sonia at once. He would have fun with her first. Then he would decide what to do with her next. He smiled and told her that she really wanted to know what was going to happen to her, or maybe we should leave it a surprise, Carlston said, smiling, looking at her with a nasty look. Her eyes widened at what she heard. She was worried. Realizing that it would be very difficult for her to deal with 20 people alone, but she didn't plan to fall into the clutches of this nasty guy, it would be easier for her to kill herself. He stood next to his bandits and said that to think that guys like us would get a chance to play with the honorable daughter of a noble family. Such a rare opportunity, isn't it? When she heard what the bandits were saying and what horrible plans they had for her, she shouted loudly that it was nonsense. She wouldn't just give herself to them. She would fight to the last man. She held her sword in front of her. Her maids were sitting behind her and a bunch of bandits were standing in front of her. She said that she would rather bite her tongue right now than be a plaything for those nasty freaks. Carlston looked at her with a smile and said that if she died, it wouldn't make much difference, because there were 2 of her nun's maids and then they had fun with them. Laughing, said Carlston, the bandit captain. He looked at her. The bandits stood and all laughed. Then the bandit captain said that they had been sitting in the mountains of Spain for a month waiting for them. So his guys were really hungry, he said, and they all laughed in one voice. Sonia was shocked. He put his hand to his chin and smiled slightly, and told Sonia that unfortunately she would not be able to die beautifully. She stood there, seething with anger, barely able to contain herself. What a bastard and a creep he was. She looked at all the bandits. She gritted her teeth and realized that these things did not kill her maids on purpose, and left them. They had thought of everything in advance, bastards. Scum, scum, she swore to herself. The maids who were sitting behind Sonia pressed against each other and shook with fear. They did not want the bandits to mock and amuse them. They are nuns and serve God. Then the Lord God will not be able to take them to himself. She looked askew at her nun servants who were talking about not wanting to drag their mistress down. She stood there frustrated, but tried not to show the bandits any look. The nuns' maids sat on their knees behind the mistress. They were shaking with fear and crying. They had made only one decision for themselves, as they saw no other ways, and in fact there were none, so they decided to turn to her. She turned to her elderly knight, who was sitting on the ground, holding his stomach, leaning on his sword. He spoke of how he would be honored to die for his mistress. She looked at him and said, "Oh my God, Luther." Breathing heavily, Sir Luther looked at Sonia with a sad look. He knew very well that they couldn't handle so many bandits. He was sad that he was so decrepit and old. She smiled at him. She realized that no matter what the outcome was, she would fight to the last man. Until her strength was gone, she would fight back against those vile and disgusting bandits. Standing and looking forward, she held her sword in her hands. She turned to Sir Luther and her nun servants. She apologized to them and told them that her incompetence had led to their deaths, which she was very sorry for. The maids hugged each other and said that there was nothing to regret, madam. We grew up healthy thanks to the help of the honorable house of Aquarid, and they were very grateful for everything that had been done for them. The bandit captain stood and silently looked at the lady and her nuns. He didn't say anything. He just watched, because he knew that the victory would be on his side, and he would be able to get her and the nuns. The nuns sat huddled together on the ground. Sonia stood with her back to them holding a sword. The maids asked her to send them to heaven herself. "We want you to end our lives with your own hands," they said. The maids wept bitter tears. They asked the lady to send them to heaven, because if they were defiled, they would not be able to meet with dignity in heaven. They clung to each other and wept. Madame stood with her back to them. After listening to them, she said, "Well," although her hand with the ball was shaking very badly. She could not even imagine that she would have to kill her favorite maids with her own sword, but better let it be. She went on to say that let our heads be high and our chests full of pride when we are reunited in heaven. The captain looked at them and said, "Hey, wait, what are you talking about? Stop." Holding the sword in her hand, she shouted loudly for the honor of the 2 maidens and for the honor of House Aquarid. She thought that she would rather kill herself and then kill herself than have them fall into the hands of these vile bandits who would abuse them. She raised her sword and swung it with all her might and said she was Sonia Aquarid. "I thank you for your new journey." She was about to cut off the heads of her maids when suddenly something incredible happened. Captain Carlston shouted at the top of his voice and pointed his hand at them and shouted loudly, "Stop her quickly! Don't let her kill those maids! Go ahead!" shouted the angry captain. He didn't think she would do that. It was unexpected. Having put all her strength into the swing of the ball, she was already approaching her sharp sword to the heads of her favorite nuns' maids, as suddenly something incomprehensible happened. Everyone stood in a complete stupor and surprise. The pirates shouted loudly, thinking that they had not had time, and she had destroyed her maids, and the pirates needed them alive. Captain Carlston shouted with an angry face. He did not think that she would dare to do such a thing. Thinking that she had already destroyed her maids, she closed her eyes to see nothing. Tears were flowing from her eyes. She thought that it was very painful and hard for her to make such a decision, but there was no other way out. The nuns were alive and unharmed. They were still sitting and huddled together with frightened eyes, with tears streaming from their eyes. She looked at them and did not understand what had happened. The maids were also puzzled. She stood dumbfounded. She looked at them and did not understand what was happening. She had no sword in her hands. How could it be possible? How could it happen? The bandits had managed to outwit her. Now they were definitely finished. As she continued to look at her hands, she still could not understand how her sword could disappear. She stood there in complete shock and incomprehension. What would happen to her and her maids, poor thing? She could not help them. The bandits stood there with their mouths open and didn't understand what was going on. One of them said, "No way." She looked at them and thought to herself, who would have thought that these bandits would be so skillful, she thought. Standing and looking at her shaking hands, she realized this was the end of the road. She had lost to those nasty pirates. She thought to herself that she could survive the worst humiliation for a night. She had to deal with it. She turned to her maids, who hugged each other with frightened faces, crying and looking at her, who apologized to them and said that she apologized for not being able to provide them with decent care. Standing with her back to her maids and saying that she was Sonia Aquarid, the eldest daughter of the House of Aquarid, "I order you to bite your tongues," and... She had no time to finish, and the maids began to shout, "Mrs. Sonia, Mrs. Sonia." Suddenly she stopped and looked with her eyes to the side. There she saw a young man with long hair. He was holding a sword. He was holding her sword. Sonia stood dumbfounded and couldn't even move. Smiling his ugly smile, Carlston said, "Well, we finally waited and you showed us your face." He was really looking forward to this meeting. He wanted to see the brazen man who put down his bandits. Lucas stood next to her, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging down to the ground. She was in shock. The only thing she could utter was the word ghost. The picture was as follows. On one side stood the gang led by their captain Clarkson. On the other side stood Lucas with a sword next to him. Dazed Sonia. Behind her stood Isabella, on whose shoulder the guy leaned. Sonia was in complete shock, looking at Lucas, at Isabella, at the guy Isabella was holding, and didn't understand who all these people were. The maids clung to each other and looked at everything with wide-open, frightened eyes, and did not understand what was going on and who these people were, whether they had come to save them from the hands of vile bandits or what they were here for. Sir Luther was still hoping that these people were good and that they had come to rescue them from the hands of vile bandits. He was especially worried about his mistress. Lucas was standing behind Isabella and holding the guy they rescued from the hands of bandits. He was barely alive. His face was swollen from the blows. He couldn't stand on his own, so he leaned on Isabella, who was holding him. The bandit captain was standing there, smiling with his teeth grinning. "He said that he had heard some rumors about you. You took good care of my guys." The bandit captain turned to Lucas, who was standing there looking at him. He stood next to Sonia and handed her her sword with one hand. She stood there dumbfounded, looking at him, trying to figure out who he was. He looked at the captain of the bandits and said that he was their leader. She caught her sword and held it to her, and looked at Lucas with big surprised eyes. She really wanted to know who he was, and whether he had come to save them, or if he had another purpose for his visit. She couldn't figure it out. He stood and looked at the bandit Captain Carlston. He looked at him with a serious and collected look. He was waiting for an answer from him. This type was completely unpleasant to him, and Lucas wanted to get rid of him. He stood and looked. His hands were shoved in his pants pockets. He was not tense at all, but he was ready for anything. The bandit captain pointed his fingers at the top of the mountain and said to Lucas, "You came from there, and maybe he was wrong." He went on to say that it was up there on the top of the mountain where his group of men were camped, and they had been brutally wiped out by someone, for whatever reason. So he wanted to find out who that person was and how he was going to respond. He made an angry face and shouted to Lucas that he knew it was Lucas and what he had done to his men. "Answer me quickly," shouted the bandit captain. "Don't be silent, answer for your actions." He stood with a casual look and looked calmly at the way this one was all mad and yelling. He said in a calm voice that, "You know he took care of them very well," he said, smiling. The bandit captain's face changed dramatically. He bared his teeth, his eyes glittered with hatred and anger. He was thinking only about how he was going to kill this young brat. His hands itched to unscrew his head. Then he sharply commanded his men. He told them to destroy this white-headed bastard immediately. Don't give him time to use magic, and the bandits rushed to attack Lucas. The bandits rushed to attack him with such fury and speed, and Carlston stood there enjoying watching. He thought about the fact that according to the reports, this guy should be a battle mage. Meanwhile, Lucas stood there watching everything without even bothering. He was gathering his thoughts in order to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy, and the captain continued to reason to himself that the strength of a battle mage is obvious. But against our numerical superiority, he has no chance. He concentrated and got ready to attack those nasty pirates. They hope to take him by quantity, but unfortunately they will not succeed. He will blow them all to pieces. He is ready to fight. He started to use magic. A huge stream of firepower flew in all directions. The impact was so strong that all the pirates who were in close proximity to him just ripped in half. Everyone is in shock. The captain of the bandits barely had time to put his sword in front of him and reflect the powerful blow. He was completely shocked by the force of it. He thought to himself, he can't be using firepower. The captain was dumbfounded. He could barely hold Lucas's powerful blows. He was lucky that he was standing at a decent distance from him and could at least take cover from the strong magical blows, although he did it with great difficulty. Lucas gathered all his strength and made another blow, which caused all the bandits to fly very high up. Carlston raised his head, looking at all this in shock. The power of the blow was so strong that the ground cracked. Isabella and Sonia, who was standing next to her, held the guy saved from the bandits on her shoulder. They opened their mouths at what they saw, their eyes rounded. They were just dumbfounded by the power and strength of Lucas's magic. Sonia tensed up. Sweat ran down her face. She looked incredulously at Isabella and asked her who they were and what purpose you were pursuing. She tensed up, waiting for the answer. She looked at her and closed her eyes and smiled. Isabella understood Sonia's puzzlement and fright. Of course, it was not every day you see what Lucas was doing. She herself was sometimes surprised at what he was doing. Then she, who was still standing and holding the injured boy on her shoulder, turned to her, and with a smile on her face told her that now you can be calm. We are not your enemies. We will help you and save you. Trying to fend off Lucas's attack with his sword, his face was furious. Carlston said that even he knew a little about mages. His face was furious. He struggled to fend off the attack. He swung his sword, thinking to himself that after all they are just ordinary wizards, he won't last long like this because there is a certain cycle of magic spells. He tried hard to fend off the blows. He kept thinking about Lucas. He reasoned to himself that looking at the amount of spells he'd cast over time, I must be his one and only target. As he stood and strenuously fended off Lucas's blows with his sword, he thought to himself, wondering if he would fall from fatigue sooner, or if my men's blades would get to him first while he was concentrating so hard on me. Looking at Lucas with a wicked smile and grinning his teeth, he thought about the fact that no matter how things turned out, he was sure that this mage's head would not be torn off. He continued to grin evilly. He continued to use his magic spells. Lucas wanted to get rid of this vile type who tried to withstand his blows. His men were just flying apart from the blows. They rained down from the sky, their faces contorted with pain. They flew up from the blows and were carried several hundred meters away from Lucas. They couldn't even get close to him and got hit. Frozen with eyes in which read both surprise and fear, Carlston thought to himself that it is simply impossible how this young magician with such ease manages the bandits and they cannot even get close to him. With even more effort, Lucas unleashed a huge stream of firepower on the bandits. Carlston stood there and couldn't believe his eyes. He thought about how he could use such a huge stream of energy at once. He stood there with his mouth open, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening. He thought that it was just unrealistic to use magic for so long. He couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes lit up with all his strength and power. He was focused. He was looking at Carlston, and he was going to give him a devastating blow. He had to rid the world of such a vile man. He looked at Lucas and thought about how he had never heard or seen anything like that. He threw a punch, and the punch sent him flying backwards a few meters with screams of pain, and he flew backwards a few meters. He was sitting on the ground, one hand resting on a sword stuck in the ground. His face was covered with abrasions and wounds. He sat there with a haggard face and stretched his arm forward, screaming for him to stop. He was begging and pleading with him. He stood with his hands in his pants pockets. He was unperturbed after he used magic. All the bandits were lying on the ground. Some were killed, some were wounded. Lucas stood silently watching them. He had dealt with them. The bandits who survived were sitting on the ground. Their faces were all bruised and bruised. Their faces were horrified. They were coughing and could not recover from the blows they had received from the young mage Lucas. They were in shock. Sitting on the ground, leaning on his sword, with his face in a terrible state, Carlston coughed. Then he looked at Lucas and said that he was standing with his hands in his pockets and did not attack them. Strange. Carlston, the captain of the bandits, got to his feet and stretched his arm forward and pointed his index finger towards Lucas, saying that he had run out of mana. Let's go ahead and attack him, Carlston commanded his men. The bandits started to get up from the ground with weapons in their hands. One of them said that if we can't kill him now, then we will die ourselves. They were preparing to attack Lucas, realizing that it was very dangerous. Sonia stood behind Lucas, looking nonchalant. She shouted to him, "You're out of mana. I'll share my mana with you." She tried her best to help him. Lucas looked at her and let her know that everything was fine. Then he started to use another magic. A glowing pictogram formed in front of him. He turned to Sonia and told her to get out of the way, as it was dangerous. He showed her with his hand to get out of the way and stay out of the way. The bandits stood in complete shock with their mouths open and did not understand what was happening. The ground under their feet began to shake, and the stones that were on the ground began to rise up. The bandits were seized with fear. They did not know what to do. He opened his mouth in amazement. The leader of the bandits said, "What is happening? Why is the ground shaking under his feet, as if an earthquake is about to start?" He did not understand what is happening now. He was in shock. In the place where the bandits and their captain Carlston were standing, the ground began to crack and fall. The bandits fell to the ground. They were in complete shock. Someone shouted from them that an earthquake had started, that it was necessary to save themselves. The ground beneath them began to collapse into huge pieces, and the bandits began to fall under the ground. They screamed in terror and called for help, but no one was even going to help them. One by one, the bandits began to go under the ground. They were screaming and crying for help. He was falling under the ground like all the other bandits. He was terrified. The earth was swallowing them all, and they would not be able to save themselves. They would all die. He stood and looked at everything that was happening with an unperturbed face. Behind him stood Sonia, who from what she saw opened her mouth wide and rounded her eyes. She was in complete shock from what she had seen. The voices of the bandits could be heard asking for help. She continued to stand there with her mouth open and her eyes wide open at what she saw. The only thing she managed to utter was the word unbelievable. She had no idea that this young guy had such strength and power. Lucas stood in front with a nonchalant look of joy. Behind him stood a dumbfounded Sonia and Isabella, who was holding the hand of the boy they had managed to save from the bandits. She said aloud, "He has destroyed them all," and indeed there were no pirates left alive. Looking at the remnants of the earth after all that had happened, she thought to herself that if it was really an earthquake, it was the magic of the 5 stars. He dealt with those mercenaries so quickly. It's amazing and fantastic. Isabella turned to Sonia with a smile and said that he was just stalling for time, using those spells as a distraction so he could use a control attack. He's always in control, and he always knows what he's doing. She looked at Isabella with her mouth open and said, "How was he stalling? That storm of light arrows was just a distraction." Then she talked about how this was the first time she heard of a skill like double throw. Isabella looked at Sonia with her big brown eyes and said with a smile on her face that she had never heard of such a double throw before, and that I didn't know about many things that exist in magic, and it's true. Then she looked at Lucas and said that she had never heard of such a thing until she met him and learned a lot of new and interesting things. She just admired him and his knowledge and his skill and strength. After listening to Isabella praising him, Sonia stood up with her mouth open and eyes wide open and looked at him. She had never thought she would meet such a strong and powerful magician who would save them from death. They all stood and looked at the place where a bunch of mercenary bandits, led by Captain Carlson, had stood before. But now there was only cracked earth after a strong earthquake and no mercenaries. As she approached Lucas, she said thank you very much for his help. Then she decided to introduce herself to her savior and said that her name was Sonia Aquarid from the kingdom of Luanoble. She acknowledged and thanked him. He looked at her and said that his name was Frey Blake. Then he thought that he had heard the name Aquarid somewhere before. She looked at him and said he was talking to her informally. He looked at her and said that she was also talking to him in a completely informal way, wasn't he right? She stood there confused and didn't even know what to say to him. She just looked at him silently and wondered. She bowed before Sonia and said something about apologizing for him as he was a man of bad character. Then she introduced herself and said her name was Isabel Trisnane. He looked at her perplexed. Standing across from Isabella and Lucas and plugging her nose, Sonia watched them as they interjected, "Isabella, what can't he at least half act as nice and polite as he did before with the Phoenix?" He was walking in front with Isabella, and they were arguing about something. He told her to shut her mouth. Behind them walked Sonia and her faithful knight. She thought to herself that they certainly didn't look homeless. Walking beside his mistress, Luther spoke of, and he was of the Blake family. She asked him what he knew about the family, and what he could tell her about the family. She was very curious. He turned to her and began to talk about how it was one of the strongest families that supported the Caste Cow Empire. She listened intently to what her loyal Luther was saying. He went on to say that the head of the family was Isaka Blake, and this was his son. Meanwhile, Lucas and Isabella continued to argue, and Sir Luther continued to speak. He said that among the 8 ranks, he is the 7th ranked in the entire empire, and is considered the 6th strongest of them all. Sonia could not understand why he looked so unkempt. Meanwhile, Lucas turned to her to ask where they were going now, while he continued to hold Isabella's weighted hand, answering Lucas that they were going to go to the nearest town first. "We have heard that there is a town called Hispaniola nearby," Sir Luther said, and looked at them. Sir Luther answered him that they were heading there too, so if they would let them, they would escort them to that place. Sonia got excited and asked, "Really, you will escort us? Thank you very much for that." Luther looked at him and said that he was very grateful for their kindness. But first they need to do the following: return the bodies of the escort knights. "It will take some time, so go ahead without us," he said. Looking at the dead knights lying there, Lucas asked him about the fact that he was going to bury them all here, to which he replied that they had no choice, as they could not move them all to the city, so there was no other way. Lucas raised his hand up and said that he could do it himself. Sir Luther was very surprised at what he heard. He could not understand how he was going to do it, so he stood there looking at him confused. All stood next to Lucas, who raised his hand up and with the help of magic was able to immediately lift all the knights from the ground in the air. All stood dumbfounded by what they saw and opened their mouths from what they saw. They were in shock. After Lucas lifted all the knights into the air with his magic, he started to take care of the wagon, which was completely broken. With his hands, he lifted the wreckage of the wagon into the air, as well as the knights, and began to apply another magic. A few strokes of his hand, and the wagon became absolutely whole, as if before it was not broken at all. Everyone around from what he saw, and aghast. No one could not imagine that such a thing was possible and happening before their eyes. Standing with eyes wide open in amazement and mouth wide open, Sonia said that it was simply incredible, and she had never seen such a thing before in her life. She experienced complete delight and complete surprise at what she had seen. He stood next to the subordinate wagon in which he had stacked the bodies of the dead knights at the hands of the mercenary bandits. Then he turned to the others and asked them if they were ready to go on. They stood with their mouths open at what they saw and could not utter a single word. He had never seen such a thing before. Behind him stood the nuns, the maids, who smiled sweetly at Lucas and looked at him with eyes full of amazement. Then they went to the nearest town to send the bodies of the dead knights to their homes so that they could be buried with all the honors. They walked slowly and could not get away from what they saw. They were all in amazement. When they were walking, Sonia found out that Lucas was only 20 years old, and she was surprised to say that she thought he was in his 30s. And when she heard his age, she was very surprised and shocked. She looked at him with surprise and did not take her eyes off him. She thought to herself that she did not believe at all that he was only 20 years old. She stood looking at him and did not say anything. She was surprised to know his age. She walked beside him. Behind him was a cart with the bodies of the knights. He looked straight at the road and then said that, "What difference does it make whether he is 20 or 30, that it makes a difference?" Sonia looked at him with a questioning look. He was walking beside her in front. A wagon with the bodies of the knights was traveling behind him. Sir Luther and Isabella were following the wagon. He said about it being good to be young, and Sonia asked him what he was even talking about. She didn't understand him. He looked at her and said that by the way those mercenary bandits were ambushing you, "Don't you think it's very suspicious?" he said, looking at her who was walking next to him. Putting her hand to her chin, she thought about it. Then she said that now that she remembered, it was like the mercenaries were talking about waiting here for a month to capture us, Sonia said, looking at Lucas. Sir Luther, who was walking behind Lucas and Sonia, heard their conversation and said that if they had been waiting for us for a month, then that would coincide with the time we left Luanoble. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had no idea who it could be. The Aquarid family has many allies, but also many enemies, so it's hard to know who it could be. She walked thoughtfully. She couldn't understand who would want to attack them. Then she said that even so, they were very skillful and trained mercenaries, Sonia said, and thought about something again. Then she thought about something again and said that these mercenaries were very many. So the one who hired them in order to capture us is a very powerful man. But it is impossible to understand who he is and what he wants from us. She smiled and squinted her eyes at Lucas, who was standing next to her. These mercenaries turned out to be nothing, and he destroyed them all in a matter of minutes and saved them. She stood next to him. Then she leaned forward a little and, looking at him, asked him how he was able to acquire such incredible power. She had never even seen it before, she said, looking at him in amazement. He looked at her and she looked at him. Then she said that until now it seemed to her that all mages are weak, although today she completely changed her opinion after what she saw and was surprised in a good way. He looked at her and put his index finger forward and said, "That isn't it obvious? All power is due to effort and diligence," he said to Sonia, who looked at him and didn't look away. "Only effort," he repeated. Then he turned around and walked forward, and she stood there with her mouth open and her eyes rounded, staring at the back of Lucas as he walked away. The effort repeated itself as she continued to stand with a pensive face. She was amazed. Altogether, they arrived at the port of the city. There were huge ships. They needed one of these ships to send home the bodies of the dead knights, so they came to the wharf to find a ship that could deliver the bodies. Having found the right ship, the bodies in the cart were covered with a white cloth and wrapped with a rope so that they would not fall out during transportation, and safely began to drag the cart on board the ship in order to send the bodies home and give them a decent burial. The nuns' maids stood weeping and embracing Sonia, as one of them was to ride on the ship with the bodies of the knights to escort them to their destination. They embraced and said goodbye, weeping and looking at each other. Lucas, Isabella, Sonia, Sir Luther, and one of the nuns stood on the wharf and looked at the ship as it sailed away. He turned to Lucas and bowed to him. Luther said, "Thank you very much. Thanks to you now the knights will be able to return to their families and they will have a proper burial and farewell. Thank you very much," he repeated. He stood and looked at Luther. Then he smiled slightly and said that he was very happy to help them. He was really happy that the knights would be able to return to their families and have a proper burial, he replied. He stood next to Isabella across from them. He raised his hand up and said he wished them a pleasant journey. Isabella bowed. Sonia said, surprised, "What?" She didn't think they would separate like that. She jumped up and grabbed Lucas's hand. He stared at her with his mouth open in incomprehension. He couldn't understand what Sonia wanted from him and why she wouldn't let go, he thought to himself. He did not understand what was going on and asked Sonia what was wrong. She let go of his hands and blushed and said that she wanted to thank him for saving her life. She was very grateful to him. He turned to her and with a smile on his face told her that it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We all have to help each other, he said with a smile on his face, looking at Sonia. "You don't owe me anything. It's okay." Lowering his head down, Sir Luther said, "Please, if you leave just like that, the Ackwood family will lose its face, and we don't want that at all. We have to thank you because you saved our lives, and we won't let you go just like that." He scratched the back of his head and thought about how they could thank him, but nothing came to his mind. He stood silently at a loss and could not think of anything after these words. He looked at Isabella, who stood looking at him in silence and said nothing at all. He stood there thinking how he could respect his companions so that they could go on their way with peace of mind, without thinking that they owed anyone anything. Then he said that he would like to have something to eat. Then he said that he knew a very good place where they make excellent sausages and suggested that they all go there to eat. All together, they went to the tavern, which was already known to Lucas and Isabel, because they promised the owner of the tavern that they would definitely come to him. After returning from these terrible mountains of Spain, they succeeded. When they entered the tavern, which was crowded, there was an unpleasant odor. Sir Luther was astonished at what he saw. He opened his mouth, and his eyes rounded. Sonia covered her nose with a handkerchief and wrinkled her nose. She had never been in such places. They began to look around the inn. In the smoky room, men were sitting drinking beer and smoking cigars. The smoke was so thick that it looked like you were in a fog. Sir Luther said that this place was not for aristocrats. Lucas smiled and looked at Sir Luther, who was standing there looking puzzled. Then he told him that this dirty and untidy restaurant was the best place. "Take my word for it," he said. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him saying that this is the dirtiest and sloppiest restaurant. He suddenly turned around and saw the owner of the restaurant walking straight towards him. The owner of the restaurant was smiling and winking, holding a tray of food in his hands. He told Lucas that he looked like a vagrant, but he was lucky to be alive, which he was very happy about, he said, smiling. He looked at the owner of the restaurant and sincerely closed his eyes and smiled. He was very happy to see him. He was happy that he was able to keep his word and return to his restaurant to taste his delicious sausages again. Lucas's stomach rumbled. He stood next to the owner of the restaurant, and then he turned to where Isabel was standing, holding the guy they had rescued. He said they had gone back, but they had not come back alone, and pointed at the poor wounded guy. She stood and held the guy they had rescued on her shoulder. His face was swollen from the beating. He could barely stand on his feet. Isabel looked at the restaurant owner and could not understand why he had changed his face so much. Suddenly, the owner of the restaurant dropped a tray full of food from his hands, and it flew with all its contents on the floor. The food scattered on the floor. Everyone stood and looked with incomprehension. What happened to the owner of the restaurant? What he was so dazed. The owner of the restaurant could not believe his eyes. In front of him stood his own son, who went to the mountains of Spain, and so no one has never seen him again. The owner of the restaurant shouted, "Kajani." The guy, barely audible, said, "Father." It turned out it was really his son. His son was sitting on a chair with bandages that his father, the owner of the restaurant, was putting on. Lucas was standing next to him. He said that the first aid was done, he needed to rest for a couple of days, and he would be fine. Looking at his father, he was crying. Tears were rolling down his cheeks. He was shaking. Lucas said that he had been captured by bandit mercenaries when he was guarding his sister and mother while they were gathering medicinal herbs. The father took his son's cheek with his hand. He was also shedding tears. He was very happy to see his son alive. Lucas said that he did not know what kind of mercenary he was, but he was not a bad man, not as spoiled as you, right? The tavern owner was squatting next to him with his hand on his face. Kayani talked about how he constantly regretted it, father, that he had taken to yelling at him and then running away. Khan apologized. Isabella looked at them and said that everything was fine. The main thing was that he had come home alive, and the rest could be forgotten. The main thing was that now you were together again and would never part again. She approached Lucas, and leaning a little bit towards him, she asked him that how did he know that he was the son of the owner of the restaurant? Lucas answered Isabella that they looked very much alike, especially with their eyes. Isabella wondered if. Then he smiled a little and told her that ballast seemed to be quite strong in healing magic. She stood there looking at him with uncomprehending eyes. What does he mean by that, she thought to herself. Then with a furious look, she looked at him and flashed her big brown eyes at him and said she wondered who he was calling a ballast. He kept smiling and replied in a calm voice that she was his ballast. She stood there and was seething with anger. She could barely contain herself. How could he call her a ballast? How dare he? Her face was red with anger. Lucas had his back to her and couldn't see the state she was in. He looked around the restaurant and said that, by the way, he came here to visit with his company, but he saw that the restaurant was completely full and they had no place to sit down. He looked around the restaurant again and saw no empty tables. Luther looked around and said that the restaurant was really full, so it was a really good restaurant and the food was good. Then he looked at Lucas and said that they would probably have to find another place. He turned to Luther and said that he was sorry that he had brought them to this place. It was really crowded and we should look for another place. But the sausages in this restaurant were really good. Suddenly the owner of the restaurant shouted at the top of his voice that everyone should get out of the restaurant. Stop eating quickly. Didn't I tell everyone to get out of here? The restaurant is closed for today, shouted the owner of the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant came to the table and threw all the food on the floor. Then he told them to shut up and listen to him. The owner of the restaurant started kicking everyone out. The customers said it looked ridiculous, to which the owner of the restaurant told them that he would not take any money from them and that they should get the hell out of here. He threw all the customers out, put a closed sign on the door. Then he turned to everyone and told Lucas that there was no one in the restaurant, so sit down. Everyone stood there looking at him in bewilderment. He turned to Lucas and told him that he hadn't cooked for him in a while, so sit down and take your time, and he would cook for them. He stood smiling, then answered the owner of the restaurant well. It was already night outside. Sonia was lying in the bathtub that the owner of the restaurant gave her and washed herself. How long she dreamed of taking a bath and finally washing herself. She enjoyed it very much and was relaxing in the hot bathtub. While Sonia was taking a bath, the owner of the restaurant prepared a lot of food for his guests, and he especially wanted to thank Lucas, who had saved his son. He was very grateful to him. The table was just bursting with delicious and hot food. Everyone was sitting at the table with their mouths open. They didn't think that the owner of the restaurant would prepare so much delicious food, which gave off great aromas. The owner was carrying another tray full of food with meat. Lucas chewed contentedly. Isabella looked at his full mouth with amazed eyes, and the owner smiled. He sat with a mouthful of food at the table. Then he heard footsteps, and turning, he saw Sonia coming down to them. She had taken a bath and was now feeling much better than before. He looked at her, sitting with a large mug of beer in his hands. His hair was gathered in a ponytail. Next to him was Isabella. He turned to Sonia, saying that finally you came, but he had already started to eat without her without waiting. Isabella glared at him. Sonia looked at him and said that he had become more masculine when he had washed so much dirt off his face, and now it was nice to look at him, she told him. Your face is red for some reason, he told her. Suddenly, she caught her sandal on something and started to fall. Lucas jumped to her and managed to hold her up, her cape falling off her shoulders. She couldn't hold on to it in time, and her arms were exposed. He grabbed her hand and looked at them and saw that her whole body, her hands were covered with wounds. He asked her how she got such wounds on her body. He looked at her hands, which were covered with numerous wounds. There were many of them. She sharply pulled her hand out of his hand and lowered her head. She kept her gaze down and didn't answer anything. Everyone looked at her with a questioning look. Isabella was shocked at what she saw. She didn't expect it. He stretched out his hand with his index finger forward and said that these were signs of effort. He immediately realized where she got those wounds from. He thought to himself that she was very brave and not afraid of anything. A brave girl. He stood and watched. To break this awkward silence, Isabella turned to Sonia with a question and said that she had heard that they were heading to Cascao. But what is your final destination? Sonia replied that they were headed to June's family. He sat next to Isabella at the table and thought about the fact that the name June was very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember anyone he knew with that name, so he sat pensive and wondered where he had heard it. Then he remembered Jun, whom he had saved and who had told him that he had a wedding to prepare for and that his bride was from the Aquarid family, and he was still very worried about whether she was right for him. After a little thought, Isabella remembered and with wide-open brown eyes said that this was the Aquarid daughter who was to marry the son of the June family. That's right, they remembered about marriage. He opened his mouth in amazement. Luther said that, so you know Pierre Jun. He thought to himself, how amazing, the world is so big. And here met people who know the same person. Really a miracle. Lucas continued eating and filled his mouth full of sausages. Lucas was silent, and Isabella said that they are students of the same academy, and he is also our friend. We learned from him about your upcoming marriage, so it's a small world, she said. Lucas looked up and asked, Sonia, are you Pierre's fiancée? Everyone looked at him with surprised eyes, and he became sad. He continued to eat his food with his eyes down in his plate and did not raise his head. It was already night outside. The starry sky and the huge moon was shining. The lights were still on in the restaurant. Everyone was still eating and chatting at the table. Lucas thought to himself that Pierre was a very lucky man to have his fiancée, Sonia. It was dawn. They all left the restaurant, fed and rested, and stopped in front of each other to say goodbye and go their separate ways as they were going in completely different directions. As usual, Isabella stood with her backpack on her shoulders. Behind her stood a sullen Lucas. She said that she wished Sonia a safe journey and smiled, looking at her with her big brown eyes. He remained silent. He stood with a sullen face. Sonia looked at him and turned to him with words. She said that maybe he would visit Jun's family sometime, she said. He remained silent, blushing a little. She looked at Lucas and waited for him to answer, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry to answer her. She looked at him patiently and waited for him to answer her offer and glared at him. He turned to her and told her that maybe he would visit June's family. Isabella was in a state of shock, she thought to herself. What an ignoramus he was. Couldn't he answer in a more polite way? She stood looking at him and smiled. He was really nice to her, and she was very grateful to him for saving her life, and she will always remember his deed. She looked at him and smiled. They continued their journey and entered the forest. Isabella said it was great. Sonia seemed to like people of noble descent. Lucas said he thought so too. Isn't Pierre lucky? He has good luck everywhere. She pouted her face and squinted her eyes and said that she didn't think Pierre was lucky. She thought that he was just jealous that Sonia was his fiancée. He turned his head at her and looked at her and said, "What's wrong with your face? Have you swallowed a bug?" She was in her thoughts and thought that if a girl starts to like something very much, she has no wit at all. He stopped and looked ahead and said that they had come. She looked up and was speechless. Her eyes were rounded and her face had a look of surprise on it. She had no idea they were coming here. In front of them was a huge mountain. Above this mountain were black clouds that enveloped the top of the mountain, and it was not visible at all. The sight was simply terrifying. Black sky with clouds circled around this mountain. She stood beside him and looked at it all with fear. He told her about the entrance to Schweitzer's dungeon over there. She still couldn't believe that they were going to go there. She felt uneasy. She stood there with her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open in horror. She still couldn't believe that they were going to go there. She felt uneasy about the place. That, she asked Lucas and looked at him questioningly. That's right. Lucas answered her and told her that this huge mountain is called Drake. It's because it's inhabited by drakes. These drakes were circling over that mountain, waving their huge wings. Isabella was in total shock. Drakes are huge and strong predators in the monster world. They have huge wings, long tails, sharp claws, and teeth. They look terribly scary and powerful. Isabella was speechless. Fear gripped her and paralyzed her. She stood with her mouth open and a trickle of sweat running down her face. She turned to him with words, "You mean that if we go in there, we will have to fight with these huge, strong, and powerful creatures?" Suddenly, he pointed his index finger at the ground. She was completely horrified at what she saw. She just wanted to turn around and run back. She was just completely shocked at what she saw and didn't know what to say. They stood and looked at the huge trail that one of the drakes had left. He said that it looked like the king of the drakes was 10 times bigger than usual, he said in a calm voice. She was almost fainting from fear. She stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. Her big brown eyes widened even more. She opened her mouth and said that never in her life she had no idea that such monsters existed on Earth. She sat on the ground with a frightened face, her eyes filled with terror. She opened her mouth and said that never in her life had she had any idea that such monsters existed on Earth. Sweat ran down her face from fear. As she continued to sit on the ground, she couldn't come to her senses. Lucas stood beside her with one hand at her side. He told her to calm down and pull herself together. "These are the mountains of Spain," he said in a calm and balanced voice. Then he turned his head towards her. He told her that whatever happens, there is nothing strange in it. That's why they are called the mountains of hell. And at the same moment, he raised his hand and started to use magic for some reason. She, who was sitting on the ground, turned her head to Lucas and saw that he was going to use magic. She asked him what he was going to do. She looked at him questioningly and couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, with a sudden wave of magic, Isabella was lifted up and thrown aside, and she didn't even realize anything and didn't have time to answer. She just grunted. Lucas threw Isabella aside with his magic. Isabella was hit by a huge tree that had been ripped out of its roots. They flew apart from the wave of impact. The huge monster attacked them very unexpectedly, especially for her. She didn't realize what was going on, and she didn't even see the huge monster with the uprooted tree in her huge hand, and said to Lucas, "He's crazy." Why he threw her aside with magic, she didn't understand. But when Isabella squatted down, she saw a huge monster in front of her. He was holding a thick tree with roots. Lucas was standing at his side. Isabella was completely shocked by what she saw. She opened her big brown eyes. Her mouth opened at what she saw. She screamed loudly that the monster was an ogre. Isabella had sweat running down her face in fear. This ogre was just huge. He looked at the organs. His face was serious and focused. He thought to himself that it was too dangerous. Lucas tensed up and thought about what he should do now, because the situation was not easy, unfortunately. He kept looking at the ogre, he thought to himself. Its skin color was red. It had 3 eyes. It was huge in size, with big muscular arms. Lucas looked and finally realized this mutant. It was mutated. Then he remembered that the tavern owner had told him that there were mutants living in this mountain range. It turns out he was not lying. He grinned and looked at the mutant. He had to deal with him, and as soon as possible. The mutant looked at Lucas with frenzied, glowing eyes, and he had 3 of them for a minute. His teeth gritted, drool flowing from his mouth. He had an intimidating look. He was preparing to attack Lenich. The monster raised the uprooted tree up. His face was terrifyingly ugly. He roared with anger and aimed his blow directly at Isabella, who flinched trying to dodge the blow. Then she pulled herself together and decided to use magic. She gathered all her strength in her fist and used a fireball to strike the mutant. She wanted to protect herself and Lucas, trying her best not to let him down. She made a powerful fireball that hit the mutant, and the mutant flew back a few meters. She put all her strength and power into this blow. She managed to knock down a huge, powerful 3-eyed mutant. He looked at her with surprised eyes and smiled a little. Then he thought to himself that it seems that her strength has grown much more than he expected. Well done. She is trying and learning. He was even happy for her. Suddenly, the mutant stood up as if nothing had happened. He didn't have a scratch on him. He was even more angry and growled that his ears were ringing. Isabella was shocked. She didn't expect her magic to work on him. She stood staring at the mutant in horror and holding her head. She said to herself that as you would expect, my magic was worthless. He didn't even stagger from it. Lucas looked at her, then thought about the fact that she didn't realize it. He started to walk over to her and told her that his skin was now resistant to fire magic. Maybe the Drake was to blame. She said with an amazed look on her face that he had evolved or something. She was shocked. She stood next to him and looked at the mutant approaching them. He was furious. Isabella asked Lucas what they should do now. He looked at her and said, "What are you talking about?" He said that if fire doesn't work, then they need to use ice. Then he started to tune himself up and use ice magic. Isabella looked at him with her big brown eyes. She just admired him, standing and hugging her body with her arms. She was shaking from the cold. Lucas summoned ice magic, and it became unbearably cold. Her teeth were chattering, and she thought she was going to pass out from the cold. Her whole body was shackled. Two small ice spears appeared in the air. It felt as if the time of year had changed and a harsh winter had arrived. Everything was covered in ice. The cold penetrated to the bones. Isabella could not get a tooth on a tooth from the cold. She stood and watched Lucas. How skillfully he handled the ice spears. Then she thought to herself that he was simply peerless. He really resembled the great magician Lucas Troman. He stood with a serious and focused face. He pointed the ice spears straight at the three-eyed monster. He stood firmly in place, and on his face there was not an ounce of fear or doubt in his actions. He must defeat the monster. Lucas's blow with ice spears exactly flew straight at the monster and hit him. The monster received the blow and began to fall to the ground, roaring in pain. Lucas waited that the monster finally received a fatal blow and will never get up from the ground again. She looked at him with admiring eyes. She could not believe that she had such an opportunity to get acquainted with such a strong magician. He stood and looked silently at the monster and waited for what would happen next. And then the impossible happened. The monster rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. Isabella opened her mouth in horror. She was really scared. She didn't think he would get up again. Lucas was stunned at what he saw. The monster stood up on his feet, swung a thick tree trunk, and struck a blow that was so powerful that the ground cracked, and Lucas and Isabella flew apart for several meters. They did not even expect this. After Lucas struck with ice spears, it meant nothing to the monster. The ice spears were stuck in his head and shoulder, but he did not care. Even powerful blows with ice spears did not pierce his impenetrable skin. They were lying on the ground after being struck by the monster and could not regain their senses, while the monster was breaking thick tree trunks and making his way towards them to strike back. He was simply furious. He said that he was a tough guy. She realized that she had to do something. Isabella decided to use fireball magic once again. She gathered her strength and decided to do something. She used fire magic, aiming her fireball directly at the monster's face. She decided to blind it for a while, so they could hide and think of a plan of action to destroy the monster. When the monster woke up after the fireball hit him in the eye, he looked around, but there was no one around. He looked around and didn't realize where the two of them had gone. It was strange. They hid behind a tree. He said that this mutant evolution has endowed not only distinctive features, but also skin and skeleton, which is stronger than steel and without a single flaw. Cool, really, said he. After listening to Lucas carefully and thinking, she told him that if he was so dense, the emphasis on fire would be most effective, she told him. She looked at him carefully and thought about what he would say to her. Turning his head in her direction, he said that there is one but his hide is resistant to fire. Have you forgotten that? We have all seen it with our own eyes. She wondered what they should do then, how to defeat him. Then she talked about, what if they try to bury him with an earthquake like last time he said about since when did that kid act so reckless, he asked her and smiled. Telling Isabella that she thought such chaotic magic would not attract the attention of all the drakes in the area, it was worth being careful and prudent. But it looks like it's noisy enough as it is, he said. They sat together and hid behind a tree. He closed his eyes and lowered his head down. Then he told her that in this situation, he would have to use the most effective strategy. She stared at him incomprehensibly. He got to his feet and came out of hiding. He called out to the monster. "Hey, buddy," he shouted. The monster turned around and looked at him with his horrible, evil look. He had come up with a new plan that he thought would work. Standing next to Isabella, he told the monster why he was so evil. He started to use his magic. He decided to use ice spears once again. He developed a special tactic that he was going to use to destroy the monster. She stood there shrinking from the cold again. She looked at him and asked him why he was taking ice spears again, if they had no effect on the monster at all, and it was all useless. He looked at her and replied, If you want to succeed, dig the well to the end. If you take on a job, then finish it, and then start another. Because if you often change the occupation, it will be no use. The monster was slowly approaching them. Lucas had already started to use magic, ice spears. He tried to aim them directly at the head of the one-eyed monster, who was boiling with rage and was approaching them to strike. It was rapidly approaching. Its mouth was open. It let out horrible, loud screams and growls. The sounds were ear-splitting. The sight of it was terrifying. It roared, and its face was distorted with rage. It was closing in on them. Lucas looked at the monster and said that he asked him to be quiet and not to yell at the whole forest. The monster was gaining speed and approaching them. Lucas got ready for another attack, and he had his own plan. The monster was approaching. Its mouth was open, and it was screaming and roaring. It was ear-splitting. It was terrifying. It was roaring, and its face was contorted with rage. It was closing in on them. Lucas started to attack. He continued to strike at the monster. Isabella shouted in horror that it wasn't working, and he should change his tactics. He told her not to let it get in the way of his concentration and to shut up. He started throwing ice spears one after another, and they hit him squarely in the forehead. One by one, the spears hit the monster in the same place in the forehead. Before he knew it, he was hit again. The monster roared in pain. He said it was the end. Standing there with her eyes and mouth wide open, she was just in shock. She was just impressed that he had defeated this huge monster with such ease, and without even getting tired. It was magnificent. After he gave the monster a final crushing blow, he stood satisfied with himself. His elaborate plan had worked. He was very happy about it, because this monster had already annoyed him, and he was tired of dealing with it. The monster, from the height of his huge height and power, began to fall to the ground in his forehead, sticking out like a huge horn ice spears. Lucas managed to overcome this terrible creature. It fell with great force, and with a loud roar on the ground flat. He fell dead to the ground. They stood and looked at the dead huge monster. She was once again impressed with his skills and abilities. He is simply magnificent, Isabella thought to herself. He stood smiling, then looked at Isabella, and pointed his finger in the direction of the monster, and said that digging a single well was a great tactic. See how that worked out. She looked at him questioningly and remained silent. Suddenly, they heard loud screams. They turned around, not understanding where the terrible and piercing sounds were coming from. They looked around and could not understand where the sounds were coming from. They could not see anything. Then they raised their heads to the sky and saw that above them circled a flock of drakes. Isabella was numb with horror and did not know what to do now and where to run. These drakes looked very scary, and there was a huge number of them. They realized that trouble. The drakes were coming towards them, Lucas said. See, I told you that all the drakes will come here because of all this noise. We have to do something because there are so many of them, and we can't cope with them now. We have to hide. He raised his head up and looked at the drakes circling above them. Then he told Isabella that this was a new round. There is no boredom in this journey. She raised her brown eyes up and froze in fear. As they flew up, they began to attack them. Several of them he destroyed with ice spears. They spewed fire from their mouths that burned everything. He built a magical defense and tried to hide behind it, hiding Isabella behind him. He realized that they couldn't cope with so many drakes, and they decided to run and find shelter. One of the drakes flew right behind them, and a pillar of flame came out of his mouth. They ran as fast as they could, trying to get away from it. She ran. Then while running, she turned around and used magic. An ice arrow that flew straight at the drake who was following them and didn't try to stop. She hoped she was able to stop him. The ice arrows that Isabella had launched flew straight at the drake and hit him, but he didn't care and continued to chase them as he continued to release huge pillars of flame from his mouth at them. She turned around and realized that her magic with the ice arrows didn't work. Drake didn't have a single scratch on him, and he continued to fly on his huge wings and almost caught up with her. She was very scared and cried out. Seeing the situation from the outside, Lucas had to save Isabella, and he didn't think long. Jumped up and made his magic blow with a big ice spear and pierced Drake through with it. It looked impressive. He looked up at Drake, who he had just hit with his huge ice spear. He waited. Suddenly the monster stopped, and his eyes abruptly became glassy as if they were frozen. He realized he was able to kill him. Drake fell to the ground with all his might right next to Isabella, who opened her mouth at what she saw. She was terrified and impressed at the way Lucas had dealt with him. The huge Drake lay on the ground, impaled by Lucas's ice spear. They stood back and looked at the body of Drake, who had just almost fried them with his flames. She couldn't believe it. She stood there with her eyes and mouth wide open. Lucas looked at her and turned around. and he too was in complete shock. He didn't expect to see this. She stood there shaking with fear and didn't know what to do. They stood there dumbfounded at what they had seen. Daman was coming at them. But this Drake was different from the ones they had faced before. This Drake had twin eyes, huge sharp teeth, and his size was many times bigger than the previous ones. She was about to scream in terror, but at that moment he covered her mouth with his palm and pulled her behind a large tree. He tried to hide from the huge Drake. He kept her mouth closed so she wouldn't scream. The huge Drake didn't see them and flew past them. Lucas said about it being the Drake King, "That's not an opponent I can beat right now. So let's just sit quietly so he can't see us. Got it." They were sitting near the tree, sweat streaming down their faces from the tension. They were afraid to even move as the Drake King was close to them. Isabella was shaking with fear, and she thought she was going to die. Suddenly, the Drake King's huge paw was right in front of them. He stepped on the ground and dust flew in different directions. Dust hit Isabella's nose, and she was about to cough, but Lucas managed to cover her mouth with his hand in time. Thank goodness Drake hadn't seen them and followed them past, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Isabella was still shaking with fear. She had never seen such a huge monster in her life. He could have crushed her like a tortilla. They sat near the tree and still couldn't recover from what they had seen. She couldn't stop coughing. In front of the tree, the Drake King left his huge footprint, which was just unreal size. Isabella watched in shock. Then they came to their senses and went to a huge rock. He said he needed to meditate and get mana because he had almost wasted all of it fighting the Drake. She sat down next to him and meditated. As he sat in the lotus position with his eyes closed, she directed her healing magic energy at him. She wanted to heal him a bit, as he needed it, and she wanted to help him a lot. She sighed heavily, sweat streaming down her face. She closed her eyes and told him that she had finished healing him. Lucas was fine now, thanks to Isabella's help. She just had to help him. He sat on a rock and held a butterfly on his finger. He thought about the fact that since they had been fighting monsters for 2 weeks, his mind was fully synchronized with his body. It was worth it to come to this mountain range, he thought. Turning to her, he told her that they had to move on. She looked at him and silently followed him. She trusted him completely and knew that she was under his protection, and no matter what happened, he would be there for her. They stood near a mountain that looked like a dormant volcano. Black clouds circled in the sky above it. Lucas said that it was Shuhei's dungeon, and that's where you and I should go, he said, looking at her. She waved her head obediently. They flew up together to get to the top of this mountain. When they got to the top, they saw an incredibly beautiful blue lake, green grass and vegetation. It was just incredibly beautiful. He flew up to her and told her not to let her guard down. Considering Shuhei's personality, he wouldn't be surprised if he kept monsters even in this lake, Lucas said, looking at her. She was a little scared. She turned her head in his direction and asked him how he knew that Shuhei's dungeon was in this place, because they had already seen many places and they had yet to see, but why he was so sure that it was here. He looked at her, then smiled a little. He said that Shuhei had one habit. He liked to talk a lot, Lucas said, looking at Isabella. She wondered how he knew everything as if he knew him personally. They were flying over the lake. He said that there was a gorgeous and beautiful lake on top of the mountain and a small island. Shuhei wanted to live in such a beautiful place, away from all eyes and peace and quiet. She looked at him with amazed eyes and wanted to ask him how he knew so much about it. But before she could open her mouth, she heard his voice shouting that he had finally found this place. They landed on the shore of the lake, which consisted of yellow sand. The beauty here was just indescribable. The blue lake was gorgeous, the yellow, warm sand, just like a paradise place. She was overwhelmed by the beauty of this place. She looked around with her mouth open in amazement. Her eyes widened. The beauty here was indescribable. The blue lake was gorgeous. The yellow, warm sand, just like paradise. She was amazed. They were standing on an island with a blue lake behind them, yellow sand under their feet, and beautiful green plants in front of them. Isabella said that the island was beautiful, that she was in paradise. He was talking to himself. He suddenly said that Shuhei was an asshole. Isabella looked at Frey, or rather Lucas, in Frey's body, with surprised and uncomprehending eyes. She couldn't understand how it was possible to talk. She looked at him and didn't understand what he was thinking, but she didn't want to interrupt his thoughts and stood silently. Then he looked at Isabella and told her that under this island there is a dungeon, which is many times larger than the island itself. She listened to him with an amazed look and could not believe in what he said. She looked at him and said that she just couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? He answered her that the island itself is basically just an entrance to this dungeon. She opened her mouth at what she had heard. She stood and looked at him. He stood pensive and looked down with his eyes down. He was thinking about something again. And she kept her amazed gaze on him. She just admired this man and was very glad to have met him. Then he began to move into the thicket of the island. She silently followed him. She just trusted this man 100%. He is a very strong magician and a very wise man beyond his years, as if it was really another person. They walked together to a huge tree with a big hollow in it. They stood and looked at it. She stood there with her eyes wide open. She didn't understand what this huge hollow in the tree meant. They stood near the entrance to the hollow. Isabella looked on in amazement, and then she said how big the hollow in the tree was. He answered her that anyone could guess that this was the entrance, he said. They looked into the hollow, and it was dark, and she thought she was getting a little scared. But he reassured her and told her not to worry. He was there. When they entered the hollow, they saw that there were wooden steps leading down, and lanterns hanging on the walls to light the way. Isabella said, "Oh, wow, he even made the steps on purpose." And they started to walk down. She looked at him with a slanted gaze and wanted to ask him something. But Lucas walked down the stairs with a pensive face and seemed to ignore Isabella, and she didn't dare to ask a question. They went lower and lower into the depths. She was shocked, of course. She had no idea that the dungeon was so deep. She walked beside Lucas and kept silent. They went lower and lower with each step. They continued to descend, lower and lower into the depths. Isabella was, of course, shocked. She had no idea that the dungeon was so deep. She walked next to Lucas. They went lower and lower with each step. Finally, they reached the end of the staircase. A bright room opened in front of them. Isabella stood there with her eyes wide open and her mouth agape in surprise. Lucas also froze at what he saw. They continued to stand there for a while. They found themselves facing a huge door that was white and glowing. It was unrealistically tall and sturdy. Lucas and Isabella walked up to it. Lucas touched the door with his hand and realized it was closed. He stood by the door and touched it with his hand. Isabella, with a pensive look, put her hand to her lips and turned to Lucas with a question and asked him if he could open this huge door without any difficulty. Lucas stood silently and looked at the door. He then told Isabella that this is a magical door created by Shuhei's own magic technique. If we try to use our power to open this door, we will instantly explode and there will be no trace of us left. He noticed that to the left of the door there was a magic ball on a stand. He walked over to it and began to gently touch it. She stood and watched behind Lucas and didn't even move, just watched. After he approached the magic ball and touched it, suddenly some smoke started to appear from the ball. She stood with her eyes and mouth wide open. She couldn't understand where the smoke came from. He stood still and kept his hand right on the balloon. She covered her face from the smoke that appeared and moved back a little. She could not understand what was going on here, where this acrid smoke came from. She started shouting to him that she didn't understand where the smoke was coming from. She was very scared and didn't understand what was going on. She looked at him with her uncomprehending eyes trying to understand what was going on. Suddenly the smoke cleared, and in front of them appeared a little boy with big green eyes, wide smile, blonde hair, and wearing a cape. He started counting 1, 2, 3, 4. "Can you hear me?" the boy asked them. She turned her head and looked at him, who stood there with his mouth open and silently watched. She said, "What a strange boy. What's going on here?" she asked Lucas in an incomprehensible voice. He didn't seem to hear her at all. She called his name several times, but he didn't even react. He stood there staring at the blonde boy, and she noticed that he was shaking and trembling. And the boy kept talking. He said, "Welcome to my dungeon. I'm sure that in front of me are true mages who came here to get something." The boy kept smiling all over his mouth while saying all this. He stretched his hand to the boy's face, and his hand went through him as if it was a ghost or a spirit without a body. He looked at all this with an incomprehensible look and could not understand what was going on and how such a thing was possible. As he held out his hand and tried to understand what was going on, she stood behind him and said that it looked like a Manhwa-recorded greeting. Isabella explained her guess, looking at the confused Lucas. She looked at him with a confused look, wondering what was going on with him, why his whole body was shaking like an aspen leaf. But he didn't pay attention to her and said, "How old you are to behave like that. You're already an old man." He kept looking at this smiling boy with big green eyes, a wide smile and blonde hair. Then he quietly told the boy that he was very happy to see him Shuhei Straw. Isabella's eyes widened at what she heard. She stood there in complete shock. She just couldn't believe what Lucas had said. Then she said, Shuhei, perplexed, "You mean this little boy is that Shuhei?" The little boy was floating in the air. His cloak was fluttering. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked what they wanted to find here. Say something already. Lucas and Isabella stood wide-eyed and unable to utter a word. They stood with their mouths open and looked at the little boy. Then Isabella said that it looks like we can talk to him. Lucas opened his eyes and mouth wide and with a surprised face said, Shuhei. The little boy said to them about how he only says what he can say, and it happens automatically. You will get your hands on anything you want. Then he said that he is Shuhei Straw, and this is his dungeon. He walked up to the boy Shuhei and lowered his head and asked him with a sad look how he died. Little Shuhei, floating in the air, looked at him with his big eyes and crossed his arms on his chest. Little Shuhei then said that he wasn't going to let them into his dungeon for nothing. He said that in order to get into the dungeon, you had to answer his one question and answer it correctly. He continued to stand with his head down, and his whole body continued to shiver. Shuhei said that if you make a mistake, you may never get out of here again, so be careful. Looking at him, Lucas thought about his friend's voice, his accent. It's like we are back to the time when we laughed and chatted together. But my voice can't reach you, he thought. For indeed, he is the only survivor. Then he remembered the demigod. No, he thought. I am not the only one left. All those he loved have turned to dust in time, and those who made you like this still reign in this world. Anger enveloped him. He stood with a serious face, remembering those he loved so much. His blood boiled with hatred. He thought to himself that he would crush them all, who caused him and his loved ones so much pain and tears, Lucas thought to himself. Lucas was distracted from his thoughts by a little boy Shuhei, who said that let's begin, and here is my question. The question is, who or what Shuhei hates the most about me? That's my question to you. Without even thinking for a second, Lucas answered that it's the demigod that you hate. Isabella stood behind him and was very surprised at how he answered the question without a second thought, and she was very surprised. The little boy smiled, clapping his hands. He said, ding dong, that's the right answer. Isabella stood in total shock. How could he answer correctly? He didn't even think about the answer at all, as if he knew everything. The boy disappeared, as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, the door opened and Lucas went forward. Isabella followed him in complete shock and incomprehension. Then she asked him how he had managed to solve the riddle. She followed him, who walked ahead of her with a drooping head and repeated that this was Shuhei's dungeon. Isabella followed him with wide-open eyes and could not understand how he guessed and what was going on with him. They came to another staircase and passed. He said that in the style of Shuhei to do something unusual, even afraid to imagine what other traps in this dungeon waiting for us, and what else amazing things can happen. She stopped, and Lucas told her without turning to look at her that if she was so absent-minded, she would be lost. If you want to get stronger, you have to let go of all distractions and focus on your eyes. Listening to him carefully, Isabella replied, okay. They started to walk up the stairs. He told her about going to see what's next. It's the preliminaries before the beginning and the end, he said. They came to the next door. It was also closed. To the left was the same ball, and on the sides were some stone blocks that looked like monsters, but they didn't move. They stopped. After Lucas approached the magic ball and touched it, suddenly some smoke started to appear from the ball. She stood with her eyes and mouth wide open. She couldn't understand where the smoke came from. Then as the smoke cleared, Shuhei appeared in front of them again. Only now he was no longer a little boy. He was now a teenage boy, a young man who was still smiling. They stood with their mouths open in surprise. Then she spoke about the boy turning into a teenager. He looked at him and smiling said about him growing little by little every time we crossed the threshold. Lucas was surprised when Shuhei asked him if it was the second question, to which he replied that it was too late to explain and it was time to get down to business, so get ready to answer. Then he said that the further you go inside, the more amazing things you can get, but you can only take one thing. If you break the rule, our lovely friends the golems will be angry. Then he extended his hand with his index finger forward and said that if you make a single mistake, you will be out of the game every minute, so please be extremely careful and cautious. He lowered his head down. He folded his arms on his chest and sighed, saying that this woman annoys him very much. He could never understand what she was thinking. Just such a strong irritation towards her you can't even imagine. They listened attentively with open mouths to what Shuhei was saying, and he continued, saying that although we are fighting to save the world, but whether the continent is on fire or not, she has always been interested in men. She stood and looked at Lucas, who stood sullen and pensive with his head down. Then she looked at him and cautiously told him about Iris Fizbin. That's the Black Witch, isn't it? Isabella waited to see what he would say. He thought about the fact that a Black Witch was a woman with hair as black as pitch, a mysterious smile. A woman who was called the Black Witch for a reason. Was there any man in the world who could not fall in love with her? She was very attractive. Lucas looked at him with a squinted, evil face. While Lucas stood with a wide smile and closed eyes, he imagined this Black Witch, how beautiful she was, and his mouth drooled involuntarily. Isabella was boiling with anger. The teenage Shuhei said about how he could not know that he was the whole world to Iris. Archmage or not, after all. A woman can't take care of everything. So what kind of person is he, archmage or not? Isabella watched carefully. He stood with his lips tightened and he was shaking. He thought about the fact that the golem behind him would have probably guessed it long ago anyway, Shuhei said. He should ask them a question that they should answer. He started to say that Iris served 3 powerful demons. One of them has 6 arms. They should try to answer correctly and name this demon. Mistakes are not forgiven, so pay attention. He went on to say that each of these 6 arms with weapons, a mixture of good and evil. Lucas looked at him, and without thinking for a minute, he gave his answer. He said about it being Asura. He was 100% sure of his answer. The teenager Shuhei said loudly that it was the right answer. Isabella looked at Lucas with a surprised look on her face. Then she said that you didn't even listen to the question fully, and without thinking for a minute, you gave the right answer. That's incredible. The next door opened and they entered a room where there was a huge amount of different beautiful jewelry, each of which was carefully laid under a transparent glass. They were just incredible beauty. They walked through the room looking around and looking at the different pieces of jewelry. They were impressed with the room, especially Isabella, who looked at all the jewelry with admiration. When they found themselves in front of the door where Shuhei was already there, but he was no longer a teenager, but a mature adult man with gray hair on his head, they stood there looking at him. He looked at them and said that the next question was waiting for them. They looked at him attentively. Isabella was completely confused and did not understand what was going on and could not understand. She put her hand to her chin and looked wistfully at Shuhei, who had grown up even more. She said that he was older again. Lucas stood silently looking at him, remembering the good times. Looking wistfully at Shuhei, he thought about how he knew that with each transition, he was getting older and older. Lucas continued to stand and look at him wistfully. He felt lost and broken. They stood across from Shuhei, he thought to himself. This is his personal diary, he thought to himself. In it, you talk about everything that touched you or touched you in your personal life. This diary is very valuable to you. As he continued to think about what Shuhei had created this place for, knowing him, Lucas realized that he wouldn't have created this dungeon just like that. It would have meant something, but what and why, he had to understand and figure it out. He looked thoughtfully at him, thinking about the fact that he knew that with each passage, Shuhei was getting older and older. He felt that it all meant something. But how he could understand what it meant, and whether he would be able to understand it at all. Step by step, they passed through the doors that opened after he gave the right answers. She continued to be amazed at how quickly and easily he answered all the questions. She was walking next to Lucas, and she couldn't stop admiring him. She said that it was amazing. This is the 5th room that you managed to open with the right answers. She said that she was amazed by him. Suddenly he stopped and thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that it's all strange. The further we go, the more questions that have absolutely nothing to do with magic. It's very confusing and surprising. Lucas walked ahead in his thoughts and thought about what Shuhei's intentions were. Everything is strange and incomprehensible. Isabella followed Lucas and thought that it was very surprising that he was able to answer all the questions. Isabella rounded her eyes in surprise. This whole situation with questions and riddles was strange and incomprehensible to her, and she couldn't understand it. In front of them stood Shuhei. Now he was quite old, with long gray hair and a long gray beard. He was dressed in white clothes and leaned on a cane. Then he talked about how this room was the last room, and they were already at the finish line. He said his name and heard Lucas Troman in response. He looked at him with his kind eyes. Memories came over him, and he could barely contain his emotions. He was shaking, and tears were coming to his eyes, but he had to hold on. Shuhei came to Shuhei and told him that the archmage who rose to the top at the age of 40 was a great teacher. He looked at him without taking his eyes off him. He missed him very much. He missed his friend. Shuhei then said about how being friends with such a person was the greatest pride and great happiness in his life. He was shaking all over with emotion. He answered him about how it was also very important to him, and he missed it a lot. Standing with wide open brown eyes and mouth open in surprise, she didn't expect to hear such a thing. She just stood there in a daze and couldn't say a single word. The only thing she said was the word "what." He stood all gray with long hair and a long beard. He looked at Lucas and said, "Now there was one last question. Tell me my real name." He looked at Lucas, who kept his gaze on him. Lucas thought to himself that the more questions there were, the more mysterious they sounded. He thought to himself about what Shuhei was up to, why he had built the dungeon, why all these questions. He stood across from him, old and gray-haired, who leaned on his cane and waited for his answer. He thought that he was the only person who could answer all the questions. Only he knew so much about him, and only he could. Looking at him, he answered that his name was Shuhei Weissman. Isabella asked in surprise, "Wasn't it Stro?" Shuhei replied, "That was correct. Come in here, everything is ready for you." Lucas looked at him and watched as he slowly started to turn into smoke. He yelled, "Wait!" He smiled and told him to hurry back. Then he started to dissolve and turned into smoke as if he didn't exist. He just vanished into thin air as if he didn't exist. Lucas was upset. She stood behind him. She had mixed feelings. She had learned so much today and she couldn't believe it. She was in shock. A drop of sweat dripped down her face. She thought to herself that Shuhei had just called him Lucas Troman. She stood there dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. It was unbelievable. They entered the room. He said that this room was the last one. It was a small room, cramped. There was a table with a candlestick near the wall. There were dressers and some books and papers on the table. They went into the room. There was a chest, shelves on which there were rolls. She said that unlike the other rooms in this room, there was a sense of life. She began to look around slowly and look at things. He went to the chest that was on the floor, opened it, and then he shouted that he had found something. Isabella was startled. She looked at Lucas with a questioning look, not understanding what he had found. He stood up on his feet and held a vial of liquid in his hands. Isabella asked him in surprise what it was. He told her that it was an icy river. She was almost speechless. She just said, "No way." Then she said that according to legend, the ice river is an oil, a drop of which can only be found in a dungeon once every 1,000 years. One drop can cause an explosion of mana in the entire body. Isabella looked at it and couldn't believe it. She continued to talk about how there was such a fantastic leap happening that even an ordinary person could reach 4 stars in no time. Lucas looked at her, smiled, and said, "And you are well informed." Jumped up to him with her mouth open, and she tried to grasp onto that vial with the words. What in general did she think was actually, "This is mere fiction. Is this really an ice river?" She just couldn't believe it. He held the vial of ice river in his hands and smiled. Then he talked about how he needed it to get to the 7-star level. Isabella stood there not moving. She couldn't believe it. Wasn't this a dream? Going to another chest, she opened it and squatted down to look at its contents, saying to him, "So that's why you're here." She found something in the chest that interested her. Squatting near the chest, she took out some turquoise earrings, brought them closer, and looked at them with interest. Then she asked Lucas, "What are these, I wonder?" She kept twirling them in her hands, looking at them and twisting them in different directions. "It's an earring," she said. "What a tasteless design they have," she said, and continued to look at them. "I wonder where they came from," she thought to herself. As she put the earrings to her ears, she heard Lucas talking to himself. He was talking about how damn Shay the bastard, such an insignificant thing in the last room. She looked at him. She raised her face to Lucas and looked at him questioningly. He scratched the back of his head and said that they were typhoon earrings, and he had made them himself. She was even more surprised and had more questions. He stood with a face that expressed stiffness. She thought to herself that how could something he made 4,000 years ago be here in the dungeon? She was completely confused. She stood up on her feet and looked at him questioningly. He said that he made these earrings 400 years ago. I was bored. He made them, and Shuhei liked them and gave them to him. She stood there with her mouth open and her eyes wide open, not understanding what was going on. And Lucas said that he never thought that these earrings would be so precious to Shuhei that he would keep them here. Lucas came up to him and told him that he could tell her more about what he had just said, because she didn't understand what was going on and her head was all messed up, so she wanted to understand everything. He looked at her and couldn't get a single word out of his mouth. She looked at him and didn't look away. Then he gathered his strength and told her that his name was actually Lucas Troman. Looking at him, she couldn't utter a word, but he continued to speak, saying that 4,000 years ago, he fought the demigod along with Shuhei. All that time I spent in the dungeon in trials. But one day the darkness receded. I heard someone's voice. It was Frey Blake's voice. He was calling me. I could feel his pain and hopelessness, Lucas said, and looked at her, who continued to stand there. He continued talking. He said that he didn't know why he had called him or why our consciousnesses had become synchronized at that moment. Isabella stood in shock. She couldn't say a single word. She was shocked. He went on to say that Frey had called him and he answered him. He just couldn't do otherwise. He felt that this man needed him very much. He had lost faith in everything and he just didn't want to live. He told her that he had come to help him because he needed him very much. I felt all his pain and hopelessness, he said, and looked at her, who continued to stand and listen to the story. Then he said he got the body from Frey. O said in a quiet voice like this. O stood opposite her and scratched the back of his head. Then he told her that he thought she didn't believe him at all. She stood looking at the earrings she had found in the trunk. Then she said that it was an absurd story, but a lot of things had happened so far. And strangely enough, it makes sense, Isabella answered Lucas and smiled. She held the earrings in her hands, and then she said that yes, you are Lucas Troman. And for some reason she thought about it and looked at the earrings that she found in the trunk. She was puzzled and came to her senses. Then she got down on one knee in front of Lucas and handed him the earrings with the words, "I salute you once again, Mr. Lucas Troman." She lowered her head as a sign of respect and deep respect. She could not believe it. He squatted down in front of Isabella and told her that from now on, call me Frey. It will be easier for me to achieve the desired goal. Understand? Lucas asked Isabella, who looked at him with wide open eyes. He put his face close to Isabella's ear and whispered that she should continue to behave as before. I don't need this atmosphere because otherwise I'll get a rash. Isabella was embarrassed by this intimacy and smiled. He sat down on the floor and looked at the earrings that he had made 4,000 years ago, and Shuhei, to his surprise, had kept them. He was immersed in memories. He began to recall his past life, their friendship. Then he got to his feet and walked over to Isabella, who was sitting by the chest with her back to him, and once again found something. He said to her about, what if you think about what you said? Tasteless design. As she stood up, she held the bracelet in her hands and asked him if he made it. He replied that the bracelet was made by Shuhei. It was the staff of the great sage that he used for his alter ego. Isabella said, surprised, "Isn't that a bracelet?" She said okay and gave it to him, but he took the staff of the great sage out of her hands. Then he put those earrings in his ears and put the staff of the great sage on his hand, and immediately he began to glow with mana. His eyes were glowing, and powerful energy was coming from him. Isabella stood and looked at him with wide open eyes. Isabella's eyes widened and a smile appeared on her face in surprise. She folded her arms across her chest and said that she had never seen such a large mana boost in her life. Ray. Lucas looked at her and asked who Lucre was. He looked at his hand with the staff of the great sage on it and said that it was not his style to use magic artifacts, but it was the property of my best friend Shuhei, and he was once again thinking about something. She sat down by the chest again and looked at the other things that were in it. He stood behind her. Then she pulled something out of the chest and asked Lucas what it was, raising her hand up. She lifted some kind of ball closer and said questioningly, "This is a golem core. Look at the concentrated mana. It seems to be something unusual." She held the golem core in her hands and looked at it with interest. He reached out and took the golem core from her and told her to be careful with it, as it was the last golem core, and with those words he put it in his belt pouch that he always had with him. Lucas looked at the desk but said that it was Shuhei's desk. On this desk there was a candle, some notebook and scrolls. Next to it there was a pen to write with. Lucas looked at this desk with a sad look, remembering him. Then he looked at the candle and talked about this candle never going out thanks to mana. Shuhei was always a big fan of such nonsense, he said. Isabella stood and listened to him intently, never ceasing to admire him. He said that he could still feel the warmth of Shuhei's heart that welcomed us, as if he were alive and near, he said in a sad voice. Then he noticed a notebook that was on the table. He opened it, and there was an entry that was written by Shuhei's own hand. His eyes widened at what he saw. He couldn't say a word, and memories came flooding back to him. He opened Shuhei's diary and began to read it carefully. It was written in his hand that the Lord was most likely involved. Lucas looked at the entries and he began to have mixed feelings. This diary was written by his friend. Lucas continued to read the diary carefully. His face showed that he was anxious. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He began to read. No one but him could get rid of Lucas and leave no trace. He wrote about what he should do now. It wasn't just the disappearance of a 9-star archmage. He was the fundamental link that could bring us all together. And with him, the last hope of humanity had disappeared. Looking at the diary, he continued to read it. Then he thought about the fact that Shuhei's diary recorded all the events after Lucas disappeared. Everything that happened after he disappeared. He was in complete shock. He continued to read. In Shuhei's diary, it was also written about the conflict between the warrior Kasajino and the sword master Rushid. All this now Lucas was reading and learning about all the events that happened in his absence. His heart was clenched with pain. Also in Shuhei's diary was written about the sudden disappearance of Iris. In his diary, he described all the significant events that had happened in Lucas's absence and everything that had happened during his absence. Then he wrote that since the influence of the demigod had penetrated deep into the continent, Shuhei, left all alone, seemed unable to trust even the people around him. Lucas read and was completely shocked by what he had read. He wrote that the people who put on masks pretended to admire him, quietly observing and controlling the situation, so that at any moment they could attack Shuhei and finish him off for good. Lucas read in his diary. Lucas's face contorted in sadness. He said that the diary recorded every day of his fierce struggle. My friend, who had no one to rely on, continued his hard struggle alone. He was shaking but kept reading. Shuhei wrote that he was an independent man and no one else could replace him. I tried to summon his burden upon me, but the more I tried, the clearer I realized that my mana was leaving me. She stood and covered her mouth with her palms, tears rolling from her eyes, her body tearing just from the pain of hearing and reading in Shuhei's diary about his suffering and loneliness. Isabella could no longer contain herself, but wrote words in his diary in which he apologized to Lucas, saying that he had failed to cope with the burden, that he was too weak for the role, for which he apologized to his friend. He apologized. Pounding his fist on the desk, he was shaking and tears came to his eyes. He said, Shuhei was a fool. He was so lonely and he wasn't there to support him and help him. He stood there crying. Standing by the desk, he looked at his diary. Then he talked about what it was like to be alone. Now that he was alone, he understood his friend very well. He was silent. Then he went on to say that in addition to the loneliness that Shuhei was experiencing, from now on, he would inherit his will as well. Carefully watch him blow the demigod's head off, Lucas said with an angry face. He did not say a word to Isabella. She stood behind him with her eyes wide open and did not understand what was happening. She had not yet recovered from what she had heard. She went to the diary and looked at it and saw something else in the diary. And so she started calling Lucas to go back and look at the diary again. She understood his pain and disappointment. She shouted again to him that there was something else written in the diary. He stopped and turned to look at her. He looked at her, not realizing what else he could have missed when he read the diary carefully. Then she leaned over the diary and began to read aloud what was written there. She read that the one who read this diary, please complete Anastasia. She asked him about the evidence he had left there. As she continued reading, she said that it was written there that Anastasia was his best masterpiece. Then she turned her head to Lucas, not understanding what he was talking about, and asked him who was Anastasia. She stood there with her mouth open and looked at him, not understanding what he was talking about and what the golem core had to do with it. She looked questioningly at Lucas. He brought the golem core closer to his eyes and saw the inscription, Anastasia, on it. He began to try to figure out what it even meant. He began to delve into his memories, where he tried to find the answer to his question. They began to climb the stairs to the exit of the dungeon. He walked thoughtfully. Then he said that it was possible that the stone was the core of a golem, he said to Isabella, who looked at him and listened attentively. He walked up the stairs with Isabella behind him. Lucas said that Shuhei was a great puppeteer. If he prided himself on being the greatest masterpiece, what the hell was Anastasia? Together they walked up the stairs to the exit of the dungeon. Then she turned to him and said, You will be able to complete the golem with this core. That's right. And looking at him point blank, she waited for some kind of answer. He walked as if he didn't hear her. He was immersed in his memories. He remembered how he came to Shuhei and told him to look at his first golem, and how the man started laughing at him and at his golem. He laughed and pointed his finger at the golem and talked about how it was an avant-garde design with a logistical approach. He wouldn't stop laughing and laughing. He said that this is just crazy. Please don't make any more golems. Then he sat down on the floor and grabbed his stomach, which was hurting from laughing. Then told him to ask him to make a golem next time. Even if it fails, it will still be better than yours. He got angry and asked Shuhei that he missed the fireballs. Lucas used magic and launched it far into the sky. It's okay. You should have been sincere, Lucas replied, launching it into the sky. His whole body trembled. He did not move. Isabella, with a frightened look, tried to shout to him, but he did not hear her at all and did not react. He was immersed in his memories and his thoughts and did not react to anything. Suddenly, he came to his senses and went into his pouch and took out the golem core. He said that whatever it was, when we had finished the story of the blank spaces, would be revealed, and he looked at the golem core. She looked at him with wide open eyes, not understanding, and then asked him what was the story of the gaps. She didn't understand what Lucas was talking about. Everything was a mystery to her. They were going up the stairs, and there was already bright daylight ahead. They were almost out of the dungeon. Isabella was walking behind him and didn't understand anything at all. Lucas said that the story was about what happened while I was in the abyss. Suddenly, Lucas stopped again in his eyes. There was some fear in his eyes. He stood silent and did not move. Isabella turned to him with a question and asked him what was happening to him. Lucas didn't answer her. He stood there silent. He turned to Isabella and told her that as soon as you and I were out of here, you had to go back to the city. They were safely out of Shuhei's dungeon and standing on a steep mountain looking into the distance, and above them circled a huge number of drakes. They were waiting for them. Isabella had not noticed them at all and did not pay attention. When they turned their heads, Isabel lost her speech from fear and started to shake. There were drakes sitting on the ridge, and in the middle was a huge king of the drakes. He was waiting for Lucas. Isabel thought she was going to faint. He looked at the Drake King with a concentrated face and said to him, "I understand you have been sitting there waiting for me all this time." Lucas wasn't scared. He was determined and belligerent. The Drake King's huge face looked at him with its many eyes, smoke coming out of its nostrils. Its huge mouth bared its sharp and huge teeth. It was waiting for Lucas, patiently waiting for him to come out of the dungeon. He stood beside Isabella on the slope of the crag, and across from them on the mountain sat the king of the drakes, staring at him with his many eyes. He turned to him with the question, "Have you been waiting for me?" he shouted to the Drake King. Looking at the Drake King, he said to him, "Why are you silent? Answer me. You waited for me." He told him that he knew he had intelligence and he could talk to him and understand him. "Answer him," he repeated. Laughing, the Drake King told him about how funny he was and that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. "How dare you enter the kingdom of Torkud without fear?" he asked him. Isabella stood in a daze and shock. He turned to the king with a question. "Didn't you notice us back in the forest? Why did you pretend not to notice us? Pass by. You saw us perfectly well and pretended not to see us. Why did you do all this?" Standing behind Lucas, she thought to herself why his voice was shaking so much. "I've never seen him so tense before," Isabella thought to herself. A drop of sweat rolled down her face in fear. He said that he had been waiting for him to come out of the dungeon because he had a very nice thing with him that I really need. Lucas thought about it and realized that this flying creature needed a vial of ice river, and he has a good eye, he thought to himself. Let him not even hope that I will give him the ice river. It will be fine. We'll see. He answered him and said that now he understood why this one had become so ignorant. "You hunted people near this dungeon." Isabella was shaking her whole body and couldn't help her fear. Clenching his hand into a fist, he told the Drake King that the dungeon my friend treasured. "You used it as a trap to fill your belly." He was right. He looked at the Drake King, his eyes glittering, and said with anger in his voice that he should be punished for such vile deeds. They continued to stand on the mountainside, and opposite to them sat a huge monster and looking with his 4 eyes, said that he did not like his look at all, and he would be glad to get rid of him. Isabella's jaw dropped from horror. Lucas did not turn to her and told her to run away. From what she heard, she could not utter a single word. She just stood there in shock and did not move. He started to tell her that honestly, he was not sure that this time he would be able to cope, so it was better to run away. She told him that she couldn't do it then and didn't move from her seat. The Drake King said that they looked delicious and he would not mind eating the 2 of them. He had already started preparing to attack and was about to eat them. He looked at them with his eyes and opened his huge mouth. Then opening his mouth, he began to release a huge fireball that could in 1 second fry the 2 of them and not even leave a wet spot. She stood there shaking with fear. Realizing that he had to do something, he then decided to use the staff of the Great Shuhai. He quickly got into a pose and prepared to attack, realizing in his head that the forces were clearly not equal and he was losing. He swung the staff of the Great Shuhei and struck at the Drake King. He was on a rock and built a stone wall. Nothing took the Drake King. Lucas thought about the Drake King being too huge and he was unsure of himself. She stood in shock and looked at everything that was going on. Lucas turned to her and said about not feeling the atmosphere. Lucas thought about how he had already told her to get out of here as soon as possible. Once again, he turned on her and with such anger, he shouted at her about not getting in the way of the insect. She tightened her lips at the words and almost cried with resentment. Then she came to her senses and realized that he told her that on purpose, he wanted to protect her and keep her safe. So she reacted quickly and ran away, shouting in his back that she would definitely come back to him. She promises. The Drake King said of Lucas that he was a very bold kid. He had already started his attack on him. His head was engulfed in flames that came out of his mouth. It looked terrifying from the outside. He prepared to attack. Then, realizing that he could not cope with such a stream of fire, he jumped up sharply and tried to somehow get away from the Drake King, who was already chasing him right on his heels. Lucas tried to speed up. He flew forward with the Drake King behind him. Suddenly, other drakes appeared in front of him and surrounded him. Lucas had to think of something. He had to get rid of these small drakes and hide to think of a plan. After gathering all his power, he decided to use the magic of ice spears. He wanted to destroy these drakes that stood in his way. He launched the ice spears directly at them, thinking to himself that he should be able to do it already. Right after Lucas used the ice spears, he started to use the storm wind. It went up and a vortex started to form around it. He tried his best. He used magic after magic. He succeeded. The drakes were torn to pieces and their remains flew down. But there were a lot of them, and he would have to spend a lot of time and energy on all of this, which he hardly believed he had enough for so many drakes. He flew on. His face was concentrated. He thought to himself that he would have to work very hard to get rid of so many drakes. But would he have enough strength for all these drakes? There was also the king. The Drake King was flying behind him and his eyes were glowing. Lucas thought to himself that until he got rid of him, there would be no end to this. He realized he couldn't fight that many drakes for long. He decided that he should try to blow it up. He thought if he took it and figured out the direction it was going, and he started counting 1, 2, 3. Now, at this exact moment, he made the explosion right on target. A huge explosion went off right under King Drake. He hoped that now he was able to defeat him. He was counting on it, because he had very little strength left and he realized that soon they would leave him. Everything around him was on fire, and Lucas couldn't make out what damage he had done to the Drake King. He had to wait for the fire to dissipate a little, to assess how much damage he had done to the Drake King. Suddenly he heard some laughter. His eyes widened. It was the Drake King. It turns out he was alive. He was in shock. He couldn't believe that his explosion hadn't done any damage to him and he was still alive and unharmed. The fire dissipated and Lucas saw the Drake King unharmed. He told him that he wasn't bad. To calculate his speed in such a short time and set off an explosion, it wasn't bad at all, but it was useless. He was very close. He had a huge mouth with big sharp teeth. He looked at Lucas with his 4 eyes and said that the approach was good, but you have very little strength left, I see. Angry, and he said that his annoying insect, he was just furious, and he wanted to get rid of this boy as quickly as possible and take the thing that he needed so badly. He wanted to eat him. Standing and looking at this huge Drake King with not a scratch on him, Lucas thought to himself that he knew he was too huge and he wasn't strong enough to handle him. What should he do now? He was in the middle. In front of him was the huge Torcuda, and behind him was a bunch of small drakes that were just impossible to count. Lucas was in a very difficult position, and he needed to do something about it. He was hovering between the Drake King and a bunch of small drakes. He thought to himself that was a dilemma. He had no other choice. Otherwise, he would simply die. He had almost no strength left, and he realized it very well. He thought about the serum he had gotten from Shuhei, the river of ice. Maybe he should drink it now. He didn't know what to do, he thought again. He remembered the words of Isabella, who had asked him in the dungeon if he would drink the ice river serum, and he remembered the look he had given Isabella at that moment. What should he do now? Who could tell him? Then he remembered Isabella looking at him with her big brown eyes and telling him that he had not told her that the ice river was his goal. His mind was spinning with different thoughts. Then the memory of taking the ice river away from Isabella with the words that did she even have a clue and understand what the nutritional tonic was or wasn't, and how angry he was at her at that moment. He also remembered holding the vial of ice river in his hands and telling Isabella that if he drank it, it would take him a week to stabilize the ice river's energy. Then he remembered her eyes and how they were walking down the dungeon corridor, and he was telling her that they couldn't stay long in the dungeon without food and water. Then he thought about the fact that if he drank the serum now, it would just be self-destruction. He continued to fight the small drakes to the last of his strength, chopping them to pieces. But he realized that he was running out of strength. He was tired and almost unable to fight back against these many drakes. The huge drake was right in front of him. He opened his huge maw and prepared to release a fireball directly at Lucas. From what he saw, he screamed like hell. He realized that this was probably the end. Suddenly, something crashed into the huge Drake King. Lucas couldn't understand who it was and what he was doing here. Maybe someone had flown in to help him, but it was unlikely. Lucas looked closer. When he looked closely, he saw a phoenix that started to help him and attack the small drakes. He was very happy to see this divine bird. It came to help him. It decided to save him. He looked at the phoenix who was easily killing the small drakes, and they were falling down one by one covered in fire. Lucas looked at the phoenix and was very happy to see it. He hoped to get his strength back and continue the fight. He said that he was fine, Phoenix answered him, and the Drake King was approaching them, and as he flew towards them, he said, "Don't bother me. Fly away." Phoenix said the Drake King, "No one invited you here and don't interfere." He laughed and said that the phoenix's attack just tickled him. Lucas was very afraid for the divine bird. He was worried about him. He looked at all of this with horror on his face. From the tension, sweat broke out on his face. He began to shout to the phoenix to stop, as it is all useless. The Drake King is resistant to fire and it is all useless, he shouted to the bird. Opening his huge maw right in front of the phoenix, Lucas shouted with all his might to him that this was his nemesis, so he should fly away. He couldn't handle him, but the bird didn't seem to hear him. He shouted, "Listen to me, Phoenix." He turned to him and he continued, "You knew about this and you still want to help me, trying to buy me time." Oh, didn't look at him with his green eyes. He continued talking about you, Phoenix, wanting me to run away. You're really telling Lucas Troman to run away. And in the meantime, Phoenix had already gone to distract the Drake King from Lucas again to give him a chance to leave. He thought about the fact that he was helpless now, so much so that his teeth were chattering in fear because this body was not mine at all. Lucas thought about it and realized that he had no other choice and needed to escape. Standing up and thinking that maybe it was because magic brought him back to the world after 4,000 years. No, his determination was just not enough, Lucas thought to himself in a depressed state. Turning around, he flew away. He told the phoenix to forgive him and that he should learn from the divine bird Phoenix. Lucas was just broken, and mentally and physically, his strength was rapidly leaving him, and he realized it. As he flew into the cave that was under the waterfall where he and Isabella had been earlier, Lucas thought that he was very grateful to the divine phoenix bird for reminding him not to stop anymore. He took out of his belt pouch elixir in a bottle of ice river and pressed his lips together and looked at it. A drop of sweat dripped down his face from the tension. Then Lucas thought about leaving. It was another chapter in his life. With the words, "Give me a little more time, divine bird Phoenix," Lucas opened the bottle and drank the contents. He did not know and did not even imagine what was beginning to happen to him now. He did not even guess about it. After drinking the ice river elixir, Lucas dropped the bottle, which was empty, and something incredible started to happen to him. He started coughing violently, fell to his knees, his eyes began to glow, his hair disheveled in different directions. He just screamed. He fell to the ground, his mouth was covered in blood. It was an unbearable pain that seized Lucas. He tried to fight it with all his strength, but realized that just the strength he has, almost no. Meanwhile, the divine bird Phoenix fought with the Drake King, who told Phoenix that they knew each other and had seen him just 3 days ago. It was when Drake had wounded Phoenix and Lucas had saved him and healed him. The Drake King looked at the divine bird Phoenix and said that today was a very good day for him. He looked at Phoenix with his 4 eyes and prepared to attack him with his sharp teeth. He was talking about how the escaped human was very good, but your relentless life force is much more valuable. "Phoenix, you have no strength left. Surrender and become my food," growled the Drake King. As he fell, the bird realized that he had very little strength left. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. His eyes were almost closed. He lay there and screamed in a low voice. The phoenix was almost exhausted, and the Drake King needed only that. As the Drake King approached the divine phoenix bird to devour it, suddenly everything around the phoenix began to blaze with fire and flames rose up. What the hell did the Drake King swear? The fire and smoke dissipated to where the phoenix was lying. Only dented earth remained, and it was gone. The Drake King cursed and said that he ran away from him like a rat from the ship, apparently realizing that he could not cope with him. The divine bird crawled to the lake and waterfall under which the cave was hidden. He had already been there when he met Lucas and healed him after the wounds inflicted on him by the Drake King. He lay there screaming in the hope that Lucas would hear him. While in the cave, Lucas heard the call of the divine bird Phoenix. He followed it. When he approached, he put his hand on its head and said that it looked like he was fighting a tough opponent. Phoenix was lying on the ground and hardly moved. He looked at the divine phoenix bird and told him that he could help him. "So calm down. I will heal you of these wounds and restore your energy," Lucas said in a calm voice to the phoenix bird. The bird lay obediently on the ground. Holding his hand on the head of the divine bird, Phoenix said that it reminded him of old times. With his mana, he healed him and he regained energy. He felt much better. He was reviving right in front of his eyes. Standing and smiling, he looked at Phoenix. Then he said that his old friend had the same look as you. Spreading her wings, she screamed loudly and flew away to fight the Drake King. As he flew up to the Drake King, the Phoenix attacked him. He roared, "You little insect!" The fight began. He attacked the divine Phoenix bird. He fought him off and tried to damage him. Meanwhile, Lucas started to do something unbelievable. He was screaming, "Damn, damn." His eyes were glowing. Everything started to turn to ice, and he started to freeze. Lucas was talking about his decision, but he didn't think it was hard. His hands began to turn into ice. He fell to his knees and thought to himself that, "Shuhei, I have turned my life into a soap bubble," Lucas said to himself. "This tragedy was due to my complacency. I am so sorry, my friends." He fell to the ground. He lay there and did not move. His mind was thinking that he had no strength left to absorb this elixir. It was physical exhaustion or lack of determination, Lucas thought to himself. Then he felt some warmth and realized that the energy was returning to him. Lucas opened his eyes and saw Isabella in front of him, who stretched her arms forward to treat him. She told him to lie still. "What are you doing here?" he asked. She said that, "Didn't you tell me that one must eat well to digest the icy river?" Lucas asked her. "Have you been to the city?" Isabella said she didn't know what he was trying to accomplish in the world. She believed in him. Closing her eyes, she stretched her arms forward and continued to treat Lucas, and then told him that she didn't want to hear any more words from him. That he was alone, she said, and continued the treatment. He lay on the ground. He told her in a quiet voice about how he couldn't even take care of himself, and he thanked her. Then he closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Shuhei, now I know exactly what I was missing." She lifted Lucas into the air with her hands, and he kept thinking about what he was missing, what he was lacking, and it's indecision and not desperation. It's trust in the people around me now. While she was restoring Lucas's health, the divine bird Phoenix, which he had managed to heal, had already flown out of the cave and prepared to fight the Drake King, who when he saw Phoenix was surprised and furious. The Drake King was a little distracted. He began to look around, not realizing where the cold was coming from. And the cold was coming from the very cave where Lucas was with Isabella, and she was trying to restore his health. While he was distracted and looking around trying to find the source of the cold, the divine Phoenix bird managed to trick him and flew up to his head and pecked out his eye, one of his eyes. He roared in pain and grabbed the divine Phoenix bird with his huge teeth. Before he roared, "How dare you trespass on Thorkud's eyes!" he roared. Grabbing the divine bird with his huge jaws, Phoenix threw it to the ground with all his might, that from the impact with the rocks from the mountains sprinkled directly on the bird. "Damned little thing," roared the Drake King. He was mad with rage and anger. She was lying on the ground with her beak open and her eyes open. Her body was pressed to the ground by the rocks. The Drake King said, "Die already." Then he looked at her and said, "You dare to laugh at me." He finally got angry. He decided that he had to urgently destroy the divine Phoenix bird, which had pecked out one of his eyes. The Drake King prepared for the attack and raised his huge paw to crush him. The cold from the cave became even stronger, and the entrance to the cave was already covered with ice. The cold was unbearable. It was spreading more and more from the cave to the surrounding area and turning everything into ice. Before he could strike the divine Phoenix bird with his powerful paw, the Drake King turned back and saw that his body was slowly freezing and turning into ice. He did not expect this. How did this happen, he thought. An icy blizzard of strong wind and cold enveloped everything around and had already reached the small drakes and the Drake King, who could not understand what was going on and where this terrible cold was coming from. In a fraction of a second, the small drakes froze completely and turned into ice statues. They could not do anything. They were big blocks of ice in which they froze completely and irrevocably. All the small drakes froze and turned into ice, but the Drake King was much stronger than them, so with a flap of his wings he broke all the ice around him and it shattered into small shards near him, and he broke free of the ice. He stopped. Blood was oozing out of his gouged-out eye. He opened his huge mouth and thought about the fact that in the last 1,000 years he had never felt like this. His instincts were telling him to run. Is that fear, he thought. At that moment, Lucas came out of the cave where the icy cold was coming out of. His hair waving in the wind, he was determined and focused. Isabella had managed to restore his strength and heal him. Lucas turned sharply and flew away. He was thinking that he could not be the Drake King and afraid of a human. He should fly away quickly and wait until his eyes recovered. A human is a human. He was flying at a great speed. He was all in his thoughts. He had no idea that Lucas would appear in front of him. The Drake King slowed down and was very surprised to see Lucas standing in front of him. Lucas was in front of him. His face was focused, his eyes were shining. His look was serious and determined. The Drake King was just in shock, because it is simply impossible. A man could catch up with the Drake King, just a shock. Meanwhile, Lucas had already used magic and summoned ice spears that he could easily control with his hands. These huge ice spears he aimed straight at the Drake King and planned to pierce the body of this huge drake through with them. Launching the ice spears, he aimed them exactly at the target, and all of them hit the body of the Drake King, who, from such a blow, flew back a few meters. He was in complete shock. Who is this guy? But as it turned out, the ice spears were not dangerous for the Drake King. He flapped his wings and threw off all the ice spears, as if they were not there at all, and got ready to attack Lucas. When he looked in front of him, he didn't see Lucas, and in just a second, he was already near his black eye with the words, "You were so arrogant that you relaxed. You 1,000-year-old fool relying on your eyes." But I was just surprised, and thought about Lucas moving just to his blind spot, which was exactly how he was going to deal with him. He had it all planned out and ready to fight. He used his ice spear magic and thrust it right into the Drake King's eyes. He started to growl in pain. He screamed that he was a bastard. He opened his mouth and tried to grab him and chew him in half. Then he turned back and saw that his tail was starting to turn to ice. He said to Lucas, "Are you even fucking human?" But Lucas wasn't listening to him at all. He was trying to get the Drake King to freeze. He stood with a serious, focused face. His eyes glittered with hatred. His hair fluttered in the wind. He wanted to finish the Drake King as quickly as possible. He is huge and very strong. Lucas will not be easy with him. Isabella stood hidden behind a rock so that the Drake King wouldn't notice her and watched the battle. She stood with her brown eyes wide open and her mouth hanging open. She was very worried about Lucas. Sweat beaded on her face from the tension. She kept her eyes on Lucas and tried to understand his condition. She looked at him and thought about the fact that he could fall at any moment. It wouldn't be surprising at all. Being in this state for such a long time is extremely dangerous. She looked at him and worried. He stood focused, his eyes glowing. He raised his hand up in the air, holding a huge ice spear, with which he planned to deliver a devastating blow to the Drake King. He must do it. The monster looked at Lucas and thought to himself what a monstrous energy he had. Then he shouted at him, "You want to win so badly? Well, you asked for it," the Drake King said, and prepared to unleash a fireball. He looked at him and thought that he didn't know what changes had happened to this man, but he couldn't bear it. The Drake King refused to believe that his fire breath wouldn't work on Lucas. He released his fireball and attacked Lucas, saying, "Your end has come, little man." Lucas realized that he needed to use Ice Storm as he needed to repel the king's fire attack. Isabella, who was watching the fight, covered her face with her hands and thought that it was a very strong and powerful blow. The whole earth around shook from it. Isabella was very worried about Lucas's condition. What an incredible sight. The collision of flame and ice was really incredible. It looked mesmerizing from the side. Isabella had never even seen such an incredible action before. She looked at it all and saw that the Drake King's fire flames were consuming Lucas's ice storm. Isabella was very frightened. She thought about the fact that he was slowly losing ground. What should she do, and how could she help him? Then she looked closer and realized that Frey was not in his place. Where could he have gone, she thought. Standing in confusion, Isabella did not know what she should do now, and what actions to take. She was just in shock. The Drake King didn't realize that he wasn't there yet. He continued to release the fiery flames from his mouth with the words, "You will fall before me soon, human." A human being can never jump above his head. Suddenly he felt that he could not breathe. Meanwhile, Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, was already over the Drake King and cut off his neck with a huge ice spear. Isabella stood with her mouth open at what she saw. He decapitated the Drake King. His huge torso flew one way and his head the other. It was a victory. She could barely contain her happiness. He was able to defeat this huge monster, and as always, he was able to protect her. She stood wide-eyed with surprise. She let out a shriek. She couldn't believe that he had been standing behind Torquata all this time. She was overwhelmed with emotion. She was glad that, but was able to stand up to and defeat the Drake King. She walked over to where the severed head of the Drake King lay. The weight of it left a deep indentation in the ground. Isabella said she couldn't believe her eyes. The 1,000-year-old Drake King had fallen. He lay decapitated. She looked at Lucas, who was hovering in the air, staring at one point. Then she thought to herself that if he was fighting at half strength, then what was the real strength of Lucas Troman? It was a mystery to Isabella. She looked at him again and saw that he was falling down. She immediately jumped up and grabbed him. Was he unconscious or had his strength gone? She couldn't understand what had happened to him. Holding him by his body, she just got a shock. When she touched him, she started shouting to him if he was all right. His body was cold as ice. He was blue, colored skin lips face as if he was just frozen. He began to say in a low voice that they needed to find the divine phoenix bird. Isabella put her arm around Lucas, and they flew off to find the phoenix. Isabella told him about how amazing he was. Lucas said he defeated the Drake King because... He got a little lost and continued his speech and said he defeated the Drake King because he was inexperienced. But he lived 1,000 years, Isabella said. Lucas replied, killing and combat experience are different things. You always keep that in mind. They continued to fly, and Lucas told Isabella that in battle you have to build tactics and strategy to defeat an equal opponent using 80% of your full strength. 20% is an ice slash. After flying some more time, they saw the divine bird Phoenix lying on the ground. His eyes were closed. Isabella was very scared and thought that the divine Phoenix died. Lucas came closer to him. Lifting Phoenix's body upwards with his power and walking with him towards the body of the just-destroyed Drake King, Isabella asked him what he was doing. Lucas replied that he was saving Phoenix's life as he had saved his life. The divine Phoenix bird lay next to the Drake King's body and absorbed his energy. Isabella looked at everything with her eyes wide open and realized that the flame energy from the Drake King's heart was being absorbed by the Phoenix's body. He said that the Phoenix should resurrect as it absorbed all the energy. Then he talked about how Torquato was the ruler in this mountain range. After his disappearance, there would be a power struggle between the monsters, Lucas said. To decide who will rule these mountains, the monsters will have a bloodbath here. Then he looked at the divine bird Phoenix and said about him being the one who would become the new ruler here. Phoenix looked at the Phoenix and told him about following in the footsteps of Torquato and become the new ruler of this mountain range and protect the dungeon, my friend, please. I look forward to our next meeting, said Lucas. After all the events and adventures that happened to Lucas and Isabella during the vacation, they returned to the city of Kaosimphone to go back to their home because soon the academy should begin. The market square was very crowded with vendors selling their goods, women and men with baskets, children running around. The atmosphere was lively and the weather was sunny and warm. But he was sitting on a bench alone. His bag was next to him. He sat with a pensive face. His hair was tied in a ponytail, and the color of it was no longer gray but snow white. All this had affected him, the elixir of the ice river and other events. Lucas's pensive state was interrupted by Isabella, who came up to him and said that she had booked seats on the ship, but as expected, there would be no seats on the ship today. She also brought them juice and handed one glass to Lucas. He took the glass of juice and closed his eyes and drank it. Isabella asked him how he was feeling. Lucas told her that he had to try to gain weight. He continued to greedily drink the juice Isabella had brought him. She sat down beside Lucas and told him that Shuhei's armor from Torquato's nest was very useful. The powerful fire properties of the salamander mantle keeping the cold of the icy river at bay. Lucas listened to her and said yes. She touched Lucas's sack and asked him, but did you really need to take all the weapons from the nest? The spatial bag was getting heavy, Isabella said, and looked at Lucas. He replied that he might not need them, but he couldn't afford to let his dear friend Shuhai's valuables rot in such a horrible place. You know what I mean? Lucas said, looking at Isabella. They sat on a bench and drank juice. Then Isabella said that if you think about it, the new semester is coming soon. It's been a very long vacation. It feels like a whole year has passed, Isabella said, and thought about something. He sat with one eye closed against the sun. Then he listened to Isabella and said that we had only spent 1 week in Hispaniola. Then he fell silent and thought about something of his own. They sat in silence drinking juice, enjoying the moment. Suddenly she broke the silence and turned to Lucas and told him that he was thinking about going to Pierre's mansion, since he had promised him that he would visit. Lucas looked at her with surprised eyes. But he said that Pierre's mansion was nearby. We would have to stay here today anyway, since there would be no ships. And they headed towards the mansion. Standing at the gate of the mansion, they opened their mouths in surprise. They stood with their mouths open at the huge mansion where Pierre lived, a large iron gate with guards standing by it. One of the guards turned to ask them what brought them here. He looked at Lucas and waited for an answer. He smiled and asked, "Is Pierre home?" The guard asked him who he was. Lucas said he was his friend. The guard said asking him what his name was. Frey or Lucas in Frey's body said he was Frey Blake. The guard's face changed immediately because he remembered Mr. Pierre's words that my friend might come here before the end of the vacations. His name is Frey. If he visits the mansion, be polite to him like you are to me. He is one of the 3 sons of the Blake family. The guard stood and remembered all of Mr. Pierre's instructions about his friend Frey Blake, and he realized that he had screwed up because he was standing in front of him was Pierre's friend Frey Blake. The guard opened his mouth in fright, his eyes rounded. Drops of sweat ran down his face. Then he remembered Mr. Pierre's next words, which said that he should greet him with the greatest courtesy. He stood with his mouth open and scratched his forehead with one finger. He could not get away from the beauty of this majestic mansion. He thought to himself that this mansion is so huge, how much money they have to maintain it. Suddenly, everyone heard the noise of a carriage approaching the mansion. The guards immediately became alarmed. One of them started shouting loudly that the lady was coming back, and they all started fussing very fast without paying attention to Frey. They turned around and looked at the carriage approaching the mansion where Pierre lived. They wondered who it was that had arrived, what kind of lady it was, who she was to Pierre. The guard with a bald head opened the door of the carriage and gave his hand to a very beautiful girl with long golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. She was wearing a very elegant dress. She gave her hand to the guard and began to get out of the carriage. When she got out of the carriage, the girl asked what was wrong. A little smile on her beautiful snow-white face. She lowered her eyes and covered them with her long eyelashes. She had a beautiful hairstyle on her head. Isabella and Lucas froze. In one voice, the guards greeted the girl, saying, "Lady Lelia, young Mr. Pierre has a friend coming to see him." The guard pointed at Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body. The young lady looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Turning her head to Frey, Lady Lelia said, "My brother's friend?" Then she smiled and said, "And this is Mr. Frey. I have heard a lot about you from my brother Pierre. Nice to meet you," she said. Then she turned around and approached Isabel with a smile on her face and said, "And you are Isabel, as I understand." She stood with her eyes wide open and still couldn't come to herself. She couldn't look at the beauty of this lady. Then she turned around and walked to the carriage, then turned to Lucas and Isabella and said that she was Pierre's sister and her name was Lelia. She said about them getting into the carriage with her and she would take them to the main building. Isabella stood there with her eyes wide open and her mouth hanging open. Lucas smiled. He found this girl very attractive, and he stood there like a dumbfounded man, unable to move. And Lady Lelia invited them to get into the carriage again. She looked at her and thought that even though she was a girl, Lelia's beauty was breathtaking. Lady Lelia was about to get into the carriage when the guard called out to her, saying that they had not confirmed his identity yet. She turned her head and looked at the guard with a look that made him stop talking and blush. Then he apologized to her, and Lady Lelia, along with Lucas and Isabella, safely got into the carriage and drove off. But he was sitting in the carriage next to Isabella, his arms crossed over his chest and looking out the carriage window. He thought about the fact that even though they were traveling in a carriage, he still couldn't see the main building. How big was this mansion? Pierre's sister sat across from them and looked at him very intently with her blue eyes. Lucas noticed this and asked her why she was looking at him so intently. She said about him being a little different from how Lely's brother had described him. "Your hair is white, but Pierre told me that you have gray hair," she said, and looked intently at Lucas. He took the strand of hair that fell over his face in his hand and said, "What about this?" "A lot has happened since then," Lucas answered and thought about something. Lelia looked at him and studied him. Isabella sat next to Lucas and was silent. She leaned forward a little and with a smile in her eyes, she told him to speak to her informally. "You are my brother's friend and you're also a child of the Blake family." Lucas told her, "Then let's do it." Isabella became furious and shouted at him. He said in an incomprehensible voice that Lady Lelia had told him to speak to her informally. "Why are you so angry, Isabella?" Lucas said. She said that she knew that he and her brother Pierre were at West Road Academy. Then she asked him how he felt about her brother Pierre at the academy, and a little embarrassed, she covered her eyes and smiled. He said he didn't even know Pierre was in his second year, so they hadn't encountered each other at the academy yet. Lady Lelia thought about the fact that he was 2 years younger than her. They had a small difference. I wonder if her brother Pierre is friends with a guy like that. Meanwhile, Lucas and Isabella began to argue. Isabella whispered to him to behave himself. He was a member of June's family after all. They drove into a huge territory. Everything around was very beautiful. The mansion where Pierre lived was just huge. fountains, and a lot of different greenery. The whole territory around the mansion was very well maintained and magnificent. Everyone got out of the carriage and went to the main building of the mansion. Pierre was already walking towards them and smiling. Isabella, Lucas, and Lady Lelia stopped waiting for Pierre to come to them. Pierre was walking towards them with a big smile and laughing at the sight of Lucas. He shouted to him, "You finally arrived!" Then he said that why did he arrive so late? He had been waiting for him for so long. And smiling, Pierre went straight to him. He walked up to him and patting him on the shoulder, asked him if he had time to finish all his business. He stood smiling and replied that he had finished all his business. Isabella stood behind him and smiled, looking at Pierre. Then Pierre looked at him and said that his hair was a different color, to which he told him that he had changed his image. Pierre's sister, Lady Lelia, stood watching all of this and kept her eyes on the snow. He looked at Pierre and told him that he was very hungry. Pierre laughed and told him that he noticed it even without his words. Pierre turned to his sister, who looked at him very intently. With her arms folded across her chest and her head down, Lady Lelia covered her eyes and said that if her brother hadn't noticed, she was here too. Pierre looked at her with an uncomprehending look and couldn't understand what she was trying to say. He laughed and told her how he could not notice our princess. "How was the party?" Pierre asked. Lelia told Pierre that he had ignored her until now and turned around and walked to the mansion. Walking past everyone and without turning around, she told him to take it easy and wished him a good time. Pierre stood there puzzled and didn't understand what had happened to his sister and why she was acting like that. He stood there with a dumbfounded face. Then he still could not get away from his sister's antics. He held his chin and came to his senses. Then he apologized to him for his sister's behavior and said that he did not understand why she was offended and behaved like that. Lucas, standing there with a displeased look on his face, then said that he thought it was even more incomprehensible to call his sister a princess without any remorse. Pierre gave him a questioning look. Then they went inside the mansion and walked down the corridor talking. Pierre told him that he didn't think he was going to the mountains of hell. He asked how he knew he was going there because they hadn't discussed it. He said he heard it from his fiancée. Lucas didn't understand. Isabella smiled and said that Pierre was probably talking about Mrs. Sonia. Lucas immediately remembered her and smiled and said he hoped they had gotten there safely. Pierre sighed and said that she was still busy practicing fencing. "She is such a hard worker that at this age she deserves the title of Heavy Rain," Pierre said, and they walked further down the hallway of the mansion. Then he said, "And don't tell me it's just a waste of time for you." Pierre turned at him and replied, "Hey dude, what are you even talking about?" Frey laughed, and they walked further down the long hallway, Isabella walking behind them. He asked where we were going now, by the way. Pierre told him that there was a rule that you had to meet all of June's family first. "Let me introduce you to my father," and he opened the door to the dining room. Isabella and Frey, or rather Lucas and Frey's body, were seated in front of the head of the family, and the rest of the family sat on the sides and ate. The head of the family turned to Frey and said that it was a pleasure to meet him and asked Frey how his father, the head of the Blake family, was doing. Father Pierre had a tattoo on his face. Sitting next to him, they looked at Father Pierre with big, wide-open brown eyes. She thought about the impressive energy coming from him. Frey smilingly replied to Pierre's father that his father looked healthy. A drop of sweat broke out on Lucas's face. He felt uncomfortable with such a question. He thought about the fact that he had only borrowed Frey's body and had never seen his father in his life. He looked at Pierre's father and thought, "This is the head of the June family. His name is Shepherd June. He is a 7-star mage and master of the 4th tower in the Empire, only 5 such outstanding people. Maybe he has a clue." Taking a cup of tea in his hands, Shepherd Jun told him that the 6th tower is very far away, so he sees the Count once a year at a meeting in the tower. Conversations with him are always pleasant and informative. He looked at Shepherd Jun, especially at the tattoo on his face. He was almost certain that this magical tattoo was made by his friend Shuhei. Maybe he knows something and can tell me about the demigod. Everyone was sitting around the big table, and Shepherd said that it seems that you took care of not only our Pierre but also his fiancée. So Shepherd expressed a huge thank you and gratitude to him. He replied that it was unnecessary. Then looking at Lucas, he asked what kind of work could have brought him to the mountains of hell. Isabella sat next to him and listened attentively to the whole conversation silently and without getting into it because she was afraid to say anything unnecessary. After this question, Isabella looked carefully at Lucas's reaction, who didn't even twitch a muscle on his face, and answered Shepherd Jun in a calm voice that he was in the Andes Mountains on his own business. Shepherd Jun sat next to his father and smiled at Frey. His answer made Shepard's face change, and he said personal business, to which Lucas immediately replied that it was a trivial matter of no interest to you, my lord. He then asked his son Pierre how the preparations for the banquet were going, to which Pierre said that everything seemed to be in order and going according to plan, so there was no need to worry about it. Pierre smiled. He told his son that this is a banquet where a lot of important people will be present, so make sure you take good care of everything. Pierre bowed to his father and said, of course I would. Pierre then called Frey to come with him, but interrupting him, he turned to Lucas and told him that there was some magic he had been working on lately, and he was curious to hear his opinion. Shepard made it clear that he wanted him to have a one-on-one with him. Sitting with a questioning face, he didn't understand what his father needed from Lucas. He told Shepard that he wasn't sure he could help him with anything, to which Pierre's father said it didn't really matter. He said that he needed a new perspective and stimulus and would like to hear the opinion of a young mage like Frey. Very curious as to why June would want to be alone with Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body. He sat with a very strange feeling. He had a lot of thoughts in his head about Jun's Shepard. I wonder why he wanted to be alone with him and what he knows about the demigod. Lucas sat there thinking about it all. Turning to Lucas, who was sitting at the table and smiling, Pierre said that then they would see each other later in the banquet hall. He wished him luck and remained seated at the large table across from Pierre's father. He turned to Isabella, who was sitting next to him at the table, and asked her to go with Pierre and help him prepare the banquet. Isabella said she would and left with Pierre. The dining room was left by absolutely everyone except Shepard, June, and Frey, or rather Lucas and Frey's body. They were sitting at a huge table opposite each other. Lucas sat there, wondering what Shepard wanted him to find out. With a twinkle in his eyes, he told him, now let's get to the point. He looked at Lucas with a serious, focused stare, and it looked like he was going to drill through him with his eyes. Then he said, what are you up to? Lucas looked at him with completely uncomprehending eyes. What Shepard wanted to tell him with those words. Why he was talking to him like that, as if he suspected him of something. He looked at him with a hard stare, then told him that he was asking him again why the man from the Brotherhood of Truman had come to his house. He was very serious and his eyes glittered. Looking at him with an incomprehensible look, he thought about what brotherhood he was talking about. Then he said in a calm voice that he thought there had been some ridiculous misunderstanding. Tilting his head, he said that it was very clever of him to use Pierre as a friend to get here. Then he said, how did you know I'd be home today? My son Pierre told you. He sat across from Lucas at the huge table, he mouthed. That he couldn't believe that you came along with my son Pierre. Don't you think this act is too reckless? Lucas sat there confused. Lucas sat there and could not understand what Shepard June was accusing him of, what brotherhood he was talking about, why he was speaking in riddles. Lucas sat there pensive, and then he realized that Shepard had seen the Taipun earrings in his ears. He took the earring with his hand and thought about it. Wait a minute. The Brotherhood of Truman. I think it must be a club in the academy that is headed by his son Pierre. He thought about Lucas being a member of this club. That's why he was so suspicious. He turned to Shepard and said that he had no idea what the gentleman was talking about. These earrings Lucas said he found in the mountains of Spain are his personal belongings, and he has nothing to do with any brotherhood. Lucas asked him what he meant by saying that he was not a member of the Truman Brotherhood, and that he had found the earrings in the Andean mountains, and that they were his personal belongings, and that he would not say anything else. Lucas looked at him and answered in a calm voice that it was all true, that he was not a member of any brotherhood, and was really just a friend of his son, and that he had found the earrings in the mountains of Spain. It was all true. He sat and listened attentively to what Lucas was telling him, saying that Pierre had offered him to join the Truman Brotherhood, but he had refused because he didn't like being in groups, and there were no pitfalls. Shepard suddenly jumped up from his chair and leaned his arms on the table, shouting loudly that he did not like the fraternity that his son led. He was talking about something else. Lucas sat with a questioning face. Then he sat back in his chair and put his hand on his head and said in a calm voice, "So, you are just a wanderer." He seemed to have misunderstood and said that Lucas could fear nothing more. He raised his index finger and asked, "Where do you think you are?" Lucas said in a calm voice that he had come to visit a friend. Then he repeated that he just came to see his friend, that's all. He leaned his elbows on the table and crossed his fingers on his hands. Shepard put his head down and said that he didn't trust him completely, but he could explain why he was being so rude to him. He continued talking. He said he wouldn't treat Lucas like an outsider since you had those earrings, but as long as he wore them, Shepard couldn't assume he had nothing to do with them. He sat there and listened to him. Then he asked Lucas who he thought was the ruler of the continent. His eyes widened at what he heard. He couldn't say a word and just sat staring at Shepard, who continued his conversation. He said that the Caste Cow Empire was the greatest of the human nations, but that it could not claim more than a tenth of the landmass of this continent. Shepard spoke slowly and in a low voice with a scrutinizing gaze. Sitting across from Shepard, he listened to everything he said. Then he answered as you said, and was silent again as Shepard continued to tell him. Basically all those things that Lucas knew perfectly well without him, and he did not surprise him in any way. He continued, the first thing that comes to mind is the power of intellectuals living on a nameless continent. Let's take it for 10 fingers. Among them, human power occupies 3 fingers. There are people who say they are the masters of the continent. He sat with his lips pressed together and his hands treacherously trembling. Pierre's father continued, but there is only one true ruler, a ruler who controls the content from the shadows. Among them is the true ruler, who are called demigods, super beings who are superior to ordinary humans. Lucas sat still and listened to everything Pierre's father was telling him. He guessed that he knew something, and he thought so for a reason. It was already becoming very clear. He looked attentively at Shepard, and the latter in his turn continued talking. He said that they are true predators dominating human society. Lucas looked at him without taking his eyes off him. He said it may seem like a silly conspiracy theory to a young friend, but it's obvious that there are people behind the scenes in this world, and for some reason he fell silent. He sat at the table with a pale face. Lucas's eyes rounded and his whole body shook. Shepard called out to him to ask if he was all right, but he seemed to be in his own thoughts. He remembered there were only 5 of them, only 5 men risking their lives to fight a demigod. Now 4,000 years later, the world is under the demigod's control. Without the realization of the already distorted order and discipline, it seemed hopeless. Sitting at his desk, Lucas lowered his head and put his hands in a fist on the desk. He thought about the fact that people were still following the same goal as him, and their numbers were steadily growing. All over the continent, people who knew about the demigod. He looked at him and did not understand what was happening to him. Lucas was all in his thoughts. He asked what was happening to him and why he was sitting there smiling. And Lucas thought to himself that how could he not smile? He asked if you knew anything about demigod. Lucas answered him that yes, a little bit he does. Shepard said, but how can you know about it? How can you? He could not believe his ears. The guy is still very young. Exhaling, he told himself that he needed to calm down right away. He thought that because they were allies, he shouldn't reveal his identity yet. Lucas said that when he got to those earrings, there was a note from Shuhei. Shepard jumped to his feet and asked if he still had Shuhei's note. Then he calmed down and thought that first he should hear the information he had. Shepard said he didn't know much about the demigod. We don't know how many exist, what their ultimate goal is, why they operate in the shadows and don't show themselves. But one thing is clear. They are powerful enough to destroy races on a mere whim, Shepard said, and was silent for a moment. He said, in fact, there had been several such attempts in the past. Lucas looked at him and thought to himself that he knew the most important facts of history. He was sure that they were few in number, not even 100. The planet Lucas imagined and thought to himself that only every one of them is a god. No, these creatures are like a catastrophe. Lucas sat with a pensive face and then sighed heavily at the memories. Unfortunately, not the best. He continued the story. They were great people and they were known to everyone. Supreme Sage Shuhei, Warrior King Kasanji, Swordsman Jeruside, Black Witch Iris, and Supreme Mage Lucas. But after Lucas disappeared, the relationship between them began to break down. There was a conflict between the Warrior King and the Swordmaster, and the Black Witch disappeared. Only the Great Sage stayed and fought to the end. But that wasn't enough to fight the demigod. So their names disappeared from history. He was sitting at a huge table opposite him sat Lucas. Shepard June finished his story and sat looking at Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body. Of course, the reaction and behavior of Shepard very surprised, and he stared at him. Pensively looking at Shepard, he thought, everything was just as it was written in Shuhei's diary, and he knew exactly what was not written in the story. This man's information seems reliable enough, Lucas thought to himself. Shepard said that our circle was an organization that had inherited their will, their ambition, and their power to fight the demigods, and they would try to maintain a warrior spirit like they had. He clarified what the circle meant. Shepard said that he personally called it as a whole, but in fact it was chaotically divided. The years passed, and the will that was a unified whole was divided. Now we hold each other in check. Leaning on his arm and sighing, Lucas thought, when more than 3 people gather, they dilute politics to their advantage. Sheport said of the strongest in this circle, Straw Neckles, Fizban Amleth, Raushid Soth, those 3. He sat pensive, circles that used the names of 5 heroes, but what about Lucas and Casagenome? Sheport said, I don't know about the other circles, but things aren't going well in the Troman Brotherhood, and added that there are rumors that King Casagen's inheritance is being passed down one person at a time, but there is no way to know where the heir is. Lucas asked if they were separate from the clubs led by the Academy cadets. Sheport stood up from the table and put his hands behind his back and walked around the dining room. Lucas watched him and waited for his answer. He said that the clubs in the Academy were created for fun, and they had absolutely no importance. Then he came to the table and took the bottle and poured red wine into his glass. He said that sometimes when we find worthy talents, we approach them first, and the cadets don't know about the existence of our circles. Standing next to him, Lucas listened, and he went on to say that there was nothing wrong for them to have many similar names, because it reduced the chances of being caught. He poured another glass of red wine and handed it to Lucas. Then he said that after all, the eyes, ears of demigods could be anywhere, and we might not even know it, right? Lucas took the wine glass from Sheport's hands. He stopped talking and sipped the wine from the glass. Lucas stood very pensive with his eyes down in the wine glass, thinking, well, I don't know where they'll hear it from you. Lucas was deep in his thoughts and thought without paying attention to him. Setting down the empty glass, he said, about he had been eyeing him for a while now. You showed up with the Taipun heirloom earrings, Lucas. Sheport had no choice but to think that Frey was from the Trauman Brotherhood and had come to declare war on them. Turning to Lucas, he said that was all he could tell him. And now it was his turn to ask how he had gotten the earrings. Got them in the mountains of Spain, right? He needed more information. He said that he had heard rumors that there were heroes' artifacts there, but only a small handful of those who went there came back alive, and no one could prove it. He looked at Lucas. Lucas was leaning on the table and thinking about what was natural because there was no way to locate the dungeon. And even if they did find it, Torcuda wouldn't let them out alive. Lucas said he was just lucky. He said that he accidentally stumbled upon Shuhei's dungeon, and Sheport shouted out, Shuhei's dungeon! Lucas thought the written content is almost identical to what the Duke told me earlier. Sheport gave him a questioning look. He walked up to Lucas and grabbed his hand and said that he wanted Lucas to tell him how to get there. Lucas smiled and said he got there by accident, so he apologized for not being able to help. He got upset. Then he said that he still had doubts about him. Then he asked Lucas to show the Taipun earrings in action. Lucas looked at him with his gaze and nodded. After seeing the Taipun earrings in action, Sheport said, okay, that's not the worst-case scenario. He said he wasn't afraid of him because he was a member of the Troman Brotherhood. There was a more serious reason for that. It was late evening outside. The lights were on in all the windows of the mansion. The sky was full of stars. There was a banquet at June's mansion tonight to which Lucas had been invited, including Isabella. There were a lot of important and powerful people at the banquet. They were all dressed in beautiful and smart suits. They were talking, laughing, dancing, and drinking wine. Lucas stood aside with a glass of champagne and watched everyone. He stood and thought about the fact that he had finally managed to find people who knew who the demigod was. But things were getting complicated. It was nice to know that the circles were named after Lucas. I need to learn more about the circles and finish my other business. Isabella approached him and asked him what he was thinking about, then asked him if he liked her payment that Lady Lilia had kindly picked up for her. Isabella said, what's going on with you? She didn't understand his condition. Lucas remembered the conversation with Sheport and remembered that he had said that a month ago he had heard at a meeting in the tower that someone had made contact with a demigod. Lucas was surprised to ask who it was who looked at him seriously and said, Isaka Blake, your father. It is widely rumored that Patrick's sword skills are second only to ordinary Luanable knights. A person should focus on one path faithfully. Guspa knelt on one knee before Patrick. The latter told him to come to them. Spreading out in a bow, a smile appeared on his nasty face. He thought to himself that this type of person was very easy to deal with, a little flattery for him, and the little bastard was already on the hook, just great. Laughing with his mouth full, Patrick bared his white teeth, then said that was the only way he could join Theosity's banquet. Guspa rubbed his hands together and thought to himself that everything was going according to plan, and that was just fine. He stood in the middle of the banquet hall and looked around. He had a glass of champagne in his hands from which he drank and looked at the girls. Then he thought to himself that there were so many pretty girls at this banquet. Guspa kept looking around and drinking champagne and saw that Frey was standing near the wall with a glass of champagne and a pretty red-haired girl next to him. Guspa thought to himself, "What is that puppy doing here?" Lucas suddenly heard a voice behind him. He turned and saw that Pierre's fiancée was approaching him and Isabelle. He smiled and greeted Sonia. She came up to Isabelle and took her hands and said, "Are you all right?" He looked at Sonia and couldn't take his eyes off her. She was just gorgeous. That dress was incredibly beautiful. It suited her very well. He looked at her without blinking. Sonia blushed and asked him why he was looking at her like that. He told her that the dress suited her very well. Isabella was almost torn with anger. She blushed and asked him why he didn't appreciate her dress. When she approached him, Isabella was very angry. Turning to Isabella, he said about it being an objective judgment. Isabella, all red, said about how she was eager to know the details of your objective judgment. They got into an argument. Sonia stood silent. She was all red and looked at Lucas. He looked at her with a questioning look and asked if she had something to say to him. Isabella stood aside with a pouty red face and cursed at Lucas. She was acting strange. She lowered down her sad eyes that were about to cry. Her face was covered with a blush, and she said in a quiet voice that there was nothing she wanted to say and kept her eyes down. They stood with surprised faces and could not understand such a strange behavior of Sonia and why she suddenly became sad and pensive. Lucas continued to look at her questioningly and did not understand what happened. He decided to cheer Sonia up a little and make her get away from her sad thoughts. He handed her a glass of champagne and said that maybe she would like a drink, here Lucas said. Isabella watched all of this with an angry face. Then Guspa came up to them and stretched out in a smile. Then he said, "God, who we have here." Guspa said that he could not imagine that he would see him here at the banquet among the honored people. And he did not belong here. They turned around and she asked if he knew the man. Lucas thought that Frey must know him, but he couldn't remember him, no matter how hard he tried. "It's been a long time," Guspo said. Lucas closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that he did not even need to remember this ugly type with an unpleasant face. It is just some bully, insolent and unscrupulous. Then Guspo raised his hand up and said, "How could a loser like him attend a banquet given by Pierre June himself, just because you're from the Blake family?" He looked at him with his ugly fat face. He said, "Do you have any idea how hard he worked to get here? This is no place for a bastard like you. Pierre's banquet is at the top of the capital society. It's a battlefield for the nobles and their interactions." He kept smiling nastily and talking about how someone like you who couldn't just walk into West Road Academy. It's good to have a family like that, isn't it? Lucas was getting impatient. He told him to get lost. He turned around and told him he wasn't going to tell him twice, so get lost. Guspo told him, "You're out of your mind." He was a little surprised at such insolence. He did not expect to hear Frey say such words. He even wrinkled his face. Suddenly, Sonia intervened in the conversation and asked, "Do you know him?" Guspo said that he knows him. "He is not one of those people who usually behave like that," he said, and began to look at Sonia with interest, not embarrassed. A little distracted from the altercation, Guspo turned his attention to Sonia and Isabella and thought how dazzlingly beautiful. He knew that Pierre's parties are held with pretty girls, but these two are unrivaled. He wondered why these two gorgeous girls were standing next to a guy like Frey. Frey said to him, "Why are you staring at them?" Guspo laughed and replied, "You want to look cool in front of the girls." Suddenly, 3 more guys came up behind them, and one of them turned to Guspo and asked him what was going on. Lucas stood there silently watching all this and could barely contain himself from punching that slippery Guspo guy in the face. His hands were itching to do it. One of the boys came up to Sonia and bowed low, then said his name was Patrick, and he was the eldest son of the Teosidi family. Sonia stood there confused, not expecting someone to approach her like that. He stood there red with anger. He thought to himself that those bastards were like hyenas. He was talking to them to make friends, and they were using the pretext of picking on the girl he had noticed first. What insolence and impudence. Blushing, she said that her name was Sonia Aquarid. Patrick said that you are Sonia Aquarid, the eldest daughter of the Aquarid family, who was awarded the title of Torrential Rain. Lucas smiled and told her that she was popular. She stood a little embarrassed, and Guspo was already bowing at her feet and apologizing for not recognizing Mr. Pierre's fiancée, and that it was very impolite of them. He stood and bowed and did not stop talking. Patrick was astonished at what he recognized. Then she turned to Lucas and said, "Why is he talking about it? It hasn't been decided yet." Guspo said, "Your concern for the guests as the bride of the banquet organizer is admirable." But Frey Blake is a guy Lady Sonia doesn't even have to answer to. All three of us staring at Guspo, Patrick interjected and said, "So you're Frey Blake?" Patrick stood there smiling his nasty smile and creased his face looking at him. He just looked just as unpleasant and nasty. He said he knows his brothers Michel and Heinz. They're both tower wizards, right? Michel recently became the tower master. Count Isaka banished you. Looking at you now, I can see why he did that, said Patrick, smirking. After looking at Patrick with his eyes, Lucas did not take his eyes off him any longer. And he continued to say that it was hard to believe that you inherited the same blood as those great men. Patrick grinned. He listened silently to Patrick breathing his venom, but Isabella could no longer stand still and listen to those horrible words against him. So she jumped up to Guspo and Patrick and said that they were talking too much. She was all seething with anger. She said that no matter how brave you people are, you are not worth a toe fray. Please quickly apologize for your insults. He put his hand on Isabel's head and calmed her down. Spreading his hands to the side, Patrick said he apologized to whom? The eldest son of the Theo City family will apologize to this Frey. You ladies rightly decided to just make a joke. He smirked and looked at Isabel. Then he went on to say that apologies should be made by someone who invited someone to the party who doesn't even fit the atmosphere. So who invited you anyway? Isabella stood there seething with anger. Everyone stood and laughed at Frey. Sonia stood in complete shock at this behavior. Isabella was all red with anger. Suddenly Pierre joined them and said with a smile that he was sorry and smiled. Guspo turned around and became all shrunken and frightened. Patrick also stood with his mouth open. Pierre said that Mr. Frey invited him to the party. Guspo said in surprise, "Mr. Pierre himself." Pierre replied, apparently he wasn't the one Guspo was expecting to see. Pierre then came face to face with Patrick and said with a smile that he was sorry to disappoint him. He didn't even know that he had to get permission from the Theosity house to invite a friend to the party. Patrick apologized to Pierre and said that he had misunderstood. You didn't think too much because this party was on behalf of Pierre Jeune, didn't you? No, not at all. He loomed over Patrick, who was already shaking with fear, and said that Frey was the most honored guest he had ever invited. Patrick stammered and begged Pierre to forgive him, and that he didn't mean to offend anyone. Then he told everyone to enjoy the party. It was his house and everyone was a guest. Guspaw, drenched in sweat, bowed and turned to leave, but Pierre grabbed him and whispered in his ear that if it wasn't for that, you'd all be dead by now. The whole bunch of guys who had been standing near Lucas a few minutes ago, insulting him and mocking him, were already running away with their heels glistening, shouting words of apology over their backs and asking Pierre to forgive them. Lucas came up to Pierre with a smile on his face and told him that he had a much worse temper than he really thought. Pierre smiled back at him and told him that he had been watching him, and they both laughed. They continued to joke. Isabella and Sonia were behind them. Frey said about him being so dazzling and soft, to which Pierre said, "Do you look in the mirror?" Frey said he can't see his face in the mirror, it's too bright. They stood next to each other. Pierre said about what he had shown on Cortesho. If it became known to the public, no one would dare call him a loser. He looked at him and asked what he was talking to his father about. Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, answered him that his father suspected him of being a member of the Trauman Brotherhood. Pierre asked if he wanted to join the Brotherhood. He said that he was unlikely to join the Trauman Brotherhood. Then he turned his head and looked at Sonia and Isabella, who were drinking champagne and laughing merrily, not paying attention to them. Then Lucas remembered the conversation with Sheport, who had told him that he could clear his doubts not only because you could use the Taipun earrings. There was someone who confirmed your identity. He asked in surprise who that person was. Sheport said that it was Heinz Blake. He is also a man of the Straw Neckles Circle. That's your brother. He stood there brooding and said nothing. Then he said he knew what his family had done to him, and the wounds he'd suffered were beyond healing. Sheport said, your brother Heinz, he's different from Isaac and Michel. There's a reason he agreed to your exile, that's all for now. Standing alone, Pierre and Lucas chatted, and Isabella and Sonia stood nearby, talking animatedly. Lucas had his head down, and he told Pierre that he was not going back to the academy. When Isabella heard him say that he wasn't going to return to the academy, she rounded her already big eyes. She thought to herself that if he didn't return to the academy, then how could she be without him? Not only she was surprised at Lucas's decision, but Pierre was also surprised when he asked him what he would do. He said that the Duke had recommended the third tower. That sounds good, Pierre said. Isabella stood there in complete shock. He went on to say that the curriculum at the academy was nothing special, and that the books kept in the third tower were superior. Isabella put down her glass. Sonia asked why she was so pale. She was upset and said she was leaving the party. She took off her dress and changed into simple clothes. She went wandering through the dark corridors of the mansion. Tomorrow she would return to the academy, and Lucas would go to the tower. She thought about the fact that once she found out that Frey was really Lucas Troman, she expected that day to come someday, but she wasn't sure about it. What she has to accomplish, and what she has to learn from following Matto's path. Sitting on a chair in Pierre's room, who was pouring a cup of tea, Lucas said, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Lucas looked at him and said that thanks to him, it had been a great time, and that the party had been great. He said that Pierre had a great reputation, a genius born into June's family. Pierre told the room that the first time he felt mana was when he was 5 years old. Pierre put cups of tea and treats on the table. Pierre sat at the table with Lucas, who told him he was bragging. Then he thought about it. Feeling mana at 5 years old is amazing. Even he and Shu Hai felt mana when they were 7 years old. He thought Pierre was really a genius. Meanwhile, Pierre continued. He said that at 17, he had reached the 4-star level. Usually you reach that at 20, but he was silent. He looked at him wide-eyed and waited for him to continue. Then Pierre told him he was the only one he could tell it to. For the first time in his life, Pierre wanted to open up, and he said he was cursed with his talent. They sat across the table from each other, and Pierre began his story. Pierre said he had a teacher. He was the master of the 5th tower, a 6-star wizard. When he asked him questions, he would stroke his head and answer them with a smile. He said that it made him so happy that he asked more questions and studied harder. He was a real guide to learn his joy for life and magical sciences. And all was well until a certain point. When he reached the 4th star, he once asked a question that even the teacher couldn't answer, and was very embarrassed. He shouted at Pierre that he was a monster. The old man was furious and furious. The teacher saw Pierre developing at an incredible speed at such a young age and felt an ominous feeling in his heart, Pierre said, and was silent. He began to replay these moments in his head, and it made him even sadder. Sitting on the chair, Lucas listened attentively to Pierre, and he continued to say that he still liked to do magic. But every time he was immersed in it, something sticks in him. His teacher's face appeared like a curse. Covering his face with his hands, Pierre started to cry. He said that he was constantly cursing his talent. He would have preferred to be ordinary. He could have studied magic with great joy and enthusiasm, Pierre said, sobbing with tears in his eyes. He went on to say that even if that were the case, he wouldn't be called a monster. Lucas got up from his chair and walked over to the crying Pierre. He put his hand on his shoulder. Pierre raised his tear-stained face to Lucas and looked at him. He told him that he was overestimating himself. He asked him to listen carefully. There's a place you can't get to just by being called a genius. Talent alone is not enough. You can't unlock the true meaning of magic. He went on to say that this is not a world where a guy can get lost when he meets a bad teacher, and the teacher in turn feels some jealousy and envy towards his student, Lucas said, standing with his back to Pierre. Lucas then said that he swears that the next time I meet you, I will be several times stronger than I am now. Pierre replied that he was a bit conceited and vain. Lucas said he should do the same. He looked at Lucas, who was standing looking out the window, and said, "Demigod." Lucas said that he thought Pierre knew he existed and continued to look out the window. He was talking about the one who dominates not only human beings, but all the minds in the world. The false god that changed the rules of the world. To be led or not, even realize it is human stupidity, but it is also humanity's opportunity to never give up. But it is also an opportunity for mankind to never give up and try to change this world by defeating him. This is a task that only humans and no one else can do. Only humans can change something in this world for the better. He moved away from the window and looked at Pierre and said, if you want to pretend to be a genius all your life, you can continue to live like this. But if you want to defeat the demigod, your goal is to discover the true meaning of magic. He walked over to Pierre and put his hand on his shoulder, said he would prefer the latter and what Pierre would choose. Pierre said, compete with your rival and make your own path. Pierre looked up and looked at him and replied that he was always one step ahead. Then he gave Pierre a friendly pat on the shoulder and was about to leave. Pierre called him out and said that the next time he met him, he would stand in front of him. He looked at him with his eyes. He turned around and looked at Pierre with a smile on his face because he treated him very well and considered him really his friend, a good friend. Then Lucas said that of course Pierre would be ahead of him because he was his friend. Standing outside the door of Pierre's room and listening to Lucas and him talk, Isabella was very upset when she heard that Lucas would not return to the academy. Her tears were flowing and she could not calm down. The next morning, Lucas stood outside with a sack on his shoulder and was about to go on a road trip. He said out loud that today was the perfect day to go on a long journey. Lucas took a deep breath of air. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him telling him that wasn't Lucas taking his ballast with him. When he turned around, he saw Isabella with a backpack on her back. Lucas said he didn't have it, and that was very disappointing. She asked if Lucas hadn't called her ballast. Lucas said, "You're going with me. What about the academy?" Isabella stood in front of him and replied she went to the academy to learn the art of magic. But can I? She was now facing the greatest magician in history. Who could compare to a teacher like him, Isabella said. She made her final decision last night to go after Lucas. He told her that she would regret it. Isabella said that she would not repeat herself. Even if the road was too damn hard, she would be with Lucas until the end. They turn around and hit the road. In the office, Frey's brother Michel is sitting at the desk with brother Heinz at his side. And opposite Patrick, who says that Mr. Pierre is friends with your brother Frey, and they had a very unusual relationship. He saw it with his own eyes. He went on to say that Pierre had declared Frey his most honored guest, that everyone in the banquet hall could hear about it. Michel said that whoever his brother was getting close to, he didn't need to know about it. With his hands at his chin, Michel told Patrick to get out and said Pierre's friendship with Frey is amazing. As they say, even a snail can crawl. What trick did he use? What do you think, Heinz? He asked. Standing at the window, Heinz said that he does not care much. Moreover, they study in the same academy, so there is nothing strange in their closeness. Michel jumped up from his desk and said that he thought that was how he would answer him. As he left the office, Michel thought that he couldn't wait to tell his father everything. Maybe there was something in it that they could use. Heinz, with a sad face, continued to stand looking out the window. At Shepard's insistence, Lucas and Isabella were on their way to the tower. She twirled a card with the number 8 on it and asked him where he got it from and what it meant. He replied that he got the card from the Duke. It's like a qualification for the entrance exam. She looked at the card and then said, "A secret association created to fix the world. It would be best to join the circle to learn more information about the demigod." Looking at the card, said Isabella. He looked at her sideways, and Isabella went on to say that she had never heard the name demigod before and the 5 heroes that you were a part of. She only knows that they are the greatest people who saved the world from demigod. She went on to say that if Lucas hadn't told her, she might have thought it was a great conspiracy theory, Isabella said, looking at Lucas, thinking to herself that she was right to leave the academy. They walked through the market, and Lucas said that it was a terrible power, an invisible power. Isabella listened attentively to everything Lucas told her, and she always did so without missing a single word, as his stories were always enlightening. He told Isabella that you cannot think for yourself and plan your future. You only eat and drink what you are given. She listened attentively to everything Lucas said with her mouth open. He continued, driven by a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment, happy slaves who don't even realize that they are under control. That's unfortunately the current state of humanity, and it's a fact no matter how you look at it. Then he leaned over to her and asked who lost. He said that he never lost. He always won. Isabella looked at him and laughed, and thought to herself that she was happy to be with him. Finally, they reached the tower. When they looked up, they saw a very tall tower. It seemed to reach right up to the clouds. The impression was unreal. They had never seen such a tower before. She stood with her arms spread out and her head up, looking at the tower with her eyes wide open and her mouth hanging open. Then she said that it was the first time she had ever seen a magic tower, and it was really pressurizing. Lucas raised his head and started to look at this tall tower. It really produced an incredible sensation. Next to it, a person felt like a bug. Lucas thought that in 6 months he would be able to join the club. Lucas kept thinking that for now, he would train here and stabilize the ice river, and will also be able to restore his original state, Lucas thought to himself. He lowered his head down, saying that all this reminded him of the old days. The magic tower was indeed the place where he focused on learning magic. Lucas was suddenly flooded with memories. They were standing at the gate of the tower and talking. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's loud stomping. It was so strong that the ground seemed to shake. They both turned around to see who it was coming so powerful. They saw that in front of them there was a crowd. They were dark elves. They were very tall. Their muscles were pumped up. They had pointed ears, and they looked very impressive. Lucas said they were dark elves. She turned to him and said, "Why is he so surprised? Elves and dwarves are races that travel freely among humans." Lucas looked at Isabella with a surprised face and was surprised at her reading. He looked at the elves and said that he had read about them in the academy. but it was amazing to see them with his own eyes. 4,000 years ago, he would not have been able to even imagine such a thing, but now he sees them alive right in front of him. The elves still silently walked on. Lucas looked after them and thought that the elves have reached a great unity. All the dense forests of the far north is from the land, because rightly he asked Isabella. Lucas continued to look after the elves. The magic tower stood in the middle of the city. They were so high that it was felt that it reached its roof to the heavens. It could not see the end and the edge. How high it was, when you look at it from above down, was dizzying. In the tower, an especially allocated room representing an arena, there were a lot of different people, and including elves. All of them practiced their magic skills. The spectacle was very interesting and exciting. Isabella and Lucas were also practicing in the same arena. Isabella stood and tuned in. She told herself that she was already used to the combat training techniques. She tuned in and began to slowly practice. He was doing the same thing. Isabella turned to look at him and saw Lucas slowly doing his technical exercises. From the outside, it might look like he was just dancing alone, but he wasn't. He was working. She stopped to watch Lucas, when suddenly a guy with a towel around his neck came up to her and asked her, "Lady, that's your friend. There are rumors about him in the tower. He dances all day and at night he hangs out in the library." She stood next to the guy and watched Lucas together. Isabella laughed. She thought to herself that at first glance it really looked like he was just dancing. Then she thought to herself that now she had learned to read the flow of energy by studying the fighting techniques, and she could see them, the huge blows that lurked in his movements. Isabella looked at Lucas, who was moving very slowly and smoothly. He was doing it with such a tremendous speed that it was impossible to catch with a normal eye. And when Lucas puts his arms and legs in place, it looks like a smooth dance from the outside, so everyone around him thinks he's just dancing. She stood there thinking to herself that Lucas really has an amazing art form. Suddenly she was distracted by a hard thump on the floor. She turned around and saw a guy who had fallen to the floor. His mouth was covered in blood, and he was screaming that he was giving up. A dark elf was standing next to the guy who was lying on the ground begging for mercy. They were sparring, and the dark elf defeated him. Isabella looked closely and realized that it was the same elf they had seen in the morning. The dark elf looked at the guy lying there and said, "Humans are so weak." At that moment, a girl elf who he bowed to and called teacher came up to him. She said, "What a rude remark to someone who admits defeat." She continued, "This is the warrior's dignity you speak of, Liamson." He lowered his head and said, "No, teacher." Then walked over to the guy who was lying on the ground after sparring with him and helped him up by giving him a hand. The dark elf Liamson paid attention to Lucas, who did not pay attention to anyone, continued to study. The dark elf with great interest watched the movements of Lucas. Very interested in him, he watched without taking his eyes off. Isabella realized that it was the same elf they had seen at the entrance to the tower, and he was walking just ahead of his group. Then the elf came closer to him and said, "Man," to which Lucas said, "My name is Frey." Then the elf said his name was Liamson. The dark elf spoke of wanting to fight him. Lucas looked at him with an incomprehensible look. The dark elf, whose name is Liamson, scratched his head and said that he meant a fight. He could not find the right words. At that moment, a girl elf came up to him and said that he meant sparring. Liamson shook his head. Isabella stood behind Lucas. Two dark elves came up to them. One was called Liamson, and the girl introduced herself as Camilla, and she was a teacher in the tower. The elves were 2 or 3 heads taller than humans, tall and graceful. She turned to Lucas and told him that she really wanted to work with him and was looking forward to the opportunity because he had made a very strong impression on her, and she had been watching him. Then she turned towards Isabella and said that she would also like to work with this girl who was standing aside. Isabella bowed respectfully to the dark elf Camilla and introduced herself as her name. She said, apologizing for interrupting his training, "Forget what that idiot said, just ignore him." Liamson said, "I mean, he's an idiot. Why would you say that?" Isabella, standing with her mouth open, didn't know what they were talking about. As the elves were speaking in their own language, she asked Lucas what they were talking about and said that it was the first time in her life she had heard the elven language. She was amazed. Lucas stood silent. They about just wanted to spar with him like a real warrior because his movements are very unusual. Camilla said about how warriors don't impose themselves so stupidly. Lucas said to the elves that he was ready for any battle. He looked at him in surprise, and coming closer to him, asked him about his knowledge of the elven language. Lucas replied that he knew a little, but he knew the language of the elves. Camilla and Liamson were very much surprised by this, pleasantly surprised. Liamson then told Lucas about how the more and longer he looked at him, the more interested he became. Lucas said about how you elves study human magic. He said he sounded just like them. In the arena, the people gathered and asked about sparring again. In the middle of the arena stood the dark elf Liamson, who had already taken a comfortable pose to start sparring, and Lucas, who had also prepared himself to start sparring with the elf. The crowd stood and talked. Is this dark elf here to intimidate us? Meanwhile, the elf was already getting ready. His movements were smooth. He became even darker. His eyes were glowing. It looked very mesmerizing. He stood and watched him. He thought to himself that such complex movements are only characteristic of dark elves. He moves like a nocturnal predator. You can watch it endlessly, Lucas thought, and looked at the elf Liamson. The dark elf was the first to attack. He flew up in the air and turned around his axis to kick Lucas. But Lucas reacted lightning fast and was able to block his kick. It amazed the dark elf. During the fight, he realized what tactic the dark elf was using. It was a shadowy silent step technique. The key to this movement was the foot. They fought on equal footing. The dark elf was pleasantly surprised by Lucas's skills. He struck the dark elf Liamson, and he flew to the side from the blow. Everyone watched with great interest this sparring. It was important to see who could win in this fight. But after Lucas gave the dark elf a blow and he flew back to the ground, at that moment the dark elf Liamson made a quick flip and landed on his feet and hands like some graceful animal. Lucas appreciated it. Then Lucas stopped and smiling told the black elf that his movements were like a wild beast and it looked really cool. The dark elf smiled and said how entertaining. Lucas answered him just fine. In the arena, the sparring continued between Lucas and the dark elf whose name was Liamson. The spectacle was really impressive. They showed incredible martial arts skills. Everyone could envy them. Everyone who watched this sparring stood with their mouths open and eyes wide open, because they had never had to watch such an amazing spectacle before. Someone from the crowd said that the speed was incredible. Other dark elves were also standing in the crowd and watching Lucas and Liamson sparring. One of the dark elves said, "Who is this gray-haired guy? The kick of this warrior's legs is equal to Liamson's. What is his name?" She stood and watched the sparring. She thought about the fact that his muscle mass was far from that of a magical warrior, but how he could withstand Liamson's attacks. He was 3 times bigger, and his muscles were stronger. The black elf Liamson struck blow after blow. He was certainly amazed at Lucas's skill. So young, and the technique of possession was just at the height. He skillfully fought back and struck his opponent while having time to joke. Isabella stood there and admired him. She was glad she had decided to go to the tower with him instead of staying at the academy. The black elf looked at Lucas with admiration and thought to herself that he had an incredible distribution of mana. He looked about 20 years old. Who the hell is he? She thought to herself and kept her eyes on Lucas. She shouted, "Enough, Liamson. This sparring is pointless." Lucas and Liamson stopped in front of each other, breathing heavily. Then the even elf said to Lucas about how his moves are just excellent. "Yours are too," Lucas replied. He looked at Liamson and told him that if it had been outside on a dark night, he wouldn't have been able to resist him like that. "Besides, you're probably not used to fighting with bare fists." "That's right," Lucas told him. The black elf smirked. Then the black elf Liamson got up to his feet and asked Lucas how long he would be in the tower. He said that it would be about half a year. The black elf said that he was glad to hear that and thanked him for the fight. Camilla looked at him and said that Lucas had shown great skill. She also said that she could not believe that he was an ordinary man. Then she noticed Tajper's earrings in his ears and was silent. Lucas asked her why she was silent. Then she asked him why he was interested in the third tower, to which Lucas replied that he had an elixir he wanted to finish. So he chose the place with the most in-depth literature. "So that's why you're staying in the library for the night," said Camilla. The guys in the crowd talking among themselves said surprised that he talked so casually to the head of the dark elves. Another said he thought he was just a dancer. He stood in front of Camilla and said that he had wasted all his time in the library because he had not found the information he needed, and he was extremely upset. Camilla listened to him. Then she said something about how he felt about reading magical grimoires. Lucas looked at her in surprise. In the library, the only books that are there are third-class books, and there are no other books there. The first class of books can be seen only after you have been recognized by 3 floor keepers through a qualification test of reading magic. Lucas looked at Camilla in surprise and asked her when the test would be. She looked at him with a smile and told him that the qualification test would be tomorrow. Lucas thought about the fact that he absolutely had to get to that test and pass it so that the first-class book to work with the elixir would become available. Everyone gathered in the tower to take the test, including Lucas and Isabella. Someone in the crowd was talking amongst themselves and said that the stupid bastard had fought a dark elf, and they said that he had fought on equal terms. Another guy in the crowd looking at Lucas said that everyone thought he was ordinary, but it turned out he wasn't. He was really weird, but if he was a battle mage, then why he had to take this test is not clear. They were standing there waiting for the test to start, and suddenly they heard their names behind them and turned around to see Camilla and Liamson coming towards them. They came up to Lucas and Isabella and greeted them with a smile and waited in line to take the test. "Are you taking the test too?" Lucas asked them. Camilla said that she was curious about what would happen if Lucas took the exam, and Liamson had brought him along because he was bored. Lucas pointed to Isabella and said the same thing. Liamson walked up to Lucas and told him that when the exam was over, let's fight. Lucas smiled and told him that he probably meant sparring and laughed. Liamson smiled back at him. Suddenly, the door to the room where all the people who were going to take the exam test were, and 3 men dressed in white entered the room. Their faces were very serious, and they looked around at everyone present. "These people are the heads of the floors of this tower," said Camilla, trying to explain everything to Lucas. "Especially remember the man standing in the middle. His name is Michel. He is a very powerful man." Lucas listened carefully to Camilla. The 3 floor leaders of the tower came to the stage, and looking at the audience, one of them said that we don't want to waste time on unnecessary chatter, so we will start the first exam right now. One of the tower floor leaders said that the first task would be to create energy balls. Everyone present began to create energy balls, and they all did it well. Everyone completed this task. Then one of the floor leaders of the tower said that now we have to concentrate them. One guy in the crowd said that it was easy. Another guy told him that it was the first task, so it was easy for now. Then Mikkel's supervisor said that now they have to make this energy ball smaller than this bead, and he showed a small bead that he held with 2 fingers. Only in this case, the test is passed. After everyone heard that it was necessary to make an energy ball the size of a bead, they were in shock. No matter how hard they tried, they failed, and each of them heard from the leader, disqualified. Others tried, all were in sweat, and they did not succeed. One of the guys said that, "How is it possible to reduce the energy ball to such a small size? It is simply unrealistic to do anyone, and never." The head of the tower floors, whose name was Michelle, came up to Isabella, who was sitting all sweaty, and she managed to reduce the energy ball to a size smaller than a bead. The head said that she passed. Then Mikkel's supervisor went over to Camille and Liamson, who had also succeeded. He looked at them and said it was perfect. Then he said that they didn't need to take the exam anymore. He would let them read the magical grimoires. One of them came up to Lucas and asked him what he was doing. Then he asked him, "Do you refuse to take the exam?" Mikkel's supervisor approached and said, "Young man, you have decided to refrain from passing." He clenched his fist with all his strength. Lucas looked at the Mikkel leader and said that the leader should not rely on his vision. Lucas wants him to feel the mana. The Mikkel leader listened to Lucas's advice. He clenched his fist as hard as he could. Around which the mana was concentrated, he said that the energy was concentrated so tightly that it was impossible to see it with his eyes. The leaders all said, "What?" When he came up to Lucas and looked at him, the leader noticed the earrings in his ears. He told him that he didn't think he had to take any more exams and that he had passed. Then Mikkel's supervisor asked him what his name was, and Lucas told him that he was the 3rd son of the Blake family, and his name was Frey. The supervisor said he was glad to meet such an outstanding guy and praised his abilities. Then the head of the floors of Mikkel's tower looked at Lucas and told him that he was letting him read the magical grimoires and he would like to talk to him. He invited Lucas to his office and, standing at the window, asked him how he got to the 3rd tower. Lucas replied that Duke Shepard had helped him. "You have extraordinary abilities," said Michelle. He was still standing with his back turned to the window, and Lucas standing behind him. Michela said he thought he had reached at least 5 stars, right? Lucas told him he wouldn't deny it. He thought he was about to reach 7 stars, but he didn't need to know that. Then Michele asked him if he knew anything about the demigod. He told him that he knew a little about them. Michelle's supervisor said that not long ago in Utiano, traces of a demigod were found. Lucas asked in surprise if it was true. Michela said that to be precise, they are the footprints of the apostles. He was surprised to hear the apostles. Michela said they were chosen by the demigod himself to use their divine power. They call themselves apostles. Lucas listened intently to everything he said and couldn't believe his ears. Lucas thought to himself that the demigod fanatics were already crowding around the apostles. Apostles, the demigod is using humans? He stood there not believing it was even possible. Then he thought again, for he had never seen such a thing before, not even 4,000 years ago. Then he turned to Mikkel's leader and asked him what he wanted from him. He came closer, and just like Michaela, he looked out the window. The supervisor continued to speak. He said that Utiano had come under the jurisdiction of Honor Lucas, but he was away on a business trip and was waiting for his return. The tower floor leader continued, "At this rate, some cities will vaporize in an instant. We must investigate immediately as time is short and we must act now." Then he turned to Lucas and told him that he was offering to go with him to conduct the investigation. Lucas replied that he agreed. Michel said that the mission was dangerous and he could give him time to think about it. He turned around and looked at Mikkel's supervisor and said that he wanted to ask him why he had chosen him. Not anyone else, but him. Mikkel's boss looked at Lucas and raised his hand with a shake of his head. He raised his hand and pulled up his sleeve to show the bracelet hidden on his arm. Lucas looked at it and said it was an iris relic. "You must belong to the Amlet Circle." After Troman was killed by the demigod, the opponents became even more aggressive. He continued, "So the circle has to be more stealthy. The dark elves in the tower are the Black Fang's reinforcements we asked for." Miguel said he couldn't believe he was aging so fast. "I just happened to notice them." Then the manager said, "The earrings, Taipuna, that Lucas is wearing, he noticed them by accident. It was not intentional," explained the head of the floors of the Tower of Mikkel. "Just noticed them, that's all." Lucas thought about the fact that he had never thought about it, but these earrings are really popular and famous. Then he clarified when they were moving out. Miguel said in a week. He went to the window and thought about it. Since they were leaving in about a week, he should be able to stabilize the ice river in that time. He should make every effort to do so. The leader asked Lucas what he needed the grimoires for. Lucas replied that he needed to finish one elixir, so he needed to learn alchemy, Lucas answered. He was very surprised to hear this and told him that in that case, you should go to her instead of studying grimoires. Lucas was surprised and asked who it was that he was referring to. It was not clear to him who the leader meant. He went to someone who could help him. He could not even imagine what kind of person it was. He went up the stairs and knocked on the door, which was opened by a girl with glasses and disheveled hair. The girl with the messy hair told him what you wanted. Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, said hello and introduced himself, saying that he had been advised to come to her by the floor manager of Mikkel's tower. He said you could help. She let Lucas into her lab and told him that the old man was talking about you. The girl's name was Adelia. She was known as the genius professor at West Road Academy, but Lucas saw her for the first time and never met her at the academy. He walked over to the shelves where there were various jars with solutions that embalmed different parts of monster bodies. He looked at the jars with interest. Adelia told him to sit down somewhere. She said she was very tired. Her blood pressure was low and she was very busy. She asked him to spare her the details and tell him everything in 5 words. She was sitting on a chair. She didn't look very good, of course, tired eyes with bruises around them. She sat bent over and looked at Lucas with tired eyes and asked him what he had to do with her. "Creating liquid mana," he said. She told him that he wasn't very talkative, to which Lucas replied that she had told him to keep it to 5 words. Adelia said he was a very sweet but cocky guy. "What kind of liquid mana are we talking about?" He said, "Look for yourself." He took a vial of liquid mana out of his bag and handed it to Professor Adelia. She took the bottle and held it up to the light and looked at it with interest, then said that it was such a huge concentrate of mana. She was shocked. Then he began to talk about the elixir. He said it was the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake. The estimated mana energy was about 100,000. Then he turned to Adelia to see if she could make an elixir out of it. Her face changed from surprise to joy, and she said crazy. Lucas asked if she could help. She said the recipe was complicated, but she could make it. The problem was the ingredients. Adelia thought and closed her eyes and scratched her head. Then she told Lucas that the elixir required an ingredient that unfortunately she couldn't get. Lucas wondered what ingredient she was talking about. He looked at her and waited for an answer. He was very curious about the ingredient that Adelia was unable to find. After a moment of silence, she told him that the feather of the divine phoenix bird was needed for the elixir. He remembered the moment in the cave when the phoenix bird had left him the feather, and Lucas was surprised. Adelia picked up the feather and her mouth dropped open in shock. He asked Adelia what other ingredients she needed to make the liquid elixir. She said she needed an assistant who could distribute mana, who could reduce the energy ball to the size of a fingernail. He demonstrated his skills with the energy ball. Adelia said, "Holy shit, that's amazing." Then she started making something in the flask. Her face was serious and focused. Without turning to him, Adelia looked at the liquid in the flask and asked him who he was. "You're from the Blake family, then your father is Isaka Blake, right?" She often hears the names Heinz and Michelle, but she never heard his name. She said that like the distribution of energy mana, you are very good at alchemy. It is a little old-fashioned. Lucas lowered his head and thought about the fact that he now really regretted his 4,000-year-old knowledge. She asked why she hadn't heard his name before if he was so good. Lucas replied that he didn't know. She jumped up to him and took him by the arms and told him that she wanted him to be her assistant. Lucas refused. She then told him that he couldn't learn it anywhere he went, but she could teach him. She asked him to agree to be her assistant. Lucas said the professor was too much. He asked her to leave him alone. She thought, if this kid was her assistant, she would be very comfortable how to lure him in, she thought. Then she wondered why he kept calling her professor. Lucas turned his head and replied that he was a West Road student. The professor stood very pensive, and in her head, various thoughts that she tried to catch and gather in one place. But she was not very good at it. Then she froze and thought again. If that's the case, she thought, she could use the points in his employment as an excuse to threaten him. Adelia decided that this plan was a win-win, and she could make him her assistant. He stood back, and before she could think of her plan, Adelia heard that Lucas had already left the academy. She said that he was messing with her. He was making fun of her. He said it to mess with her. She was very upset. He asked if she knew how to make golems. She said she did, and she was very good at it. Lucas said, if you have a core of 1 million mana energy, how can you make a golem out of it? Lucas asked. She got up from the floor and said, that's crazy. Lucas asked, Professor, you mean it's insanely tempting, right? Adelia said, it's actually crazy. It's really crazy. But even if it did, without an orichalcum body and a nervous system molded from mithril, you'd never be able to control it. It would have to be made from a mineral from the legends. She reached out and said, what about the cladding? Obviously, it would be much harder to design a body by making up a formula and inputting commands into it to shape its ego. Lucas listened to her intently. He remembered Shuhei's diary that said to finish Anastasia. He thought about how Shuhei's task had ended up being a lot harder than he would have thought. Lucas sighed heavily, realizing that it wasn't that simple. She then asked Lucas why he was suddenly asking her that. Then she looked at him through her glasses and asked him if he didn't have 1 million mana energy core. Lucas looked at her and smiled. He stood smiling and answered her that, of course not. He looked at his bag, which contained various things, including the energy core, but of course Lucas was silent about it and didn't tell Adelia. In the arena, there was a sparring between Lucas and Liamson, as he promised the Black Elf to fight with him in one more sparring. He fulfilled his promise, and now they were demonstrating their fighting skills, and everyone stood watching them. Lucas was victorious, and began to give his hand to Liamson, who was sitting on the ground lamenting that he had lost the first time. Lucas told him that he now had an idea of his moves. Don't talk nonsense, said the Black Elf. Being surrounded by black elves who applauded her and said that they had distributed mana according to her instructions, and now it was much easier for them to control it. You are a very special lady, Isabella. Being next to Lucas, Camille spoke of how Isabel's lessons were detailed and easy to understand. The dark elves had opened their hearts to her. Lucas looked at Isabel, smiled, and said how great it was. Then she went to Lucas and asked him if he had finished his elixir. Lucas told her that tonight it would probably be finished. At least Lucas was counting on it and was waiting for it to be ready. She looked at him. She smiled and said that the 7-star level was just around the corner. Isabella looked at Lucas and admired his willpower and his skills. His power. She was proud to know him. He stood in sweat after sparring with the dark elf Liamson. He wiped his face with a towel, and when Isabella asked him about the 7 stars, he said he was standing at the entrance. Then he looked at her and smiled slightly. The black elf Camille approached Lucas and Isabella and asked about the fact that they would like to learn spiritual skills. Camille thought they might be very interested and would take her up on her offer. She stood and waited for an answer. They were interested in Camilla's black elf offer. Lucas looked at her with interest. Then Camilla continued to speak and said that signing a contract with a spirit that will be close to you will give you strength. She continued. She said, you taught my children how to distribute mana, so in return, she will teach them this. This spiritual skill is passed down from generation to generation and is unique to dark elves, Camilla said. Lucas asked about the elixir. She handed him the bottle and said that it was good to see him and the elixir you asked for was finally finished. She asked him if he was really going to drink it. He wondered if she had failed, to which Adelia said that it was twice as strong as his mana energy. If he drinks it wrong, it will melt his body without even leaving bones, she said. He happily grabbed the bottle and said it was just fine. Adelia turned to leave and waved her hand, telling him to do whatever he wanted as it was his life. Lucas held the coveted bottle of elixir in his hands. She told him not to come to her in her dreams when he became a ghost. That's all for now, she said. Lucas reached into his bag and called out to the professor. She turned around and saw the necklace in Lucas's hands. He said it was a thank you for helping her. Adelia panicked and started to say, "You are a student, and I'm a professor." Lucas said he didn't understand her. "If you wear it, you will improve your concentration." She covered her eyes with her hands from embarrassment, because no one had ever given her gifts before, especially such useful and at the same time beautiful gifts as this wonderful necklace that Lucas was holding in his hands. It was impossible to resist. He thought that the more often he saw Adela, the stranger she seemed to him. She was a very strange professor. When he got to his room, first he took the ice shards out of the bag and scattered them around the room. The room immediately became wildly cold. He breathed in the cold air. Lucas began preparations to drink the elixir. Then he sat on the floor in lotus position and took out the elixir that Professor Adelia had prepared for him. He remembered what she had told him about it and warned him about its power. Lucas concentrated as much as possible. He opened the vial with the elixir and brought it to his mouth and drank. Immediately, the reaction began. His eyes began to burn as if on fire. Lightning flashed from his eyes. The process had already begun, and it was irreversible. Lucas needed to gather his strength. Everything around Lucas began to turn into fiery energy instead of cold. He continued to sit on the floor and was as concentrated as possible. He just had to curb the energy of this elixir. He was going to this for a long time and could not fail. Camilla and Isabella were in the same room talking. She asked her if she could explain to her how great the power of the 7 stars was in the human world. Isabella stood across the table from Camilla. She looked at Camilla with surprised eyes, and she continued talking, saying that they had only just started to learn human magic, so it was hard for them to feel it now, Camilla explained. She sat down at the table across from Camilla, who was sitting, and propped her head up with one hand. Then she said that in the human world, magic is like a status class. Isn't that true, she asked. After thinking for a while, Isabella said, "If we talk about archmages, then only great people are called that in any country. The title of count will be guaranteed, and his name will be written on stone tablets. This name will remain in history." Camilla looked at her and wondered if Lucas had already succeeded, and Isabella replied that she was still at the entrance. "His goal is much more difficult," Camille thoughtfully asked Isabella. "Is it a demigod?" She said that his goal is much deeper and more complex. His plan is to bring peace back. Camilla looked at Isabella and listened intently. She was curious to know more about him. In the meantime, Lucas was in his room and he had succeeded. He had managed to harness the power of the elixir and merge with it. He had achieved his goal. The next morning, Lucas, Isabella, the floor manager of Makela Tower, the dark elves Camilla and Leopson went on a reconnaissance as planned. The morning was cloudy and not sunny. They walked around looking around. They reached the town of Hall Bridge. Mikkel's leader said that there were traces of the apostles. Lucas looked around. The walls of many houses were destroyed. He said that this town was smaller than he thought. Isabella looked around and felt a chill run through her body. She said that this town had an ominous energy. Lucas said it was divine. She looked around and asked how divine. He thought to himself that he hadn't felt that kind of energy in a long time. It was really so disgusting that he felt nauseous. Lucas turned to Mikkel and asked him, "What kind of power does a demigod give people?" "This is a small town with a population of only 500 people, said Mikkel. "And since it was self-contained, it had very little interaction with the surrounding villages," explained Mikkel's leader. The black elf Liamson, who was walking beside Mikkel's tower floor leader, said that it was a very good trick to use the apostles. The tower floor leader absolutely agreed with him. They moved on through the city. Then Mikkel's leader turned to Lucas and told him that he had warned him that this mission would be very dangerous. Lucas looked at him questioningly, but chose not to answer him. He turned to look at Isabella and said that she hadn't said a word the whole time we were here. Would she be okay? Miguel said he thought it would be too dangerous for her. She was walking and looking around as if she was not paying attention to anyone. Lucas replied to the leader that he had nothing to worry about. This little one had her role to play, and Lucas smiled, looking at Isabella. Suddenly she sensed something and said there was someone there. Suddenly several people came out to meet them. They stopped and spread their hands apart and said it can't be the wizards from the tower. One of the men in front of them said that his name was Aladir, and he was the mayor of Hall Bridge. Then he asked what had brought them to such a wretched place, why they had come. Michele came up to them and said that he was glad to welcome the mayor and wanted to ask him something. The mayor told him not to be shy and to ask. Michele asked if anything had changed in their town lately. The mayor asked what? He said, like the way of life, everyday things, socializing or feeling. Was there anything unusual? The mayor said what would change in a small town like this, the usual, the routine. Then he was asked where all the people of the town were. It was the middle of the day, and there were no people to be seen. It was like ruins. The mayor was visibly nervous. He scratched his head and said that they had some work to do. There was a forest nearby. The mayor was nervous. The mayor said, "You were just saying that this small town is a routine, that there is nothing special in this town, that it's business as usual." Lucas already suspected something wrong. He was very worried about the mayor's behavior. Lucas told Liamson to check in the woods. He understood and ran away. The head of the tower floors looked surprised and thought about the fact that he could not believe that the highest dark elf obeys and fulfills unconditionally everything that he tells him. It is simply amazing. When Liamson came back from the forest, he approached Lucas and said that there was no one here. Everything was covered in blood. Suddenly, the mayor's eyes changed drastically. They became very round, and it seemed that they were about to burst out of their orbits. Then, the skin on him started to tear. All four people who were standing there, including the mayor, threw off their human skin and turned into horrible monsters with a huge mouth and tentacles. All stood in shock. In front of them was a creation of a demigod. One of the monsters shouted that now they have been revealed, and it is necessary to kill all of them. "First, we need to take care of the wizards," said one. The other two jumped up and attacked the head of the floors of the tower. Mikkel, he in shock, began to stagger. Isabella sharply jumped up to the floor leader and pushed him aside. A wall of fire screamed loudly. A pillar of fire appeared and tore apart the two monsters trying to kill Mikkel. The remaining monsters rushed to attack Isabella and the leader Mikkel, whom she was trying to protect. Lucas, without wasting time, used a wind cutter that shredded the monsters into small pieces. They didn't stand a chance. He just one-handedly killed the three monsters that the demigod created and did not even blink an eye. He was just calm and balanced. He reeked of incredible energy, which was felt by everyone around him. The monster who a few minutes ago was the mayor of the city stood in shock. He could not believe that they were able to destroy them in minutes, those to whom the demigod himself gave power. He realized that he had to run. He turned and ran, but in seconds Liamson caught up with him. He just cut off his legs at the knee. Lucas walked up to the monster, screaming in pain, stepped on his chest and said, "Come on, tell me everything you know." The monster started screaming that he didn't know anything at all. He claimed to be telling the truth. Lucas leaned over to him and told him that he better not mess with him. "So come on, tell me what you know." He already wanted to start, but Camille stopped him and said about doing it all herself. "This is a great opportunity, so watch my spiritual art carefully." Lucas and Isabella watched with interest. She began to read some spell in a language they did not understand. It was a mesmerizing action. Lucas and Isabella stood and looked at her without blinking. They were very interested in how it was happening. Suddenly in front of them appeared an incomprehensible creature that had neither nose nor mouth, but only one huge eye. Isabella and Lucas, as mesmerized, looked at this incomprehensible creature and did not understand what it will do. They stood there wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Then she asked Camilla what it was. Camille explained that it was the spirit of darkness, Dark Garoon. No one steals information as cleverly as he does. Dark Goron went straight to the monster. Camille stood smiling and commanded him to take control of the monster's mind. Goron went straight down the monster's throat, screaming, "What the hell is going on? Get off me!" Lucas said he would have tortured the monster much more gently. Michelle thought about how he would never go against a dark elf. Camilla said, "Speak up. People are dead. Sacrifices are needed to release the apostle's power." Then suddenly the monster's eyes began to burn with flames. Camille saw this and shouted loudly for everyone to get away from here. "It's very dangerous. Hurry up and get away from the monster. Move!" she shouted. Suddenly there was a big explosion and everything was engulfed in flames. Everyone was frightened and shielded their faces from the burning flames. The houses were burning. Everyone was scared and did not know what to do. Lucas saved everyone with the help of earrings. He created a protective barrier and sheltered everyone. Then he said that the monster had mind control to self-destruct before it could give key information. He said that it looked like the demigod's apostles had done it. Supervisor Mikkel stood frightened and said that the situation does not look good, so we had better go back to the tower today. If there is an apostle here that creates such creatures, we can't handle him. Lucas said they should go ahead. They must have spotted us by now, and if we lose them now, we won't have another chance. He is a 7-star magician. A meeting with such an apostle without his participation means the end for us, insisted Mikhail's leader. After listening to what the leader had just said, Lucas realized that there was no turning back and he would not have another chance, so he had no right to retreat. So he said that he would take his place. Turning around, the leader said that he is not in a position to be so arrogant. A man with 7 stars is capable of merging incompatible phases. "Do you have any idea what you're talking about?" said Michelle. He continued. "You know that when elements with opposite properties meet, there is a big explosion. A 7-star magician is able to control these natural elements and unite them." Lucas looked at him and said that it was not arrogance at all. Lucas had made up his mind that they had to continue their journey at all costs, and he could protect all of them. He had to prove it. He had fire on one side and ice on the other. Mikkel shouted, "Stop what you are doing now! Stop, you fool! You will kill us all! This is not something a young man like you can achieve." But despite Mikkel's fears, Lucas succeeded. Isabella said she couldn't believe that he was able to combine the elements into such a huge force. Everyone said with one voice that it couldn't be. Everyone was shocked. The leader walked up to Lucas with his eyes wide open and asked him about the fact that he could reach the 7th star. Lucas looked at him and said about him replacing Honor Luke's. It was already deep night outside. The stars and moon were shining in the sky. Lucas, Michelle's leader, Isabella, Camilla, and Liamson were all moving around the deserted and ruined city looking for tracks or any clues. Camille sat down near the body and called Lucas over to her. She told him to look. He wasn't completely burned. He was struck by lightning. Michelle looked at the body and said that the apostle of the demigod commands lightning. He scratched his head and said that the person who uses the power of demigod only becomes more difficult. Lucas looked at the body and thought about who is this apostle of demigod and where is he hiding from them. He must be found immediately. The head of the floors of Mikkel's tower said that the existence of apostles is not really disadvantageous to us. Lucas looked at him with a surprised look and asked what he meant. Michelle began his story. He said that their first enslavement of an apostle happened in Custcow. Then something happened that they could not even foresee in their most daring fantasies. The demigod in charge of the apostle disappeared. Lucas looked at him with wide-open, surprised eyes and couldn't believe it. Michelle said about how this doesn't happen every time. They still don't know how it happens, and how it could have happened in the first place is a mystery. He stood with a sad face. Michelle said that they know one thing for sure, that if they could eliminate the apostles who had received the power of demigods, it would affect the demigods themselves. Why would they use the apostles if it would be a risk for them? They started to move further and entered the forest. Lucas walked and thought to himself that something has changed in the demigods during this long time. Isabella said that she does not feel the life force. Camilla answered that it is a dead forest. There are no birds or insects in the forest, all dead. All the life force has been absorbed. Isabella squatted down and touched the ground. Some kind of powerful barrier has been put up so that any further exploration seems impossible. Lucas looked at it all and said he had to destroy the place. Camilla said that if the forest accidentally caught fire, the fire would reach the neighboring villages because the forest was already dead. Lucas looked at Camilla and she agreed. The head of Miguel said that if they try to destroy such a complex barrier, it will take at least 2 days. Do they have that much time in reserve? They must hurry. Everything has already taken too long. Lucas squatted down, his hands pressed against the tree. Mikkel's leader did not understand what was going on and decided to ask him what he was doing. Isabella said he was scanning the barrier to destroy it. The elf stood with a smile on her face and looked at Lucas. Then she said that he preferred to act immediately. Thinking is too long, isn't it? Camilla laughed and said about him being very much like the dark elves. She walked over to Lucas, who was squatting, and said that he could concentrate on studying him and they would have his back. To which he said that he had already finished studying. She told everyone to stay behind him. They stood there with their mouths open in surprise. Lucas caused a gale of wind. All the trees started to be ripped out of the ground and splintered into splinters. All stood under the dome that Lucas made, the protective barrier. Miguel said that he could not believe it. How is it possible that a 20-year-old guy has such power and strength? He stood in complete shock. Michaela stood in complete shock and thought to himself that he was hardly useful in this situation. He is the master of the floor. Maybe it is time for a new generation to replace us, he thought to himself. Lucas said, "The apostle has shown himself." From the darkness of the forest, a dark figure approached them. Lucas looked at him, an aura that radiated divine power. It was the apostle. Mikkel's leader was horrified. He repeated, "How is this possible? This can't be true." As it turned out, it was Honor Luke's, the one who possessed the level of 7 stars. the one whom Michaelia had been waiting for and hoping for his help and support in this investigation. Michaelia was completely shocked by what he saw. The head of the tower floor, Michaelia stood in a stupor. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was this even possible? In front of him stood Honor Lukes, the one he had been waiting for so long to go on this investigation together. He stood next to Lukes and he was overcome with a small shiver that he couldn't cope with. It was a great shock to him. Lucas said to Mikkel, "You say honor the apostle?" Lucas was very angry. He turned to the leader Mikkel with the words, "My friend, how impatient you are. After all, you should have waited a little while. Why didn't you listen?" Everyone stood in shock and looked at Honor Lukes. He stood there with his mouth open and said that this can't be happening. There's something wrong. It's a misunderstanding. A man like Honor Lukes couldn't be like this. He couldn't betray us. It's unbelievable. It's a mistake. Covering his mouth with his hand, Honore said he was sorry to hear that. He told Supervisor Mikkel that he should have quieted his curiosity and everything would have been fine, but he didn't. Then he turned a darker color. One of his eyes began to glow red. He said goodbye, and these words were addressed to tower floor manager Mikkel, with whom he used to be on very good terms, but now he was not. He threw a punch at Mikkel's supervisor, but Lucas, who was next to him, blocked the punch and saved Mikkel's supervisor from death, as he still hadn't recovered from what he had seen. He was surprised that Lucas managed to block his attack and save Mikkel's leader from the blow. He looked very surprised at Lucas and tried to understand who he was and what he was. Having fallen to the ground from the wave of blow and sitting on the ground, Mikkel said that this cannot be because Honor Lukes, he was the leader of the circle. How could this happen? Why he did this and betrayed? Lucas looked at him and said that he had to pull himself together. This is not the same person he knew before. Lucas thought that he could tell that this person was moving of his own free will. He asked Honor why he betrayed the circle. He asked if he was a member of the circle. Then he told him that he had very bad manners. He put his hands up and said that he had learned his power and smiled. He went on to say that in front of him, "We are human beings. No matter how hard we try, we are just bugs, like humans." Lucas stood angry. He clenched his fists. He said loudly that it's not true. "Humans are not pathetic bugs," Lucas said angrily. "You Honor just chickened out." Isabella looked at Lucas and thought that she had never seen him so angry in her life, what he had been through 4,000 years ago. Listening to everything Lucas said to him, Lucas laughed out loud and answered him that he didn't chicken out, he just recognized it. He said that it was his conscious choice, that no one forced him, and he just recognized it and obeyed it. Lucas looked at him and said, "Everyone in the circle knows about the transcendent power of the demigod." "Do you think Honor?" asked Lucas. "They fight him because they do not know fear? They are desperately trying to rise from their knees, one step at a time." Lucas was seething with anger. Then he continued, "They're trying not to give in to what's happening, to protect what they love." Lucas's teeth were clenched, his hands clenched into fists. He could barely contain himself. Honor's words just pissed him off. He was seething. He said, "This is the man." Lucas angrily replied that this is the nobility of the man you gave up. Honor raised his hand, and from the sky appeared a bright lightning light. From the impact, all bounced aside, but not Lucas. Honor smirked evilly with one finger and said that he wouldn't say it was nobility. It was probably just stupidity. Everyone looked at him in shock and bewilderment. Michelle still couldn't believe it. Isabella could not believe that Honor, without even casting a spell with one finger, that this is the power of an apostle. "This is a whole other level," thought a shocked Isabella. He said that, "You see, this is pure lightning that cannot be created with lightning. No need for training, no need for research, and no headache. It is enough to just accept his power." Honor said that this alone gave him more power and strength than any other 7-star wizard. He stood and smiled, looking at everyone. It seemed to him that his power was simply unstoppable and that he was under the protection of a demigod. Spreading his arms to the sides of Honor, from which came a powerful lightning that went high behind the dark clouds. All looked at him in bewilderment. Lucas was very angry at him and did not understand how he could betray his circle. Camille said that the dark clouds had swallowed up the sky and that it was impossible to do that with human power. To which he told her it was not human power, it was the power of a demigod. Liamson screamed for help. Lucas said that the plan was a diversion. Then he turned to Liamson, saying that he should take the front line and not forget that he has 3 lives on his hands. "Got it," he replied. Then the distribution of forces began. Lucas told Camille that she would cover Liamson and maintain the back magic circle. He asked her if she could do that. Camille nodded her head in the affirmative and prepared to attack and defend the back circle. After watching, Lucas turned to the floor leader Mikkel and told him to get behind them all, but not to do anything dangerous and just cover them. The floor leader of Mikkel's tower told Lucas that he understood his task. Then he turned to Isabella and called her over to him and said something in her ear that made Isabella's eyes widen and her mouth open at what she heard. She told Lucas that it was very dangerous. Lucas replied that they didn't have time to argue. He told her that she could grumble later when they survived, and he told her that he would listen to her all night. And now Lucas commanded the attack and he moved forward, followed by Liamson. He flew up with a sharp weapon and tried to strike Honor Lukes, but he was protected, and no matter how many times Liamson tried to overpower him, he could do nothing, and Lukes also failed. Then he flew up high and used burning earth magic. He decided to direct all this wave of magic at Honor Lukes. He was protected by a shield that neither Lucas nor Liamson had been able to break through until now. He unleashed a powerful fire blast. Michaela stood and watched in amazement. An earthquake, is this his real skill? Lucas watched and didn't understand. What the hell, he can't break through Honor's defense. Hovering in the air, surrounded by a defense of lightning, Honor said that all their attempts were just futile, and there was nothing they could do to him. He looked at Lucas, and with a snide smile on his face said that everything was useless. They stood in front of Honor, who told them that no matter how strong you are, human strength cannot break through this lightning barrier. That is the power of a demigod. He smiled a nasty smile. Taking his will in his fist, Lucas applied fire blast, ice cover. Honor didn't move. Camilla said it was a crappy deal. Our job was to keep Honor distracted, and he focused on Lucas. At this rate, he'll be exhausted soon. Isabella looked at Lucas and told Camille not to worry. Everything was going according to plan for now. She remembered what he said in her ear. He said that if we all split up, he would think you were bait. He told her that it looks like Cloner is getting an unlimited supply of energy from this storm. As long as he has it, he is invulnerable. Camilla, Isabella, and Michelle together should help Lucas. He said that as long as he is the bait, Isabella's in charge. She remembered him saying that his life was in her hands. Isabella gathered her strength and said, Camille, Mikhail's leader, gather as much mana as you can. The outcome of this battle rests on our shoulders. Lucas gathered himself and flew up. Lucas looked at Honor, who said, laughing, My young friend, your magic is too weak. Then Honor thought to himself that the overwhelming power of Lucas, this young man, is definitely beyond the 7 stars. He looked at him and thought that without the demigod barrier, he would have turned to dust by now. He doesn't look more than 20 years old, and that's a reason for Honor to doubt himself. He should take him out so that he doesn't interfere with his future plans. He used fire arrows, Honor thought. This guy knows that his spells don't work, but he keeps pouring out his magic anyway. Why? Is he trying to block Honor's view? He's got it all figured out. Turning to Camille, Mikkel, and Isabella, who were gathering mana into one, he yelled, You puppies are going to get rid of the storm, Honor understood, and said that he wouldn't let them do that. Everyone was shocked. He was seething with anger. He couldn't believe that a bunch of these people were trying to trick him, but he realized and didn't let them do it, and he threw a punch at Camille, Miguel, and Isabella with all his anger. It was a powerful punch. When he saw that Honor had made a powerful punch right at them, Lucas was scared and screamed loudly. All 3 of them were lying on the ground face down and didn't move. He thought they were gone. He was shaking with rage and anger and fear, and hatred raged through his body. Holding the ball of lightning above his hand, Honor wanted to strike again. He said that they were just a bunch of weasels, and he would gladly hurt their throats. Lucas shouted at him that he was his opponent. Liamson came to his aid and rushed to the attack, but once again it was in vain as Honor fought back. They had to do something or they'd all go into the next world. After buying some time, Lucas flew up to Isabella, Miguel, and Camille and asked if they were all right. Isabella shouted at him not to look at them. They were all right, and he should concentrate on the apostle, she shouted. They told him to come back, and they were all right, and they would try to get rid of the storm, and they began to prepare for another attack and to try to destroy the storm by gathering all their last forces. At this time, Honor made the big icy hand that he was controlling start to choke Liamson. He told him that he was a pathetic little brat that was starting to get on his nerves. You are young and in a hurry to die. He went on to say that if it was their will, then he would leave no one alive. It was your will, and he would fulfill it. Liamson somehow managed to wriggle out of the way and stab Honori's body with the spearhead, but his wound was quickly healed. Lying on the ground, he held his throat. The man looked and said that all attempts were futile. Then he talked about how maybe it was time for them to stop exhausting themselves since their attacks had failed, and that was all right. Suddenly, he turned his head back and saw Lucas upstairs behind him. He opened his eyes wide and thought to himself that he had never seen such a huge mana energy before. He, meanwhile, was preparing to attack. He gathered all his strength. He thought to himself that now was not the time to save mana. He had to use every last drop of it to become a shield for everyone. Honor looked at him and thought to himself that this could be a bit dangerous. Then he shouted loudly to Liamson to run as fast as he could. He got to his feet and ran as fast as he could. He had to get away from Honor as fast as he could because Lucas was going to strike. He used a lava blast, and a huge, powerful stream of fire went straight towards Honor. He started to cover his face with his hands as the lava started to burn him from afar. He opened his eyes wide at what he saw. After a powerful blow left a huge and deep crater, all stood with open mouths from what they saw. Lucas thought that he had no mana left. Sweat was rolling down his face, and he had almost no strength left. Suddenly, a shadow appeared out of the dissipating smoke after a powerful blow, and Honor came out. He was without one arm and was in a rage. He started shouting that Lucas would pay him for everything, and he would finish him right away and not leave a wet spot. Lucas was on his knees, exhausted. His whole body was trembling. Honor started laughing and saying that it looked like he had run out of mana, and now he would just leave no trace of him. He laughed loudly and prepared to attack. He raised one single hand up and shouted to Lucas that he couldn't believe that he had burned out all his mana. What a fool. And now he said he'd show him the difference between the two of them. Lucas got into a pose and made an ice vortex form around him. He told him he did it all because he could fight without mana. You're a worthless old man. Honor's barrier has become unstable. This is a chance. Everyone watched what Lucas was going to do next and realized he was going to give up. He threw a powerful punch at Honor that sent him flying back a few meters, and he fell to the ground. He sat on the ground exhausted. He asked Lucas if he was a human being like him, to which he replied, "You are no longer a human being. You are a mud of a demigod. You are a traitor who betrayed his people." He sat there with his eyes bulging. Sweat was rolling down Honor's face. His body was trembling. He thought to himself that his whole body was trembling. Is that even possible? He flew upwards. He was about to strike again. He shouted from above that they had forgotten that as long as there was a thunderstorm, his mana was infinite. Resist, you'd still be a fly, he said. As soon as his mana was restored, he would burn them to ashes. At that moment, the black elf Liamson flew into the air with the words, "Shut your mouth," and made a powerful kick with his foot right on Honor's face. He fell to the ground near Lucas, and Liamson landed on the other side. All of them stood with tense faces, sweat dripping down their faces as they tried to generate as much mana energy as possible to finally destroy this bastard and wipe him off the face of the earth. Lucas and Liamson took turns striking him. He fought them off. He said that they were insolent bastards who had paid for everything they had done to him. He summoned a lightning bolt, and from its powerful strike, Lucas and Liamson flew a few meters apart. Lucas was lying on the ground exhausted, his whole body covered with abrasions and wounds. He could hardly breathe. He needed to recover. He came closer to him and put his foot on his chest. Lucas lay there, unable to move. Then he said to him, "Ah, you son of a bitch, I'm going to tear you into little pieces. Then I'll just roast you. Got it." The three of them finally managed to summon a howling storm, which flew into the sky and destroyed the storm clouds that Honora used to get his mana and began to turn into ash. Lucas was lying exhausted on the ground, watching Hedo the bastard being roasted. He smiled and told him that now his end had definitely come. Honor was screaming in pain, but he couldn't do anything. His body was just burning. He was burning alive and thought about how he could lose to such pathetic people. It's unbelievable. Then he started screaming and calling for a demigod to help and save him. But unfortunately, nobody helped him and nobody saved him. They stood all around the burned body of Honor, all tired and exhausted, but they were able to overcome him. What only efforts they did not have to make, but they still managed to overcome this vile and nasty traitor. Kneeling in front of the burned Honor, Mikkel's leader asked him why he had betrayed them. He replied that Mr. Demigod promised to save mankind. He said he would free people from disease, but you prevented it. Looking at all this, Lucas realized that there was something wrong and he felt uneasy. Honor continued to tell Mikkel that the demigod was supposed to save mankind with the help of evolution, but you didn't let him do it, and he couldn't realize everything. Lucas looked at Mikkel and said he was done with him, to which he asked him to wait. He turned to him and said it wouldn't take long. Lucas started yelling at him to stop and stay away from him. Kneeling in front of Honor, He told him that he realized he couldn't change his mind. He asked in surprise that he felt sorry for him. He said that it was the wrong way, and they all try for people to have a better and more peaceful life. Then he asked him if he wanted to go back and continue fighting on their side. Honor reached out his burned hand and took Miguel's hand, and he bowed to him as a sign of respect. He then spoke of apologizing. He had gone too far to back down. Abruptly, Honor began to catch fire from within. Lucas began to shout to the leader Miguel to run away as quickly as possible, but it was too late. He was not in time. Huge flames surrounded Honor and Supervisor Miguel. Everything was on fire. Lucas and everyone else were in complete shock at what they saw. A huge fireball engulfed them. The flames were so powerful it was impossible to approach. The flames disappeared and the smoke cleared, but no one was there. Lucas swore and said that Honor had taken Miguel's leader with him. Everyone was in shock and didn't know what to do. There was no one to save. From what they saw, everyone was stunned. All were in complete horror from the eyes of Isabella, hail of tears. She screamed, "Why the one who intended to do good had to die? What went wrong?" She cried and screamed, could not calm down. Lucas came up to her crying and hugged her and said that yes, indeed, something had gone wrong. Everything in this world had gone wrong, so they had to put everything back to normal. He said this and kept hugging her. Everyone was in shock and didn't expect this, and Lucas kept saying that next time it could be any of us. But we have to endure. Even if we are alone, they have to endure. All four of them returned to the tower. Lucas was lying in his room on his bed. He was thinking about something. Suddenly, his thinking was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lucas turned his head and saw the door to his room open quietly, and Isabella came in. She entered the room. Her face was very sad. She said that Mrs. Camilla had left to visit Fizban Amlet. He said, well. Isabella saw a red stone in his hand and asked him what it was. He twirled the red stone in his hand and told her that it was a crystal that came from the apostle's body. Depending on how it was used, it could be powerful. And he was going to show it to Professor Adelia to do something with it. As she sat on Lucas's bed with her head down, he asked her what she still thought about the case. Isabella apologized and said that it was the first time she had faced the departure of someone who had fought alongside them. She then said that she had heard that Mr. Michel was a member of the Fizban Amlet, but apparently there are more than just witches there. Lucas said he was also surprised to hear that Mr. Michela was a member of the Fizban Amlet. He remembered the conversation with him when he told Miguel that he thought that Fizban Amlet was all witches. Michela said that in fact, even though it was called a secret society, anyone could join, even Lucas. Then he said that the Fizban Amlet are really conscripts or contracted troops. So compared to other circles, their scope is much smaller, and yet their influence is incredible. He put his hand on the trunk of the tree and went on to say that Mr. Altan, who was the master of the contract with Barbados. Lucas listened to the story in surprise and smiling said with the greedy Barbados. Then asking him if he is not the great prince of the demonic world, Michela said, the great princes of the demonic world are incredibly prideful. They treat humans like insects, so making a contract with them is practically zero. He turned his head to Lucas and said that in fact he had not seen anyone who could make a deal with them either. The only exception is Iris. She is the only one who has managed the unbelievable and unexplainable. He continued to lie on his bed and stare at the red stone, thinking about what kind of man Master Altan was. Then he told Isabella that Fizban Amlet, they needed to find out more about this place. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lucas got up from the bed and went to the door, wondering who it was that could welcome him into the room. He went to the door and opened it. He said he was just about to go to her. Professor Adelia stood in the doorway, still wearing her glasses and a fancy hairdo on her head. She smiled and greeted him. He noticed that the pendant he had given her was around her neck. He said hello and said he needed to talk to her. When Professor Adelia looked into Lucas's room, she saw Isabella sitting on his bed and asked him in surprise what the guests were. He said Isabella was not a guest. Then the professor came to her senses and told him that Mr. Julian was looking for him. Lucas asked who he was, and Professor Adelia said that he was the head of this tower of mages. Lucas smiled in surprise. All three of them went to the office of the head of the tower, Julian. When they entered his office, they greeted him, and Julian said, looking at him, that they were meeting him for the first time, and he had heard a lot about him, about his exploits and achievements. Lucas looked at the man sitting at his office desk and noted that he had black hair and a small beard. He was wearing a gray-colored tunic and shouldered a cape. He introduced himself as the head of the third tower, Julian Montolibert. He stood opposite him with Professor Adelia at his side. Then Lucas said that he knew that Julian was a very respected man. Professor Adelia looked at him with her mouth open and thought, he just didn't even realize who he was talking about. Well done. The head rose from his chair and said that he had already read the report that Lucas had sent him about what had happened 4 days ago. It was good and clearly described the apostle's abilities very well. Then he went to the window and put his hands behind his back and said that he was very sorry for what had happened to the floor leader, Mikkel. He was a very loyal man. It was a pity that he was no longer with them and they were very sad about it. He turned around and looked at Lucas and said that the report did not contain any personal information about the apostle. Then he asked if he knew him. Lucas said no. He said he was in a hurry. He should have waited for honor. Turning to the window, he asked about the last minutes of the head of Mikkel's life. Lucas, with a sad face, said that he did not lose faith and loyalty. It was an end filled with faith and deserving of honor. He then turned towards Lucas and told him that he was offering him to be the new master of the tower floor. Isabella and Professor Adelia stood in complete shock. Such a thing is not offered to everyone, and it is a great honor. He looked at him and waited for his response. Lucas was of course surprised by such a generous offer, but he had other goals and he was not going to stay long in the tower. He asked Julian if there were hosts like him. He went on to say that Michelle of the Blake family had become master of the floor at the age of 26. Therefore, the tower had assumed that Lucas would be the youngest floor master, and that was great. Didn't he like that prospect? He walked over to Lucas and took him by the shoulder and said that there were many geniuses in the Blake family, and he thought his father would be proud of him. Lucas stood pensively looking at the head of the tower. He just didn't know who Blake was. The head went on to say that the offer was not worth the long thought. If Lucas became the master of the floor, it would be much more convenient for him to do his favorite things and all the books would be available. Everyone listened attentively, and Julian continued with a personal mansion, a research laboratory, and of course a huge support. Also, his scientific and technological developments will be more complete and the prospects are very bright. Depending on his progress, they will be able to supply hard-to-find materials and magical devices. Lucas looked at the head and said he refused. Everyone was shocked. How could he refuse? They don't offer that to everyone. Then the head asked Lucas if he was going to join the circle. Lucas replied that there was more to it than that. The head of the tower replied that he accepted and respected his decision, but of course he was surprised and discouraged by Lucas's refusal. They walked up the stairs, Lucas in the lead, followed by Isabella and Adelia, who resented being an idiot for refusing to become a floor master. It was such a serious status. Adelia didn't understand Lucas. She followed him up the stairs and was seething with anger. She told Lucas that he was just young and didn't know much. Lucas thought her ears would bleed. Then he turned and winked at her and said he had something. The three of them went into Professor Adelia's lab, and Lucas showed her the Apostle's crystal. Adelia grabbed it in amazement and looked at it. She asked if they had destroyed that apostle. She thought that after Mikkel's death they had escaped. Continuing to look at the Apostle Stone, she said that it contained all the supernatural powers of a demigod. Although in this form it's just beautiful trash, but if you manipulate it a few times, it will become an incredible potion. She said that this potion would be as powerful as Drake's heart. Lucas listened carefully to everything Professor Adelia said and asked her if she could make this potion. He cautiously asked her if she could make it for him. Adelia clarified that he really wanted to. Lucas said that it wasn't possible or possible. Adelia smiled oddly and said it was crazy. He stood next to Liamson at the entrance to the tower. Across from them was Camille, who had returned and brought the people from Fisbin Amlet with her. Lucas smiled and greeted Camilla, who walked over to him and began to speak in his ear. She said that this nasty-looking old man is Fossanoin Tuganjar from Fisbin Amlet. Better be careful with him because his character is as unpleasant as his face, Camille said in Lucas's ear, so no one would hear. She continued to say in his ear that the young man next to him might not speak. Suddenly, Fossanoin stretched forward his hand and shouted for them to speak in human language. He resented this whispering in a language he did not understand. The conversation was that Lucas reported that as it is written in the report during the battle with Mikkel's apostle. Then Fossanoin interrupted him, saying that he knows all this. He stood with a nasty, evil face and spoke with an insolent and boorish, nasty voice. Then he started yelling and told Lucas that at such a young age he was so slow-witted he needed details that weren't in the report. He called him a moron and a dumbass. He spoke in a very rude manner. The black elf Liamson wanted to intervene, but Lucas stopped him. His eyes glittering with anger, he told Fossanoin that he was not a member of their circle and did not intend to tolerate all this. He put his hand out with his index finger toward Lucas and said he was a little shit. The guy in the cloak with the hood on his head who was behind him told him to stop and he would finish the conversation. But he wouldn't stop. He yelled at the little guy, shoved his hand away and said, "Leave him alone." Until the guy in the hood stopped him in a serious voice. Then he took off his hood and walked up to Lucas and said, "Long time no see." In the room, Heinz was standing by the window, and Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, was sitting on his bed. Heinz said that there were rumors that Frey was close friends with Pierre from the June clan. Heinz Blake was the second son of the Blake family and Frey's second oldest brother. He said about you, even though you are a half-breed Fossanoin, takes a serious position in the circle, giving into emotion and stirring up a quarrel, and it is not the wisest decision. He turned to Frey and said that a man from the clan would be coming for him soon. He continued, saying that he should turn him down. It was dangerous to be in the Blake clan right now. Then he told Lucas that he had heard about his father from Honor Shepard. Lucas began to remember the conversation between him and Honor Shepard when he was visiting him. Thinking about it, Lucas suddenly remembered the conversation with Shepard, in which he said that when he was in the tower at the meeting of the Tower of Mages and received the monthly report that said that there was a man who had contacted a demigod. He sat on the bed and looked at Heinz Blake and told him that, if he remembered correctly, he did not even consider him a human being, unless something had changed or something had happened Lucas did not understand. He stood and looked at him and thought to himself that although he was not so devoted to him that he could complain about him, it really hurt him that the man who called himself Big Brother was changing his attitude. He said that he has no regrets or remorse for the way he treated him in the past. He hoped that he would not study magic, and he says this sincerely. Heinz said he'd better not trust the circles and left without turning around. Lucas sat there angry and thought about the fact that Heinz was leaving after he had said everything he wanted to say, and he didn't even listen to him. It wasn't too long before a gray-haired man with a mustache came to Lucas and said he hadn't seen him in a while. Lucas remembered that it was Alexander, the Blake family butler, though he'd made sure of that thanks to Heinz. This one came quickly. He scratched his head and asked how he had gotten here. Alexander looked at him and thought that nothing had changed in him, except that he was taller. But the fact that he seemed to be friends with Pierre Jeune turned out to be nonsense. He turned around and started to leave, saying that the head of the family was calling him and he would escort him to the mansion. Lucas said he had other things to do. Alexander looked at him in surprise and was surprised that he refused. He told him to tell his father that he had business to attend to and could not come. Alexander thought to himself that he was contradicting the head of the family. Alexander said that was an order from the head of the family. Lucas, smiling and embarrassed, said he still had things to do. He went on to say that these were very important matters that could not be postponed, and he could not go with Alexander now. The butler wondered if Frey had changed, for he had never dared to contradict him. The butler of the Blake family, whose name was Alexander, turned and walked away, throwing over his shoulder that he would be waiting for him at the Blake estate. Lucas stood all shrunken, and after Alexander had left, Lucas straightened up and returned to his state. He sat at the table with Professor Adelia, who placed 2 vials on the table with a satisfied look and said this crystal holds lightning energy, and it is the most difficult to control. She spent a lot of money on the equipment. He told her he'd pay all the expenses and even give her a reward. Professor Adelia shook her head, saying she wouldn't take any money from her students, but he should be her assistant. He said that maybe in the next life he would be her assistant. Professor Adelia thought to herself that he was a bastard. Lucas was sitting at the table, looking at the vials of liquid. He asked Adelia if this was a potion and what was in the other one. Turning to Professor Adelia, he asked if it could be considered a clot of extracted lightning energy. A blob of energy? Lucas looked at the professor and waited impatiently for some answer from her. He was extremely curious. He remembered that Adelia had said that there was no word that represented it even more precisely. Anyway, if he opened it just like that, there would be big problems, because she had put it there by force. Then she sat with a cup in her hand and sipped her tea and turned to Lucas and told him that she thought that someone like him might need it in the future. Lucas looked at her with gratitude. When he came to his room and closed the door tightly, Lucas sat down on the floor in lotus position and started to meditate. Then he took a bottle with a lid made of crystals that Professor Adelia gave him. He opened the lid and drank it. His transformation began. A magical wind swirled around him, And Lucas thought to himself that this was much better than he could have imagined. His abilities had improved so much that he could now use his body as a mana storehouse. He was sitting on a bench outside. It was dark, and a small black cat was sitting next to him. Isabella walked up to the bench and saw the beautiful kitty and was just smiled at how gorgeous she was. She leaned over to the kitty and asked Lucas who it was. It was so cute, it could be bad for Isabella's heart. Lucas took the cat in his arms and brought it up to his face and looked into its eyes and said it was the spirit of darkness, Darkman. The cat jumped into her arms and smiling said, "It has not been long since you started learning the art of spirits from Mrs. Camilla, but you have already been able to sign a contract." Isabella was pleasantly surprised. She looked at the cat and said that more importantly, she never would have thought that a spirit of darkness could have such a lovely appearance. She was beautiful. Outside, it was night in the sky. The stars and the month. Isabella sat next to Lucas on a bench. She told Lucas that he had calmed the energy of the ice river and had achieved a significant result with the demigod, and had also mastered the technique of the spirits. She held the kitty in her lap and stroked it. Then she asked what his next goal was. Lucas said he thought they should pack up and get out of here. Then she looked at Lucas and said that she understood and would start packing. She asked him if he was going to look at the exam to join the circle, and if he had time to choose where he wanted to go. He was sitting in his room on his bed and packing his things. Suddenly he froze and thought to himself that he was experiencing some strange sensations coming from the other side of the door. He tensed up. Then he stood up and slowly walked to the door and stretched his arm forward. He thought that behind the door was not an enemy. He was experiencing feelings of overwhelming emotions. He stood pensive and then reached out his hand to the doorknob and opened it. In front of him stood a girl with green hair, wearing a red jacket with a hood that was worn over her head, and he could not see her face. The girl greeted him and asked if he was Frey Blake. He noticed the cape and the emblem. Then the girl took off the hood and apologized for disturbing him and visiting him so suddenly. Then she said her name was Banyan Argento, and she was the head of the Troman Circle. They were sitting at the table drinking tea. Lucas, Isabella, and Banyan asked why the head of the circle had come to see them. He asked why the head of the circle had come to see them, to which she replied that she had come to ask him to join the Troman Circle. Isabella asked if it was possible without an examination. She told him that after hearing that a newcomer had appeared with incredible abilities, everyone wanted to talk to you, but she came first and made him her offer to join the circle. She said that Isabella could also join the circle. Lately, the battle with the apostle is the main discussion, but the leadership is interested in Isabella's success and triple power, so she will also be welcome. He looked at her and thought of the cloak she wore 4,000 years ago. Even though it had been altered by magic, he was sure it was her. Then he asked her if she was a dragon. She jumped up from the table and dropped her teacup. She looked at him with wide eyes. Lucas sat calmly at the table and said that a dragon doesn't have a mana vessel. She looked at him scared and didn't know what to say or how to act. And he went on to say that the dragon heart is a mechanism that is in itself superior to hers. It can use mana immediately without having to collect it from the surrounding nature. Lucas looked at her and said that even though she had such a vessel, he could sense her purest mana. Banyan stood there with her green eyes wide open and her mouth hanging open. She didn't expect Lucas to know so much about dragons and was surprised. She stood in front of the table where Lucas and Isabella were sitting. She said that he knew a lot about dragons and asked how he knew so much about them. Lucas replied that he had read about them in books. Isabella thought about it and remembered that she had heard about dragons 4,000 years ago when he was Lucas. His mentor was a dragon. She looked at him thoughtfully and admired him. Then the head of the circle, after a little thought, said that she was a dragon, but only half. She folded her arms in front of her and said that she was a half-breed born from the bond of a human and a dragon. Isabella looked at her with interest. She stood outside the door of Lucas's room and talked to him. She said that she would be waiting for them downstairs. Lucas replied that they would pack their things and join her right away. She waved her head approvingly and went downstairs. Back in the room, Lucas asked Isabella what she thought about it. Isabella said that she was very impressed with the state of the Troman Circle. And as she said without hiding anything, she went on to say that it would be logical for her to come here to talk about her strengths, but this is proof that she is not a good liar. Lucas stood pensive. He said that she was perfect for the role of Troman's circle leader, but something surprised him. He stood there pensive. Isabella was packing her things and was almost ready to leave the tower. Lucas stood with a sack in his hands while Isabella zipped up her backpack and said the first thing he asked her to look around Troman's circle. He replied that there was something that could only be learned by being in that place, and you wouldn't know it otherwise. She put the backpack on her shoulders and turned toward Lucas and said that he was interested in them. To which he replied that he wasn't going to get involved in politics. She looked at him and listened intently. Lucas slung his bag over his shoulder and looked at Isabella and said that what matters now is how we can gather all the forces in one place. She thought about it. He is not looking for a circle that will become his strength. Is it really all this is done to find the center in which will be collected scattered here and there circles? Isabella walked thoughtfully and turned the thoughts in her head. Then she remembered the diary in which it was written that Lucas Trauman was the only center of attraction. She walked behind Lucas and thought that he was a truly great man who would not change his words. They went downstairs and heard someone arguing amongst themselves downstairs. Whatever the rush, it's not too soon you're holding out your hands. Lucas and Isabella stood in shock, and Isabella asked what was going on. There was a huge crowd of people, and in the middle stood Fosanoin Tuganjar and Banyan arguing heavily. Fosanoin, with an angry face, was telling her in a raised tone that he was wrong. Banyan tried to argue with him. Then Fosanoin Tuganjar turned towards Frey, or rather Lucas in Frey's body, and said, "What an important man has come to see us." Lucas did not pay attention to him and approached the two young men who introduced themselves as Drajum Bernoda and Stephen Giak. He turned his head toward Lucas and asked if he was going to join Trauman's circle. Lucas replied that if he was, what business was it of his? Then Jerome Bernoda turned to him and told him to come to them after he had visited the circle. He handed Lucas an item saying it was a teleportation scroll with the secret entrance to their Straw Neckles office marked on it. Lucas held out his hand and took the scroll and thanked Jerome. Then Stephen Giak came up to him and apologized that they didn't have time to prepare the scroll, but he could visit them at Rushid Skad when he was in the kingdom of Ruanoble. He nodded his head and replied that he would certainly think about it. Then turning to Fosanoin, he asked if he had come to hire him too. To which he said that there were too many eyes watching them and motioned for Lucas to follow him. He was the first to go, with a hood over his head, followed by Lucas, Isabella, and Banyan, who stopped and said she would wait for him here. He turned to Isabella and told her to stay in this spot too. He told her to wait, and then he looked at Banyan and smiled and told her to wait just a little while, and he would be back soon, to which she replied that she was looking forward to it and told him to be careful. Following him behind the man who led him into a small forest near the tower, Lucas said, "Isn't this a nasty place to invite him into your circle?" To which the man replied that he was insolent and that he dared to be rude to him. Then he went on to say that he didn't think anyone would lure a rascal like him to his circle. Lucas clarified what he was going to do. "A man like you could defeat the apostle, so he's going to give him a test." He used magic and huge roots with thorns enveloped Lucas and told him to show his abilities. He grinned and replied that he was very distrustful and that if he really defeated the apostle, then let him show his abilities. He used another magic saying that even if he did, he would never be able to beat him. He shouldn't think that all 7 stars are the same. "You can't defeat me, you insolent boy," said Von Anoin. With his head down and his eyes closed, Lucas said that he was right, and that not all 7-star mages are the same, and they are all different. Lucas easily got rid of the thorny roots that were entangling his whole body and started to act. Lucas opened his mouth. He didn't expect to see how he was able to add his mana to the ability. Lucas retaliated by saying that he had no right to be called a 7-star mage and did not deserve it. He held up a pentagram in front of him and through gritted teeth told Lucas that he had just taken possession of incredibly powerful mana, but that everything else was beyond his reach. He thought to himself that it was incredible. He then used a wave of flame, but Lucas was able to cancel it safely. Fosanoin's face ran streams of sweat. He was in complete shock. It turns out that this boy was able to see in advance his next attack is simply impossible. Then he pointed a huge number of sharp knives at Lucas and thought that it was more difficult than perfectly anticipating the direction of the flying blades and making them fall. He didn't expect such strength and power from Lucas. Suddenly, Fosanoin felt something below his torso. When he lowered his head down and looked at his legs, he was shocked and horrified to see that all his legs had turned to ice, and he couldn't even move them and didn't know what to do. He stood opposite him, the one who was covered with ice up to his shoulders. He was practically covered with ice, only his head was untouched. Von Anoin asked Lucas what he would do next, and if he would kill him, he admitted defeat. He looked at him and said that killing him was not a bad option, but he had a test for him. Lucas said that come tomorrow, this ice will lead you straight into the hands of death. Von Anoin was just in shock. Then he went on to say that if his soul and body could be reborn again as a 7-star, he would be able to melt it, but if he couldn't be born again, he would die. Van Anoyen yelled how dare he test him. He thought he had a strange feeling that he was so small. But why did he seem so huge? Lucas turned to him and said that he should kill his past self and bury it in his heart. That was his sincere advice. He turned around and started walking away, leaving Van Anoyen shoulder-deep in ice and with terror in his eyes. Lucas walked without turning around and told him his last words that he really hoped Van Anoyen could handle it. They stood and waited for him at the agreed place. Suddenly, Lucas appeared out of the darkness of the forest. Banyan anxiously asked him how everything had gone, to which Lucas replied that he apologized for keeping them waiting, but that they could go now. Isabella turned to him and asked if everything was all right, to which Lucas said it was fine, and asked if she didn't know him. Isabella said she was actually worried about Van Anoyen. He smiled and replied that she didn't worry, and he wouldn't die even if he didn't overcome it. By tomorrow the ice would melt and disappear. But then he would be tormented by a sense of shame more terrible than the passing of life itself. The three of them went on their way, and after some distance they made a halt and built a fire to cook a meal. Banyan served Lucas a bowl of soup, saying she didn't know if he'd like it. Lucas broke out into a big smile. Then they set up the tent and sat around the fire. Lucas said that he thought that Banyan was used to sleeping outdoors. She replied that it was her everyday life, and they continued to sit and eat soup by the fire. He held out an empty cup and asked for more. Banyan said in surprise that you had eaten all of it. Finishing the second portion of soup, Lucas said that he thought the master of the circle of great ancestors was called Osel, your father. She said yes. He looked at her and asked what demigod had destroyed him. She looked at him with wide open eyes and mouth and gathered her thoughts, as she did not expect such a question from Lucas, and so she was slow to answer. Isabella said angrily that she didn't understand how such a question could be asked so suddenly. Banyan replied that there was nothing wrong with that and calmed down the angry Isabella, who was very angry. Then she started talking about how demigods also have a hierarchy of statuses, and the one who stands at the very top they call Lord, or rather demigod Lord. Lucas sat pensive and looked at the burning fire and wondered what else she would tell him. She went on to tell him that even among the demigods below him, there are those who stand out for their power. They call them the Apocalypse for convenience. They've studied 3 of them, sword, poison, and doom. Isabella and Lucas listened intently. Then she put her head down and said in a sad voice that about 2 years ago, her father died at the hands of a demigod who controlled the passing of the world. Isabella said she was very sorry for her loss. They came out of the forest, and Banyan said that this is where the forest of Fansosco begins, where the Troman rings live. Lucas saw the barrier in front of them and said it was top-notch and wondered if they had put it up themselves. She also said that she could only repair the barrier in case of breakage and that her father had installed it. Lucas walked and thought to himself that he was sure that the master of the great ancestors was at least an 8-star magician. He thought to himself that Banyan should probably be about 6 stars, because even though she had dragon abilities, she was trained in human abilities. He would sneak glances at her. He wondered if it would have been better if she'd been born a normal human. And clutching his head, he said to himself that he was thinking about the wrong thing at the moment. It's rude to sympathize with her power level. They came to some shacks built of planks. Lucas asked if this was the place where Ring's Troman lived. Banyan said that the place didn't really look like much if you considered it the main place of the circle. Suddenly, Banyan was accosted by a man who was very excited. Banyan asked what happened, and he said that while they couldn't contact her, they were once again attacked, and their relic was taken. She got upset and told them that you had come here and it was a troubled situation. He looked at her and said, basilisk tales, she was the one bothering them. He thought to himself. Honoré came carefully to Lucas and said that he was very embarrassed in front of him because of the situation with the attack. They had not had time to prepare for his arrival, for which he apologized profusely. She asked Honor what relic they had taken this time. Honor answered that they had stolen the red ring. Lucas heard the conversation between them and thought about it. He was very interested in those who were able to steal the relic. He was thinking about the words of Honor, who spoke about one of the 7 rings that Lucas himself had made 4,000 years ago. Only he did not remember where he had left them and what happened to them later. As they were walking along, one of the warriors appeared and said with a snide smile, "Who's that coming? Isn't that Master Banyan?" She wasn't there when they came to say hello last time. She looked at him and said, "You're Launder Antoine." Then she told him that they had been seeing a lot of him lately. Her face had a look of dislike on it, and Lucas noticed it. He said that it upset him to hear her say that. They thought she had too much baggage, so they decided to lighten her load a little. After he said that, he laughed out loud with an unpleasant laugh. Then they turned around and started to leave through the back. Lounder told Banyan that they wanted to have tea with her, but they had to leave as they had no time at all as they were a bit busy. So he said, "See you next time." She clenched her fists and she was shaking all over after Launder left. Then she turned to Lucas and said that it turns out that they showed him a side they are ashamed of and invited him to join their organization. Walking behind everyone, Lucas asked Honor what this fight for the relic meant. He turned to him and answered that it was a competition with a heroic relic at stake that the winner gets. He said that he thought they were puzzled, but that it was a custom that had come about as a desperate measure for the aspiring friendship of circles that already had difficulty in restraining each other. They walked behind Honor, who told them about the relics and the competition in the circles. Lucas was surprised and said that it was impossible to give it up. He replied that things were a little different now and not the way they used to be. He went on to say that it looks like a way to make friends, so it is easier said than done, because if their reputation is tarnished and they will be called uncooperative, to manage the circle will be even more difficult. After some thought, Lucas came to the conclusion that he roughly understands the situation. The basilisk tails are a group of people like hyenas who steal relics from a weakened circle. They're not the only ones. All the medium and small circles around them are already united. They take advantage of when Banyan or the other leaders aren't around and come here about once a month and take the relic. Everyone can see that things aren't going well, and it's actually much worse. The current scale is nothing compared to what it used to be, said a frustrated Honor looking at Lucas. The few members of the organization go on long-term assignments to gain some knowledge. If they don't, the Trauman circle will simply disappear from the face of the earth or be swallowed up by other circles, so things are bad. He said they were invited and all they do is complain, and he was ashamed to even look them in the eye. But Master Banyan had ordered him to tell them the truth as it really is. Honor looked regretfully at Lucas. Suddenly, Isabella shouted to Lucas, "Look," and pointed at the huge statue of Lucas. It was very big and beautiful. Isabella opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at the statue of Lucas with emotion. Behind them, they heard a voice asking if they liked the statue of Lucas Trauman. They turned around and a young man with blonde hair came up to them. He smiled and introduced himself as Fian. They turned to Fian and introduced themselves. They shook hands and Fian said that he had heard a lot about them. Lucas thought about it and decided to ask Fian as he was interested in this question, and many things were not clear. He asked him if he could ask him something. It might be impolite to ask him when they were getting to know each other, but he wanted to ask him something and apologized in advance. He turned to him and said that he could ask him anything. Lucas said why they were still in the circle, which had almost collapsed. He didn't even seem to know what to say to that. He continued that with his abilities, he would be welcome in any other circle. Lucas wondered why they stayed in the wrecked sailboat and scooped water from it. Lucas didn't understand it. Isabella felt ashamed and grabbed her head and told Lucas that she had told him so many times to choose his words. Fian laughed and replied that it was an apt comparison to scooping water with a ladle. Then he said that he understood what Lucas was talking about, and they all knew that spreading out would be much better, and it would be the most convenient and best way for them, and they all understood that. He lowered his eyes and his face became sad, and then he said that they couldn't do that, because then the circle of Trauman would just be wiped off the face of the earth, and it would be forgotten as if it never existed. Then he went on and said that they might find it tedious, but the basis of every circle is respect for its founder. So they all just don't want to lose their roots. And Honor sadly lowered his eyes to the floor. When he came to his senses, he asked if they knew why Lucas Trauman was the only one in history to be called an archmage. It's because he was the forerunner of all those who follow the path of magic. He said that 4,000 years ago, mages and warrior mages hated each other and were constantly fighting and competing. Witches were considered sectarians. But Mr. Lucas Trauman was different from them all. He was different. Then he went on to say that Mr. Trauman had endured and overcome all difficulties to the very end, and in the end had created a world where everyone was kind to each other. That's why he said he thought that was the circle's vocation. While they were talking, they had already reached the hangar, and Honor said that despite their present weakness, they would never give up until the forces scattered here and there were reunited as the great man had said they would be, for they believed that if he had lived, he would have done just that. Then Honor laughed and scratched his head and apologized, saying that he was talking about something useless and distracting them with his chatter, and he was ashamed. They smiled and said that Lucas would be very happy to have such wonderful followers. Honor and Banyan stood in front of Lucas and Isabella and said goodbye as they were about to leave. Then they turned around and started to walk away. Honor and Banyan looked after them, and he asked her where they were going now. She said that Lucas had asked her about the basilisk tails and where they were territorially located. He lowered his head down and said that Lucas seemed more interested in their group than in our weakened Trauman circle. Then he looked at Banyan and told her not to take it personally. They walked side by side. Banyan stood and remembered his question, which bothered her very much. He asked her if a stranger could apply to compete for the relic, and she was alarmed that he was going to compete. The question remained open for her as to where and why Frey, or Lucas in Frey's body, had gone with Isabella, for she had not gotten a clear answer from him. But he had asked her a lot of questions, and those questions bothered her. Sitting in the cave, surrounded by his warriors, Lounder spoke of how they had fallen and would not be able to rise. Were these words not perfect for Trauman's circle? All those around him began to laugh out loud. He sat on a rock and talked about how he was offering to take this opportunity to suck every last drop out of them. If they don't have Master Banyan and Honor, the Ring of Trauman will belong to them. One of the warriors told Lounder that some vagabonds had come to see him, and he asked what kind of vagabonds. The guy said that they wanted to fight them for the relic. Lounder told him to crack them on the head and send them away. Lucas and Isabella came up to him, and then he said that it was against the rules to refuse to fight. The other guys standing around him remembered Lucas and started talking about how he was able to get through the barrier. He looked at Lucas sideways. He said that their barrier was so weak that he thought it was a mosquito net, so he had absolutely no trouble getting through the barrier. Looking at him with a scrutinizing eye, Lounder thought to himself that he looked young, but didn't seem like a simpleton about a 6-star mage, he assumed with his evil little eyes, and squinted. Then he grinned and told Lucas that he wanted to participate in the fight for the relic and what he was going to put on the line. He had started it all with some kind of bet, right? He took something out of his bag and threw it at Lounder's feet and said that he was betting on Kung Nil's dagger, and added that if they had eyes, they would realize how valuable it was. He took the dagger and said it was a relic from the Age of Light. He laughed and said that a great guy had come in. Then he came face to face with Lucas and told him to follow him. Then he asked Lucas if he knew the rules of the fight for the relic. Standing in front of him, Lucas said the rules of the fight cannot be waived. Lounder said there is a limit of 3 times a day, and also by mutual consent, you can increase the number of relic items placed. He listened to him carefully and said that there is another rule that says that you do not have to be responsible for killing your opponent. He looked at him and told him that he was well informed. He smiled his nasty smile and thought that it would be interesting to know what this boy still had hidden in the hidden space. Then he pulled out Trauman's ring and said he was putting it on the line. He thought about the fact that when they killed Lucas, they would take everything he had. He called a bald guy over and told him he was going into battle. The guy's name was Ellen Fiax. He waved his head and answered eating, heading towards Lucas. Lucas looked at him and asked if he was a mage warrior. Ellen stood and asked him what his orientation was, and he told him that he was a mage. Ellen stood and scrutinized him to see who he was. The fight began. Ellen attacked first and struck first, but he couldn't even understand how he ended up on his knees and started screaming from the unbearable pain that gripped him. Everyone around him couldn't understand how it happened. They didn't understand anything. Lucas continued to stand in his place. Not even a centimeter did not move. All looked at him and thought that how he could. Lounder thought about what he was almost sure was an ice arrow. How could he make Ellen fall? He looked piercingly at Lucas, who had already put the ring he had won on his finger and was about to leave. He thought about the fact that he had used a secret technique. If so, then memorizing the spell was unnecessary, and it was clear where he got such power from. Meanwhile, they were on their way out, and Lucas raised his hand in the air and said that he had a lot of fun. Lounder sat there with his eyes bulging and thought about the mana consumption of the secret technique. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet and yelled at Lucas and Isabella to stop. He thought about the fact that even though Lucas was pretending to be calm, he had used up too much mana, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. He asked him where he was going to go after making such a mess and suggested that he continue, saying that he would put Kelvin's stone and winged boots on the line. Lounder had a plan in his head. Lucas turned to him and, holding his dagger in his hand, said that there was nothing to be done and that he would put Trauman's red ring and Kungnil's dagger on the line. The man smiled. He was counting on them to beat him this time. He summoned the next man to send to the contest with Lucas. His name was Killa. He told him that Lucas would try to get the fight started quickly, and it was because he used a lot of mana, so he had a plan. He told Killa that he needed to make the fight with him last as long as possible so he would win. Once it starts, Killa should focus on creating a protective barrier for himself and forcing him to use mana. He replied not to worry and said that no matter how strong he is too young, so he won't be able to surpass the difference between our experience levels, and they will win for sure. He was getting tired of seeing Lounder whispering with Kelly, and he asked them if they had finished their strategy meeting. Kelly grinned and headed over to him with the words, "What a cheeky bastard." The command was given for the battle to begin. Kelly immediately started to build a barrier around himself. After he made it, he said with a smile that he had blocked Lucas, and now the victory would be theirs, and before he could say anything, he flew back and fell to the ground. All stood in shock and could not understand how Lucas managed to break the barrier and defeat Killa. Lucas himself did not even make a step to the side. He stood in one place, and all who watched surprised. He looked and smiled at Lounder, then turned to him and told him that he had one last time left. He was seething with anger. He couldn't believe that some young kid had done away with his men. He clenched his fists and glaring eyes. He clenched his teeth, through which he said that he did not know what his secret was. But this time he would be his last opponent, as he thought that Lucas would not be able to defeat him. One of his men announced the start of the fight. Lounder immediately applied the barrier. He waited until he had used the secret technique 3 times. Then he thought that no matter what kind of monster he was, he used his mana to the bottom and began to attack. He smiled his nasty smile and thought that now Lucas was definitely finished, since he was very weak, and it wouldn't be any problem for him to defeat him quickly. But he didn't expect such an outcome and didn't think it would happen like this. Lucas continued to stand in his place with a calm expression and with one hand launched ice spears at Launder, which were like 1,000 small sharp daggers headed in his direction, although he had believed that he was victorious until that moment. Seeing that hundreds of ice spears were heading in his direction, Lounder was stunned and opened his mouth at what he had seen. Then he looked at him questioningly and asked if he thought this was secret magic. Lucas raised his hand to his side and told him that he didn't know what he was babbling about, because it was just an ice arrow and nothing more. He was just mad with anger, torn by rage. He gritted his teeth and hissed that he shouldn't make fun of him. Such a low-level ice arrow can't be that strong. Lucas said it was simple. Either he was too strong or they were incredibly weak. He was shaking with anger and shouted to his men and ordered them to grab Isabella, and they swooped down and grabbed her by the arms. Lucas didn't expect such meanness. He ordered everyone to attack Lucas and destroy him. They directed the fire flames straight at Lucas. The smoke cleared and Lucas appeared. He didn't have a scratch on him. Everyone was shocked he was able to survive after being hit so hard. Lucas said that if he were to destroy everyone. Meanwhile, Isabella herself was already able to free herself from the people who were holding her back by using magic and electrocuting them all. She answered Lucas's question by saying that if he destroyed them all, it would be called self-defense and nothing else. He came close to her, winking at her and smiling. He said that her answer was absolutely correct, and it would indeed be called nothing but self-defense against the attack of a large number of armed men. Being in complete shock at what was going on, Lounder said that it was all nonsense, and the two of them just couldn't destroy all the people who were here. Lucas asked him if he was going to send his henchmen. He stretched out his hand towards Lounder and asked how an idiot like him, who in any dangerous situation is only busy hiding behind others and saving his life, how could someone like him become a leader? Suddenly there was a voice saying, "What's going on here?" And a girl in a black, tight-fitting suit with a big hat on her head appeared. Lounder and his henchmen immediately fell to their knees and began to bow without raising their heads up. He looked at the hat-wearing girl, approaching him with interest, and then he said, "So you are the master of the basilisk's tails?" Lucas asked her. She looked at him and flashed her eyes. It was Master Felix. She approached Lucas and asked him if he was too rude to talk to her when they first met. Then she felt a strange pressure in her heart and thought if he decided to deal with them, he would do it. She tilted her head in respect and said that her name was Felix Obiet and asked what was the purpose of their visit. Lucas said in a calm voice that he was also very curious about their purpose. Everyone around him began to resent how dare he speak to her in such a tone, treating the master like an inferior. Meanwhile, Felix got down on one knee and said that they should free people from demigods. Looking at her, Lucas asked who the demigods were. Felix knelt down and said that they are the ones who can destroy a city with a single movement of their hands. They are the strongest creatures whose power goes beyond human understanding. He told her that she knew full well and continued to build up her power. She told him that she was ready to do whatever he said. Only she asked to keep the circle and let it be without people. He looked at her and said she had to give her life. She tensed up and sweat dripped down her face. Then she said that if he would let the circle continue to exist, she would gladly give her life to him. She lowered her head obediently and prepared for Lucas to take her life. He was already holding a fireball in his hand. Felix was shaking with fear, but stood still with her head down. When she looked up, she realized Lucas hadn't done anything to them. She shouted for all the relics they had taken to be brought to Lucas. He stood satisfied and smiled, then told her that he still needed something from her. She had to tell him the layout of the middle and small circles. In the meantime, Master Banyan was in a daze after Lucas and Isabella had left. She didn't eat or drink. She walked to the main entrance and looked in the distance, trying to see Lucas's figure approaching, but there was no sign of him. Honor approached her and told her that she might catch a cold. She sighed and replied that Lucas could have gotten to Basilisk's tail safely. Honor told her not to worry, and that one day she would meet her destiny. While they were talking, Lucas stealthily came up behind them and said with a big smile on his face that he thought Banyan was being counseled about love. The two of them turned back and were surprised. They looked at Lucas with surprised eyes, and he looked at them with a questioning look, not understanding their reaction. Honor asked him if he had left them, to which he replied that he couldn't leave without telling them. Then they went into the room and all sat down at the table. Everyone was waiting to see what Lucas had to say to them. He started talking about how he wanted to wipe out the demigods, but he couldn't rely on the circles as they are now. He continued to talk about the circles and said that not only are they not uniting their forces, they are holding them back and thinking about absorbing each other. Banyan said she agreed with what he said. He said that he wanted the Troman circle to be the center of attraction, and that he wanted to be the leader of not only the small and medium circles, but also the 3 strongest circles. He stood up and tapped his hand on the table and asked if they were ready to do it, saying that it would be followed by unbearable pain and you'd see hell. It'll be so hard that you'll even miss the sad times of now. But if you say you can handle it, and he dumped all the relics on the table. Then he went on to say that he would make sure they could get to the top of the mountain. Everyone opened their mouths, and Honor said that these were all the relics that had been taken from them. Everyone couldn't believe it. Isabella looked at everyone sitting with surprised faces and said that he had already subdued 6 nearby small and medium circles. They promised to join Troman's circle and submit to him. Sitting at the table, they all looked at the pile of relics that lay in the middle of the table. And Honor said that they couldn't believe that he had managed to get all the relics back in just one day. It was just unbelievable and unreal. Banyan looked at him and asked him if he was giving them all their relics in exchange for them agreeing to his offer. He replied that he couldn't do that because the relics belonged to them in the first place. He said that it was just a small reward for treating them very well. He turned to leave and said that they needed time to think about it, and he would give them one day to make a decision. Banyan didn't hesitate for a minute and told him that she didn't need time to think at all. She asked him to answer one question. She said that it was really possible for the Troman circle to become the center of attraction for all circles. He looked at her and with a serious and concentrated face told her that he swears and will put everything he has on the line to make Troman's circle the center of attraction for the circles, and he gives his word that he will do it. Everyone gathered in the square, and Banyan stood on the tower and announced that she had an important message for the honored members of the Troman circle. The people began to talk amongst themselves and could not understand why they were gathered so early. She introduced the new lounder of their circle, and it was Lucas. People around stood around and did not understand what was going on. Someone asked if this was by any chance the man who had come a few days ago for a tour. He came forward and introduced himself and said that from this day on, he was the lounder of this circle. Then he said that there would be a lot of people who would not like the fact that some kid had become a lounder after only a couple of days. Fian thought that if he told everyone that such a young boy had become a lounder, the discontent of the club members would know no bounds, even though he confidently stated that there would be no problem. Then Lucas said how lacking in strong members there is, that the position of lounder was given to a young newcomer who joined only yesterday. They should really think about that. Everyone behind him didn't understand what he was saying and what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Lucas jumped down from the tower to the ground so that those who were not confident in him and who thought they were stronger than him could compete with him. He was in the crowd and said that he was ready and would welcome all those who were not happy, but they would not solve all these issues with words. The people stood there not understanding him and looked at him with eyes wide open with surprise. He smiled and said that if there was a single person who could tear his clothes a little, he would not only make room for Launder, but also give him the relic of the typhoon earring created by him personally. Standing next to Fian, who was looking at Honor incomprehensibly, he said that Lucas probably has only two options. First, he wants to personally test the abilities of the circle members and see what they can do. He continued, but Banyan interrupted him to say that he seemed to have decided to take all of the circle's grievances out on himself. Fian looked at her exclaimingly. He must care about those who make such choices. He stood in the middle of the square and asked who would be first. He looked at him and told him to go first. He asked Lucas if he was sure of his position. He stood with his hands in his pants pockets and yawned a little and said he was absolutely sure. Pio looked at him angrily and thought he was an arrogant turkey. Then he used magic and summoned Fireball. He aimed the fireball straight at Lucas, who continued to stand still and didn't even bother to take his hands out of his pants pockets, feeling like Lucas was 100% sure of his victory. He launched a fireball that flew towards Lucas, but it just smashed into Lucas's defense. Everyone around him was in complete shock. They were talking amongst themselves, saying that he hadn't even cast the spell. He stood there in utter bewilderment. He thought to himself that Lucas was a 6-star, but he was about his age. The size of the ball and the power of the fire was about identical to his. How on earth did he manage to make it so identical? Turning to him, Lucas asked if he specialized in fire magic. Pio Guntar replied that this was indeed the case. Lucas asked him what the merits of this magic were. He replied that the merits were in its destructive power. Lucas told him that he was right and went on to say that if you compare it to other types of magic of the same level, fire magic has a more distinct destructive power. The level of completion of the orb shows that you are practicing. He continued to tell him that it shows that he is practicing day and night. He thanked Lucas and continued to say that however he is spending too much effort to maintain his form. Pio listened very attentively. He stood in front of Lucas, who told him that the destructive power would not get stronger with achieving a perfect spherical shape. It was better for him to focus on increasing his power. Pio stood wide-eyed. Then he asked how he could increase it. Lucas replied that he needed to learn fear. One of my students went on to say that a long time ago. No, he didn't. There was a magician I knew who had a severe full-body burn. Everyone thought he'd never recover as a magician again, but in the end he was able to overcome it all and become a very reputable firebender. Pio stood mesmerized with his mouth open, listening to every word Lucas said. Everyone stood with their mouths open and looked at him, who went on to say that power and risk, good and evil, are the negative sides hidden behind the positive ones. This was the result of his being able to experience the duality of fire. Pio winked, and putting his finger to his temple, Lucas said that the most important thing was imagination, and he would see the way when he had clearly drawn the essence of the flame in his head. The man stood looking at him with a wide smile. He bowed to him and said that he thanked him for the precious instruction, and contentedly went into the crowd of people who stood dumbfounded and did not know how to behave further and what to do. He stood in the crowd smiling, and one of the guys asked him how he could lose and come back with such a satisfied face. Pio told him to take it and try it himself, as this gentleman is not only strong but also very smart. He looked at Lucas and said that he was able to determine exactly what he needed in one blow and give him practical advice. Pio said he felt like he had been told his soul. The master knows the right way. The guy talking to Pio took his shield and sword and went towards Lucas with words addressed to Pio that how can he brag that he realized his weakness, and told him to watch him carefully as he was about to show him how to do it. He just had time to take a pose with his shield in front of him and pointing his sword at Lucas as he got hit with a stone fist and flew back 100 meters, while Lucas continued to stand still and did not even take his hands out of his pockets. The guy came back into the crowd with wide eyes and a surprised face and told Pio that he was really right and Mr. Launder knows the right way to go, to which Pio smiled and told him that he told him so. A crowd of people surrounded Lucas. Some smiled, some looked at him with bewildered eyes, but they believed in him. Banyan, watching from the sidelines, said that in just one day he could win people's hearts. Then they went back to the office and sat down at the table. Lucas told them all that in 3 months he would be able to take the abilities of the Trauman Circle to a new level. Of course, he included Banyan, Honor, Fianna. He went on to say that in 3 months they would hold a competition in honor of the beginning of friendly relations with the nearest small and medium circles. Fian asked in surprise, "Friendly competitions?" Isabella stood next to him and said that it would not be a fight for a relic, but a competition to become friends with them, she explained. He looked at everyone with a very serious and focused face and said that, however, they would have to show strength far ahead of them. Everyone sat and looked at him with their eyes and mouths wide open. He went on to say that a victory after which all these circles wouldn't even dare to be displeased with their position under Troman's circle. Think of it as the first step to building our foundation. Listening to him, Fian thought about how impossible that was. Lucas looked at him and replied that everything would be possible. Then his face became very serious, and his eyes sparkled, and he told them that he had said that hell was ahead. In the morning, Lucas was outside with Banyan, and he asked her to activate her magic. She honored his request. He looked at her hand where the orb was glowing and said that he thought she had created a mana room inside her. He said that dragons don't need to create mana rooms and store mana inside them because they can use mana directly from nature. Lucas touched her back and said that it would have to be destroyed first. She stood there with her eyes wide open, and Lucas told her to start by getting rid of all the mana that was in it. She wanted to object but didn't have time because Lucas had already started to get rid of the mana that was inside her. She screamed loudly, then fell to her knees exhausted. Lucas folded his arms across his chest and told her that she only felt heavy. It was a side effect of creating an unnecessary mana room. He walked over to her, who was still kneeling and touching her back. He told her that now he would destroy it, and she should concentrate on not letting the mana left in her interfere with him. He concentrated and began to extract the mana. A trickle of sweat ran down his face, and he thought that it was more stable and strong than he had realized. He warned her that it would hurt a little. She lay on the ground with her back on the ground and moaned. Coming to her senses, she asked him if he was done. He told her that he was done with her for the day. She was completely shocked at what she heard. On her knees, she listened to him say that it would take them at least a month. She was trembling and said that a month was impossible. He wanted her dead. He said he warned her that there would be hell. Next after her was Fian, who Lucas sparred with, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't beat him. He thought to himself that he felt like he was just hitting a stone wall and getting nowhere. Lucas stopped the sparring when he shouted enough. Fian stood there barely breathing and clenching his fists. Lucas told him that his skills were worse than a second-rate warrior. He looked at his face and asked him about what he thought he had hurt his pride. He looked at the exhausted Fian who could hardly breathe, and with a smile told him that then he was calm because it meant that Fian could become stronger, and he would not give up and would only go forward to his goal. He stood in front of Fian and asked him about what Fian said about his technique called 100 Royal Blows. Why do mage warriors like to add royal everywhere? Fian said that doesn't sound cool. He went on to say that he realized that this is just a normal, basic combat ability. There is no special or unusual technique in it. Lucas looked at him with his face all bruised and haggard. Fian looked at him and said that he was absolutely right. So if it is used for a long time, the opponent quickly understands the pattern of attacks, and so the fight becomes much harder and harder twice. He looked at him and said it's because he's weak. His technique is fine because it is basic. He must watch his opponent and identify his weaknesses. Only then will he be able to destroy him with a single blow. Fian asked Lucas how he could get stronger. He told him he thought there were shortcuts for mage warriors. Step by step, he would have no choice but to climb them gradually. Fian said with a downcast head that he thought so. He looked at him with a smile and said that however he could make it so that he could climb those stairs quickly, very, very quickly. He smiled. Lying on the floor, Fian begged to stop, tears streaming from his eyes and sweat running down his face. Lucas poured water on him and asked him about not sleeping last night and why he was lying on the floor every chance he got. He told him to get it over with. Smiling told him not to fake it. He told Fian to get up off the floor since they hadn't even finished half of the workout yet. Fian made a grimace and practically lay there crying with helplessness. In the evening in the forest, Lucas met Honor with him, and he had to train and understand his abilities and powers. Honor was sitting on a fallen log and wiping himself with a towel. Lucas stood across from him. He then held out a dagger to Honor and told him of his need to use it. As he took the dagger in his hands, he couldn't imagine what kind of dagger it was. He sat there looking at the dagger with interest. Then Lucas told him that it was a dagger of Kung Nil, an artifact of the Age of Light. Several techniques were sealed in it, and it was made of mithril, so, as a dagger, it could not be criticized. Honor listened to him with interest. Then he said something about being a mage. Lucas asked him about the fact that he had been using the sword for a long time, and now he had not forgotten about the techniques he possessed. Honor looked at the Lord with his mouth open in amazement. Then he asked him how he knew all this or how he could understand it. He told him that by looking at his hands and the calluses that never disappeared, one could understand everything and determine how much a man was aspiring and hard-working. He turned around and started to leave, saying over his shoulder to Honor that he was going to make him and help him develop into a sword mage, even though his magical skills were only 5 stars. He held the dagger in his hands and looked at it, and Lucas added that if he could use it properly, he could hope for his rapid development. Honor said to concentrate on that. He then added that he wasn't very confident. Lucas answered him not to worry about that at all, and turning to him, he said with a smile that he would take care of his self-confidence as well. He promises him. In the tent, Fian was just lying on the table and couldn't move his head. Honor, who had barely crawled into the room, fell to the floor, followed by Banyan, who barely walked in and fell face down on the floor next to Honor and couldn't say a word. They lay next to each other, and Honor said he didn't even have the strength to get up and go to the bathroom, to which she said that if he did, she wouldn't forgive him. Honor said he was jealous that she could make jokes. She said it wasn't a joke. The door opened abruptly, and there was a smiling Lucas and Isabella standing in the doorway. Lucas told them that they could take their time to eat for about 5 minutes, and then they would have evening training. Everyone was in complete shock because they couldn't even stand up. He stood and looked at the bodies lying senseless. He put his hands at his sides and asked them if they felt bad. Honor, who was lying next to Banyan on the floor, replied that it was all because of him. Suddenly behind him, Lucas heard a voice say, "Master Banyan, I'm back from a mission." He turned his head back to see who was speaking. Behind Luke's back was Honor Iseg, and behind him was the professor from the tower. He stood there with his eyes wide open in surprise and his mouth agape. Then he asked what was going on. Lucas looked at him and thought to himself that it was an assassin. Banyan tried to say something, but she didn't have the energy. He got angry and started pulling his sword out of its sheath, saying that Lucas didn't even have a sword, and how dare he come in here. Banyan was lying on the floor, thinking that she should stop him, but she didn't have the strength to say anything. He shouted at the top of his voice how he dared to do away with the entire circle leadership while he was gone. Lucas put up a defense, and Iseg's sword couldn't hit him. Lucas calmly asked who he was, and he said it was none of his business. The professor, adjusting her glasses, immediately recognized him and greeted him. Lucas also greeted her. Iseg looked at her in surprise and asked if she knew him. She nodded affirmatively and said she knew him, being in front of Professor Adelia and Iseg, who stood holding a sword, and Banyan was lying on the floor. She managed to speak and told Lucas that this was the man they were sending to the other place. She was lying on the floor and turned her head in their direction and barely audibly told Iseg to put his sword down because she was in no danger and she would be happy to introduce them to Lucas and introduce them. Then she stood up a little and looked at Lucas and Isabella, who was standing next to him, and introduced them to Iseg, saying that he was the new lander of the circle and she was his assistant. So there was no danger at all. They stood there with eyes wide open and mouths agape in amazement. He couldn't believe that such a young guy had become the launcher, and his assistant was also very young. Professor Adelia stood in shock. Then the professor did not hold back her emotions and thought to herself that she could not believe that he had become a launder of the circle and how such a thing was possible. It even seemed difficult. Isaac shook Lucas's hand and apologized to him, saying that he didn't know he was the new circle lounder, and that's why he was so rude to him. Lucas told him not to worry, and if he were Lucas, he would do the same thing. Then he went up to Professor Adelia and hugged her back. Professor Adelia was embarrassed and asked him what made him become a lounder. Lucas replied that it just happened. Then they all went into the room and sat down at the table. Isaac began to tell that after they had gone to search for the traces left by the king's successor warrior mages in the Elven lands, they had found a clue about his whereabouts. He went on to say that they were able to track him down and catch up with him, but he was in no mood to join the circle and said he wasn't going to talk to the dogs of the rotten circle. Isaac took off his clothes and showed the wounds he had left behind. Banyan's eyes rounded at what she heard. Isaac continued to talk about what he already knew about the demigods. However, he didn't seem to be interested in circles or battles. He also stated that the most important thing for him was to test the magic effect. Lucas then turned to Isabella and asked her how long it would take to get from here to Reynolds de Millum. She told him that first he would have to take the southern road to Grud and then travel to Phillit using the teleportation stone. The whole journey would take about 3 days, Isabella said, and looked worriedly at Lucas. He thought about the fact that this was where the Blake family was, the Frey family. He got up from the table and said that he would go there himself. He would go and meet the successor to the Mage King himself. Ages sat there in shock. And then he said it was very dangerous. But Banyan said she was making his decision, and he looked at her with a look of incomprehension. They got up from the table and started to leave. Banyan told him to be careful. Agues looked at Lucas and thought about the fact that Master Banyan trusted him so unconditionally, who this guy really was. It remained a mystery to him, and he certainly would like to get to know Lucas better. They were in a room. He sat staring out the window, and she folded her hands in her lap and sat on the bed. He told her that he had to go alone. She waved her head and said that's what she thought would happen. He looked out the window and talked about how they were now on the steps, when only with great difficulty had the foundation of the circle been laid. So they couldn't be sure that there wouldn't be a riot while he was gone. Isabella got up from the bed and went over to Lucas and told him not to worry, and in his absence she would take his place so that he could concentrate on more serious business. However, send news about yourself more often. And she said that if anything happened, she would come running to him. Lucas laughed and said that she had grown a lot. Isabella thanked him. Only when she left, he didn't see her crying. Lucas turned to Master Banyan and told her that he was ready to go. She looked at him and with a serious face told him to be as careful as possible and come back soon. He went out the door and saw that a crowd of members of the circle were all standing near the door. Isabella came out to see him off, and all the people started telling him what they would do without him and whether he should leave them now. He looked at the members of the circle and winked and told them not to fake it. Then he said that it was going to be such a hell that they would quickly forget about him. All the people stood there in total confusion and bewilderment. Then he put his hand on her head and said that even though she looked like a simple girl, once she got angry, she would show you all her terrible character. Isabella looked at Lucas with a surprised look. He put his arm around her shoulder and turned to the circle members, asking them what they would have in a month. The crying circle members said that there would be a friendly battle with the neighboring circles. Lucas asked them because they knew what would happen if they lost. The circle members shouted with one voice that together they would sweep away everyone in their path. Lucas clenched his fist and raised his hand up and said that he would look forward to their next meeting. And with a loud shout, he started to walk away. Long hair of fiery color, green eyes full of tears, and a head raised to the sky with thoughts in her head that she was waiting for his return. The phoenix bird became a girl. Remembering the words of Lucas, who asked the bird to guard his friend's dungeon, with a flap of her wings, Phoenix Girl was already flying high in the sky. She kept her word and guarded Lucas's friend's dungeon and fought the Torcudas and prayed that Lucas would finally appear so they could meet him again. When they reached a town called Grod, Lucas took a room at a local inn. The town was lively with people walking everywhere, people riding horse-drawn carts and barefoot children running around in the greenery. The weather was clear. He was in a hotel room and stood in front of a mirror and was about to use magic to change his appearance. Leaning his hands on his face, he quickly turned into a completely different person with the help of magic. Standing in front of the mirror was a blonde, short-haired, short-cropped boy. The name Kane Ligston is a S-rank mercenary, age 26. Known as a 3-star mage in the mercenary guild. He was given a fake ID by Iseg. He remembered a conversation with Aigues, and he asked him why he needed a fake ID, to which Lucas told him that the Phillit territories belonged to his Blake family. He asked if he knew about the rumors about Isak. Lucas asked him if he knew about the rumors about Isak, asking if you were talking about rumors that said he might be related to a demigod. Aigues said yes. Lucas said at some point he would have to bring order to the Blake family. Now he wanted to avoid conflict. He walked through the streets and thought about the fact that this was Frey's hometown, Falat, a surprisingly familiar feeling. Perhaps it was Frey inside him reacting. Lucas walked a little pensive and breathed in the fresh air. The weather was beautiful outside. Then he turned off the road and headed towards the inn. Lucas approached the door, opened it, and entered a noisy room where people were sitting at tables drinking and eating. He headed towards the bar where a girl with blonde hair stood. A voice came from the crowd and asked what Mr. Mage was doing in such a scruffy diner. Not paying attention, Lucas walked towards the bar. Behind him, someone said that the status of our volcano has become so high that it is now visited by Mr. Mages. Lucas approached the bar, behind which a pretty girl was still standing chewing gum and looking at Lucas. Lucas remembered the words of Aguas, who said that the road from Philid to Demillum was very dangerous and hard, and he should use a wagon to save his strength and time. Lucas remembered that he had asked Aguas if the wagon could go all the way to the mountains. He had said that there was a group of traders who made deals with the elves every month to recruit high-class mercenaries. He remembered the words of Aguas, who had told him about becoming their guard as a mercenary. Lucas pulled out his ID and put it on the bar and told the girl that he was here to get a job. The girl behind the bar asked him what kind of job he was looking for. Lucas told her that he wanted to work as a security guard for the traders who would be going to Reynolds de Millum. She asked him what his rank was. Then she told him that the job was only for G-ranked and above. Lucas said he had signed up for a rank advancement exam. The girl looked at his notebook and asked what day would be convenient for him to take the exam. Lucas said right now. The girl waved her finger at him and told him to follow her. The registration fee is 10 silver coins, and remember it. He followed the girl, who began to walk down the stairs to the basement of the tavern. They walked down the corridors that looped and finally came to the right place. In front of Lucas's eyes was a table, at which a man with a beard was sitting. Sprawled out on the table was an empty plate, and empty bottles were lying around him. The man turned his head and asked what was wrong. The girl said that the guy wanted to increase his rank. The man said that Irene could have handled it herself, but he had a hangover and no time. The girl named Irene turned to Lucas and looked at him and told him that there were two types of exams: assignment and confirmation. Lucas stood and listened attentively to what Irene was saying. The man sat in the chair and moaned that he had a headache. Then he said that assignment means that you get a task from the checker, and by doing it, you confirm your abilities, and by choosing confirmation, you show your abilities. She said that in the last 10 years, no one had done the confirmation thing. She looked at him and asked him which way he would choose. Lucas didn't hesitate to answer confirmation. She looked at him with interest. He looked at her and said he didn't have time and wanted to start right now. The man looked at him and thought to himself that this was a very interesting specimen. They stood in the middle of an empty room, and Lucas asked what to do. He asked about the fact that he would have to fight them, to which Irene said that they didn't want to waste their strength. So she pointed to the wall and told Lucas that he could try his magic on this wall. She tapped the wall with her hand and told him not to worry because the wall wouldn't collapse. She said that their only 5-star mage had put several layers of protective magic on the wall so nothing would happen to it. She laughed and pointed her hand at her boss and said that even if that drunkard stabbed that wall, nothing would happen to it. The boss turned at her and started talking about how dare she call him a drunkard. Smiling slightly, Lucas said about how if he destroyed it, he would get a S rank. Irene laughed. Lucas asked her to move over and applied fireball magic to the wall. Irene's mouth dropped open at what she saw. It's 5-star magic, she thought. A huge hole appeared in the wall from Fireball's powerful blow, and Aaron and the boss were lying on opposite sides of the hole, and they said that they recognized it with one voice. They were just in total shock from the impact. He stood there satisfied, and Irene told him that she congratulated him on becoming an A-rank. Lucas thought that he was slowly moving towards his goal. The main thing is not to rush and do everything with a calculated mind and a sober head. The boss was surprised by Lucas's abilities, and with a smile, told him that he was good at such a young age and introduced himself as Domke. Then he asked him if he had joined a band, to which Lucas told him that he wasn't going to join yet. He looked at Lenego and told him that he was in too much of a hurry to level up, so he wondered what the reason was. Irene told him that he had told her that he wanted to protect the people going to Reynolds de Millum. Then he asked why at this hour. Lucas asked if there was a problem with that. He replied that with his abilities he could be trusted and he would pass it on to the people involved in the campaign. At a table in the tavern there were people drinking beer and talking. One of them said that he had heard that Asaka Blake would resign as head of the 5th Tower. The other asked why. The other replied that he didn't know because he had heard it from a friend. One of the men was drinking a beer and said that he had been sitting there too long already, but that the position of the head of the tower couldn't be empty for long. Wasn't it obvious that Isak Blake had probably just been fired from the position? Lucas walked over to the guys and greeted them. They all looked at him in bewilderment. Lucas smiled and said that he hadn't been in the world that long and the state of affairs was dark, and if they didn't mind, he would listen to their teachings. One of the guys looked at him and said who gave him permission to sit with them. Lucas called the waitress over and told her that he was treating them all to a drink tonight and asked her to bring more beer and appetizers. The guy smiled and told him he seemed to know the basics. They sat around drinking and eating, and then Lucas said he wanted to be on the Blake family security detail. One of the guys said it was really cool and the pay was good and stable. He was sitting next to a guy who was eating a leg of chicken and drinking wine out of a bottle. Then he said the job was a blessing from God. "That's right," Lucas said, and asked if they had any information on the Blake family. One of the guys talked about his friend Hans saying he saw some wagons pull up to the mansion. The other guy said that for a mansion like this, even a simple delivery would require several carriages, so no surprise. The guy went on to say that still, even for such a big mansion, these wagons were very strange. There were a lot of them even just for delivery. Lucas listened attentively to the guy's story and kept his eyes on him. He went on to say that there were too many wagons, and that from inside the wagons there were voices coming from inside the wagons, as if someone was screaming. The other guy interrupted him and said, "Stop telling scary stories that make you shiver." He sat there pensive and thought about what the voices were. Maybe it was a sacrifice. Suddenly behind him, he heard a voice that greeted him and said that he was the leader of the guard and his name was Alcon. When Lucas saw him and was happy, he asked him to take care of him. Then Alcon sat down at the bar and told him that Domke had told him that he was a very capable mage. He said that he was very selective about people, and he was eager to see Lucas in action. It was a simple task to protect him, but he always had to be on his guard. Lucas waved his head in agreement and smiled. He looked at Lucas and told him that last month everyone who went there died. He asked him who could have done it and was told that it was the work of immortals. Lucas thought about it and got suspicious. He went on to say that the appearance of immortals on the mainland has become a very frequent phenomenon, and despite the fact that they have never united with anyone, their appearance is very bad news for all of them. Sitting next to him, Lucas held a mug of beer in his hands, his face focused and very thoughtful. He thought about how it had been weird before too. He sat there staring at one point. He thought about the fact that immortals are those who are driven only by hatred for living people. But thinking about it was completely useless at the moment, and he had to focus on something else. And he would think about that later. It had not even begun to dawn, and the wagons were already on their way. They were on an unknown road full of all sorts of incredible and dangerous adventures, and he could only hope that they would be able to pass it safely. He was sitting in one of the wagons and noticed an old man sitting in the corner opposite him. Suddenly, he was distracted by Alconi, who asked him how he was doing and told him to rest because they would soon enter the forest and everything would start. He asked who the old man sitting in the corner was. Alconi said that he was a 5-star mage. His name is Shiax. He is an A-rang mercenary. He is known in their circles, and they call him Shiax of the Green Wind. The wagons stopped for a rest. The tents were set up, a fire was built, and food was prepared. Lucas sat aside and ate. The stars were shining in the sky, and the night was very quiet and peaceful. Not even the wind was blowing, just peace and quiet. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice asking him if he would mind if this person sat down next to him. It was the same old man who was traveling in the same wagon with him and who had interested him so much. He pointed approvingly to a vacant seat, and the old man sat down with a plate in his hands. He introduced himself and said his name was Shiak. Then he looked at Lucas and asked if you were Kane Ligston. He said he was probably annoyed with him. He looked at Lucas and asked him if it was possible that he was a summoner, because from him, he could feel the energy of a very rare spirit. Lucas looked at him carefully and thought about it. He thought that maybe he could sense Darkman's energy, and that was why he was interested in him. It turns out he hadn't realized about his illusory magic. He sat across from Shiak and drank hot soup from his plate. Then he asked him if he was a summoner, to which he told him he could say so. Then he said that although he had signed a contract with a spirit, he was not a summoner. He asked him how he was able to feel the energy as a normal person cannot do it. If you can't tell him, just keep silent. But he wanted to know something from him in return, if it was possible. He looked at him and asked why he had joined this mission. He said he was concerned about the immortals, saying that they had not existed for almost the last few millennia, and that he spoke as if he had lived for thousands of years. He told him to eat the soup or it would get cold. Lucas wondered if the use of illusory magic suggests that the man is hiding something. But then what is he hiding? What's hidden from view, he wondered. In Lucas's case, he was hiding his identity, but he couldn't figure out what Shiak was hiding. There was something wrong, and he felt it, and he wanted to get to the truth and find out everything at last. Suddenly, one of the soldiers ran up to the head of Alcon and told him that they have a big problem. He said that in the direction of 7 o'clock appeared a group of immortals. He asked in surprise if that was where they were going. Alcone got a worried look on his face, he thought, and said that he didn't think they would be able to avoid them, and that they would have to take some measures to defend themselves. He turned to Lucas and Shiak and told them to glamorize the weapons of the scouting squad members as they had to go on a scouting mission right away. They were running out of time and needed to act. They carried out Alcone's assignment. Lucas looked at his hands and said that he could feel the sacred power, though not much. Someone asked if he was a demigod, but he said that for a demigod his power was too superficial. After all the preparations were made, the scouting party headed into the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, everyone smelled the smell of rotten meat, and someone said that it was an immortal, and everyone rushed into the thicket itself through the bushes. Coming out of the thicket, all stopped in complete shock. From what they saw on the ground were torn bones of skeletons. Someone asked what happened here. Alcone said that it is simply impossible because it cannot be. Squatting down near one of the skeletons, he said that it was all done by one person, and it took him no more than 10 minutes to do it all. Everyone whispered that it was simply impossible who he was. Lucas smiled and said he'd found it. Suddenly, the remains of the bones flew apart, and a huge pumped-up guy with huge fists appeared in front of them. Lucas said that he was sure that this was the successor of the King of Mages. This guy was huge. This huge guy turned around and walked away. Alcone shouted at him to stop and tell them what his purpose was in destroying all the immortals. He turned around and told him to back off, or he would take them all down. They stood and watched the guy walk away. Lucas looked at him thoughtfully and thought about the fact that this physique was the receiver of the mage warriors. Lucas turned to Alcone and said that it was very dangerous to leave him alone. After all, this is the road used by the trade organization, so circumstances don't allow them to leave such a monster here alone. Alcone said he's not someone they can take on. Lucas said he'd follow him. He'll figure it out, follow him, and come back when he can figure out if he's dangerous or not. Alcone said he couldn't let him go alone. He just couldn't let him do it. Calmed him down, and told him not to worry because he was confident in his lurking skills. He tried to calm the collapsing Alcone and tried to reassure him that he would be perfectly fine and not to worry. Lucas shouted that he would soon give him a full report, but in the meantime, the head should deal with everything that had happened here and continue to move on as planned. Alcone only managed to shout his name after him. He was able to catch up with the guy very quickly, and standing against a tree, he looked at him. The guy turned around and asked who he was. Lucas asked him how long he had been studying the art of the warrior mage. He got angry and hissed through his teeth that another dog of the circles had come. Lucas replied with a completely nonchalant look that he had, and he came from the circle of Trauman and looked at the guy with a smile on his face. He was so angry that he was striking one after another, completely absorbed in his rage. By putting up a protective barrier, Lucas made the guy's attempts to kill him completely useless. He said that he was sure he had warned the guy who came last time and said that he would destroy whoever came again. The guy was so angry he grabbed Lucas by the pecs and lifted him up. Then he yelled at him to get the hell away from him if he didn't want to get destroyed, and said he wasn't going to mess with the circle jerk. He looked at him and said that a man with the skills and power of a warrior mage didn't want to mess with a demigod. He said he was talking nonsense and that he meant to say that the circles were trying to get rid of demigods. He kept holding him by the chest and said that the circles are places where brainless pigs hustle just to fill their bellies. He told him that he was very well informed. He said he wanted to unite the circles. Holding him by the chest, he listened to what he was saying, and he went on and said that although it's true that there is corruption, to be a threat to the demigods, you need the power of the circle. Are you going to unite the circles? The guy asked. Suddenly, he let Lucas go and threw him aside with his hand. Lucas thought to himself that this guy was up to something, and Lucas would have to work hard to deal with him and talk to him in a normal language. Meanwhile, the guy folded his hands in front of him and with a smile on his face said that this time a very interesting guy came to him from the circle and that he was going to test his ability to say such things. He adjusted his jacket and said that this was too long an introduction for him, and he told him to attack as soon as possible, otherwise his fists would soon get moldy from waiting so long, and he was already bored. The guy concentrated on striking, and the fight between them began, and each of them used all their magic skills, and they fought for what seemed like an endless time, and the battle never ended. He stopped and said that maybe it was time to end it and just talk in a normal language that you and I could understand. But he wouldn't listen to him, so the fight continued. He used ice spears and stone shields and frost breath to freeze him, but he was able to break the ice and get out. The whole situation pissed Lucas off, and he didn't know what to do. Angry at the last attack, he was able to put him on his back. He was in shock. Finally, he managed to subdue this guy, and now he could talk to him properly and find out from him about the demigods that he knows. But smiling in the hope that everything was already over with a smile on his face, began to hold out his hand with the words that now they will finally be able to talk normally because this endless struggle is already tired. He was very wrong about this guy, who as soon as he was able to get up on his feet, struck Lucas in the face and hit him right on the jaw. Lucas was so angry, he was ready to kill him on the spot. But the guy turned around and started to run away from Lucas. But he didn't expect such a turn of events. Of course he didn't expect it at all. He started to shout after him to stop and not run away. But the guy didn't even turn in his direction. He had no choice but to rush after the fleeing guy and try his best to catch up with him and finally have a normal conversation. He just ran away from Lucas and did not turn around. He caught up to him and ran right by him. Then he realized that the guy wasn't running away from him at all. He was just leading him to some mysterious place. Lucas looked at him and thought that the guy could have said anything with words, and he would have followed him. He ran next to the guy who told him on the run that it was an unusual thing to move, that the jester's footsteps were one of the powers of a warrior mage, and the bullpen too, and yet you've studied these techniques. He's not wrong, is he? The guy said that only one person can be given to only one person, and who did you learn it from? Lucas looked at him and said that it was only in his imagination. Then Lucas asked him his name, and he answered that his name was Ivan. He also introduced himself and asked where they were going, to which he replied that it didn't matter. He said that he didn't mind that he could figure out where they were when they got to the right place. Finally, they ran and stood in front of a small wooden house in a dilapidated state. Then Ivan, with his lungs full of air, started screaming, so much so that Lucas even had to cover his ears with his hands because of Ivan's loud screaming, calling for Ricci. Ivan explained that if he didn't shout so loudly, he wouldn't hear. Suddenly, he realized who he was calling so loudly. It was a demigod. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man came out to meet them and told Ivan that you had brought your friend to visit us today. Lucas thought that there could be no mistake. The man who came out stood yawning, and Lucas thought to himself that there could be no mistake that he had incredible power and was definitely a demigod. And he's on the same level as the old man who uses poison. He pointed his finger at Lucas, who was standing not far away, and told him that he said he had come to us from the circle. He turned around and told Ivan to come in, then added that it was time to move on to the next stage. He grabbed him by the pecs and started shaking him and asking him why he was the receiver of the warrior mage technique and held hands with the demigod. He grabbed him by the chest and started shaking him and asking him why he was a receiver of the warrior mage technique and held hands with the demigod.